Chapter 101 Expansion of Space. Upon witnessing the demi-soft Thirken Gond companions, the mutated wolf attempted flay. Song ho erected Dani Arthen while losing his abilities, obstructing wolf's escape. The mutated wolf will tout Twoangsia scrolls. Shinihua, upon realizing that Wolfking had lost its life, turned towards the mutated wolf. This particular wolf was far less formidable than Wolfking, and with Shinua's intervention, it was swiftly dispatched. Tangyuan was injured, and Jiang Songning first took it back at Sifa space. What should we do with these wolves? This marked Fang Jingwen's inaugural experience saying slaying mutated creatures, prompting him to seek quiddance from Iwa. Mutated creatures possess crystal cores and their brains should extract them first. Jiang Songning observed the three wolves body as san lamentethalos off thirfer, a sit coup de vis excellent insulation in extremely cold weather. Their pelts made semi-watt damaged, boot with some air repairs, the cold still beautiful. Let's skint them. Shinua no dead in agreement. Indeed, the Senkof blood is overwhelming latushest interpace. Their meat is suitable. Shinua guarded Jiang Songning with skepticism, are you sure? Although heflesh hof mutate denimal cis and palatable, ordinary plain the apocalypse find it difficult to procure food. However, Jiang Songning was currently unaware of the ability of mutate denimal meat. Shepherded for armament before uncertain lie stating, theoremerally mutated, note infected with the zombie everus I believe if they should, consumable. Ways interjected, clutching gizerm, perhaps it's best to have it. What if we encounter issues from consuming it? Theather Stasit lie agreed with Wei's perspective. In truth, Jiang Songning was so reluctant to have the flesh hof mutated creatures. In her previous life, she had longed for meat but could not obtain it. In this life, her storage contained enough food to last her for several lifetimes. Alright then, Illis Tang and Erfatuant stout. Tang Yuaner, wounded, was released from Thespasian Demedia. Libigan Lickengitswans. Tang Yuaner, would I like to at wolf meat? The creature shukit shed vigorous lieth the side-toft hemutated wolf on the ground, ace a fearful that Jiang Songning might insisted, continentherpian toffering. Theather swearum used be Tang Yuaner santix. Seeing their fusel, Jiang Songning did not press themeter. Very well, let us proceed to skint wolves. Having reached a consensus, Shinua drew for Thedagger and began the task of skinning. Jiang Songning, unwilling to partake in Thegru Isam scene, pulled Waziaciditasit. With his arm scratched ba wolf's claw, Jiang Songning produced Ilkahalane gauze. Let's disinfect the hour wound for Thiniton toit proper lilater. Wazi winced, his fispaling, Sister Jiang, be gentle. Jiang Songning softened her touch and deft libandage disinjury, if I our rimmer cautious next time. Yoan thavto endureth this Spain. Sister Jiang, you've misunderstood this sisami baji of honoracimen. Jiang Songning did not comprehend this juvenile notion but chose to respect the sentiment. Noticing they had yet finish with Wulpults, share least Tan or Ansamordo address its ones. Upon emerging from the space, Tanguner gazadat Jiang Songning with a look of deep sorrow. Jiang Songning affectionate lipetited shed, be good, it will be over soon. After proximate la Hoffenhor, Shinua turned with Twulpults, discarding Theon from Wolfgang duet to its poor condition. It's getting glad Telita's return. After brief diddy up, the proceeded toward Thirvical. Jiang Songning deliberately lagged a few steps behind, seizing the opportunity to stash the three wolf corpses into space when it was watching. Having experienced Hunger in her past life, she was soon willing to waste any foot. Although she would not con with wolf herself, they could be exchanged for goods at the city base. Shinihua was a few steps ahead, since it saw thing amiss but chose a torment oblivious, glancing at the time at Twazelria de 3 ein Themmerning, with Justin Hound Tildal dawn. Their journey back was soon eventful. As the past be Hizan's residence, Jiang Songning utilized her mental strength to probe the situation in Sadianse. He soon on this companion should returned, with Twoof Tim sharing a room while a the remaining 6 occupied another. Upon arriving at the small villa, Jiang Songning retrieved trucks from her spacey and placid theme in the basement parking area. When she returned to the living room, everyone was already gathered there awaiting her. Luchin tended to Wei's arm injury, and Thidable was laden, steaming dishes. Seeing her return, who Kexen warmly greeted, Songning is back. Everyone is shade along nightlets discuss matters later and first. Jiang Songning had intended to wash up before eating upstairs, Butupin inhaling the delicious aroma of tea meal. Her stomach rolled soft light after a long night. Shindeed felt famished. Everyone was ravenous, and the almigrata tothed in Ingaria, picking up bowls Sanko sticks to feast. Unlike previous Smealies fled with chatter and laughter, today a very onu a simmer seen their foot. Shirilish twabble so freeze before setting down herco sticks, feeling satiate dendrozy. Imiter liax houstet nightlets discuss anything of derive had some sleep. Fongjingi wanotted alright, you should head to your interest. Once back in her room, ensuring the doors and windows were as securely locked, she immediately entered her space. The first thing she did was eat her clothes before soaking in Thebith for a wash. After bathing, shed ministered to anti-inflammatory pills collect head fro mapit store to tang errand then lay down in the comfortable mattress, drift into deep sleep. She slumbered until 4 in the afternoon, awakening refreshed. After pouring herself vacupaw fruity and enjoy inga cold noodle dish, Sheffel trevitalized. Noticing the time muis dilierly, she conducted a quick inspection of the fruit sensible's eyes. Next, Shechikiden thekikikins, ducks, and geese the first batch wasni airing maturity and woods ready for consumption. The once spacious enclosure now fell cramped, and Jiang Songning realized she needed to expand it. She fetched several piece of wood, planning to enlarge Ethipin. Just in case, she also recalled that she needed to processimi of tekikin sanducks. That thought struck her that she had never slaughtered a kickin before, leaving her somewhat perplexed. If she continued to raise a them, their number swolled swell, and no mount optable would suffice for their feeding. Chickens were manageable, but duck shad voracious appetites each feeding required adding rice for to feel full, and geese, being larger, consumative and more. Weighton seemed like a surplus no felt like an overwhelming burden. Ultimately, she had not cois but osi advice from Chiyoyu Exai and latter Herculanera skills were exceptional, and she might know how to slaughter Akakin. Setting aside these concerns, Sharessa looked like Pikadupashane Sato processed wood. While she could as her mind to expand thipen, food still required her manual labor. She cut food into approximately 10 centimeter widths before using her thoughts to beareth into all. In her flurry of activity, Sholo Strakov to muntal Wezikadanthador, prompting her to realize twazel rhythm o'clock. After washing her hands, she cited Thespace, and Dupono pinning Theodore. She was greeted by a concerned way. Bandaged and anxious. Sister Jiang, are you all right? Chapter 102 The 4S Door. A warmth-filled Jiang Songning shart. I apologize Ilustrakov Timeen Dover slept. On Lathended way Zeralax, Imgladio you're fine. Ver worried since when committing yet wethaughty might be all. Jiang Songning shook her head fine. Downstairs, everyone await her return to living room. She felt embarrassed as headdress them. Sorry, everyone I overslept. It's alright let's eat first. Shanihua, noticing Hero's complexion, finally felt hideous. After Themiel, Dira convented he living room. Shinyu emotion for Jiang Songning to join him. Shido Akezit beside high mesh and veiled Thesida map collected the previous night, pointing to a circled area. There's Samuel here, comprising 7 floors the basemental vel featurey Sajapur market. They discussed this morning our intention to explore right for supplies. If wind goods, we can rest for 2 days before departing J City. Jiang Songning scrutinized the map's location, realizing Jit Wasni are the Sitaisentrof J City. That anger level herise considerable. Precisely because it's glazado the Sitaisenter, the likelihood offending supplies is significantly higher, and most crucially, there is this. Jiang Songning followed Shinyuhua's fingers interested the map. Adjacent to Themelis Sass swimming pool and roller skating rink, suggesting Hatney Arbizm B.S. Mazy Krefiga from the Heaton these locations. Intriged be Themal, Jiang Songning Sinterest Pika Devon further at the Cytofa for Storny Arby. However, the location posed considerable risk both as zombies within Themal and those slurking in the surrounding residential areas. If what Temptoven Shuratheriate night, escaping gun skay the Miru Quiteshal engine. Shinuano no dead in agreement. Thus, we aim to depart no wesh who derive around 8:30. Athashur, most zombies will still be dormant. Vool wait in the parking lot behind Themal, and its nightfall sand the zombies are active, well finned away. After securing supplies, we can return to Moro during the day, allowing Gusto avoid Mustaf te zombies. Seeing they had carefully considered higher escape route, Jiang Songning nadetted in April. Alright, who will be going tonight? Azu Ilrastath Amjuada Heezen Jury, and Song Hao will stay home to keep watch. One, Chen, Zhou Lin, you will accompany him. Jiang Songning furrowed brow, if fear he soon on this group may come ilukin for trouble. Wei Zhe, ever carefree, chimed in, Sister Jiang, yao need no worry. Though I am injured, my wooden firearm is anything but thermless. Jiang Songning hesitated to dampen his spirits but felt uneasy about this current state. He can possess metal ability asio your wooden firearm may not be fictive against them. Then Latayuan stay behind as well. Fong Jingyun contemplate Ted firmament before noting, "Ein agreement. Very well, please ensure your safety. You will go ahead and drive. It will retrieve fumery temps to create additional space. A's, remember town lock that watchrucks." Having said this, Shirozen made her way to the storage room, where she placed the outdoor supply she had collected the previous night. Nowhere spatial area had expended be approximately 100 square meters. Although she found this rather cumbersome, she was reluctant to expose a the extraordinary size of airspace after all, her dual ability is really conspicuous enough. While she felt she could potentially trust Fong Jinjian in theaters, her interactions with Xinyu Hui and his three companions were limited. Shuddered and attacked discipline as before, for the human heart is a labyrinthine enigma. After securing her belongings, she found Xinyu Hui in theater sitting at the entrance. Seizing the opportunity for his own set, they hastily made their way to the shopping mall. As they passed by his aunt's residence, Jiang Songning noticed that only 3 individuals present theater shop presumably ventured out of their supplies. Zhou Lin drove with remarkable steadiness, and by past 8, they arrived at the mall. From the entrance, the fierce floor appeared shrouded in another mass of zombies, prompting them to head direct light at their outdoor parking lot. In the parking lot, only a few cars were parked haphazardly, with a row of flower beds at the back, adorned with greenery that separated the lot from adjacent for shop. Jiang Songning CS sparkled with inspiration. "You will weigh the referment. It will take you a quick look next door." Xinyu was uncertain of Jiang Songning's intentions, yet understood that Venturingu Talanu was perilous, especially with nightfall approaching. "I will accompany you." Jiang Songning promptly declined. "None. It will just take you a quick peek under shortly." What a jest! If Xinyu accompanied her, how could she collect pickles? She and Li Hado Narv left in her space, and operating allow all prove far more convenient. Though the class were strewn about, newer own swood remained functional for a longer duration and did not require unlocking, which would make the process significantly easier. Seeing her unwavering resolve, Xinyu heralded, "All right, stay safe. If I were not back within 20 minutes, we'll come looking for ya." Jiang Songning nodded in agreement. Understood. After exiting the vehicle, she circled around to the back door of Timaland Approached for shop, which had its main entrance wide open. The area was cluttered with parked cars, complicating entry, who title Sapos Adakolanji for zombies so tempting to enter. She treaded softly toward the lobby and just said, "Herabilia, Stosk in the interior," discovering and lie a few low tier to meet within. Up and entering Thelaby, she noticed a Dalan zombie wandering beneath the entrance. With a swift motion, she dispatcheditising her vines, on Danother the reception with similar fate. Startled by the commotion, 3 Marie zombies slung a dothard. Jiang Songning grazed her hand, commanding the Venus stones near the nearest zombie's neck, and with their sounding thud, the creature shed fell to the ground. Having dealt with the zombies, she extracted the crystal cores inside, and 10 minute shadel relapsed. Without further delay, she collected out the vehicles and once she had secured the vehicles, she hurried back toward the parking lot of Timel, where readerness had begun to descend, and a few cattards be a shade merged. Upon returning to the car, her companions, relieved to see her unharmed, refrained from inquiring about their activities. Xinyu Hui to walk out binoculars to survey the situation on the road. From across the street, the swimming pool had seen dozens soft zombies merge, and the roller rink was similarly affected. Their location only granted them a wolf a corner of Timel, rendering them immutable to entrance. Jiang Songning employed her men tall powers to assess the interior of Timel, confirming Xinyu's predictions. The number of zombies insidious no text of Lahai, estimated to around 700 or 800. Upon detecting at least 30 second-tiered zombies, she could not help you feel last in a shed evidently, the upgraded zombie had proliferated. The zombies within Themel were now agitated, pushing gaunts hovingus sefeger toven search off foot. The 4 of them waited in the car for 12 hours, and by approximately 11 o'clock, the road Sidu was steaming with it in a throng of zombies. Event the parking lot had seen around 20 zombies congregate, yet remained undetected within the vehicle, as the closed windows masked here sent from the creatures outside. Chapter 103. Supplies in the mall. Jiang Songning, upon observing that there were merely around 100 zombies within the mall, finally spoke, "That should suffice." Shen Yihui glanced at the time and instructed. Zhou Lin, open the back door. Their vehicle was parked right by the rear entrance. Zhou Lin cautiously exited the car and utilized his metal-based abilities to manipulate the door lock, which clicked open with a satisfying sound. As the door swung ajar, The group hastily disembarked and entered through the back entrance. Shen Yihuai led the way, scouting for any potential dangers, while Zhou Lin followed closely behind to ensure their rear was secure. To the right of the back door lay a staircase. Shen Yihuai signaled for the others to ascend as they made their way down to the basement level. Jiang Songning multitasked, employing her mental powers to survey the situation on the basement floor. She detected approximately 70 to 80 zombies there, over 100 on the first floor and dozens on the second floor, while the third floor appeared to be similar to the second, with no information available from the fourth floor upwards. Although most zombies had ventured outside, it was prudent for them to remain discreet. Within the stairwell lingered a solitary zombie, but Jiang Songning chose not to alert her companions, remaining poised to act. As anticipated, as they reached the corner of the staircase, Shen Yihuai encountered a zombie face-to-face. With swift reflexes, she raised her hand, and vines ensnared the zombie's neck, severing its head without a sound. Lu Chun silently gave her a thumbs up in admiration. Although it wasn't Jiang Songning's first display of brutality, Zhou Lin felt a chill run down his spine, mentally ranking her as the second most formidable figure to avoid. With Shen Yihuai still holding the top position, Shen Yihuai calmly extracted the crystal core from the severed head, rinsed it with water, and handed it to Jiang Songning. She smiled in gratitude, and he nodded in acknowledgement, signaling for the group to proceed further into the basement. Upon descending the staircase, they were engulfed in darkness. The upper floors were illuminated by moonlight, allowing for some visibility, but the basement lacked windows and was utterly devoid of light. Jiang Songning retrieved a flashlight, and upon switching it on, several nearby zombies were drawn to the light and began shuffling towards them. They quickly dispatched the approaching zombies, but the commotion attracted more from a distance. The recent heat had exacerbated the decay of the zombies' flesh, causing bits of rotting meat to fall as they moved, filling the air with a putrid stench. Although she had encountered this before, Jiang Songning found it somewhat unsettling. As the zombies drew nearer, the group swiftly employed their abilities to eliminate the remaining threats. The basement was filled with low-tier zombies, making their task relatively straightforward. They efficiently concluded the skirmish and headed towards the supermarket. Upon descending the stairs, they passed several stores selling sportswear, filled with various styles of athletic apparel and footwear. Proceeding further, they encountered a bakery, a milk tea shop, and a snack bar. Beyond these shops lay the entrance to the supermarket. Just as they stepped inside, a few more zombies lunged at them with guttural growls. After dispatching these new threats, the group surveyed the supermarket and found themselves quite pleased. Their efforts had not been in vain. Although the supermarket was in disarray, the goods remained largely intact. Liu Chun, you and Zhou Lin check for any remaining zombies while Songning and I gather supplies. Understood. The four split into two groups, with Shen Yihuai leading the way towards the snack aisle, flashlight in hand. The supermarket was well stocked, and Jiang Songning headed straight for the instant noodles section, where an entire row was filled with various brands. She collected all of them into her storage space. After clearing the noodles, she turned to the adjacent shelf filled with self-heating rice, hot pot kits, dry noodles, and spicy rice noodles, which she also gathered without hesitation. Next, she swept up an assortment of snacks, bread, jelly, beef jerky, and canned goods, taking everything edible into her space. Noticing her unrestrained collecting, Shen Yihuai could not help but voice a reminder. Are you sure your storage can accommodate all this? Jiang Songning paused momentarily, realizing she had become a bit overzealous. Of course, I stored part of the supplies in the small villa. Well then, just be selective while you gather, and I'll search for the warehouse. Delighted to hear he was leaving, Jiang Songning felt a surge of relief. Once Shen Yihuai departed, she no longer held back, collecting everything from the supermarket into her storage, including appliances and daily necessities from the other side. Even if Shen Yihuai were to discover her actions, as long as she did not confess, no one could compel her. They were all in the same boat, and even if Shen Yihuai harbored suspicions, he would think twice before acting. If they truly intended to harm her, she could always find a way to escape into her storage. With this realization, Jiang Songning proceeded without hesitation, gathering rice, flour, cooking oil, condiments, coarse grains, and fine grains into her space. She stored every last drop of milk and beverage as well. Unfortunately, the vegetable and fruit sections were entirely spoiled, and the meat in the refrigerator had vanished, likely consumed by the zombies. Just as Jiang Songning finished collecting the drinks, Shen Yihuai and the others returned. They were taken aback by the sight of the nearly empty supermarket, but their surprise faded quickly. Except for Shen Yihuai, who cast a few lingering glances around the desolate store. Liu Chun, accustomed to such scenes, remarked, "There are still some supplies in the warehouse. See if you can retrieve anything. There's a bit of space left. What if it's too much? I'm afraid it won't fit." Shen Yihuai regarded Jiang Soning's comment with skepticism, but chose not to confront her. "Let us just see how much we can carry." Suddenly, a cacophony of footsteps and zombie growls erupted nearby. Jiang Soning used her mental powers to probe the situation, and a wave of dread washed over her. Trouble was brewing, as the speed suggested the presence of third-tier zombies. What she refrained from mentioning was that there were 2 third-tier zombies and over a dozen second-tier ones. The commotion had likely attracted nearby zombies as well. You and Liu Chun head to the warehouse while Zhou Lin and I assess the situation. Once you've gathered everything, meet us at the supermarket entrance. With that, the two made their way towards the entrance of the supermarket, while Liu Chun accompanied Jiang Soning towards the warehouse. The warehouse contained a limited supply of goods, as it had not been restocked since the apocalypse began. Hearing the increasingly loud commotion, Liu Chun voiced his concern. "You focus on collecting. I'll keep watch outside." Jiang Soning nodded and proceeded to gather all the items into her space before turning to exit the warehouse. "Let us go." The warehouse was dark, and Liu Chun could not discern how much Jiang Soning had collected. She chose not to mention it either. They swiftly made their way to the supermarket entrance, where the noise from outside grew louder, filled with cries for help. The crowd had attracted all the surrounding zombies. It was no longer safe here. Let us head to the 3rd floor and see what is going on. Chapter 104. Encountering familiar faces, the four ascended the stairs in silence, and as they approached the 1st floor, the sounds of fighting and explosions intensified. "Hurry up to the upper floors," an anxious voice called out. The staircase was positioned near the back door, and the commotion from the 1st floor hall was still several meters away from their location. Upon hearing the shouts, Shen Yihuai quickened her pace. The group swiftly ascended from the back door to the 2nd floor, where the zombies were all clustered around the elevator, with a few being pushed over the railing. The noise on the 1st floor was sufficiently loud that their own movements went unnoticed, allowing the four to reach the 3rd floor without incident. The situation on the 3rd floor mirrored that of the 2nd. Observing this, they sprinted towards the 4th floor, where only about 20 zombies roamed. "Let us take care of the zombies first." The four quickly dispatched the 20 low-tier zombies. Since Jiang Soning's vines had been upgraded, her combat prowess had become the highest among them. Although Shen Yihuai's lightning abilities were formidable, they were limited by her 2nd-tier status. After eliminating the zombies, the group extracted their crystal cores before heading towards the railing on the 4th floor. Downstairs, the 20 or so individuals who had been present were now reduced to 17. Facing 2 third-tier zombies and numerous 2nd-tier ones, with plenty of low-tier zombies still lurking, it was the first time the group had witnessed such a large-scale encounter, and Liu Chun couldn't help but exclaim, "What on earth attracted so many high-tier zombies?" Jiang Soning also found it peculiar. This was her first time seeing such a congregation of high-tier zombies. Yet another person fell victim. The four remained unmoved until Zhou Lin finally spoke up. "Should we lend them a hand?" Jiang Soning replied thoughtfully, "Of course, we should help. There are 2 third-tier crystal cores at stake." Moreover, she had noticed that one of the 3rd-tier zombies possessed ice-based abilities, and if they could obtain its core, Fang Jingyuan could level up, significantly boosting their team's capabilities. Shen Yihuai was fully focused on the battle unfolding below, noting that the low-tier zombies were in abundance, making escape quite challenging for the group down there. The individuals fighting displayed considerable strength, but seemed to have drawn the ire of far too many high-tier zombies. Another person fell to the ravenous undead. Zhou Lin, unable to watch any longer, sought a way to alert them. "Head up the back stairs." Agreed. If the 3rd-tier zombies make their way up, we'll need to secure that ice-based crystal core first, and we should aim to grab the other one as well. The other zombie's attributes remained unclear, leading Jiang Soning to suspect it was an attribute-less zombie. If that were the case, the core could be beneficial for Shen Yihuai. With thoughts of the cores occupying her mind, Jiang Soning's demeanor struck Zhou Lin as rather ruthless. He mused that her cold-heartedness rivaled even Shen Yihuai's. While the others were in dire straits, she displayed no sympathy and seemed intent on luring zombies their way. Liu Chun earnestly inquired, "How do we alert them?" Jiang Soning retrieved a large megaphone from her storage and handed it to Zhou Lin. Zhou Lin's lips twitched in resignation as he reluctantly accepted the loudspeaker. He intended to pass it to Liu Chun, who, sensing his intention, silently moved beside Shen Yihuai. Zhou Lin cast a glance at Shen Yihua before quietly activating the loudspeaker and calling out towards the ground floor. Hey, hey! Listen up down there! The sudden sound from the loudspeaker startled those below, causing the zombies to instinctively begin searching for its source. Everyone raced towards the south, where the staircase lay, as the corridor was devoid of zombies. If you wish to survive, hurry upstairs. The individuals downstairs, upon hearing this news, retreated towards the southern staircase, engaging in combat as they did so. Zhou Lin adjusted the loudspeaker once more, turning on the music within. Zhang Soning produced a rope and secured the loudspeaker, placing it on the second floor, filling the entire shopping mall with the melodies of Phoenix Legend. While high-tier zombies remained unaffected, the lower-tier zombies, drawn by the loud music, began to converge towards the loudspeaker's location. The mall's central area was hollow, enabling Zhou Lin to maneuver the rope northward, leading the lower-tier zombies away, with a portion of the lower-tier zombies diverted. The pressure on those below significantly lessened, allowing them to gradually move towards the back door. It was unclear who produced a string of firecrackers, igniting them and tossing them towards the zombies, resulting in a cacophony that provided the group a chance to ascend. Observing that Zhou Lin was enjoying himself, Zhang Soning couldn't help but remind him, "That's enough." Zhou Lin reluctantly retrieved the loudspeaker from the rope. Without the music, the zombies resumed their aimless wandering like headless flies. The four approached the staircase, listening as footsteps grew nearer. In less than a minute, a breathless boy rushed up. Soon after, a second, then a third, until 13 individuals reached the fourth floor, each appearing disheveled, bearing various injuries. Among the crowd, Zhang Soning recognized two familiar faces. Wang Chao was equally surprised to see Zhang Soning among the group, and without catching his breath, he reached out as if to embrace her, only to be halted by Shen Yihua. Wang Chao nearly broke into tears, exclaiming, "Wu Wu Jiangjie, what are you doing here?" Zhang Soning was also taken aback to find two acquaintances among the group. Wang Chao, Su Lin. How did you end up in J City? Su Lin adjusted his crooked glasses and spoke in a steady tone. It's a long story. Jiangjie. 2 Tier 3 zombies are chasing us. The others finally caught their breath, but the atmosphere was tense as they were all aware of the approaching footsteps. Zhang Soning surveyed the panting crowd before turning her gaze to Su Lin. What do you plan to do about it? Su Lin quickly realized Zhang Soning had misunderstood. Waving his hands, Jiangjie, you've got it wronged. We just encountered them while fleeing. We aren't familiar. Zhang Soning glanced at the 11 individuals seated on the ground, noting that 7 were men and 4 were women. They appeared to be part of a team at that moment. A well-groomed young man stood up and approached Zhang Soning. Extending his hand, "Hello, I'm Li Shi, the team leader and a Tier 2 fire element ability user." Zhang Soning shook his hand and gestured towards Shen Yihua and the others. "Nice to meet you. I am Zhang Soning, and these are my teammates." Li Shi looked dispiritedly at Zhang Soning. "Hello, won't say much. The Tier 3 zombies are approaching rapidly. As you can see, our team is injured and in disarray. We originally had 30 members. Now only these few remain, with only 3 uninjured. All our levels are Tier 2, so we'll need your assistance to deal with those 2 Tier 3 zombies." Zhang Soning, observing their dire situation, replied, "All right, but the crystal cores belong to us." Upon hearing this, the girl behind Li Shi objected. "Why should it be that way? We sacrificed so many. Those crystal cores are ours." Chapter 105. The peculiar zombies. Zhang Soning regarded the ire on their faces with indifference, asserting, "You truly believe you can handle those 2 zombies on your own? You'll still need our help." As the girl spoke, the atmosphere grew tense, prompting Li Shi to fall silent, indicating his stance. Su Lin and Wang Chao quickly positioned themselves beside Zhang Soning to show their support. Zhang Soning remained unfazed, smiling at the girl. "You need not intervene. We can handle this ourselves." As the footsteps drew ever closer, the conflict within Li Shi's expression became increasingly apparent. He recognized the strength of the 4 before him, yet whether they could contend with 2 Tier 3 zombies remained uncertain. They could offer assistance, but without the promise of crystal cores, the risk of sustaining injuries would be unwise. After contemplating, Li Shi finally spoke. "All right, we 1T take the crystal cores, but we also 1T intervene." Zhang Soning had no objections and turned to Shen Yihua, who nodded slightly. "You, me, and Su Lin will form one group." He then looked at Lu Chun. "You 3 will form another." Su Lin is a healing ability user, lacking offensive capabilities. Upon hearing Zhang Soning's remark, Su Lin promptly brandished his bloodied baseball bat, asserting, "Rest assured, I want to hold you back. Shin Ihua regarded Su Lin with appreciation. Good. You'll handle the sneak attacks. Just as they finalized their arrangements, a zombie emerged, attacking them without hesitation. The group swiftly evaded, and Jiang Songning raised her hand to strike the zombie, attempting to ensnare its neck with vines, but the zombie deftly avoided her attack. At that moment, another ice element zombie approached, and Lu Chun and his companions engaged it in combat. Shin Ihua fought while retreating, leading the indistinguishable zombie away from Lu Chun and the others. Su Lin circled behind, raising his bat to strike the zombie's head, but the zombie sensed the danger and turned its head, resulting in the bat hitting its shoulder instead. Aware of Su Lin's presence, the zombie attempted to retaliate, but Jiang Songning seized the opportunity to launch her vines. The zombie, highly alert, grabbed the vines and yanked them forcefully, causing Jiang Songning to stumble. Shin Ihua maneuvered behind the zombie and unleashed his abilities, sending a powerful blow that caused the zombie to shudder and emit a pained howl, allowing Jiang Songning to retract her vines. Enraged, the zombie retaliated with a thunder element attack, which Shin Ihua narrowly dodged. Surprised to discover the zombie wielded lightning abilities, however, the attack lacked potency, and before Shin Ihua could fully comprehend, the zombie unleashed an ice blade. Jiang Songning gasped in astonishment, realizing this was no ordinary creature. It was her first encounter with a dual-element zombie. Shin Ihua barely evaded the strike, and Jiang Songning quickly ensnared the zombie's neck with her vines. Chapter 106. The Peculiar Zombies 2. The zombie staggered back 2 steps, desperately trying to break free from the binding around its neck. Jiang Songning nearly lost her footing, sensing the abnormal strength. Typically, zombies lacked such force. She exerted all her might, yet found herself drawn closer to the zombie. Quickly, she summoned her mental abilities, successfully halting the zombie's movement. Seizing the moment, Shin Ihua aimed for the zombie's head and struck with a wooden projectile. Bang! Instantly, the zombie lost all strength, emitting a wheezing sound before collapsing to the ground. Jiang Songning retracted her vines, only then noticing the deep gashes left on her hands from the vines. She couldn't shake the feeling that this zombie was peculiar, yet she couldn't pinpoint why. Shin Ihua approached and extracted the translucent crystal core from within, rinsing it with water. Now was not the time to examine the crystal core. Another zombie remained unaccounted for. Turning, Jiang Songning spotted Lu Chun and Zhou Lin battling a zombie, while Wang Chao circled behind, leaping to deliver a powerful punch to the zombie's head. Wang Chao, a strength-type ability user, obliterated the zombie's head with a single blow. Jiang Songning quickly dodged to avoid the splattered red substance, narrowly escaping the gruesome sprayed. Su Lin, being astute, distanced himself upon witnessing Wang Chao's action. Shin Ihua stood back, while Lu Qian and Zhou Lin were caught off guard, becoming splattered with the crimson remnants. Nearly retching from the sight, Jiang Songning felt a wave of discomfort and discreetly averted her gaze. Wang Chao appeared oblivious, cheerfully extracting the crystal core, rinsing it with a bottle of water from his backpack before presenting it to Jiang Songning. Jiang Jia here. Jiang Songning accepted the crystal core, retrieving several men's short-sleeved shirts from her storage. You all should change into these. Lu Chun swiftly grabbed a shirt and darted into a nearby shop, while Zhou Lin, unable to tolerate his state, took a shirt and ran off as well. Wang Chao, seeing the excess shirts, grabbed one for himself and followed suit. After the three departed, Shin Ihua handed over the crystal core he had just excavated to Jiang Songning. She regarded him with confusion and he explained, I'll leave it with you for now. Jiang Songning then took the crystal core and said, All right, I'll give it to you when we return. This crystal core is perfectly suited for you. Shin Ihua nodded in agreement, acknowledging that the crystal core indeed matched his abilities. However, Jiang Songning couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss with the zombie they had just encountered, though she was at a loss as to what exactly felt off. In her previous life, she had never encountered a zombie with dual abilities. No, perhaps it was a triple ability zombie, but the creature had already been dealt with, and there was no way to investigate further. She delved into her consciousness to explore the transparent crystal core, but aside from its aesthetic appeal, it revealed no other peculiarities. Once the three of them changed their clothes and emerged, Jiang Songning glanced at her watch. It was already 2 in the morning. There's an office over there. Let us head there to rest for a while. Upon entering the office, Jiang Songning retrieved 6 boxes of self-heating rice from her space. Let us eat something first. Everyone was exhausted, and they quietly finished their meals, feeling significantly better afterward. Liu Chun turned to Wang Chao and asked, "So, how did you end up here? Weren't you supposed to be at the S-City base?" He cast a sidelong glance at Su Lin, adding, "Didn't you return to H-City?" Wang Chao's mood was somewhat subdued, prompting Su Lin to pat his shoulder reassuringly. The group had originally been filled with youthful ambition, eager to carve out a future in the apocalypse, hoping to thrive at the base, but in the end, some had perished while others had departed. The once inseparable brothers, who had shared everything, found themselves on divergent paths. Wang Chao cast a grateful glance at Su Lin before speaking. "After we left the school, we went straight to the base. However, tasks were required to earn points there. Those of us with abilities fared somewhat better. But our classmates without powers really struggled. The base had only recently been established, and order was far from perfect, with conflicts arising among the higher-ups. While the ability users managed, ordinary individuals found life there exceedingly challenging. They were limited to 2 bowls of porridge and a bun each day, leaving many unsatisfied. We thought of them as classmates and occasionally shared some of our food." Upon hearing this, Jiang Songning understood that such a situation would inevitably lead to problems. Wang Chao continued, "Over time, who would willingly support those without abilities? Consequently, tensions began to rise. We initially gathered due to our shared school background. Eventually, Lin Shin and Yunnan grew tired of the discord and formed a new team, taking some members with them. Furthermore, during a mission, we encountered mutated rats, and Chun Xiaohai and Zheng Tao didn't make it out. A few other brothers were also lost, prompting me to disband the team." Jiang Songning had sensed that their group would disband without Su Lin. Wang Chao, though somewhat thoughtless, was loyal to a fault. "So how did you both end up here?" Su Lin adjusted his glasses and replied leisurely, "As you know, my ability is purely supportive, making it impossible for me to return alone. I thought I'd look for others at the base to team up with for the journey back. After searching for a while without success, I had to rely on my healing abilities to trade for some instant noodles and bread." Who would have thought? Su Lin's expression soured as if he had swallowed a fly. Wang Chao couldn't contain his amusement, laughing heartily. "Ha ha ha, Zhang Jie, you wouldn't believe it. This guy, Su Lin, has quite the charm. The son of the base higher-ups, who looks like a pig's head, took a liking to him. If it hadn't been for me, he might have lost his virtue. Ha ha ha." Zhou Lin, who was sipping water, was so startled that he spluttered, coughing, "Cough, cough, sorry, cough, cough." Jiang Songning also burst into laughter. "Pfft. Ha ha ha, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to." Su Lin shrugged in resignation, saying, "It's fine. Laugh if you want." This was directed at Liu Chen. Liu Chen feigned a cough and then comfortingly patted Su Lin's shoulder. "Brother, you've suffered." Jiang Songning laughed even harder. Shenihua didn't find it particularly amusing. Yet seeing Jiang Songning so joyful brought a smile to his face. Zhou Lin intended to speak with Shen Yihua, but turned to find him grinning at Jiang Songning. A chilling thought crossed his mind about the darkness in their hearts, causing him to shudder involuntarily. Wang Chao, recalling the pig-headed figure, laughed even more heartily. After finally managing to suppress her laughter, Jiang Songning looked at Su Lin with sympathy. "So, you two were kicked out of the base?" Su Lin shook his head, letting out a weary sigh. "I didn't control my strength, and that pig-headed guy ended up half-paralyzed and brain-damaged because of me, so we had no choice but to escape." Wang Chao protested, "You can't blame me for that. The base was just established, and I helped rid it of a few ordinary people who were rather unpleasant to look at. Perhaps they should thank me." Jiang Songning gave Wang Chao a thumbs up. "Indeed, you did rid the world of some nuisances. What are your plans moving forward?" Wang Chao looked eagerly at Jiang Songning. "Zhang Jie, do you think I could stick with you guys? Rest assured, if you tell me to go east, I want to venture west. If you tell me to chase a dog, I want to pursue a chicken." Jiang Songning was primarily concerned about Su Lin. Given his healing abilities, she looked at him and asked, "What about you? What are your plans?" Su Lin chuckled self-deprecatingly. "I initially intended to return to find my family, but given the current situation, I can barely protect myself. I'll just take things one step at a time. In that case, why not join us in a city? Once I find my family, I will head to H-City. At that point, we can travel together. Or if you come across someone heading to H-City later, you can leave then." Upon hearing Jiang Songning mention her destination of H-City, Su Lin's mind began to race. Few were headed to H-City, and he realized that if he wanted to return safely, he could not achieve that alone. With Jiang Songning, he might truly make it home. Having made up his mind, Su Lin nodded in agreement. "All right, Then I hope everyone will look out for each other. Lu Chen understood Jiang Soning's intention to recruit Su Lin. Their team was strong, but injuries posed a significant problem in the apocalypse, which afforded no time for recovery. Minor injuries were manageable with the supplies they had, but serious ones could spell doom. Liu Chun stood and extended his hand to Su Lin. Welcome aboard. Wang Chao was elated. He had endured much turmoil since his once spirited beginnings, and now found himself in a formidable team led by Jiang Songning, relieving him of the uncertainty that had plagued him. Jiang Songning regarded the grinning Wang Chao with seriousness. Wang Chao, now that you're part of our team, you must amend those bad habits. We won't tolerate bullying the weak. If I catch you doing so, I won't hesitate to expel you. Wang Chao sheepishly scratched his head, recalling his days of dominance at school. Jiang Jie, you can rest assured. I won't do that again. I just wanted to experience being the boss. Lu Chun, with a teasing smirk, asked, so, did you enjoy it? Wang Chao quickly clasped his hands in a gesture of surrender. Brother Chun, I was wrong. Please let me off. I was momentarily bewitched, thinking I was the chosen one. After everything I've been through, I now realize I'm just a small fry who could be trampled at any moment, I swear. I won't misbehave again. Seeing the sincerity in Wang Chao's eyes, Lu Chun decided not to press further. As long as you understand, you can stay, but if I catch you acting like before, I will personally deal with you. Wang Chao's anxiety finally eased. All right, I accept everyone's supervision. Once their conversation concluded, Shen Yihua spoke up. Now we need to discuss how to leave the mall tomorrow. Upon hearing the serious topic, everyone's demeanor shifted to one of focus. Jiang Songning used her mental energy to survey the situation downstairs. Noting that the stairwell likely housed a significant number of second-tier zombies, making that route impassable, Shen Yihua continued, I've already mapped out the layout of the mall. There are windows on the west side that we can open. If we want to leave, using safety ropes to descend from the windows is the safest option. We can set out in the morning when it won't be exposed to sunlight. The group upstairs was likely restless. Zhou Lin, serving as the president's secretary, was adept at reading people's expressions and had noticed the dissatisfaction and resentment of those who had left. Su Lin thought about his brief interaction with Li Shi. Although it was short, it allowed him to gauge Li Shi's character. Li Shi was astute. He wouldn't let those individuals cause any trouble. Lu Chen yawned, utterly exhausted, and now just wanted to rest. Those upstairs were not a concern, and after a long night, everyone needed a break. Shen Yihua raised his hand to check the time. It was nearly 3 in the morning. You all should rest. Tonight, Zhou Lin and I will keep watch, and we'll set off at 8 tomorrow morning. As soon as Shen Yihua finished speaking, the others collapsed into sleep. Jiang Songning still wanted to venture out to gather some supplies. Brother Huai, I'm going out for a bit. Shen Yihua understood Jiang Songning's abilities and her secret. Although he was unsure of her intentions, he had no grounds to stop her and could only say, be careful, call out if you need anything. Jiang Songning was initially worried Shen Yihua would refuse, but to her surprise, he acquiesced easily, and her smile widened. All right, exiting the office, Jiang Songning hurried to the elevator to examine the mall's layout. The 4th floor they occupied was entirely dedicated to infant products, while the 1st floor housed cosmetics and skincare items, and the 2nd and 3rd floors were filled with adult clothing. The 5th floor serves as an entertainment area, replete with various bubble tea shops, while the 6th floor is entirely occupied by restaurants, and the 7th floor also boasts dining establishments, along with a cinema. Jiang Songning intends to explore the 6th and 7th floors, having no desire to venture to the 2nd and 3rd floors due to the overwhelming presence of zombies. Her reasons are twofold. Firstly, time is of the essence, and secondly, the clothing available in the mall consists solely of summer attire, which she has in abundance within her space, rendering any further collection unnecessary for the time being. After strategizing her plan, she first scoured the 4th floor, collecting all the items from several infant supply stores into her space. Once her search on the 4th floor was complete, she proceeded to the 5th floor. Without disturbing the inhabitants of the 5th floor, she ascended directly to the 6th floor. There, she encountered merely 2 low-tier zombies, which she calmly dispatched using her abilities before entering a nearby restaurant. Within these dining establishments, aside from some rice, flour, legumes, and seasonings that remained usable, everything else had spoiled. Jiang Songning collected all the salvageable items into her space and recalled that her stock of gas canisters was dwindling. Thus, she meticulously searched each restaurant, gathering every gas canister on the 6th floor. Although her space contained an induction cooker, she maintained a preference for the taste of dishes prepared over an open flame. Were it not for the hassle of gathering firewood for a rural stove, she would have cherished the meals cooked in such a manner, a sentiment likely shared by every child raised in the countryside. After completing her search on the 6th floor, she ascended to the 7th floor, where she encountered 3 zombies. After eliminating them, Jiang Songning resumed her looting spree, leaving no corner untouched, evoking tears from even the most avaricious of scavengers. Upon finishing her search on the 7th floor, she noted that only an hour had passed, prompting her to slip into her space. There, she indulged in 2 large meat buns and a bottle of cola before leisurely returning to the 4th floor. Chapter 108. Heartfelt moments. As time inexorably ticked away, an hour had quietly elapsed without Jiang Songning's return. Shen Yihua sat there, his brow furrowed in deep concern, the agitation upon his face becoming increasingly pronounced. Beside him, Zhou Lin observed the unfolding scene with keen interest. Every few minutes, Shen Yihua could not resist glancing at the watch on his wrist, and as time progressed, an oppressive atmosphere began to envelop him, his demeanor growing ever more tense. Witnessing Shen Yihua's state, Zhou Lin felt a surge of curiosity and amusement. With a slight smirk, he teasingly remarked, "Ahua, why do I sense that you are overly concerned about Xiao Ning? This hardly resembles your usual composed self." After delivering his quip, Zhou Lin eagerly watched for Shen Yihua's reaction. Although they had previously shared a superior subordinate relationship before the apocalypse, Zhou Lin had been Shen Yihua's senior in university, and they had maintained a good rapport during their academic years. Thus, in private, they shared a close friendship, unburdened by formalities. Upon hearing Zhou Lin's words, Shen Yihua initially appeared taken aback, slowly lowering the hand that had been poised to check his watch once more. His expression momentarily stiffened, as if Zhou Lin's comment had struck a chord within him. Following this, Shen Yihua fell into a brief contemplation, reflecting on his actions over the past few days. After some introspection, he had to concede that he had indeed been paying an inordinate amount of attention to Jiang Songning. Zhou Lin, noticing this expression on Shen Yihua's face, felt a growing sense of delight. Since he had known Shen Yihua, it seemed that besides family, nothing else had ever captured his attention to such a degree. Now, he awaited the unfolding drama with keen anticipation. From his observations, while Jiang Songning appeared to socialize well with others and exhibited a gracious demeanor, he sensed that she might be even more aloof than Shen Yihua. After all, one's gaze and unguarded actions are often revealing. He perceived a contradiction in Jiang Songning's character, and having heard rumors about the true and false daughters of the He family, he speculated that something must have transpired with her that contributed to this inner conflict. Although Shen Yihua had never been in a romantic relationship, he was well aware of the numerous individuals pursuing him. He understood that his feelings for Jiang Songning were distinct from those he held for other women, yet such feelings alone did not substantiate anything. Perhaps it was simply admiration for her fierce determination when slaying zombies. "Don't jump to conclusions. I merely appreciate capable individuals." Zhou Lin refrained from exposing him, instead responding, "Indeed. Xiao Ning's abilities are indeed formidable." Shen Yihua had little inclination to engage in banter with Zhou Lin, especially as dawn had begun to break outside, yet Jiang Songning had still not returned. After waiting for another half-hour, he could no longer remain seated. Just as he rose to investigate, they heard footsteps approaching from outside. Exchanging glances, they seized their weapons, only to hear a knock at the door. "Who is it? Brother Zhou? It's me." Upon recognizing Jiang Songning's voice, Shen Yihua's heart tightened, and he swiftly opened the door. When Jiang Songning appeared before him, Shen Yihua's gaze swept over her from head to toe, confirming that she was indeed unharmed, allowing the tension within him to ease slightly as he exhaled deeply. Jiang Songning, perceptive as ever, noticed the concern and scrutinizing glance that Shen Yihua directed at her. In response to this situation, she couldn't help but smile. "I didn't encounter any danger. I merely went upstairs to assess the situation outside and to unwind a bit." Shen Yihua gazed at Jiang Songning's beaming face and, seeing her in high spirits, swallowed the words of admonition that had been on the tip of his tongue. After all, he recognized that he had no rightful claim to dictate her freedom of movement. Thus, he softened his tone. "Since you're back, you should rest for a while. Daybreak is approaching." Jiang Songning, taken aback by Shen Yihua's concern, felt a pang of guilt. "I'm sorry, Brother Hua. I didn't mean to worry you." Seeing the young woman so contrite, Shen Yihua's previously heavy heart lightened, and an involuntary smile crept onto his lips. Zhou Lin, feeling that Shen Yihua's demeanor was becoming increasingly unbearable to witness, quietly closed his eyes, pretending to doze off, wishing to avoid the sight of the two. Noticing the time was getting late, Jiang Songning retrieved 2 large meat buns from her space and cheerfully offered them to Shen Yihua. "Please, have a bun." Without further inquiry, Shen Yihua accepted the steaming buns and began to eat. As the others remained asleep, the two enjoyed their meal in silence. With the sun rising and the light growing, it was already 4:30 when the sun began to ascend. Jiang Songning approached the window, observing the throngs of zombies below. A portion of high-tier zombies had begun to wander towards the buildings along the roadside, while low-tier zombies continued to meander aimlessly. As the sun rose, the stench of decay in the air intensified, a situation that would persist until the arrival of the extreme cold. The individuals who had been sleeping gradually awakened, and Jiang Songning produced a box of medicinal liquid for heat relief from her space, offering each person a bottle to stave off the heat. She took a bottle for herself as well, unwilling to risk overheating, as that experience was far from pleasant. By 7 o'clock, she retrieved some bread, milk, and ham from the previous night's scavenging for breakfast. In such weather, bread was the only suitable option. The group, feeling listless from the heat, remained silent, with only Shen Yihua appearing somewhat better, as he continued to gaze out the window, observing the situation below. Seeing that the zombies had dispersed, he instructed, "Everyone, prepare yourselves. We will leave in 10 minutes." Upon hearing this, the group roused themselves. When the time came, they exited the office and approached the window facing west. Those on the upper floors who had been watching them immediately returned to inform their companions. Jiang Songning sensed the gaze of those above, but chose to feign ignorance, as they were merely passing acquaintances. Su Lin also noticed the onlookers and swiftly approached Jiang Songning, whispering, "There are people above watching us." Jiang Songning used her mental powers to scan for any malicious intent, finding none. "It's fine. Let them watch if they wish." Lu Chen also sensed the scrutiny from above, expressing concern. "Brother Hua, should we warn them?" Shen Yihua shook his head. "There's no need. They simply want to follow us. They lack the courage to act against us. They possess wooden rifles, and they are not oblivious to that fact, so they won't be foolish enough to seek their own demise. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so quiet last night." Chapter 109. Brazen Facade. As they spoke, the group approached a nearby window. Jiang Songning produced 2 climbing ropes, which Zhou Lin took, securing one end to a pillar before tossing the rope out the window. They were currently on the 4th floor, approximately 100 meters above ground, with the west side entirely comprised of floor-to-ceiling windows. To exit, they would have to use a small window adjacent to the larger ones. Descending posed a challenge due to the lack of footholds, testing their physical stamina. However, as ability users, they were more than capable, except for Su Lin, who might struggle a bit. Observing the situation below, Jiang Songning knew her descent would be simpler than the others. Even if she encountered an accident, her vines would help mitigate it. "I'll go down first to assist you." Shen Yihua nodded in agreement. "All right, I'll bring up the rear." Jiang Songning retrieved 6 safety harnesses and 6 pairs of gloves from her space, ensuring everyone was equipped before she prepared to descend. Just as she was about to leave, Li Shi approached with her teammates. Upon seeing that they had a means of escape, Li Shi's face lit up with a smile, and she brazenly approached. "Excuse me, I noticed you have climbing ropes. We also wish to leave this place. May we borrow your ropes?" Since the ropes would remain behind after their descent, Shen Yihua didn't mind. "That's fine, but you'll need to wait until we have descended first." Li Shi, seeing Shen Yihua's agreement, allowed her smile to become more genuine. "Of course, I represent our team in thanking you." At that moment, the girl who had exhibited great hostility towards them last night spoke up quietly from the back. "But we don't have safety belts." Though her voice was lowered, several people still heard her. Jiang Songning was not one to be easily swayed. They had already used the ropes, which they could not take with them anyway. However, the girl's insistence on demanding safety belts was unacceptable to her. Jiang Songning was no fool. How could she possibly provide safety belts to strangers who posed a threat to her team? Noticing the change in Shen Yihua and the others' expressions, Li Shi turned around to reprimand the girl. "Lu Pan, be quiet." Lu Pan, chastised, immediately flared up. "I didn't say anything wrong. It's dangerous to go down without safety belts. If we fall, we could be seriously injured or worse. They don't lack these things. So what's the harm in giving us 2 sets?" Lu Pan's words echoed the thoughts of the others, prompting a murmur of agreement. Li Shi, seemingly infuriated, gasped, "How can you be so ungrateful? It's already generous of them to give us climbing ropes. Outside, there are zombies everywhere. It's hard enough to survive as it is. We should be helping each other, having endured so much just to stay alive. How can you demand more from others? Li Shi's words reminded them of their past struggles, further breeding resentment towards Jiang Songning and her companions. Indeed, they had fought hard for survival. What if they fell? A mere scrape could be manageable, but a broken limb would mean waiting for death. The emotions of the crowd were firmly in Li Shi's grasp. At that moment, a frail boy stepped forward. Miss Jiang, we're all injured to some extent. Could we possibly have 2 safety belts? Others nodded in agreement. Yes, this is the apocalypse. We should help each other, or humanity will eventually perish. It's just safety belts. Why are they being so stingy? If it were me, I would have given them away already. Jiang Songning was nearly driven to laughter by their shamelessness. The safety belts were something they had risked their lives to acquire. Why should she be obliged to give them away? She wasn't their mother, responsible for their lives. Seeing Jiang Songning's resolute stance, Lu Pan began to resort to moral coercion. How can you be so cold-hearted? Aren't we all in this together? Shouldn't we help each other in times of difficulty? Lu Chun, unwilling to waste any more time with them, turned to Li Shi. I have no interest in your little schemes. You'd best keep your people in line. If anyone speaks out again, don't blame me for being rude. With that, he brandished a wooden gun in front of them. Wang Chao followed suit, flexing his arm muscles in a clear warning. Anyone who continued to complain would face the consequences. Upon seeing the wooden guns, Li Shi realized they were not to be trifled with. He had merely intended to test the waters. Acquiring the safety belts would be a bonus, but losing nothing was equally acceptable. The opposing group, witnessing the wooden guns in everyone's hands, fell silent. Li Shi, feeling frustrated, looked at Lu Chun. Brother, I apologize on behalf of everyone. They've just been injured and aren't thinking clearly. I will keep them in check. Heh, you all carry on. He then turned to scold Lu Pan. Lu Pan, if you cause any more trouble, you'll leave the team. Although Lu Pan was seething inside, she dared not say more, fearing the wooden guns in their hands and the possibility of being expelled from the group. Jiang Songning couldn't help but disdain Li Shi silently. Lu Pan was merely a tool in his hands, and he could manipulate her as he wished. Seeing that the others had grown quiet, Jiang Songning made her way to the window, assessing the distance below before climbing out. Shen Yihui approached to check her safety belt, and upon confirming it was secure, he said, "Be careful." Jiang Songning offered him a reassuring glance before grasping the climbing rope and beginning her descent. The glass walls made it challenging to find footholds, so she initially planned to move slowly. However, time was of the essence. The heat outside was becoming stifling, and she feared they might all suffer from heat exhaustion. After glancing around, she spotted a drainage pipe to her right and assessed the distance to the ground. She was on the 3rd floor, a manageable height. Using vines to secure herself to the drainage pipe, she leveraged their strength to descend more quickly. The fixed metal pieces on the pipe provided footholds, allowing her to reach the ground in under 2 minutes. Once on the ground, Shen Yihui breathed a sigh of relief. Next was Lu Chun, who, more impatient, slid down the rope directly. Despite wearing gloves, his hands were scraped, blood welling up from his palms. Jiang Songning winced at the sight. Lu Chun was indeed a tough character. In truth, Lu Chun was simply overwhelmed by the heat and had lost his patience. He had intended to descend slowly, but a slip forced him to go with the flow. However, he felt embarrassed to admit such a humiliating mistake. Seeing Lu Chun's courage inspired the others, who followed suit and slid down as well. Lu Chun could only smile awkwardly. They were all tough individuals. As each person descended, their hands became bruised, but Su Lin soon stepped forward. And within moments, everyone's hands were back to normal. Chapter 110. Back at the small villa after Shen Yihui descended, everyone had treated their injuries. Let's go. In the brief time they had spent, Jiang Songning was already drenched in sweat, and the others were no better off. They retrieved several bottles of ice water from their supplies, and after drinking, they felt somewhat rejuvenated. As they made their way from the west side to the parking lot, Jiang Songning's exposed skin had already turned a bright red from the sun, and even breathing became difficult. Once they got into the car, she pulled out some heat relief medicine from her supplies and distributed it. Zhou Lin quickly started the vehicle and turned on the air conditioning, which provided some relief as the cool air began to circulate. The streets were eerily quiet, devoid of the chaos caused by zombies just the night before. Their journey home was smooth, and as they approached Hisun's building, Jiang Songning used her abilities to scan the area and confirmed that they had not yet left. She planned to return later that night to see if they could acquire their supplies. Upon returning to the small villa, Fang Jinyuan and the others awaited them in the living room. Seeing their car, Wei Zhe excitedly opened the door. Zhou Lin parked the car, and everyone hurried back inside. Wei Zhe, surprised to see Wang Chao and Su Lin, exclaimed, "What are you doing here?" Wang Chao strode over and playfully punched Wei Zhe. Surprised? Unexpected? More like shocked. Honestly, how did you end up here? Wang Chao recounted the events that had transpired since they had parted ways, causing Wei Zhe to thump his chest in frustration while cursing. Jiang Songning, utterly exhausted and reeking of sweat, exchanged a brief greeting with Fang Jinyuan, instructing him to take care of the two before heading upstairs. After locking the door, she entered her space, immediately taking a shower, washing her hair, and changing into fresh clothes, which provided her with considerable relief. The space was comfortably cool, and after eating a little, she waited for her hair to dry before collapsing into bed. She enjoyed a deep sleep until she naturally awoke, realizing it was already 8 o'clock. After washing her face, she headed downstairs. Upon reaching the living room, she found only Shin Yihui, who was engrossed in a map. Seemingly lost in thought, that a faint sound of footsteps caught his attention, and instinctively, he looked up, his gaze locking with Jiang Songning's as she approached. In that instant, time seemed to freeze. Jiang Songning found herself captivated by his calm, deep-set black eyes, reminiscent of a tranquil pool, devoid of any ripples. Those eyes were profound and dark, akin to the brightest stars against the night sky, yet they exuded an irresistible allure. Jiang Songning's heart skipped a beat, leaving her momentarily paralyzed as if under a spell. In that fleeting moment, she felt an overwhelming urge to lose herself in those eyes, unable to extricate herself from their depths. Everything around her blurred, leaving only Shin Yihui's figure and his gaze vividly etched in her memory. Shin Yihui appeared to be amused by Jiang Songning's reaction, and a smile broke across his face. Hearing his laughter snapped Jiang Songning back to reality, and she feigned a cough to mask her embarrassment. "Why are you here all alone? Aren't they resting? Shouldn't they sleep a bit longer?" "I've had enough rest. Have you eaten dinner yet?" Shin Yihui nodded. "I saved some food for you in the kitchen. It's still warm. Go eat." "You cooked?" Jiang Songning blurted out, only to realize that they weren't that familiar. To her surprise, Shin Yihui nodded. "I made something simple. You can try it and see how it tastes." Upon entering the kitchen, Jiang Songning discovered a plate of vegetables and a plate of beef with green peppers on the counter. The dishes had cooled and didn't look particularly appealing. She picked up her chopsticks and sampled a piece of beef. The moment she tasted it, the fragrant combination of beef and green peppers delighted her palate, opening her appetite. She hadn't expected Shin Yihui to possess such culinary skills. The flavors rivaled those of meals she'd had at 5-star hotels. She finished both dishes completely. After eating, Jiang Songning couldn't help but let out a satisfied burp. After tidying up the kitchen, she stepped out to find Shin Yihui still studying the map in his hands. "Huaigu, I need to step out for a bit. Don't wait for me if you have something to do." Shin Yihui lifted his head, furrowing his brow as he gazed at Jiang Songning. "It's about to get dark. Where are you headed?" "I shall accompany you." Jiang Songning shook her head in refusal. "No need for that. I'm just going to check on He-sun and the others. I won't be far, and will return shortly." With that, she stepped outside. The small villa was not far from where He-sun and the others were. Jiang Songning retrieved a small electric scooter from her storage space. This hour, the heat had subsided, and the sky was still bright. The zombies had yet to emerge. Upon arrival, after storing the vehicle back in her space, Jiang Songning first used her abilities to sense the surroundings and confirmed that there were still 8 people inside. He-sun and his group had not yet ventured out. She skillfully used vines to scale the wall and slipped into the garden. This house was slightly smaller than the villa they resided in, but the layout was quite similar. Utilizing her powers, she explored the positions of the individuals inside and discovered that all 8 were gathered in the living room on the 1st floor. She circumnavigated the living room and sought out an empty room on the 2nd floor, climbing up with the aid of her vines. She moved with utmost caution. Upon exiting the room, she noticed 3 additional rooms on the 2nd floor. The doors were unlocked, but apart from a few changes of clothing, there was nothing else of significance. After thoroughly searching the 2nd floor without yielding any results, it appeared their supplies were likely stored on the 1st floor. Perhaps He-sun had not managed to acquire the space that belonged to her. After all, fate had compensated her with another, as she was the protagonist. Just as she contemplated descending, she overheard He Chin's voice rising from below. Jin Feng, weren't you supposed to make a bowl of mung bean soup for Cindy? Why is it not ready yet? Upon hearing the commotion, Jiang Songning stealthily approached the staircase and, using the wall as cover, peered down. In the living room, only 6 individuals were present. He Nanchong and Wu Meixiao were absent. Jiang Songning sensed with her abilities and deduced they were likely resting in a room on the first floor. Jin Feng clenched her fists tightly, her eyes reddened with grievance as she regarded the pitiful He Cini and the disdainful gazes from everyone else. Considering the extreme weather outside and the looming threat of zombies, she could only swallow her frustration. She continually reminded herself not to act impulsively. Until she encountered a new team, she must remain restrained. She forced a smile. I apologize, but there's no water in the kitchen. He Chin looked at Jin Feng with disdain. You didn't think to ask Qinbo? How can you be so thoughtless? Jin Feng nearly burst into tears. At that moment, He Chin stepped in to mediate. All right, Jin Feng didn't mean it. Qinbo, fetch a jug of water for Jin Feng. As He Chin finished speaking, Jiang Songning saw Qinbo conjure a bottle of water from thin air and hand it to Jin Feng. He then looked at He Cini with concern. Cini, just hang in there a bit longer. Soon you'll have your mung bean soup. He Cini gazed at Jin Feng with a fragile demeanor. Jin Feng? I'm sorry, my second brother was just a bit harsh earlier. Please don't hold it against him. It's all my fault. I thought the weather was too hot, and that mung bean soup would help cool us down, so I asked you to make some. Please don't misunderstand my second brother. Upon hearing He Cini's apology, the others became anxious. Cini, it's not your fault. It's her own foolishness for not knowing to ask. He Sun gently ruffled He Cini's hair. Exactly. You're only trying to help us. Chu Xian, filled with sympathy, silently offered her a handkerchief to wipe away her tears. Ultimately, Jin Feng silently carried the water into the kitchen. Jiang Songning couldn't help but think of her past self upon seeing Jin Feng, yet she felt no pity for her in her previous life. Jin Feng hadn't treated her as a mere laborer like the He family had. However, she was still a beneficiary, relishing the fruits of her labor while uttering ambiguous words that trampled on her dignity. As a close friend of He Cini, she needed only to observe the drama unfold. Now, it was her turn to bear the brunt of such treatment, a fitting consequence for her past actions. After Jin Feng departed, Chunbo produced a piece of chocolate from his storage and presented it to He Cini like a treasure, causing her to smile through her tears. Jiang Songning understood then that fate would not allow He Cini to go hungry. Chunbo, who had not appeared in her previous life, was evidently now a devoted admirer of He Cini. A thought flitted through Jiang Songning's mind, wondering if Chunbo could be disposed of, but she quickly dismissed it. If Chunbo were gone, fate might compensate He Cini in unforeseen ways. She couldn't act recklessly. Finding it impossible to procure their supplies, Jiang Songning quietly returned to the room she had previously occupied. She stepped out onto the balcony and observed that this house was isolated, with no other buildings within a 500-meter radius. Since she could not acquire their resources, she decided to destroy their temporary residence instead, while also collecting some interest. She retrieved a lighter from her storage and ignited the curtains in the room. Given the current weather, the curtains caught fire rapidly. Jiang Songning descended using her vines and swiftly concealed herself behind a rockery. This vantage point allowed her to observe the unfolding scene while remaining undetected. Even if someone sensed her presence, she could easily retreat into her storage. As the flames on the second floor intensified, the occupants on the first floor began to notice the thickening smoke. He Chin couldn't contain his expletives. Damn it, run. It's on fire. As He Chin turned to usher He Cini away, he saw He Sun and Chu Xian already shielding He Cini as they bolted out the door. Realizing what was happening, he followed suit. Jin Feng, sensing something amiss, also dashed out. Terrified, He Cini trembled and cried as she flung herself into Chu Xian's embrace. Woo-woo, brother Xian. I'm so scared. The men, witnessing her fright, were filled with concern. Cini, don't be afraid. Your brother is here. I won't let anything harm you. That's right. Cini, Brother Bo will protect you too. Come, let me comfort you. He Cini, with red-rimmed eyes, looked at the several men encircling her. Emerging from Chu Xian's embrace, she donned a resolute expression. Yes, Cini is not afraid. With my brothers protecting me, I fear nothing. Hiding behind the rockery, Jiang Songning nearly retched at the nauseating scene. Although she had witnessed similar spectacles countless times before, she still could not acclimate to it. As the fire grew fiercer, He soon suddenly remembered. Where are our parents? He shouted at He-chun, startled by the outburst, realized their parents were still inside. The two rushed back toward the house. Jiang Songning, seeing them depart, donned a malicious smile. The sky had darkened, and zombies were beginning to emerge in the vicinity. Jiang Songning slipped into her storage space and swiftly retrieved 2 chickens from the fence. Observing the struggling birds, she felt uncertain about how to proceed. Yet time was of the essence. She bound the chickens with vines and unsheathed a dagger, slicing at their necks. She did not hold back. And the neck was nearly severed. Blood gushed forth, splattering everywhere. In a flurry, she grabbed a basin to catch the blood. After one chicken, blood was everywhere. Seeing the first chicken drained, she tied up another and was more cautious this time. Ensuring no blood escaped. The blood was scant, so she proceeded to bind a large goose and dispatched it in the same manner. After slaying 2 geese, Jiang Songning had become adept at butchering livestock. Not satisfied with the amount of blood, she also killed 2 ducks. Only when the basin was full did she cease her efforts. With the blood prepared, she emerged from her storage once more. He-sun and He-chun had successfully rescued He-nan Chong and Wu Meixia, both of whom appeared disheveled, with Wu Meixia no longer resembling the elegant lady she once was. He-nan Chong seemed to have sustained injuries, and He-sin was using her abilities to heal him. Everyone's attention was focused on He-sin, which provided Jiang Songning with the perfect opportunity. She stealthily approached the wall, taking advantage of the darkness to scale it. She then sprinkled the chicken blood along the perimeter of the wall and at the entrance. Once finished, she retrieved her electric scooter and hastily departed the scene, as the surrounding zombies were already drawn to the scent of blood, howling as they approached. Tonight would certainly be a challenging one for them. Jiang Songning returned to the villa with a sense of satisfaction, completely unaware that a pair of eyes were observing her retreating figure with a mixture of disbelief. Shin Yihua had originally intended to check on her since she had been gone for quite some time, but upon seeing thick smoke billowing from the direction of the He family's residence, he immediately ran toward it. As he neared, he spotted Jiang Songning's figure, agilely and stealthily climbing over the wall. He had intended to call out to her, but saw her fiddling with something at the wall. Fearing to alert the He family, he opted to wait nearby. However, within a minute, zombies began to swarm toward the house. Jiang Songning quickly hopped onto her scooter and sped away, leaving Shin Yihua without a chance to call out to her. As more zombies emerged, he had to deal with a few nearby before racing back to the villa. Fortunately, due to Jiang Songning's actions, the zombies paid him little attention, allowing him to leave safely. By the time Jiang Songning returned, everyone was awake, and the aroma of food wafted from the kitchen. Wang Chao noticed her return and inquired, "Sister Jiang, why have you come back from outside?" Jiang Songning fabricated an excuse, saying she had gone out to collect some crystal cores. Chapter 112. Daily Life. Wang Chao admired Jiang Songning even more, exclaiming, "Sister Jiang, your resolve is truly commendable. I shall learn from you in the future. You're already so formidable, yet you still venture out to slay zombies and gather crystal cores. Next time you go out, could you take me along?" Su Lin couldn't help but twitch his lips. Only this fool would believe Jiang Songning's flimsy excuse. Jiang Songning smiled and nodded. "All right, after we finish our meal, we shall venture out. We must prepare to depart in the next couple of days. And it would be prudent to gather more crystal cores." Wei Zhe had been recuperating indoors and was quite restless. Once Su Lin had tended to his injuries, he was eager to wreak havoc outside. "Sister Jiang, I wish to join as well, for my supply of crystal cores is dwindling." "Very well. All who wish to accompany us may do so. For now, we need not gather supplies, but rather focus on amassing crystal cores." After a while, Shin Yihua returned from outside. "Brother Huai, what have you been up to?" Everyone had assumed that Shin Yihua was resting in his room, so Wei Zhe casually inquired upon seeing him return. "Just collecting a few crystal cores," Shin Yihua offered a vague excuse. Jiang Songning was rendered speechless. It was evident that he had not been out merely for collection. Wang Chao exclaimed, "Brother Huai, your awareness rivals that of Sister Jiang." Shin Yihua was oblivious to Wang Chao's comments, simply nodding before retreating to his room. Once everyone had dined, Jiang Songning produced 2 third-tier crystal cores collected the previous night. "Senior Fong, this ice-type ability crystal core is for you. And this one belongs to Brother Huai." Fong Jingyuan solemnly accepted the crystal core, raising his gaze to survey everyone, his eyes filled with heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you all. I truly appreciate this. This crystal core will greatly aid in my advancement." though I must admit I did not contribute this time. However, rest assured, should we encounter suitable crystal cores in the future, I shall go through fire and water to secure them, ensuring that each member of our team can swiftly upgrade and grow stronger. Fang Jinyuan declared with steadfast conviction. Zhou Lin, standing nearby, smiled and waved his hand, reassuring him. Ah Yuan, do not say such things, we are teammates now, and in this perilous apocalypse, we must support and assist one another to survive. Just like the crystal core I used to upgrade, it was only through our collective efforts that I obtained it. Therefore, there is no need to overly concern ourselves with who contributed more or less. As long as we unite in purpose and strength, I firmly believe we can go further together, perhaps even find a sanctuary and hope that belongs to us. Upon hearing Zhou Lin's words, the others nodded in agreement. In that moment, a warm and powerful force flowed between them, illuminating the surrounding cold and desolate world. Even Su Lin seemed to shake off his prior confusion and despondency, his eyes suddenly shining with an unprecedented glimmer of hope, akin to witnessing the dawn after a long period of darkness, rejuvenating him with newfound vitality. A smile also graced Jiang Songning's face. Having previously felt like an outsider, she now considered herself fortunate to have encountered such teammates. Perhaps they could truly survive in this cannibalistic apocalypse. Regardless of what the future held, their hearts were united in a singular goal. Each of them pure in intent, devoid of ulterior motives. Such a team could endure the trials ahead. Wang Chao, filled with excitement, stood up and declared, "All right, from now on, everyone here is part of my Wang Chao family. Should you encounter any difficulties, seek me out. I will not hesitate to assist." As soon as Wang Chao finished speaking, the previously serious atmosphere shattered, and laughter erupted. Wei Zhe nearly shed tears from mirth. "Wang Chao, have you been watching too many live streams? Haha." Embarrassed, Wang Chao scratched his head. I did some streaming part-time before the apocalypse. I'm just used to it." With that demeanor, "Do you really think anyone would watch your streams?" Wang Chao immediately bristled, casting a proud look at Wei Zhe. "Hey, don't underestimate me. I have hundreds of fans online, and dozens tune in to watch my streams every day, if not for the apocalypse. I might have become a major influencer with tens of thousands of followers by now." Wei Zhe, too, began to boast. "Little Master here has also reached over 10,000 followers without even streaming. Any random video of mine gets thousands of likes." Song Hao chimed in. "Those luxury cars and mansions you flaunt online weren't for nothing." At his remark, Wei Zhe felt a chill run down his spine. He turned his head, only to find Shen Yihua gazing at him with an icy stare, evoking memories of fear from past encounters with Shen Yihua. He quietly stepped back 2 paces, hiding behind Jiang Songning, feigning ignorance of the situation. Noticing Wei Zhe's sudden silence and his attempt to hide, Jiang Songning turned to see Shen Yihua's cold gaze fixed upon him. Stifling a laugh, she intervened. "All right, enough of your banter. Senior Fang and Brother Huai are leveling up tonight. We happen to be nearby to collect some crystal cores. You all go gather the cores, and I will stay behind to guard the house." With Zhou Lin keeping watch, everyone felt reassured. As they prepared to split into 2 groups, Hu Kersen rushed over. "Songning, wait for me." Jiang Songning looked at Hu Kersen, puzzled. "What is it?" Hu Kersen's face flushed crimson as she shyly spoke. "Songning, I also want to go out and hunt zombies. Can you take me along?" Jiang Songning considered that they would remain close to the small villa, with most zombies having flocked towards Hisun and the others, thus deeming it relatively safe. She nodded in agreement. "All right, then you can follow me." Upon hearing Jiang Songning's approval, Hu Kersen beamed with a sweet smile. "Thank you, Songning." Jiang Songning was impressed by Hu Kersen's willingness to take that step. She had initially thought that Hu Kersen would rely on Fang Jinyuan for protection until they reached the A city base. "Do you have a suitable weapon?" "I do." Hu Kersen produced a machete, waving it before Jiang Songning. "Good, then let us set off." Fang Jinyuan observed this scene with a sense of satisfaction, pleased to see the young girl growing up. Qiu Yuxian had not anticipated that the seemingly useless Hu Kersen would wish to accompany them. Internally cursing Hu Kersen's foolishness, she herself did not want to venture into danger. However, if Hu Kersen was going, how could she remain behind in the villa? She had been busy in the kitchen every day, almost transforming into a tired old woman, and had only just managed to gain the acceptance of the group. She had yet to win over Shen Yihua, and these individuals held no respect for her, never consulting her opinions on matters. Chapter 113. Qiu Yuxian's schemes. She could only diligently prepare meals to earn their favor, Yet they remained ungrateful, and Shen Yihua treated her with cold indifference, refusing to utter a single word to her. With Hu Kersen under Fang Jingyuan's protection, what did she have? Nothing at all. Now that Hu Kersen wanted to go out and kill zombies, a perilous endeavor, she had no desire to participate, but reality did not permit her to abstain. As she watched the group prepare to leave, Qiu Yuxian had no choice but to follow suit. Kersen, wait for me. I'm coming with you. Seeing Qiu Yuxian tag along, Wei Zhe felt a surge of impatience. This woman was tolerable when she kept to herself, but she often feigned a victim's demeanor in front of everyone. The rest of the males found it difficult to say anything, and they supported her because she helped with cooking, which was a fair exchange. Yet, she was never satisfied, constantly making vague remarks that subtly undermined Jiang Songning in front of others. Though she never said anything overtly offensive, they weren't fools and simply chose not to engage with her. As long as she did not cause trouble, they had no qualms about keeping her around, but her petty schemes were exceedingly irritating. Miss Qiu, given your timid nature, it would be wiser for you to remain in the villa and help prepare a late-night meal for everyone. Wei Zhe remarked, his words rather blunt, clearly indicating that she would be a hindrance to the group. Jiang Songning recognized that Wei Zhe often spoke without a filter, yet he never treated his own people so rudely. Naturally, her sympathies lay with Wei Zhe, though she was puzzled as to what Qiu Yuxian had done to provoke such a response. Feeling humiliated, Qiu Yuxian recalled that this was not the first time Wei Zhe had spoken to her so rudely. She had previously been quite popular among the boys. Why did it seem that everyone disliked her in front of this group? It appeared that everyone favored Jiang Songning, and she believed herself to be no less than Jiang Songning. Reflecting on Shen Yihua's recent attitude towards Jiang Songning, a realization struck her. Perhaps Jiang Songning was also interested in Shen Yihua. With this thought, Qiu Yuxian felt she had uncovered a truth. They had known each other longer, hence their preference for Jiang Songning. They feared she would take Shen Yihua away, so they all conspired to aid Jiang Songning against her. This made sense to Qiu Yuxian, who sensed a crisis and felt compelled to act. She raised her head, her eyes brimming with tears, and choked out, Songning, you needn't be so antagonistic towards me. At this point, she was nearly sobbing, casting a desperate glance towards Shen Yihua, who sat on the sofa. Shen Yihua didn't even spare her a glance. He found Jiang Songning's bewildered expression increasingly endearing. Jiang Songning was perplexed as to how she had become embroiled in this situation, feeling utterly bewildered. She cast a questioning look at Wei Zhe, seeking clarity on the unfolding events. Wei Zhe was equally confused about how they had reached this point. Wang Chao, observing Jiang Songning, queried, Sister Jiang, do you disapprove of her? Seeing that Shen Yihua was ignoring her entirely and the others displayed no reaction to her tears, Qiu Yuxian initially believed no one would come to her aid. To her surprise, Wang Chao spoke up in her defense, and she felt a flicker of hope. It seemed that someone still appreciated her. However, before she could continue her pitiful act, Wang Chao added, should I toss her out to feed the zombies? I'm quite adept at that. It's just a matter of one kick. Qiu Yuxian was taken aback by Wang Chao's words, her expression contorting for a moment before she quickly reverted to a look of utter despair. Lu Qian and the others were at a loss, their minds wandering to unknown thoughts, unable to suppress their laughter. Only Hu Kersen appeared utterly bewildered. She could not comprehend what Qiu Yuxian was saying. Yuxian, what do you mean? How could Songning target you? She hasn't said a word. Qiu Yuxian cursed Hu Kersen countless times in her heart, but she managed to maintain her composure. She still needed Hu Kersen to deal with Jiang Songning. Kersen, I'm also a member of the team, and I wish to assist, but Jiang Songning was not one to be underestimated. Despite everyone's support, she had no intention of accepting the blame. Approaching Qiu Yuxian with a cold glare, she inquired, Miss Qiu, may I ask how I have targeted you? Qiu Yuxian felt a twinge of guilt, yet remembering her rivalry with Shen Yihua, she insisted, Songning, I merely wish to help gather crystal cores. Why won't you let me go? Isn't that targeting me? Wei Zhe, unable to contain his frustration, interjected, Hey, are you out of your mind? Don't you know your own worth? Help, do you have that capability? And it's me who won't let you go. Why are you blaming Jiang Jia? Hu Kersen nodded in agreement. Exactly, Yuxian, your ability only stimulates plant growth, and you're not strong. It would be dangerous for you to go out. Besides, Songning isn't targeting you. Are you perhaps misunderstanding? Qiu Yuxian looked feebly at the enraged Wei Zhe. Everyone knows you and Songning are close. What you say is her intention. Wei Zhe was left momentarily speechless in his anger. Lu Chun, wishing to avoid conflict with the girls, felt compelled to step in. Miss Chiu, you might be mistaken. Each member of our team has their own thoughts. No one statement can represent another's perspective. Recognizing that her words had been somewhat unreasonable, Chiu Yuesian fell silent under the impatient gazes of her peers. Feeling isolated and unsupported, tears began to flow unceremoniously from her eyes, utterly devoid of her earlier composure. Jiang Songning wished to maintain the team's atmosphere. Miss Chiu, you must have noticed that our team has always been united and harmonious. I'm unsure of your intentions, but I must warn you. If you continue to stir trouble, I will not hesitate to have you removed. I believe the others will support my decision. For the sake of your recent efforts in cooking for us, I will overlook this matter, but I advise you to reflect on your actions. Jiang Songning's words struck Chiu Yuesian like a thunderclap, snapping her back to reality. She realized she had been overly hasty. If expelled from the team, her survival would be in jeopardy. Regret washed over her as she acknowledged her impulsive behavior. Songning, I'm sorry. I misunderstood you. That I have felt useless and envious of your abilities. Although we share the same wood element powers, you can combat zombies and gather supplies while I can only stimulate the growth of vegetables and fruits. I was overly ambitious. Rest assured, I will not entertain such thoughts again. With a bitter smile, she shook her head, as if to dismiss the earlier incident as mere misunderstanding. Jiang Songning had witnessed such antics from Chiu Yuesian countless times in her previous life. She believed her performance was impeccable, but her eyes betrayed her intentions. Compared to Hisini, Chiu Yuesian's tactics were significantly lacking. Chapter 114. The change in Hu Kursin, however, Jiang Songning had no intention of expelling Chiu Yuesian, as she was a good friend of Hu Kursin, who would surely defend her. Fang Jingyuan was always fair. If she raised the issue, he would undoubtedly comply. Yet, she feared that this matter might jeopardize Fang Jingyuan and Hu Kursin's relationship, making her the culprit. She did not wish to cause discord between them over trivial matters, only to have them blame her later. Moreover, there was another crucial reason. Despite Chiu Yuesian's lack of combat ability, she contributed by cooking. Jiang Songning did not want to return to a life of instant noodles, nor did she wish to cook herself. The team provided for her and ensured her safety. Her cooking was a form of reciprocation, a fair exchange where no one owed anyone anything. Miss Chiu, it's good that you've come to your senses. Your daily contributions in cooking for everyone are valuable. It is getting late. We must head out to gather crystal cores. With that, she gestured for the others to proceed. As Chiu Yuesian watched Jiang Songning's departing figure, she clenched her fists tightly, believing she had concealed her true feelings well. Zhou Lin, unable to suppress a shake of his head, turned to see Shin Yihuai preparing to leave and hurriedly followed. Yihuai Gu, I'm sorry. It's all my fault for overthinking. I've seen how hard you all work to gather supplies, and I just wanted to help. I care about you. With that, she shyly lowered her gaze, her cheeks instantly flushed. Shin Yue abruptly halted, his tall and imposing figure resembling an immovable mountain. His handsome yet expressionless face was like ancient ice, coldly scrutinizing Chiu Yuesian before him. When he spoke, his words were as frigid and resolute as a razor-sharp blade, piercing directly into Chiu Yuesian's heart. If you ever use your petty tricks on her again, I won't hesitate to end your life personally. His words struck Chiu Yuesian like a bucket of icy water, leaving her momentarily paralyzed as a chilling sensation surged from her feet to her head, causing her blood to feel as though it had frozen. All this time, Chiu Yuesian had prided herself on her cunning ways with men, believing that those surrounding her were mere pawns in her game, unaware of her true nature. Yet at this moment, confronted by Shin Yihuai's penetrating gaze, she realized that he had seen through all her ruses. When she mustered the courage to meet his eyes, a single glance was enough to make her tremble uncontrollably. In Shin Yihuai's deep, ocean-like eyes, she clearly perceived a profound murderous intent. This intent was not mere bravado. It was palpable enough to send chills down her spine, as if he would unflinchingly take her life at any moment. Doubts flooded Chiu Yuesian's mind. Had she truly miscalculated? Was Shin Yihuai someone she could manipulate? Unperturbed by Chiu Yuesian's thoughts, Shin Yihuai simply turned and exited the living room. Chiu Yuesian was left reeling from the impact of the encounter, standing in place for a long while before regaining her senses. Upon lifting her head, she found Zhou Lin regarding her with the bemusement reserved for a jester. and she felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her before she fled to her room in tears. Jiang Songning paid no heed to Qiu Yuxian, and upon exiting the small villa, she found her mind preoccupied with other matters. Most of the zombies at the entrance had been lured away, leaving only a few dozen along the roadside. Upon seeing the approaching zombies, Hu Kersen trembled in fear. "Songning, I'm a bit scared." "It's all right. Just stay behind me. First, watch how we deal with the zombies. Then you can learn at your own pace." Jiang Songning refrained from using her powers, opting instead to draw a tang knife from her space and swiftly struck at the nearest zombie. Hu Kersen steadied her nerves, striving to quell her fear. When she witnessed Jiang Songning effortlessly dispatching the terrifying creatures, she felt her own fear begin to dissipate as the zombies fell before her. She tightened her grip on the knife, eager to try her hand at it, yet courage eluded her. While Jiang Songning was engaged in combat, she kept an eye on Hu Kersen, noticing her eagerness. She used vines to ensnare a zombie and dragged it before Hu Kersen. "Give it a try." Hu Kersen's eyes widened in terror as she beheld the bound zombie, its grotesque visage twisted in rage, thrashing about and attempting to bite her neck. The horrifying sight extinguished her newfound courage, replacing it with a profound sense of despair. At that moment, her legs felt weak, nearly buckling beneath her, and she instinctively began to retreat. Yet recalling Fang Jinyuan's encouragement, she did not wish to remain forever under his protection. She turned to Jiang Songning, her gaze filled with desperation and pleading, her voice trembling as she asked, Can I really do this?" Jiang Songning's expression was resolute as she regarded Hu Kersen, her eyes brimming with trust and encouragement. She nodded slightly, her tone steady and powerful. "Believe in yourself. You are an ability user. You can definitely do it. Now, just bravely lift your hand. Grip that knife tightly, and with all your might, strike down on that wretched creature's head." Hu Kersen, invigorated by Jiang Songning's motivational words, felt a spark of determination reignite within her. Taking a deep breath, she fought against her inner trepidation, her gaze slowly returning to Jiang Songning's encouraging eyes. For some reason, as she gazed into those eyes, an invisible force seemed to flow into her, bestowing upon her the courage needed to confront the fearsome foe before her. Finally, Hu Kersen cast aside her hesitation. Trembling, she raised her arm and summoned all her strength to firmly grasp the heavy knife in her hand. As she moved, the machete traced an arc through the air, glinting with a cold light as it sliced directly towards the zombie's head. Time seemed to freeze for 2 seconds, and when Hu Kersen opened her eyes again, she beheld the grotesque visage of the zombie before her, now utterly motionless in disbelief. She gazed at her own hands, exclaiming, "I did it, Songning, I truly did it." Jiang Songning retracted the vines, casting a look of admiration at Hu Kersen. "Yes, congratulations." Hu Kersen, filled with excitement, embraced Jiang Songning, saying, "Songning, thank you. If it weren't for you, I would have never taken this step." Last night, Fang Jingyuan had also taken her out, but she could only hide behind him, too afraid to make a move, knowing he would always protect her, rendering her incapable of action. Today, she had finally stepped beyond that threshold. Chapter 115. On-site CP pairing Jiang Songning stiffened slightly. She was unaccustomed to such intimacy from others. However, the excitement radiating from the girl softened her heart, prompting her to pat Hu Kersen's back. "All right, another zombie is approaching. Give it another try." Only then did Hu Kersen shyly release Jiang Songning. "Okay." Jiang Songning once more ensnared the zombie with her vines, while Hu Kersen raised her hand to dispatch the zombie before her, then, suppressing her nausea, extracted the crystal core from the zombie's brain. They repeated this several times, and at last, Hu Kersen overcame her inner dread. With her bright, shimmering eyes fixed on Jiang Songning, she declared, "Songning, I want to try it myself." Jiang Songning nodded. "All right, I'll be right behind you. Don't be afraid." Hu Kersen stepped forward, watching as a zombie lunged toward her. She took a deep breath, sidestepped, and swung her blade at the creature. The strike only grazed the zombie's arm, and it, sensing the disturbance, roared and pivoted to pounce on Hu Kersen, just as it seemed Hu Kersen would be overwhelmed. Jiang Songning raised her hand to bind the zombie, allowing Hu Kersen to retreat a few steps before she sent forth the vines once more. After several repetitions, Hu Kersen felt her strength waning. But this time she finally severed the zombie's neck. Breathing heavily, she awaited Jiang Songning's praise with a proud expression. Jiang Songning did not disappoint, giving her a thumbs up and cheerfully exclaiming, "Kursin, you were amazing." Kursin felt as though Jiang Songning possessed some magical power. With just one phrase, she felt invigorated, exclaiming again. She dashed towards the approaching zombie, with Jiang Songning safeguarding her from behind. Not far off, Fang Jinyuan observed this scene. His expression finally relaxing. He had feared Kursin would retreat as she had the previous night. But now, without his presence, she had grown braver. He realized he perhaps did not understand her well enough. This once delicate girl, who had followed him closely since childhood, was maturing and becoming bolder. He could not always protect her. Regardless of how their relationship might evolve, he felt a sense of pride in her growth. Before the apocalypse, she could live as a carefree princess, but in this new world, he could not even guarantee his own survival, so he had to compel her to grow stronger, constantly reminding her of the need for resilience. He even resorted to frightening her with the notion of what would happen if he were to perish one day. Once the group had dealt with the surrounding zombies, Wang Chao was eager to continue. But Jiang Songning recalled that the He family's residence might be surrounded by zombies and promptly halted them. Moreover, with the female lead present, they would only serve as cannon fodder if they approached. "It's getting late. Let's call it a night for now. We can discuss our departure tomorrow." It was already past 1 in the morning when the group returned to the small villa. As they entered, they found Fang Jinyuan waiting at the door. Kursin, brimming with excitement, bounded towards Fang Jinyuan like a joyful fawn, wrapping her arms tightly around him and exclaiming, "Brother Yuan, I have wonderful news. I managed to slay a total of 6 zombies tonight." She then produced the crystal cores from her bag, presenting them to Fang Jinyuan like a prized treasure. Fang Jinyuan gently ruffled Kursin's hair, replying, "You did indeed do wonderfully, hee." Kursin beamed with delight. It was as if a bubble of pink surrounded the two. Wang Chao exaggeratedly shivered, suddenly feeling quite full. Lu Chun cleared his throat. "Ah, Yuan, your display is rather unfriendly to us single folks." Kursin lowered her head shyly, unable to meet anyone's gaze. Fang Jinyuan's cheeks flushed as he shot a glare at Lu Chun, taking Kursin's hand and retreating to their room. "Ha ha ha, I never expected my brother to be shy too." Wei Zhe laughed loudly. Lu Chun playfully slapped Wei Zhe on the head. "Be careful, or you might end up silenced." Wei Zhe raised his hand to gesture for silence, then quickly returned to the living room. Wang Chao, feeling a pang of hunger, announced, "I'm going to cook some instant noodles. Raise your hand if you want to eat." The boys were all hungry, but Jiang Songning declined the notion of instant noodles, stating, "You all can eat. I'm not hungry yet." Wang Chao and Song Hao went to prepare the noodles while Jiang Songning ascended to wash up and change into fresh clothes. Feeling refreshed, she enjoyed a serving of cold noodles and a cup of milk tea in her space. In this weather, only cold noodles could satisfy her palate. As she descended, the aroma of instant noodles filled the living room. Shin Yihua and Fang Jinyuan were still in their room leveling up, while Kursin and Qiu Yuxian had remained inside. Jiang Songning retrieved 2 chilled watermelons from her space to share with everyone. The watermelons would be ripe for consumption in a few days, and she planned to share the fruits she had previously stored. After all, produce grown in her space was undoubtedly superior to that found outside, and with this privilege, she had no intention of being stingy. "Watermelon!" Wang Chao exclaimed at the sight of the fruit, nearly drooling. For the past few months in the apocalypse, his diet had consisted solely of instant noodles and bread, with vegetables and fruits being a distant memory. Recently, he felt a constant craving for instant noodles. He had not anticipated that following Jiang Jie would allow him to enjoy fruits. "Let us share." The others were not as ravenous as Wang Chao, as Jiang Songning occasionally offered them fruit, and they had been eating vegetables daily. However, the chance to have watermelon in such weather was a delight. "Jiang Jie, you're truly wonderful." Jiang Songning could not bear to see Wang Chao in such a state. His tall and robust figure, with striking features, made his shy and touched expression appear somewhat ridiculous, provoking an urge to give him a playful smack. Before she could act, Su Lin had already raised his hand to deliver a slap to Wang Chao's head. "Act normal." Wang Chao, bewildered, rubbed his head. "Su Lin, why did you hit me? You deserve it." "Oh." Wang Chao merely responded nonchalantly. Jiang Songning raised an eyebrow, her gaze sweeping across the two. "Surely, it could not be as she suspected, right?" Su Lin, sensing Jiang Songning's scrutiny, smiled broadly at her. Jiang Songning maintained her composure, but internally, she was in a frenzied in her previous life. She and Mu she had often secretly read various novels and shipped unconventional pairings. And now she found herself in the midst of one. Unfortunately, she was not present, leaving her to enjoy this in solitude. In the following moments, Jiang Songning couldn't help but surreptitiously observe Su Lin and Wang Chao. Lu Chun noticed Jiang Songning's frequent glances towards them. Each time she did, her typically calm eyes sparkled with intensity. Chapter 116. Secrets revealed. Curious, Lu Chun began to discreetly observe the two as well. And it dawned on him what might be unfolding. Su Lin sensed the dual gazes and sighed in resignation. Just then, Jiang Songning caught his eye and, feeling guilty, quickly averted her gaze, realizing her actions had been rather impolite. Moreover, she had a lingering feeling that Su Lin had yet to fully win over Wang Chao, but Wang Chao's fiery temperament seemed to heed Su Lin's words, indicating some potential development. She suppressed her gossiping thoughts as they finished the watermelon and began a game of landlord. Splitting into two groups due to the number of players, Jiang Songning, lacking interest, retreated to her room. Shin Yihua spent 4 hours leveling up. Upon completion, he sensed some changes in his powers, though he could not identify their source. Testing his abilities, he found nothing amiss, so he stepped out into the living room, where he found Lu Qian and the others engaged in their game. Wei Zhe, spotting Shin Yihua, set his cards down and asked excitedly, "Brother Huai, how do you feel? Is your attack power stronger?" Shin Yihua nodded in affirmation. "Brother Huai, when we go out tonight to collect crystal cores, let us seek out some high-level zombies to test your abilities." Shin Yihua, eager to explore the changes in his powers, agreed. All right. As dawn approached, he entered the kitchen to start preparing breakfast. After Fang Jingyuan emerged, Wei Zhe dashed upstairs to summon Jiang Songning. Hearing his voice, Jiang Songning exited her space. Upon seeing her, Wei Zhe exclaimed with excitement, "Jiang Jia, tonight we're going to pull off something big," recalling that Shin Yihua and Fang Jingyuan had both reached level 3. She nodded in agreement. Sure. The two descended together, where they found Shin Yihua had already prepared breakfast. Jiang Songning assisted in bringing out bowls. Shin Yihua had simply made some mung bean porridge, fried several plates of dumplings, and stir-fried a couple of vegetables. As they sat down, they noticed Hu Kersen and Xiu Yuxian had yet to join them. Fang Jingyuan stood to call for the two, habitually glanced at Jiang Songning. But this time, the sight left him momentarily stunned. Jiang Songning keenly sensed Shin Yihua's gaze. She did not miss the fleeting surprise that flickered in his eyes. What was the matter? Shin Yihua maintained his composure, attributing it to mere fatigue. Shortly thereafter, Hu Kersen emerged, bringing with her Xiu Yuxian's portion, which she had served in the room. One paid much attention, and after finishing their meal, everyone retreated to their respective rooms to rest. Once back in his own quarters, Shin Yihua incessantly experimented with his special abilities, reassured when he confirmed their efficacy. Reflecting on Jiang Songning's powers, he realized that his earlier astonishment was genuine, as it explained the sudden halts of the zombies during several skirmishes. The psychic abilities were indeed astonishing. He had not anticipated that merely absorbing a dual-type ability core would enable him to sense the fluctuations of others' powers and discern their attributes. He had previously suspected that Jiang Songning's abilities were extraordinary and had entertained the notion that she possessed triple abilities. But since she never spoke of it, he refrained from probing further. He had just discerned that Jiang Songning did indeed possess dual abilities, yet contrary to her assertion, these were wood-type and psychic powers. But what of her spatial abilities? Shin Yihua recalled the novels that Shan Jiaojiao had obsessively read. During that time, she had been captivated by collecting various antiques and had even attempted to see if they could yield the fabled spatial abilities by dripping blood on them. The entire family had been thrown into chaos until their grandfather issued a stern command to cease her antics. Shin Yihua's imagination sparked, pondering whether Jiang Songning had, like Shan Jiaojiao suggested, acquired some ancient artifact that granted her spatial powers. However, he soon dismissed this thought as too far-fetched, though the capabilities of his own powers made him reconsider. Jiang Songning was reluctant to reveal her psychic abilities, and Shin Yihua feigned ignorance, which only deepened his intrigue towards her. Unbeknownst to Jiang Songning, had she been aware of Shin Yihua's thoughts, she would surely commend his astute deductions. Upon returning to her space, Jiang Songning slaughtered another batch of chickens, ducks, and geese. She feared that if she did not act swiftly, her space would overflow with them, and no amount of grain she sowed would suffice to feed them. She collected all the eggs, refusing to leave them to hatch, reasoning that she could always incubate them later when meat became scarce. Regrets lingered in her mind for not having purchased pigs and sheep to rear. While her space was not lacking in such meats, they would eventually run out, perhaps due to the hunger she had endured in her past life. She felt an unsettling anxiety even with her ample supplies, convinced that it was insufficient and that she ought to gather more resources. After reviewing the provisions collected from the supermarket, she finally lay down on the mattress and drifted into slumber. At 7 o'clock, she descended promptly to the kitchen, where Shen Yihui was still busy at work. Noticing he was alone, Jiang Songning entered to lend a hand. "Why not sleep a little longer?" Shen Yihui turned to see her. Still bleary-eyed, entering the kitchen, "I wanted to rise early since we will be venturing out to collect cores tonight. I am nearly done here. You should wait in the living room, the kitchen is warm." Seeing there wasn't much for her to assist with, Jiang Songning decided to awaken the others. Chiu Yuexian remained in her room, while Hu Kexin awkwardly glanced at the group, embarrassed as she carried a portion of food back to her quarters. After the meal, Su Lin dragged Wang Chao to wash the dishes, and once the kitchen was tidied, everyone gathered in the living room. Once all were present, Shen Yihui spoke up. "Tonight we will head to Namping Road, where residential areas are sparse, mostly commercial establishments, thus we will encounter fewer zombies. While collecting cores, we may also gather some resources. Tonight, Songning, Wang Chao, and Su Lin will stay home to organize supplies. We shall depart J City tomorrow night." Jiang Songning felt a headache forming. Telling one line necessitated countless others, and she could only resign herself to nodding in agreement. Shen Yuhui did not overlook the frustration etched on Jiang Songning's face, a slight smirk gracing his lips before he diverted his gaze. Having made arrangements, the hour approached 8 o'clock, the sun nearing its descent, and the outside air becoming more temperate. The group set off in a truck, with Hu Kexin trailing after Fang Jingyuan. Once everyone had departed, Jiang Songning led Wang Chao and Su Lin to the storage room. Inside, they found an assortment of snacks and miscellaneous items, and the trio began to organize the haphazardly piled goods into the living room. While Wang Chao transferred items to another truck, they busily worked. Chiu Yuexian approached Jiang Songning, her eyes swollen and red, gazing intently at her. Upon raising her head, Jiang Songning met a pair of resentful eyes. "Is there something you wish to discuss?" Chapter 117. Su Lin, you harbor feelings for Brother Yihui, do you not? Chiu Yuexian's gaze was sharp, her assertion unwavering. Jiang Songning then noticed Wang Chao and Su Lin were outside organizing supplies in the truck's cargo area. Rising, she brushed the dust from her hands, teasingly regarding Chiu Yuexian. No pretense left. Chiu Yuexian, in a reckless admission, declared, "Shen Yihui is the one I have set my sights on. Keep your distance from him, or I will not spare you. Miss Chiu, regardless of my connection with Shen Yihui, you have no authority to dictate my actions. Should I choose, I could crush you with a mere flick of my fingers, as easily as squashing an ant. Perhaps you should contemplate how to ensure your own survival first." Chiu Yuexian's eyes brimmed with fury, her agitation evident as she confronted Jiang Songning. Why is it that she can engage with everyone so freely, while I must merely appease them? Fang Jingyuan is the captain. What right do you have to command me? Even if I do not harbor affection for you, I will not permit you to dictate my departure. Look at your current state. Why should we support someone with no ties to us? Hu Kexin has already shown growth. What about you? You wish to avoid risks while reaping the benefits. Just days ago, you were helping us cook, yet today you require Hu Kexin to serve you in your room. How long do you think a useless burden like you can be tolerated? Hearing Jiang Songning belittle her, Chiu Yuexian's emotions surged further. I have become this way because of you. If it weren't for you, why would they target me? Miss Chiu, I am at a loss as to where you derive the misconception that I am targeting you. Let me reiterate, this is the apocalypse. Everyone is striving to grow stronger and survive. I have no time for petty rivalries. I am not interested in Shen Yihui. They do not favor me because of you. If it weren't for your influence, why would they turn against me? Jiang Songning suddenly felt an urge to toss Chiu Yuexian to the zombies, finding the conversation with such a dull-witted person exasperating. Nevertheless, she suppressed her irritation. Do you truly remain oblivious to the reasons others do not favor you? Chiu Yuexian appeared impervious to Jiang Songning's words, insisting, it is because you have set your sights on Shen Yihui. They fear I may take him from you, which is why they target me. Are you not so noble? Then you should compete with me openly. Pursuing a man is nothing to be ashamed of. Why resort to isolating me? Jiang Songning could only conclude that Chiu Yuexian was beyond help. However, out of respect for their shared wit abilities, she decided to offer a few words of advice. Miss Chiu, your abilities are quite rare within the base die in this post-apocalyptic world. Coupled with the sweltering heat, plants struggle to survive. Upon your arrival at the base, you could truly utilize your powers. Currently, our team does not require vegetables. Thus, your abilities are not in demand. However, if you assist the group with meal preparation and manage logistics, I believe others would not disregard your contributions in this world. No one can be relied upon. Only when you prove your worth will others reciprocate. Having said her piece, Jiang Songning returned to her tasks. For a brief moment, Qiu Yuexian stood stunned, feeling as though Jiang Songning had unveiled all her hidden motives. She had not anticipated that the person she had long envied would be the first to see through her. Jiang Songning had no desire to further concern herself with Qiu Yuexian's thoughts. She had stated her position, and should Qiu Yuexian confront her again, she would not hesitate to take action. Su Lin had been observing the two, recognizing that as a man, he should not intervene in matters between women. When Jiang Songning emerged, he finally spoke. Do you require assistance? Noticing Su Lin's suggestive gaze, which conveyed an eagerness to act at her signal, Jiang Songning chuckled. I suspect you have been influenced by Comrade Wang Chao. Your thoughts of violence are rather alarming. Su Lin laughed in return, playfully replying, we only acknowledge you as our leader. Should you give the word, I will certainly see it through. Jiang Songning perceived a hint of madness in Su Lin's demeanor. Although he spoke jestingly, she could sense the seriousness beneath. No, I do not possess the capability to lead you all. You do, Su Lin asserted confidently. Within this team, Fang Jingyuan and the others are related, united in purpose. You, however, are an outsider. Though we currently maintain amiable relations, human hearts are unpredictable. If a conflict of interests arises, they will not stand by your side, and of course, I believe that until we reach a city, they will not clash with you over resources, but once we arrive, the dynamics may shift. Wang Chao and I are also outsiders, and at least until we reach City H, we will remain aligned with you. Jiang Songning's previously cheerful expression faltered abruptly as she fixed her gaze upon Su Lin. He, in turn, did not shy away, allowing her to scrutinize him. Are you attempting to sow discord between me and them? Jiang Songning had to admit that Su Lin was astute in reading human nature. He had grasped the team's dynamics within just 2 days. Moreover, he had accurately identified her sentiments. She had indeed trusted Fang Jingyuan and the others. But with the arrival of Shen Yuhui and the others, that trust had begun to wane. Could she still rely on them? Particularly when faced with the cunning and deep-minded Shen Yuhua, Jiang Songning felt utterly unprepared. Having endured the betrayal of loved ones in her previous life, she found it exceedingly difficult to trust others wholeheartedly, yet she did not allow this turmoil to reflect on her visage. No, I have stated before that as long as no conflict arises before reaching Base A, they should be able to trust each other. I believe this is also the reason you have been tolerating Qiu Yuexian's inaction towards her. However, to my knowledge, they are all descendants of the Red second generation and possess considerable influence at the base. Once we arrive, if you lose your value, will you be able to safeguard the secrets of your space? Jiang Songning's heart tightened, and a fierce murderous intent flared in her eyes. Noticing this, Su Lin hastily raised his hand in a gesture of surrender. I harbor no ill intentions. I have encountered several spatial ability users at Base S. Your spatial abilities are unlike anyone else's. Others lack the preservation function, while yours can even accommodate living beings. Their spaces are not nearly as expansive as yours. I speculate that your space might indeed be capable of nurturing animals. Perhaps even cultivating crops, as you have not concealed it much. These are merely my personal conjectures, and I assure you, I do not intend to threaten you by mentioning them. I simply wish for you to understand that Wang Chao and I stand with you. As Jiang Songning gazed into Su Lin's earnest eyes, she suddenly thought that if Su Lin were her adversary, he would undoubtedly be a formidable opponent in terms of discerning human nature. It seemed no one here could surpass him. He understood the human heart with remarkable clarity. What makes you think I would trust you? Chapter 118. A pleasant collaboration. Trust is a laughable notion in this world. Only interests forge the most robust relationships. Our objectives align, and until we achieve them, we will maintain a solid partnership. We are teammates now, in a collaborative relationship that is not the same. Once we reach the base, everyone will scatter. Wang Chao and I will continue to accompany you to City H. With your strength, you will surely ensure our survival. If you protect us, we will be your most loyal support. Jiang Songning did indeed appreciate Su Lin, yet she did not believe her intellect could outmaneuver him. Why do you insist on me? Given Shanihua's abilities and status, wouldn't they better facilitate your ascent? Once the time comes, you could go wherever you please, and I don't believe you lack that ambition. Su Lin sighed. With my abilities, I am confident that wherever I go, I will eventually rise to prominence. However, you know Wang Chao is merely brawn with a simple mind. Unless he is given a new brain, his lack of intellect will likely lead him to be devoured, leaving not even bones behind. Su Lin laid bare his vulnerabilities before Jiang Songning. She cast a glance at Wang Chao, who was merrily moving things about, and couldn't resist asking, "What do you see in Wang Chao?" When Su Lin looked at Wang Chao, the tenderness in his gaze was unmistakable. "I find his simplicity rather endearing." Jiang Songning's mind was filled with exasperation. "What was your major in university?" "Psychology. My father is also a psychology expert." Realization dawned on Jiang Songning. "Then you must have excelled." Su Lin proudly adjusted his glasses. "Barely. I was first in my major." Seeing Jiang Songning silent, Su Lin continued, "So, have we reached an understanding regarding our relationship?" Jiang Songning was at a loss for words, as his statement implied an inappropriate connection between them. Nevertheless, Su Lin's words did sway her. Once they reached the base, their team would disband. After locating her brother, she would not remain at Base in her past life. She had heard of the various intrigues within the base. She harbored no grand ambitions and wished to avoid such disputes. Moreover, Mushi was still waiting for her. She needed to go to City H, which was rich in resources and would not lack for food. Going to City H was her ultimate goal. To achieve this, she required trustworthy allies, as the future would undoubtedly bring greater challenges, and the search for resources would become increasingly arduous. Presently, they could still find food, and the darker sides of human nature had not yet fully emerged. However, as the apocalypse dragged on, the number of psychologically twisted individuals would only increase. At that time, finding comrades to fight alongside would prove even more difficult. With Su Lin and Wang Chao by her side, her chances of survival would be greatly enhanced. "Very well, but if I discover that you have betrayed me, I will not show mercy. You should know that I possess that capability." Seeing Jiang Songning's confidence, Su Lin felt reassured that he had not misjudged her and thus smiled as he extended his hand. "TOA pleasant collaboration." Jiang Songning also smiled as she grasped his hand. "TOA pleasant collaboration." With their partnership established, the two continued to organize supplies. With Wang Chao's help, they merely needed to sort through the disordered items. 2 hours later, the small truck was filled to capacity. Upon returning to the living room, Jiang Songning retrieved a watermelon and some barbecue she had previously prepared from her space. Su Lin refrained from asking too many questions, but Wang Chao exclaimed excitedly, "Barbecue? Jiang Jia, you really are amazing." "This is what I grilled during my free time and stored in my space," she replied. "Tonight, we have nothing planned, so we can prepare more dishes to store in my space. After we leave tomorrow, it will be back to instant noodles and bread." With that, she brought out several bottles of beer. "All right, I will handle the cooking." Su Lin was also tempted by the barbecued. He watched Wang Chao devour 3 skewers in a matter of moments. He decided to join in. After indulging halfway through the meal, Su Lin finally picked up a nearby chilled beer and said, "Thank you, Jiang Jia, for the barbecue." Jiang Songning, who disliked alcohol, took a sip of cola instead. The three enjoyed their barbecue merrily, and Su Lin then headed towards the kitchen. The meat in the refrigerator was frozen, and since Jiang Songning craved fresh meat, she retrieved 3 of the chickens, ducks, and geese she had recently slaughtered. Upon seeing the already deceased, unplucked birds, Su Lin's lips twitched in exasperation. "Jiang Jia, do you think I am some sort of all-capable being?" Jiang Songning felt somewhat unreasonable, realizing she had no idea how to pluck feathers. "Never mind, I'll fetch some others." She then brought out more prepared chickens, ducks, geese, a bowl of seafood, and portions of beef and lamb. Su Lin boiled the chickens, ducks, and geese, intending to serve them cold as it was hot outside, making cold dishes more palatable. The seafood was prepared simply by blanching, thus preserving its taste and saving time. He decided to stir-fry the beef and lamb, planning to eat them later when Shen Yihua and the others returned, as the strong flavors of the meat would not be suitable for travel. The 3 busied themselves in the kitchen, and by the time everything was ready, it was nearly 4 in the morning. Noticing that Shen Yihua and the others had yet to return, their spirits began to wane. "What if something unexpected has occurred?" Wang Chao remarked, glancing at the gradually brightening sky, unable to sit still. "Don't worry. They are probably just delayed. Once it gets light, We can check if they still haven't returned. We will go look for them. Jiang Songning reassured him. Having ventured outside numerous times, she understood the complexities of the situation. Besides, they intended to gather supplies, so it was unlikely they would return swiftly. As time ticked by, the sun rose higher in the sky, and their anxiety grew alongside the light. Wang Chao, you stay here. Su Lin and I will go check things out. Jiang Jia, let me accompany you. Wang Chao insisted. Su Lin has no combat capability. It's too dangerous for him. Su Lin, seeing Wang Chao's concern for him, felt his expression brighten considerably. You stay here. They might be injured. I will go with Jiang Jia to investigate. Considering this possibility, Wang Chao nodded in agreement. Jiang Songning retrieved a wooden gun from her space for Wang Chao's protection and instructed him to wait patiently. Only then did the two drive out of the small villa. It was almost 8 o'clock, and the temperature was already nearing 50 degrees. There were virtually no zombies in sight on the road. Jiang Songning took out some heat relief medication to drink. As they passed the building where the He family had lived, it was now deserted, so she temporarily set them aside. Upon reaching Namping Road, they saw the ground littered with the bodies of zombies stripped of their crystal cores, yet Shun Yihua and the others were nowhere to be found. Throughout the journey, Jiang Songning used her mental energy to sense the surroundings and detected no signs of life apart from the zombies. Their expressions grew increasingly grave. Su Lin slowed the vehicle, driving cautiously down Nanping Road, which was riddled with potholes, clearly having endured a fierce battle. Chapter 119. Encountering danger, Su Lin followed the trail of zombie corpses southward, their moods growing heavier with each passing moment. As Jiang Songning estimated, there were approximately 200 zombie bodies scattered along the way. After another 10 minutes of driving, they finally halted at the base of a tall office building. The building had over 20 stories, and the lobby was teeming with zombies. Jiang Songning used her mental energy to sense the area but detected no signs of living beings. Their vehicle must be here. Looking up, Jiang Songning spotted the small truck nearby. Try honking the horn. Won't that attract the zombies? It's too hot outside. We can't endure much longer. Let us locate them first. If necessary, we can return tonight. Although the truck had air conditioning, the intense sunlight diminished its cooling effect, and both were drenched in sweat. Jiang Songning felt as though her clothes were soaked in water. Su Lin obediently honked the horn, the sound echoing sharply in the stillness of Namping Road. The zombies within the building responded with low growls, yet none emerged. The two pulled out binoculars to survey the surroundings. Suddenly, the sound of a glass bottle crashing to the ground echoed from behind the office building. They exchanged glances, and Su Lin drove the vehicle around to the back. Having just passed through the office building, the two individuals spotted two figures appearing on the exterior of the adjacent structure. Wei Zhe was waving a blue cloth out of the window, while Hu Kersin excitedly gestured downwards. This building was somewhat dilapidated, with the ground floor transformed into small shops, including various fruit stores, breakfast eateries, and a small supermarket. The interior of these shops was chaotic, now overrun by zombies. As the vehicle approached, the undead turned to face them, creating a horrifying and grotesque scene. Su Lin dared not park there, opting instead to maneuver the car to the rear. Wei Zhe, seeing the vehicle circle around to the back, felt a surge of despair. What should we do? Hu Kexin asked, her fear palpable. Let us assess the situation and then throw something down, replied Wei Zhe, glancing at the unconscious Fang Jingyuan and Song Hao. Although he had tended to their wounds, their injuries were severe, compounded by the weather, which had caused them to develop high fevers. And the antipyretics had proven largely ineffective. Just as they were about to discard items, another vehicle came into view. They must have seen us. There are likely many zombies below, but they can't come up for now. Wei Zhe felt on the verge of tears, terrified that if this continued, Fang Jingyuan and Song Hao would not survive. Meanwhile, Jiang Songning and Su Lin were devising a plan. Upon noticing that only Wei Zhe and Hu Kexin were at the window, they speculated that an accident must have occurred. Wei Zhe and Hu Kersin are on the 5th floor. Jiang Songning observed the exterior wall of the building. Climbing up with the vines shouldn't be too difficult. Drive the car to the southeast corner. I'll climb up from there to assess the situation. If you need to come up, I'll throw down a safety rope. Su Lin surveyed the surroundings and confirmed that the southeast corner was indeed the most suitable, as it was shielded from direct sunlight and had a drainage pipe that would facilitate the ascent. All right, be careful. Jiang Songning left a walkie-talkie behind, then exited the vehicle. The moment she stepped out, a wave of heat hit her, momentarily causing her to struggle to breathe. Shaking her head, she quickly secured the second-floor window with vines and began to climb the drainage pipe. Wei Zhe and Hu Kexin rushed to the fifth-floor window to assist her. Jiang Soning was relieved that she had bundled herself securely. Otherwise, her hands might have been scorched by the wall. She accelerated her climbing speed and reached the top in less than 5 minutes. Wei Zhe grabbed Jiang Soning at the window, barely allowing himself to feel joy as he anxiously exclaimed, "Sister Jiang, my brother and Song Hao are gravely injured. You must save them. Don't panic. Su Lin is down below." Without time to inquire about the details, Jiang Soning hastily tossed down the safety rope at Su Lin. "You can come up now." Upon hearing Jiang Soning's voice, Su Lin sensed the severity of the situation, equipped himself, and exited the vehicle. Spotting the safety rope, he swiftly began to climb. Wei Zhe and Hu Kexin breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Su Lin. His ascent was somewhat slower, taking nearly 10 minutes. "Su Lin, hurry and help my brother." Without pausing to remove his safety harness, Su Lin was pulled by Wei Zhe to the room where Fang Jinyuan and Song Hao lay. Upon entering, Jiang Soning was met with the sight of Fang Jinyuan's clothing soaked in blood. Song Hao appeared to be in slightly better condition, but not by much. Although his wounds had been bandaged, blood still seeped through. Both men lay on the floor, their faces flushed. Hu Kexin, with red-rimmed eyes, remained at Fang Jinyuan's side. Su Lin wasted no time, immediately tending to Fang Jinyuan's injuries. In no time, visible signs of recovery began to manifest. Fearing Su Lin's abilities might not suffice, Jiang Soning retrieved 10 crystal nuclei from her storage. After a short while, Fang Jinyuan slowly opened his eyes, and upon seeing Su Lin and Jiang Soning, he realized he had been saved. Su Lin expended all his energy to heal Fang Jinyuan's wounds. Observing Su Lin drenched in sweat, Jiang Soning quickly handed him a crystal nucleus. Su Lin absorbed 4 nuclei in succession before regaining his strength. The group remained silent, patiently awaiting Su Lin's absorption of the nuclei, which he completed before continuing to treat Song Hao's wounds. Shortly after, Song Hao regained consciousness. With both men awake, a collective sigh of relief washed over everyone. What exactly happened, and what about Huai Gu and the others? Fang Jinyuan inquired as he regained his composure. "We were initially collecting crystal nuclei, and everything was going smoothly. Then we spotted a small supermarket and attempted to gather supplies, only to encounter a 4th-tier mutated leopard in a nearby store. The leopard was incredibly fast, and both Song Hao and I were injured in the chaos. The commotion attracted a horde of zombies, forcing Wei Zhe to lead us to this refuge." "And what about Huai Gu and the others?" "I don't know. We got separated," Fang Jinyuan replied, looking visibly drained. Wei Zhe remained silent, while Song Hao and Hu Kexin hung their heads in contemplation. "Since you're all right, let us head back to the small villa. Su Lin and I will search the vicinity," Jiang Soning suggested. "Let us go together. There's strength in numbers." Fang Jinyuan stood, his expression resolute. "You've lost a significant amount of blood. Are you sure you're okay to proceed?" Although Fang Jinyuan and Song Hao's wounds had healed, their faces still appeared pale. "We're fine. Just minor injuries." Seeing his determination, Jiang Soning did not object. Chapter 120. The hypocritical father. The group approached the window and carefully descended the climbing rope, taking half an hour to reach the ground. Once down, they quickly hopped into their vehicle, with Wei Zhe and Song Hao following closely behind in a small truck. None knew where Shen Yihua and the others had gone, so they could only drive around the vicinity. Su Lin honked the horn as he drove, the surrounding zombies retreating into their hiding places, growling as if ready to pounce at any moment. "We can't honk anymore. Low-tier zombies have heard the noise and are coming out," Su Lin lamented. Jiang Soning nodded in agreement, suggesting they look for signs of a struggle in the area, hoping to find the others nearby. Throughout the journey, Jiang Soning remained alert, utilizing her psychic abilities to sense their surroundings, yet she found no trace of them. As the sun beat down, realizing they might have to wait until nightfall to find them, the interior of the vehicle grew increasingly stifling. Jiang Soning distributed heat relief medication to prevent heat stroke, while she continued to use her psychic powers to scout for Shen Yihua and his group. She had quietly absorbed 2 crystal nuclei herself, grateful to be sitting in the passenger seat where others could not see her. "Sister Jiang, there's activity up ahead." Jiang Soning pulled out her binoculars and indeed spotted signs of a fierce battle. Vehicles lay shattered along the roadside, and the ground was pockmarked, stained with dark blood. A sense of dread filled the group. Su Lin accelerated, and as they arrived, a heavy silence enveloped the area. Jiang Songning employed her psychic abilities to examine the surroundings and abruptly detected the presence of living beings in a nearby pet store. And there were quite a few. Su Lin, honk the horn. Su Lin complied, and moments later, a head appeared at the pet store window. There are people, Fang Jingyuan exclaimed, excitement lighting up his face. As Su Lin drove closer, they saw Shin Yihua emerging, accompanied by Lu Chun, Zhou Lin, and He Sun. Jiang Songning felt a surge of frustration. The group disembarked and hurried into the pet store. Jiang Songning sized up the three men before speaking. Are you all right? Upon seeing Jiang Songning, Shin Yihua's heart raced uncontrollably. What are you doing here? After not seeing you for so long, I was worried something happened. So Su Lin and I came to check on you. Ah Chun was injured. We planned to return, but our vehicle was destroyed. So we had to wait here until nightfall to figure something out. We didn't expect you to arrive. Upon hearing that Lu Chun was hurt, Su Lin stepped forward to examine his wounds, using his abilities to heal him. Xiao Ning. A middle-aged man's incredulous voice rang out. Jiang Songning turned to see He Nanchang's astonished expression. Recently, He Nanchang had heard of Jiang Songning's actions and had believed her to be seeking his attention, which was why she confronted He Sun. However, upon seeing Jiang Songning's icy demeanor, he felt uncertain. Xiao Ning, father finally found you. Why didn't you come back with your brother? The sight of He Nanchang's affectionate expression made Jiang Songning feel nauseated. He was the person she despised most. His constant facade of warmth and concern had led her to believe he loved her. Yet, whenever faced with the situation, he always sided with He Sin, casting disappointed glances at her that often left her doubting herself. This father was the epitome of hypocrisy. At least He Sun and the others were overt in their disdain for her, making their rejection easier to bear. She had never harbored any expectations from them. But this father had subjected her to a life of self-denial, which was why in her past life, she had willingly become their servant. Not seeing Jin Feng among the crowd, Jiang Songning began to ponder He Nanchang's true intentions. Mr. He, I believe you are well aware that I no longer have any ties to the He family. He Nanchang looked wounded as he gazed at Jiang Songning. Xiao Ning, are you blaming your father? Observing He Nanchang's demeanor, Jiang Songning was struck by the resemblance between his expression and He Sin's when she feigned innocence. She could not help but suspect that He Sin had learned her manipulative tactics from He Nanchang. How had she been so blind before? Father, do not be disheartened. It is not your fault. It is entirely my doing. Surely, sister must blame me for taking away. Before He Sin could finish her sentence, Jiang Songning raised her hand and struck at her with a vine, exclaiming, I have told you not to call me sister, you loathsome creature. Wu Meixia, filled with concern, inspected He Sin for injuries, asking, My dear, are you all right? Mom, I'm fine. I have grown accustomed to it, He Sin replied, her head bowed in grievance. Everyone directed fierce glares at Jiang Songning, as if they were ready to pounce upon her. Wu Meixia looked at Jiang Songning with utter disdain, declaring, Jiang Songning, how dare you rebel against your family and strike your sister? Heh, sister? Jiang Songning retorted mockingly, a smile spreading across her face. Upon witnessing Jiang Songning's scornful demeanor, Wu Meixia felt a troubling premonition. What are you laughing at? Jiang Songning shook her head, clicking her tongue. Mrs. He, you may still be unaware of the identity of your beloved daughter's biological mother, right? Xiao Ning, He Nanchang bellowed, fearing she might utter something inappropriate. Noticing He Nanchang's anxious expression, combined with Jiang Songning's words, Wu Meixia sensed an ominous feeling stirring within her. Mr. He, what are you so anxious about? After all, we are in the apocalypse now. Even if Mrs. He learns the truth, she can do nothing to you. After all, money is now worthless, so you needn't worry about her causing a ruckus that might affect the company's stock. He Nanchang spoke with deep sorrow. Xiao Ning, even if you harbor resentment towards us, please refrain from creating chaos that disrupts our family harmony. How can your teammates trust your character if you continue with such tactics? Your father has always taught you to be upright and honest. Yet you seem to have learned nothing. After saying this, he cast a disappointed glance at Shin Yihua, who stood beside Jiang Songning, shaking his head in disapproval. Jiang Songning regarded He Nanchang with a smirk. Old man, what nonsense are you spouting? We know very well what kind of person my sister is, so cease your attempts at sowing discord. He Nanchang felt a pang of humiliation from Wei Zhe's rebuke, realizing that today's youth lack any manners. Mr. He, it is not your place to criticize my brother's upbringing. Furthermore, we are well aware of Songning's character. As her father, your repeated slander against your own daughter speaks volumes about the He family's upbringing. Shun Yihua coldly regarded He Nanchang. Chapter 121. The truth, He Nanchang was, after all, a prominent figure in S City, yet he instinctively averted his gaze when faced with Shan Yihua's piercing stare. Jiang Songning had no intention of letting the He family off easily. Mrs. He Sinnie's biological mother is none other than Mr. He's long-admired White Moonlight, Xian Ming. Upon hearing that name, Wu Meixia stumbled slightly. Disbelief etched across her face as she looked at He Nanchang, then at He Sinnie, finally realizing that He Sinnie's features bore a resemblance to the woman she had despised for half her life. He Sinnie had long been aware of her true mother's identity. She knew that Wu Meixia loathed Xian Ming the most. However, in order to maintain her opulent lifestyle, she had pretended to be ignorant. Now, to preserve her innocent persona, she could only continue her performance. She gazed at Jiang Songning in disbelief, murmuring, "Impossible, impossible." It seemed she could not accept this reality. "No, Dad, Mom, I don't believe it. Xiao Ning is lying to me. Right? I am not that woman's daughter, am I?" Wu Meixia, witnessing He Sinnie's anguish, felt convinced that Jiang Songning was deliberately deceiving her, attempting to sow discord between her and Sinnie. "Why do you hate Sinnie so much? She has been so kind to you, and yet you seek to instigate conflict between us." Jiang Songning's smile grew even brighter. If He Sinnie were to enter the entertainment industry, she would undoubtedly win countless awards. "Surely Mrs. He is unaware of why I was replaced back then. Jiang Songning, must you persist in disrupting our tranquil lives?" He soon interjected. Fearing Jiang Songning would reveal too much, he had already uncovered the truth but chose to keep it concealed. Jiang Songning cast a scornful glance at the He family. "SK, Mrs. Wu, your affection for He Sinnie is truly remarkable. I find myself envious." Initially, Mr. He went to great lengths to ensure the daughter of his White Moonlight had a good life, sending me away without hesitation, and he soon, upon discovering the truth, chose to hide it for the sake of He Sinnie. "Truly, you are a family." Wu Meixia's eyes filled with rage. "Impossible. You lie. It was that old hag's doing. Her mother perished during childbirth, which is precisely why she left." Jiang Songning burst into laughter. "Mrs. Wu, you are remarkably naive." Wu Meixia seemed unable to accept this, her eyes pleading as she looked at He Sun. "No, I don't believe it. Ah Sun, she is lying to me. Isn't she?" He Sun avoided Wu Meixia's gaze, unsure of how to respond. "Mrs. Wu, do not expect He Sun to provide you with answers. For both your sons are biased. Otherwise, how could they fall in love with He Sinnie and become involved with her?" Jiang Songning, several voices rang out in anger. This was precisely the reaction Jiang Songning desired. Although He Sinnie had been together with Zhou Yinlin in her past life and had flirted with Chu Xian, her ambiguous relationship with He Sun and He Chun remained a secret. If she had not inadvertently stumbled upon their affair, who would have known the extent of her escapades? "Xiao Ning, I did not. Our relationship was pure. Why do you keep falsely accusing me?" He Sinnie appeared utterly shattered. Evoking pity from several men, Jiang Songning was indeed unaware of how He Sun and He Chun had become entangled, but that did not prevent her from exposing the situation. She was eager to see how He Sinnie would manage her relationships moving forward. Though her actions were somewhat unscrupulous, the effect was undeniably effective. After all, she had just witnessed the flicker of doubt in Chu Xian's eyes as he gazed at He Sinnie. "Pure? I witnessed you kissing He Sun with my own eyes. Apologies, but I come from a humble background and did not expect those in high society to be so brazen." The kiss had indeed been witnessed firsthand, thus it was not merely slander. Wei Zhe and the others could not suppress their laughter. "Sister Jiang, I cannot agree. Those in high society still possess a sense of shame. Such matters are unheard of." He Sinnie's face flushed with embarrassment. He Chen gazed at He Sinnie in disbelief, having thought she harbored feelings solely for him. He had never anticipated that they had kissed, and furthermore, "Sinnie, is what she said true?" He Sinnie, with tear-filled eyes, looked at He Chen, unsure how to explain. "Second brother, Ida." He Sun was equally bewildered, having believed that He Sinnie only had eyes for him. As He Sinnie caught the gazes of He Sun and He Chen, she panicked, unsure how to clarify. Finally, she swayed slightly before collapsing into He Sun's embrace. "Sinnie, Sinnie." Several people rushed to surround He Sinnie, while Wu Meixia remained lost in her own thoughts. You worthless trash, Jiang Songning observed this scene, a satisfied smile gracing her face. While she could not annihilate Hsini for the time being, she could certainly rupture her network of support. She looked forward to seeing how these men would serve her in the future. That would be her moment of reckoning. Su Lin approached Jiang Songning, admiration shining in his eyes. Sister Jiang, that was splendid. I loved it. Next time, I hope to witness more. Wei Zhe clicked his tongue in wonder. Sister Jiang, this performance by the He family is truly captivating, far more entertaining than any television drama. Do you watch plays at home every day? Jiang Songning quickly declined. No, I have no connection with them. Right, my mistake. Sister Jiang is unparalleled in beauty. Let us head back, Shenihua suggested, and the group ceased their theatrics, gathering their belongings as they made their way to the exit. Upon seeing Jiang Songning about to leave, Wu Meixia hurriedly pursued her. Xiaoning, where are you going? Jiang Songning paused momentarily, choosing silence as she continued toward the exit. Xiaoning, do not go. Wu Meixia grasped Jiang Songning's backpack, her heart racing as she recalled the years of neglect and scolding. She felt a desperate urgency, fearing losing her long-ignored biological daughter once and for all. Jiang Songning turned, her gaze icy as she regarded her. Mrs. He, where I go is of no concern to you. You should manage your own affairs and ensure they do not trouble me again, or I shall not hold back. Jiang Songning's words pierced Wu Meixia's heart like a dagger, causing her chest to ache severely and her breath to grow shallow. She watched Jiang Songning walk away, her mouth open to plead, yet no sound emerged. Finally, darkness enveloped her vision, and she fainted. Mom, what is wrong with you? Upon hearing Hisun's anxious call, Jiang Songning feigned ignorance, striding toward the car. The heat outside was overwhelming, and she longed to return home and enjoy a peaceful sleep in her space. Once inside the vehicle, Shin Yihua observed Jiang Songning's expression, reassured to find she was indeed unscathed. Chapter 122. The creature. After getting into the car, Jiang Songning noticed something amiss. A dark, bulky figure occupied the back seat. What is this? This is the mutated leopard we encountered last night. It shall be our teammate from now on, Shin Yihua remarked, stroking the creature's head. Jiang Songning observed the charred fur of the mutated leopard, her lips twitching. How can such an ugly leopard exist? Upon hearing Jiang Songning's comment about its appearance, the mutated leopard bared its fangs, glaring fiercely at her. You are the ugly one. Your whole family is ugly. Shin Yihua, perceiving its fierce demeanor, gave a firm slap to its forehead, causing the mutated leopard to whimper twice and instantly become docile. Jiang Songning noticed the leopard's gaze and felt as though she had been insulted. And rather crudely at that. What is its name? She inquired. I haven't decided yet. Why don't you name it? Shin Yihua pondered for a moment, gazing at Jiang Songning. She pretended to contemplate, deliberately speaking in a teasing manner. Its fur is charred black. How about we call it Xiao Huang? The mutated leopard dared not be fierce towards Jiang Songning any longer, opting instead to howl in protest, casting a resentful glance at Shin Yihua. If it weren't for him, its fur would have been the finest in the zoo. Haha, I'm just joking. Let your master name you. Then Xiao Huang it is, Shin Yihua declared, disregarding the leopard's objections. The leopard looked pitiably at Shin Yihua, attempting to convey its dissent. Brother Huai, you should seriously give it a name. Look at how distressed it is. It's about to cry. All right, since it is swift, let us call it Tuanzi. Jiang Songning and Zhou Lin were puzzled about the connection between Tuanzi and speed. Yet they dared not question Shin Yihua's stern demeanor. Tuanzi had initially desired a more formidable name, but it refrained from protesting. After all, compared to Xiao Huang, Tuanzi sounded considerably more appealing. Jiang Songning playfully teased Tuanzi for a while. Her previously heavy heart lifted in delight. By the way, how did you encounter them? We had a relatively smooth time collecting crystal nuclei last night and were planning to gather some supplies when we stumbled upon Tuanzi. During our skirmish, Yuan and the others were injured and had to retreat, while Hisun and his team were likely out searching for supplies. We crossed paths and escaped together. Jiang Songning gestured towards the mutated leopard. And what about it? I defeated it, and it voluntarily became my pet. For some reason, Jiang Songning sensed a hint of pride in Shin Yihua's tone. However, seeing his serious expression, she suspected she might be overthinking it. Zhou Lin, standing nearby, could hardly suppress a smirk. If he knew Jiang Songning's thoughts, he would undoubtedly tell her, yes, you're not mistaken. He is indeed boasting. The two vehicles returned to the small villa one after the other, with Wang Chao anxiously rushing out like an ant on a hot pan upon their arrival. "You are finally back. Come inside." Su Lin offered him an assuring look. It was nearly noon, the hottest part of the day, and everyone retreated to the living room to drink a bottle of cooling medicine. Observing the fatigue etched on their faces, Wang Chao reheated the dishes they had prepared that morning and called everyone to the table. After a restless night, Shen Yihua and the others were both hungry and weary. After the meal, Shen Yihua finally spoke up. "We had originally planned to leave tonight, but plans often change. Let us all rest well. Tidy up this evening, and we will depart tomorrow night." With the prospect of rest, everyone dispersed to their rooms, exhausted from the prolonged ordeal. Jiang Songning returned to her room, quickly entered her space, took a swift shower, and collapsed into bed. Tang Yuan had initially wanted to play with her for a while, but seeing her fatigue, it went off to tussle with the goose instead, for it was a mature dog now. When she awoke, it was already 10 in the evening. After freshening up, she exited the space. Upon opening the door, she heard Wang Chao and Wei Zhe laughing uproariously. With curiosity piqued, Jiang Songning hurried downstairs, joining the trio in the living room. "Ha ha ha!" The laughter of the three filled the air, with Wei Zhe even bursting into goose-like cackles. It was truly hard to blame her. A hairless leopard was simply too comical. Tuanzi lay on the ground, utterly despondent and motionless. Shen Yihua, exasperated, presented it with a can of food, yet it didn't even lift its eyelids. Perhaps the trio's boisterous laughter was too loud, as others gradually woke up. Emerging from their rooms, though not as exaggeratedly as the three, they too were unable to suppress their laughter. Tuanzi, perhaps not wishing to endure further humiliation, scampered into Shen Yihua's room, refusing to come out again. Wei Zhe tried coaxing it with a piece of chicken, but to no avail. "Let it be for a while. It will come around." After a simple meal to stave off hunger, they began packing. Although they had only stayed for about 10 days, there was quite a bit to take along, and everyone opted to carry what they could. The 2 trucks were nearly full, leaving only the kitchen and refrigerator contents. Along with the solar panels, these items could be dismantled tomorrow when they departed. Su Lin, seeing that the packing was nearly complete, took the opportunity to have Jiang Songning bring out some flour. Seizing the moment, he prepared dozens of buns and steamed buns. Jiang Songning retrieved some pork, shiitake mushrooms, green onions, and vegetables from her space, intending to make dumplings. Shen Yihua was quite skilled at rolling dough, and with everyone's cooperation, they quickly produced hundreds of dumplings. The kitchen was a flurry of activity. Their collective thought was to prepare enough to minimize reliance on instant noodles during their journey. Qiu Yuexian, aware of their imminent departure, also emerged from her room to help with the dumplings. They worked tirelessly until dawn, finally steaming the buns, with Shen Yihua frying a portion of the dumplings and boiling the rest. Jiang Songning took out disposable containers, packed everything neatly, and stored it in her space for convenience later on. "Brother Huai is incredible. I wonder which girl will benefit from his skills in the future," Wei Zhe boasted while munching on the fried dumplings. Shen Yihua involuntarily glanced at Jiang Songning. She remained oblivious to his gaze, continuing to joke with Wei Zhe. "Indeed, Brother Huai can manage both the kitchen and the battlefield, combat mutated beasts, and slay zombies. He is truly a jack of all trades." Upon receiving such high praise from Jiang Songning, Shen Yihua felt a flush creep across his face, the thought of reprimanding Wei Zhe fading from his mind. That's right, back in the day, those who pursued Brother Huai could form a line all the way to France. Yet they all, "Shut up." Before Wei Zhe could finish, Shen Yihua interjected sharply, fearing that Wei Zhe's loose tongue might lead to misunderstandings for Jiang Songning. Wei Zhe, not wanting to provoke Shen Yihua, promptly fell silent, hastily finishing the dumplings on his plate. Chapter 123. Shen Yihua's confession. Although Jiang Songning was somewhat curious, it was evident that Shen Yihua did not wish to elaborate, so she refrained from asking further. Once they finished their meal and tidied up the kitchen, everyone retreated to their respective rooms. Jiang Songning lingered in the living room, checking for any items that needed to be taken along. Thus she was the last to leave. At that moment, Shen Yihua approached her, and upon seeing that he had not returned to his room, she assumed he needed to discuss something. "Brother Huai, what's the matter?" Shen Yihua looked at Jiang Songning with a serious expression. "I have never been in a relationship." "Huh?" Jiang Songning momentarily failed to comprehend his meaning. Just now, Wei Zhe was rambling on. "I haven't dated anyone in years." Nor do I have any female friends, Dado. Jiang Soning was baffled as to why Shen Yihua was sharing this with her. Shen Yihua took a deep breath before continuing, I like you and wish to pursue you. Is that all right? Shen Yihua was not one to hesitate. Since he had feelings, he decided to act on them directly. He feared that Wei Zhe might later say something absurd, leading to misunderstandings, especially in these apocalyptic times. Who could predict if there would be a tomorrow? When one encounters someone they like, they should seize the opportunity. Jiang Soning felt as though her brain had momentarily ceased functioning, leaving her in a state of blankness. She stared at Shen Yihua in disbelief, her mind racing. He actually confessed to her, however, she had never sensed any special feelings from him before. This sudden confession rendered her utterly flustered. Seeing Jiang Soning frozen in shock and speechless, Shen Yihua added, I am 26 years old, 187 centimeters tall. Before the apocalypse, I was the CEO of a tech company. My parents are both alive. My father is a commander in the military district, and my mother is a doctor dedicated to saving lives. I am an only child, and my ability is a level 3 lightning power. That's a brief overview of me. After hearing Shen Yihua's detailed self-introduction, Jiang Soning finally came to her senses. She felt her cheeks burning as if they had been scorched by fire, her heart racing uncontrollably, as if it might leap out of her throat at any moment. In her fluster, she stammered, I need to go back to my room to sleep. Before she could finish, she dashed upstairs like a startled rabbit, leaving Shen Yihua watching her retreating figure, a smile unwittingly curling at the corners of his mouth. Back in her room, Jiang Soning quickly shut the door, feeling somewhat disdainful of herself in the past. When boys confessed to her, she could firmly refuse them. Why was it that when faced with Shen Yihua, she could only flee? After calming herself in the room for a while, she finally registered that she was still in her space. After locking the door, she slipped into her space. Shen Yihua's words of confession echoed continuously in her mind. She had to admit that his handsome face and his deeply affectionate gaze had indeed left a lasting impression on her. Moreover, deep down, she harbored some fondness for Shen Yihua. After all, people are often visual creatures, and it was difficult to remain entirely indifferent in the face of Shen Yihua's striking features. However, merely relying on this faint sense of fondness is insufficient to compel her to impulsively agree to be with Shen Yihua. They are not kindred spirits. She possesses her own path in life that she must bravely traverse, and she has long since devised plans for her future. Perhaps once she successfully locates her brother and settles down with Mu Shi, she might consider finding a suitable partner for a passionate romance. Yet, it is certain that this individual will not be Shen Yihua, for he could never forsake the A city base or abandon his family to unconditionally follow in her footsteps. Thus, it is destined that they shall remain mere companions who traverse a segment of a journey together. As these thoughts gradually clarified, the flush of shyness that had tinted her cheeks began to fade, and her racing heart slowly regained its tranquility. She had always prided herself on being a rational and composed individual. If a situation is bound to culminate without a satisfactory resolution, then it should not be recklessly initiated. Having come to terms with all this, she slowly rose to her feet, approached the sink to wash up, and only when her hair had dried did she wearily climb into bed, drifting into a peaceful slumber. The alarm clock rang at 6. They were to depart tonight, and she needed to tidy up the villa. After inspecting her room and ensuring nothing was left behind, she slowly exited. Fang Jingyuan and the others were already on the second-floor balcony, dismantling the solar panels. Everyone was busy packing their belongings, while Qiu Yuexian re-entered the kitchen to prepare dinner. She caught sight of Jiang Soning, a flicker of envy crossing her eyes. Jiang Soning was oblivious to her gaze, busily stowing away the remaining ingredients from the refrigerator. The living room was already barren, with most having finished packing. 2 small trucks were fully loaded, ready to depart at any moment. Shen Yihua entered the living room with measured steps. His deep-set eyes swept the room before finally settling on Jiang Soning in the distance. A slight smile graced his lips, and he strode purposefully towards her. Upon reaching Jiang Soning, Shen Yihua produced a bottle of mineral water still exuding a chill, gently twisted off the cap and offered it to her, speaking softly. Please drink some water. It's quite hot today, and we wouldn't want you to suffer from heat stroke. Hearing his voice, Jiang Soning startled, lifting her gaze only to quickly avert her eyes upon meeting his. After a moment's hesitation, she extended her hand to accept the bottle, softly murmuring her thanks before hastily making her way toward the stairs. Shin Yihua stood in place, watching her retreating figure. Noting her hurried steps, he understood she was clearly avoiding him. Rather than feeling disheartened by this, a glint of determination flickered in his eyes. As Jiang Songning ascended the stairs, she felt a burning gaze on her back, akin to flames scorching her skin. She need not turn around to know that the source of this gaze was none other than Shan Yihua. Realizing this, Jiang Songning inwardly chastised herself for her lack of fortitude. Yet her pace unconsciously quickened. Chapter 124. Preparing to leave J City. Upon reaching the second floor, Wang Chao was the first to spot her. "Sister Jiang, what's wrong? Your face is so red. You aren't suffering from heat stroke, are you?" Jiang Songning suppressed her inner turmoil, replying, "I'm fine. I just came to see how you all were doing with the dismantling. We're almost done. Just a bit more to go." After about half an hour, they finally removed the solar panels. Jiang Songning stored the items in her space, and only then did they descend the stairs. Downstairs, Chiu Yuxian and Hu Kersin had finished preparing dinner. The moment Jiang Songning appeared in the living room, Shin Yihua's gaze followed her, compelling her to feign ignorance, intending to clarify matters with him at a later time. Zhou Lin had been observing the two of them with subtle intent, occasionally wearing a knowing smile. While Su Lin had long since detected Jiang Songning's unease, upon seeing Shan Yihua's demeanor, he understood. The atmosphere at the dining table felt inexplicably tense. Even the usually carefree Wang Chao and Wei Zhe sensed it. Wang Chao nudged Su Lin with his elbow, silently inquiring about the situation. Su Lin responded with an expression of realization. Wang Chao glanced at Wei Zhe, who appeared equally clueless, and then surveyed the others. Apart from Fang Jingyuan and Hu Kersin, who were engrossed in their own world, the overall ambience at the table was rather peculiar. Unable to endure the awkwardness any longer, Jiang Songning hastily finished her meal and excused herself to the small garden outside. Noticing her departure, Shin Yihua set down his chopsticks and followed her out. Wei Zhe observed Shin Yihua chasing after Jiang Songning, wearing an expression of intrigue. Shin Yihua hurriedly pursued her, quickly spotting Jiang Songning standing alone in the garden. Her gaze vacant as if lost in deep contemplation, he approached her slowly, softly inquiring, "Have I caused you any distress?" Upon hearing his voice, Jiang Songning flinched slightly but quickly regained her composure. She turned to meet Shin Yihua's concerned gaze and replied in a neutral tone, "Not at all." Shin Yihua, however, did not relax. He fixed his gaze upon Jiang Songning's eyes, as if attempting to penetrate her soul to discern her true thoughts, confidently stating, "But I can sense that you are avoiding me." Jiang Songning let out a silent sigh, realizing that this matter must be addressed openly. Taking a deep breath, she summoned her courage and said, "Huaigu, I believe it would be better for us to maintain a teammate relationship." Shin Yihua smiled gently, looking at Jiang Songning as he earnestly explained, "We are indeed comrades in arms. It is just that I have developed feelings for you and wish to pursue something more. However, this will not affect our collaboration as teammates, and I do not wish to force you into accepting my feelings, so you need not feel troubled by it." Jiang Songning was momentarily at a loss for words, stammering before finally saying, "What I mean is, you need not invest your time and energy into me. We may not be well suited." Yet, before she could finish, Shin Yihua decisively interrupted her, "Why do you think so? Do you dislike me?" Jiang Songning quickly shook her head in denial. "Of course not. We have only just met, and we don't know each other well enough. Your rejection is understandable if you feel that I am a bother. I can step back to the role of a teammate, but I hope you can grant me a chance to pursue you. All right?" Seeing the unwavering determination in Shin Yihua's eyes that brooked no refusal, Jiang Songning could only reluctantly nod in acquiescence. J City is over 1,000 kilometers from a city. Under optimal driving conditions, it would take no more than 2 days to arrive. Considering the current situation, they were traveling on national highways, restricted to nighttime movement, and might encounter unforeseen delays. It would likely take a month to reach their destination. With this in mind, Jiang Songning mused. Once they arrived at the base, they would part ways, each following their own path. Since she had clearly rejected Shin Yihua's confession, how to proceed next would entirely depend on his personal will and choices. Thus, she deemed it unnecessary to continue dwelling on the matter and resolved to let things unfold naturally. Observing Jiang Songning's concession, a hint of cunning flitted through Shin Yihua's eyes. "Let us go. We need to prepare. It's time to leave." Upon returning to the living room, Shin Yihua's face once again assumed its frosty demeanor. Jiang Songning marveled at his ability to change expressions with such ease. He was indeed a master of facial transformation. Wei Zhe, seeing Shan Yihua return, had intended to tease but swallowed his words upon witnessing his expression. Once everyone had finished packing, they gathered in the living room for a meeting. Fang Jingyuan, noticing Shan Yihua and Jiang Songning's return, called everyone back to the living room. Upon hearing they were to convene, the group's demeanor grew serious. Once all were present, Fang Jingyuan spoke. Tonight, we shall depart. I have discussed the route with Huaigu. Most of our journey will take us through rural areas, where we are likely to encounter greater dangers. Cities are rife with zombies, while the countryside harbors more mutated plants and animals. Therefore, we must remain vigilant. Just because we don't see many zombies doesn't mean we can afford to relax our guard. Even a blade of grass could suddenly sprout fangs and threaten our lives. After reminding everyone to stay cautious, Fang Jingyuan produced a map, pointing to a location circled in red. I trust you all are aware that Huaigu and his team encountered a mutated snake with mental abilities at this spot. This is an unavoidable stretch of our journey, and it is only an hour away, so we must be prepared to confront this snake. The higher the level of its mental abilities, the more challenging it will be to deal with. Based on Huaiji's and my conjectures, this snake's ability likely ranks at level 3, and it can manipulate other mutated animals and plants, so we can expect a fierce battle. Hu Kursin and Xiu Yuexian's expressions darkened. They both understood the terrifying nature of that snake and bore some psychological scars. Liu Chun, sensing the heavy atmosphere, quickly interjected, assuring everyone not to be overly anxious, as the members of their team had all improved in level. When they encountered it, who knows who would be the victor? Wang Chao rose, pounding the table, exclaiming, exactly. It's just a long worm, right? If we encounter it, let's just take it down. This evening, I shall deliver such a beating that even its mother would fail to recognize it. Afterward, I shall treat everyone to snake soup. Although Wang Chao's words were somewhat crude, they undeniably alleviated the tension among the group. Well then, since everyone is aware of the situation and the time is nearly upon us, let us gather our belongings and depart. Chapter 125. Mutated plants. After the meeting, we conducted a final check to ensure nothing was overlooked before exiting the small Western-style building. I, along with Song Ning and Lu Chun, took the lead, while A Yuan, A Zhe, Zhou Lin, and Song Hao brought up the rear. Wang Chao and Su Lin were in the middle vehicle with the two girls, while Tuanzi accompanied them. There were no objections to Shan Yihua's arrangements. Tuanzi was particularly delighted, as it had no desire to be with Shan Yihua, the one who had clipped all its fur. Its favorite was still Su Lin, who knew how to dress it. Otherwise, its illustrious reputation would be tarnished by Shan Yihua's hands. Shan Yihua cast a fleeting glance at the untrained Tuanzi, but chose to ignore it. His arrangements served his own interests as well. Firstly, Jiang Songning possessed psychic abilities, and secondly, he desired more opportunities to interact with her. Jiang Songning feigned ignorance of Shan Yihua's motives and, noting that the time was nearly right, retrieved the walkie-talkie from her spatial pouch and handed it to several individuals, urging everyone to maintain a safe distance between vehicles and to avoid falling behind. As the time drew near, everyone secured their backpacks and boarded the vehicles. The cars departed from the small building just as the sun dipped below the horizon. Outside, there were no zombies in sight. This moment of tranquility was indeed rare. Though the weather remained warm, it was not unbearable. With the zombies still hidden away, it was a time for humans to be active. Their residence was located on the outskirts of the city, and it took only 20 minutes for the vehicle to reach the national highway. Upon entering the highway, the sky began to darken, and a scattering of zombies began to emerge along the road. There were few houses near the national highway, and consequently, the number of zombies was manageable. As they approached the area where Shan Yihua and company had encountered the mutated snakes, their vehicle slowed down. Jiang Songning took the initiative to remind everyone to remain vigilant through the walkie-talkie, her psychic powers continuously surveying the surrounding environment. Everyone felt a collective easing of breath, yet an atmosphere of tension enveloped them all. The further they drove, the less they dared to relax their guard. As they drew closer, Jiang Songning noticed an increasing number of abandoned vehicles and faint traces of dried blood on the ground. The road ahead became increasingly uneven, and Jiang Songning furrowed her brow, realizing that this snake had consumed quite a number of victims. In the post-apocalyptic world, most mutated creatures were not known for preying on humans. Such tendencies were typically found among wild beasts. Jiang Songning released Tang Yuan from her spatial pouch. Being an animal, It possessed a heightened sense of danger compared to humans. It appeared to have grown stronger. Shin Yihua's expression grew more solemn. The rate of their evolution could not be so rapid. The severity of the surroundings indicated that the mutated snake likely had control over an even greater number of mutated plants or animals. Suddenly, Tang Yuan began barking towards the front, prompting Shin Yihua to slam on the brakes. "Everyone, pay attention," Lu Chun instructed through the walkie-talkie to the trailing vehicles. Jiang Songning, sensing no energy fluctuations, noticed Tang Yuan's unwavering gaze fixed ahead. Undoubtedly, mutated plants lay ahead. "There must be mutated plants," Jiang Songning alerted Shin Yihua. "I will go take a look." Shin Yihua unfastened his seatbelt, grasped his pistol firmly, and exited the vehicle. Jiang Songning followed closely with Tang Yuan in her arms. The two proceeded cautiously towards the front. The entire stretch of road was eerily silent, the occasional breeze rustling through the air, while sounds of movement emerged from the nearby hillside. This only amplified the quietude of the night. Just as they approached the hillside, a vine suddenly lunged at Jiang Songning. Shin Yihua swiftly pulled her back 2 steps and raised his hand to slice at the vine. Jiang Songning quickly regained her composure and retaliated with her own vine attack. Having reached level 3, her vine forced the attacking one to retreat. Neither of them dared to lower their guard. Indeed, just 2 seconds later, countless dark green vines, akin to hidden venomous snakes, began to slither silently from beneath the ground. They twisted and turned, their pace slow yet imbued with an unsettling sense of foreboding. Jiang Songning's eyes narrowed, and without hesitation, she retrieved a sharp axe from her spatial pouch, gripping the handle tightly. With all her might, she swung down forcefully at the ground. A crisp crack echoed as several vines snapped, and green sap splattered everywhere. That moment, Wei Zhe swiftly conjured a blazing fireball in his hand and hurled it forward. The fireball streaked through the air like a shooting star, accurately striking the vines. The impacted vines writhed violently, as if in immense pain, before rapidly retreating underground. Mere seconds later, even more vines surged forth from all directions. Their sheer volume astonishing. In the blink of an eye, the ground was nearly covered in a dense mass of vines, forming a veritable ocean of green. At this juncture, the others rushed over. Upon witnessing the scene before them, they became somewhat flustered, brandishing their machetes and hacking desperately at the encroaching vines. Though the attacking vines lacked significant strength, their overwhelming numbers surged forward like a tide, rendering defense nearly impossible. A moment's inattention could result in a vine seizing a person's ankle or arm, rendering them immobile. These vines seemed to possess boundless vitality, capable of growing and spreading without end. Each time someone severed a vine, it was as if they triggered a mysterious mechanism, prompting even more vines to sprout rapidly from all sides. As time progressed, each individual felt increasingly fatigued, their powers depleting as if drained. Jiang Songning ceased her actions, calmly surveying her surroundings, finally focusing on the direction from which the thickest vine extended. Taking a deep breath, she resolutely moved towards that direction. Shin Yihua, noticing her intention, immediately followed closely by her side, wielding his machete with relentless vigor. The blade clashed against the vines, producing a sharp sound. Yet each time they severed a vine, new ones rushed in to take its place at an alarming speed, leaving them overwhelmed as they gradually approached the source of the vines. Those that had previously been on the defensive suddenly appeared to awaken, launching a frenzied assault against them. Countless robust vines attacked the two like a swarm of ferocious snakes, attempting to ensnare their limbs or lash against them, leaving behind ghastly wounds. Faced with such a fierce onslaught, Jiang Songning and Shin Yihua found themselves struggling to withstand the assault, moving forward with great difficulty. Chapter 126. Elimination of the mutated vines. As they drew perilously close, Jiang Songning inadvertently found her ankle ensnared by the thickest vine, causing her to lose her balance and fall to the ground. Observing this, Shin Yihua quickly harnessed his lightning powers and struck at the vine. Perhaps sensing the danger, the vine tightened its grip on Jiang Songning rather than releasing her, wrapping itself deeper into her flesh, blood seeping forth. Jiang Songning's face paled from the pain. She fought to suppress her agony, concentrating on locating the root of the vine. Seeing Jiang Songning injured, Shin Yihua disregarded everything else and moved toward her. The vine, perhaps sensing his intent, lashed out at him with its thick body. Shin Yihua struggled to advance. Upon noticing Jiang Songning's immobility, his anxiety heightened. Enduring the searing pain in his back, he leaped forward, raising his machete to sever the vine binding Jiang Songning's ankle. The vine snapped instantly, its sap splattering everywhere. In that moment, Jiang Songning finally located the root of the vine, her ankle revealing bone beneath the flesh. Just then, another vine extended toward her, wrapping around her arm. Meanwhile, Shen Yihua faced a dire situation as most vines abandoned their assault on Fang Jinyuan and his group. Turning their frenzied attacks on the two, they found it increasingly challenging to cope. Fang Jinyuan and others rushed over to hack at the thrashing vines from the periphery. "This won't do. We must find its root," Su Lin exclaimed, nearing exhaustion. Liu Qian swung his machete while observing the situation, but the vines extended from all directions, making it impossible to ascertain the location of their root. Fang Jinyuan, gritting his teeth against the pain, suggested, "Let us disperse and see if we can locate the root of the vines." The group scattered, beginning their assault in the direction of the vine's extension. Jiang Songning identified the root of the vine but found herself immobilized by the vine's grip. She attempted to use her psychic powers to control it. However, as soon as her energy reached out, a searing pain shot through her head, prompting an involuntary cry of anguish. Shen Yihua's gaze sharpened as he observed Jiang Songning's face contorted with pain. Her voice echoing with heart-wrenching cries, he felt an urgent sense of dread and, without hesitation, unleashed his powers, launching a fierce assault on the attacking vines. At that moment, the thickest, most menacing vine surged forth like a furious giant python, wildly lunging towards Jiang Songning and Shen Yihua. Shen Yihua remained in a state of heightened alertness, deftly evading the fierce onslaught of the menacing vines while keeping a vigilant eye on their extending direction through his peripheral vision. As anticipated, it wasn't long before he sensed a peculiar shift in the atmosphere. With a vigorous assault directed at the base of the vines, the once arrogant tendrils recoiled in sheer fright. Retreating hastily like a receding tide in that instant, others too keenly discerned the location of the vine's roots, swiftly converging their respective abilities upon that critical point with the ferocity of a tempest. These vines, despite their formidable appearance, were not of particularly high rank. Their true menace lay in their overwhelming numbers, intertwining like the intricate threads of a spider's web, rendering them exceedingly troublesome. However, confronted with the unified onslaught of their combined powers, the seemingly indomitable roots of the vines could no longer withstand the assault, shattering into countless fragments in an explosive burst. With a resounding crash, a myriad of green sap erupted like a dazzling firework, staining the surrounding air in vibrant emerald hues. After a tense second, all eyes were glued to the now motionless vines, each silently praying that it would not stir again. 2 seconds passed without any sign of movement. And though a slight relaxation washed over the group, caution still reigned. It was only after a third second that they collectively exhaled in relief, confirming that the vines had indeed succumbed to silence. Shen Yihua, gritting his teeth against the waves of pain coursing through his back, stumbled yet resolutely made his way towards Jiang Songning. Upon reaching her, he hastily extended his hands to assist her in rising. Concern etched across his face as he inquired, "How are you?" Jiang Songning furrowed her brow slightly. Having been struck by the formidable mental force controlling the vines, her head now felt as though it were being assailed by countless steel needles, causing unbearable agony. Yet, upon meeting Shen Yihua's worried gaze, she mustered a faint smile, shaking her head gently as she replied, "I'm fine, just a bit of a headache." Just as she prepared to rise unaided, the sound of hurried footsteps approached from afar. Turning to look, she saw Su Lin rushing towards them. Without hesitation, he grasped Jiang Songning's wrist firmly, closed his eyes, and concentrated, channeling his abilities to mend her wounds. A warm, gentle energy gradually enveloped her, and within 2 minutes, the excruciating pain had subsided nearly completely. Glancing down at her once mangled ankle and wrist, she was pleasantly surprised to find the wounds had nearly healed, leaving only faint traces behind, with little to no pain remaining. "I'm fine now." At Su Lin, "Please check on the others. The snake should be approaching soon." Su Lin wasted no time. Among the group, Jiang Songning and Shen Yihua bore the most severe injuries. He seized Shen Yihua's wrist, using his powers to mend his wounds. Seizing the opportunity, the others produced crystal cores to absorb, aware that the upcoming confrontation with the snake would be even more challenging. necessitating their powers to be in peak condition. Having absorbed 2 cores and regained her strength, Jiang Songning approached the base of the vines, suppressing her disgust at the viscous sap. With a swift swing of her axe, she struck at the roots several times, soon revealing a glistening green crystal core. Mere minutes had passed, yet new shoots began to sprout from the vine's roots. She extracted the core, stowing it away in her spatial pocket. Without the core, any newly sprouted shoots would merely be different plants, devoid of aggression. After securing the core, she remained vigilant, scanning the surroundings with her mental prowess. 2 minutes later, before Su Lin could attend to the others, Jiang Songning sensed an approaching entity from the hillside, drawing ever closer. Everyone, be alert, it's coming. Tension gripped the group as they armed themselves, eyes fixed on the direction of the slope. The darkness of the night obscured their vision. But under the moonlight, a shadowy figure loomed closer. Chapter 127. The mutated snake Shen Yihua quickly instructed Su Lin. Su Lin, you and Wang Chao take Tang Yuan and Tuan Zi to guard the supplies. There may be mutated creatures approaching. Su Lin nodded, and together with Wang Chao, they led Tang Yuan and Tuan Zi away from the scene. About 50 meters away from the others, the colossal mutated snake came to a halt. Its girth was fearsome, nearly as thick as a water barrel, instilling dread in all who beheld it. Bathed in the gentle moonlight, its scales shimmered with a dark, profound luminescence, as if imbued with boundless mysterious power. Suddenly, the mutated snake sensed something amiss. Its once tranquil demeanor shifted into agitation. It realized that the plants it controlled had lost their connection. A surge of uncontrollable rage erupted from within, and it opened its gaping maw, emitting a hissing sound that sent chills down the spine of every onlooker. Faced with such a ferocious adversary, the group's anxiety escalated. This mutated snake not only possessed astonishing physical strength, but also wielded rare psychic abilities. This dual threat heightened the difficulty of confronting it. A single misstep could lead to irreparable consequences. All eyes remained fixed on this terrifying foe, wary of any lapse in focus. Abruptly, the mutated snake opened its maw wide, unleashing a bone-chilling hiss that pierced the minds of everyone present like a multitude of sharp needles. Wei Zhe, unable to bear the excruciating pain, let out a howl, while the others, though maintaining composure, were equally afflicted. Their faces turned as pale as paper, beads of sweat rolling down their foreheads, soaking their garments in an instant. Jiang Songning fared slightly better. Stifling the discomfort in her head, she swiftly drew her pistol from her waist, unwaveringly aiming at the snake's head before pulling the trigger. In such dire circumstances, resorting to a firearm was the wisest course of action. The bullet shot forth like lightning, imbued with lethal intent. The mutated snake, sensing the imminent danger, momentarily ceased its psychic assault, skillfully maneuvering its massive body to evade the fatal projectile. Seizing the opportunity as the snake focused on dodging, Shen Yihua summoned his abilities. Gripping tightly and then swinging forcefully, a brilliant flash of light erupted, coalescing into a formidable force that struck the mutated snake with the might of a thunderbolt. In that instant, the bolt precisely struck the snake's tail. Blood splattered, and chunks of flesh flew, rendering the tail a gruesome sight. The intense agony drove the mutated snake into a frenzy, thrashing its colossal form as if to rend everything around it asunder. Shen Yihua's actions undeniably enraged the creature further. Its cold, piercing eyes locked onto him, radiating a murderous intent. Subsequently, the snake opened its gaping mouth, unleashing a torrent of potent psychic energy that surged towards Shen Yihua like an unstoppable wave. He felt sharp, piercing sensations flooding his mind, as if countless needles were mercilessly stabbing at his neural pathways. The pain was indescribable, akin to a hammer relentlessly pounding his skull. Compared to before, the snake's psychic assault was evidently more vicious and relentless. Shen Yihua yearned to retaliate, yet the excruciating torment rendered him completely incapacitated. He attempted to summon his powers to withstand the terrifying mental barrage, but each effort felt as futile as an ant attempting to shake a tree. All he could do was grit his teeth and focus on resisting the overwhelming force. Seeing this, Jiang Songning fired 2 consecutive shots at the mutated snake. However, the creature, too vigilant, twisted its body to evade the bullets. Fang Jingyuan finally regained his composure, swiftly conjuring ice blades to strike at the snake. The blades embedded themselves into its scales, causing minor damage yet eliciting a pained reaction. Following this, Wei Zhe launched a fireball, forcing the snake to halt its assault on Shen Yihua as it turned its massive form towards the group. The creature, in addition to its psychic prowess, wielded its body as a lethal weapon. The group continued to attack while retreating. Jiang Songning intermittently fired her weapon, each bullet embedding itself within the snake's flesh, inciting its irritation. Noticing Jiang Songning's proximity, the snake abruptly abandoned its pursuit of Shen Yihua and the others. Swiftly redirecting its charge towards her, as the mutated snake drew nearer, Jiang Songning remained composed, taking a deep breath. Calmly, she aimed her gun at the snake's head, her finger poised on the trigger. Just as the snake lunged towards her, she decisively fired. The resounding crack echoed through the air as the bullet struck true, piercing one of the snake's eyes. An agonizing wave of pain coursed through the creature, inciting a frenzy of thrashing, sending dust and debris swirling around them before it instinctively raised its massive tail, sweeping it towards Jiang Songning with lethal intent. Jiang Songning reacted with remarkable swiftness. Her figure darted nimbly behind a derelict vehicle. Almost simultaneously, the mutated serpent's tail struck the car with a resounding thud. A deafening crash reverberated through the air as the already dilapidated automobile was flattened into a heap of scrap metal by the serpent's formidable blow. At that critical moment, Shen Yihua once again focused his energy, channeling his supernatural abilities, as violet sparks flickered and danced in his palms. Seizing the opportunity, he unleashed a barrage of powerful lightning strikes aimed directly at the serpent's vulnerable underbelly. Zhou Lin, too, summoned his abilities, commanding the surrounding abandoned vehicles to hurl themselves at the mutated serpent. The sound of metal clashing against the serpent echoed as it writhed in pain, flicking its tongue in agony, desperately attempting to shake off the debris and flee. Meanwhile, Fang Jingyuan and Wei Zhe coordinated their efforts, maneuvering to the serpent's front and unleashing their combined powers upon its critical weak point. Chapter 128. The defeat of the mutated serpent. The serpent's underbelly was a gruesome sight, blood and flesh a chaotic blend, saturating the ground in a shocking crimson. It writhed in torment. Clouds of dust rising with each agonizing convulsion, each twist of its massive body accompanied by distressing spasms. After merely 2 revolutions, its struggles ceased abruptly, its colossal form crashing to the ground, lifeless and still. Witnessing this scene, the tension that had gripped the onlookers began to ease, and they exhaled a collective sigh of relief. Just as Jiang Songning prepared to step forward and assess the situation, a chilling aura surged forth, overwhelming her senses. The bone-chilling sensation coursed through her, prompting an involuntary shiver as her body trembled. Suddenly, a warning cry rang out, "Be careful!" Yet, the others remained oblivious, still in a state of relaxation until the air was filled with a series of spine-chilling hisses. Awakening them to the imminent danger. Panic-stricken, they turned to their surroundings, their scalps prickling at the sight before them. Hundreds, if not thousands, of snakes, varying in size and color, were slithering toward them, tongues flicking rapidly. In this dire moment, several individuals acted on instinct, raising their hands to unleash their respective powers upon the densely packed and terrifying mass of serpents below. In an instant, a cacophony of sounds erupted, accompanied by splattering blood and shredded flesh, transforming the ground into a ghastly scene. The unbearable stench of death rapidly permeated the air, overwhelming the senses of the onlookers, causing some to succumb to nausea and vomit. Jiang Songning fought against her urge to retch, realizing that her powers seemed rather ineffectual against such a vast and concentrated swarm of snakes. Just as her energy was waning, a sudden spark of inspiration struck her. She recalled the Xionghuang stored within her spatial abilities. Without hesitation, she retrieved it and swiftly scattered it over herself. The once aggressive serpents, upon catching the scent of the Xionghuang, froze as if paralyzed, retreating rapidly from her vicinity. Overjoyed by this turn of events, Jiang Songning hastily gathered several more packets of Xionghuang from her space, using her plant manipulation abilities to guide a robust vine like a skilled whip, accurately distributing the powder onto the others. As the Xionghuang dust settled, the previously frenzied snakes descended into chaos. Sensing the impending peril, they became agitated, some spinning in place, others colliding with one another, losing the earlier semblance of their coordinated assault. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Songning began to scrutinize her surroundings. Soon, she noticed the subtle rise and fall of the mutated serpent's abdomen nearby. despite its severe injuries diminishing its powers, it still managed to exert control over the snake horde, which surprised her. Acknowledging the serpent's ferocity, she decisively sprinkled an entire packet of xionghuang over herself and approached the mutant creature. The serpent, keenly aware of Jiang Songning's approach, attempted to shift its body to strike at her, but found itself utterly immobilized in a fit of rage. It unleashed a furious hiss and directed a portion of its mental energy toward her like a tempest. To Jiang Songning, this feeble attempt felt like a mere tickle. Remaining composed and unperturbed, she retrieved a razor-sharp axe from her spatial realm. Without so much as a blink, she swung the axe down with tremendous force towards the serpent's head. One strike proved insufficient to subdue it entirely. Jiang Songning showed no mercy as she relentlessly continued her assault, the axe falling like a storm upon the serpent's head. In an instant, the once menacing visage of the serpent's head became a grotesque sight. Blood spraying in all directions, staining her clothing crimson and splattering her face. Realizing its imminent demise, the mutated serpent attempted to retract its control over the remaining snakes. However, it was far too late. As excruciating pain engulfed it, its consciousness began to fade, and it slowly closed its eyes, utterly devoid of life. With the serpent's control severed, the remaining snakes regained their senses, catching the scent of xionghuang in the air, and promptly fled the scene. As the snakes dispersed, the exhausted group took a moment to recuperate, and Jiang Songning seized the opportunity to extract the black crystal core from the serpent's head. "Where's Yihuai?" Fang Jingyuan inquired. Noticing Shen Yihuai's absence, a gunshot rang out from behind them. They exchanged glances before swiftly moving toward the source of the sound. After placing the crystal core into her spatial realm, Jiang Songning saw the others rushing away and quickly stored the serpent's body, weighing at least 1,000 pounds. Even if they didn't consume it, it could serve as sustenance for Tang Yuan and Tuanzi. Snake meat was undoubtedly more palatable than wolf meat. Upon reaching the parking area, they found Shen Yihuai engaged in a fierce battle with another mutated serpent. Jiang Songning cursed under her breath, feeling as though they had stirred a hornet's nest. However, this third-level mutated serpent possessed earth-based abilities, generally known for their formidable defense but relatively weaker offensive capabilities. Shen Yihuai appeared to handle it with ease, though it seemed he was deliberately stalling for time, prompting the others to refrain from intervening and watch instead. Jiang Songning's gaze shifted to Song Hao, who was intently focused, his eyes locked on the mutated serpent, radiating an unprecedented intensity and tension. Suddenly, Jiang Songning understood Shen Yihuai's deeper intentions behind this arrangement. Chapter 129. Moving forward during combat, Song Hao seldom utilized his supernatural advantages, relying instead on weapons, and he was not adept at wielding his powers. Shen Yihuai likely aimed to help him recognize the strength of his abilities. If he could masterfully wield his powers to assist the team, future battles would become significantly easier. Observing that Song Hao was nearing a breakthrough, Shen Yihuai broke through the mutated serpent's defenses and quickly targeted its vulnerable underbelly. Blood gushed forth from the serpent's wound, and seizing the moment, Shen Yihuai struck its head once more. The serpent collapsed with a resounding thud, lifeless, and Shen Yihuai extracted the crystal core, handing it to Song Hao. "Thank you, Yihuai." Song Hao gazed gratefully at Shen Yihuai, who had previously felt his abilities were insignificant compared to the impressive powers of others. His envy had transformed into self-doubt, leading him to believe his presence in the team was inconsequential. Although he still ventured out to combat zombies, he seldom employed his powers. Without the team's protection, he would have been devoured by the undead long ago. Watching Shen Yihuai in battle, he suddenly realized he had been mistaken. Though his combat skills were lacking, his abilities were invaluable in supporting the team. His admiration for Shen Yihuai reached new heights, and he silently vowed that henceforth, Shen Yihuai would be his brother. Unbeknownst to Shen Yihuai, this gesture would lead to a long-lasting bond. He waved his hand and approached Jiang Songning, presenting her with a vibrant green crystal core. Remembering that she had just extracted the core from the mutated vine, she looked at him with confusion. There was another mutated plant here that we hadn't noticed. Jiang Songning suddenly comprehended why he had vanished earlier. "Thank you." Jiang Songning took the crystal core and earnestly thanked Shen Yihuai. Shen Yihuai chuckled with a heart full of joy, yet his smile faded into the night, unnoticed by anyone. Standing a short distance away, Qiu Yuexian clenched her fingers tightly, her gaze fixed on the two. She had thought the crystal core would finally come her way, yet it was handed to Jiang Songning instead. Earlier, Jiang Songning had already acquired a third-tier crystal core, and now she was determined to seize this one as well. Consumed by envy, she longed to tear Jiang Songning apart, but knew she was no match and refrained from acting rashly. Let us leave this place. I have an unsettling feeling about it. There are far too many high-tier mutated animals and plants. Jiang Songning felt an inexplicable urge that something awaited them in the mountains behind. Throughout the night, they had encountered 2 third-tier mutated beasts and 2 mutated plants. Shen Yihua glanced at his watch, noting it was already 2 in the morning, dawn approaching. All right, let us leave. After a brief moment of tidying up, they prepared to depart. Once inside the vehicle, Shen Yihua noticed Jiang Songning's clothes were stained with blood. I'll step out. You should change first, he suggested. Hearing this, Jiang Songning lowered her head and realized her garments were splattered with the blood of the mutated snake. Okay. After Shen Yihua exited the vehicle, Jiang Songning was suddenly aware of her discomfort, her skin feeling sticky. She contemplated washing in her space but feared being discovered by Shen Yihua, ultimately abandoning the idea. After changing her clothes, she retrieved some water and a towel to clean herself. Once everything was in order, she gently pressed the car window button, and as the window opened, her gaze was irresistibly drawn to a figure. There stood Shen Yihua, his back to the vehicle, his stature upright as a pine tree. A cigarette dangled from his fingers, its ember flickering dimly in the darkness. The smoke curled upwards, obscuring his facial features. Yet it could not conceal the innate allure and charisma he exuded. At that moment, Shen Yihua was absorbed in his cigarette, taking a gentle drag before slowly exhaling the smoke. His movements were elegant and practiced, each detail appearing impeccably timed and impressively handsome. Jiang Songning stared at him, momentarily lost in thought. Shen Yihua seemed to sense something, turning to find Jiang Songning gazing at him with a dazed expression. Instantly, the gloom in his heart dissipated, and a smile unconsciously graced his lips. He suddenly felt that his decent appearance had finally found some utility. Was it not serving its purpose now? When Jiang Songning met his gaze, she noticed the warmth of his smile and felt a rush of embarrassment, hastily averting her eyes and stammering. I thought I'm ready. Shen Yihua calmly extinguished his burning cigarette and gently opened the car door. His long legs gracefully entered the vehicle, his movements fluid and poised. Once settled in the driver's seat, he cast another heated glance at Jiang Songning in the passenger seat. Do I look good? Shen Yihua suddenly inquired, his voice low and magnetic, resonating like the melodious tones of a cello within the confined space of the car. Jiang Songning was taken aback by his bluntness, momentarily at a loss for words. Her mind went blank, and she instinctively nodded, mumbling, "Ts all right, I suppose." As soon as the words left her lips, she realized how foolish she had been, mentally berating herself for being swayed by his charm, and shot him a glare. Hee. Shen Yihua caught her glance, his lips curling into a slight smile, accompanied by a rich, pleasant chuckle. At that moment, she wished to find a hole to hide in, desperate to escape the painfully awkward atmosphere. Just then, Lu Chen opened the back door. Brother Huai, we can go now. Seeing Lu Chen enter the vehicle, Jiang Songning breathed a sigh of relief. She felt she could no longer bear being alone with Shen Yihua. Shen Yihua shot Lu Chen an annoyed look, thinking, why did you come now, of all times? Lu Chen sensed the discontent in Shen Yihua's gaze and racked his brain, realizing he hadn't offended him. Brother Huai, what's wrong? Nothing. Shen Yihua replied curtly. As the vehicle roared back to life, Jiang Songning absorbed 2 crystal cores, her powers nearly restored, and resumed scanning the surroundings with her mental energy. The further they traveled, the higher the mountains grew, and the denser the trees became. The stark, bare trees appeared even more ominous under the moonlight. Chapter 130. The mutated wild boar. At this moment, darkness enveloped the earth, shrouding everything in silence. Shen Yihua gripped the steering wheel firmly, his eyes fixated on the rugged, pockmarked road ahead. A moment's inattention could plunge them into peril. The tension in the vehicle was palpable as the others remained vigilant, acutely aware of their surroundings. Minutes ticked by, and the car had been in motion for over half an hour. Yet this stretch of road seemed interminable. 2 trucks followed closely behind, struggling over the bumpy terrain, their tires occasionally kicking up debris. Suddenly, Jiang Songning felt an unusual presence approaching from behind. She turned to see two beams of headlights rapidly drawing near, accompanied by a shadowy figure trailing closely. Raising her binoculars for a closer look, she gasped. It was a massive, fearsome mutated creature. It bared its teeth, emitting a foul stench, seemingly poised to pounce at any moment. This is bad. We need to get out of here quickly. Something is chasing us. Jiang Songning observed the situation behind her, knowing a single mutated beast was not a significant threat, but a horde could spell disaster. Liu Chun, hearing her shout, felt a jolt of urgency and swiftly grabbed the walkie-talkie. Shouting, "Everyone, accelerate. Something's on our tail." Received. Understood. The heart rates of everyone skyrocketed. Shin Yihua slammed the accelerator, the engine roaring as they sped away. However, due to the poor road conditions, they struggled to gain significant speed. The mutated creature behind them drew ever closer, its terrifying roars echoing in their souls. The tension inside the vehicle reached a breaking point. J-City was already mountainous, and despite driving for so long, they were still ensnared by the endless hills, with dawn nearing but no escape in sight. Jiang Songning began to feel anxious. Another third-tier mutated beast. What could be lurking in these mountains that allowed mutated animals to evolve so rapidly? She resolved to explore the mountains once dawn broke and they could take a rest. Shin Yihua focused intently on driving while keeping an eye on the two vehicles behind them. Aware that they would soon be caught, if they catch up, Liu informed Fong to find a clear area to stop. The issue of the pursuing mutated creatures needed resolution. The two small trucks behind them could not outrun them. Understood. With a soft hiss of brakes, the vehicle came to a steady halt. Almost simultaneously, Jiang Songning and Liu Chun swiftly armed themselves with various weapons and exited the vehicle without hesitation. Just then, Fang Jingyuan and the others also disembarked. Su Lin lifted Tang Yuan and Tuanzi out of the vehicle. There's just one mutated wild boar. Let Tang Yuan and Tuanzi handle it. Su Lin declared. At his words, Tang Yuan and Tuanzi transformed into colossal forms, their enthusiasm palpable. Jiang Songning saw no reason to refuse. Although Tang Yuan was only second tier, he possessed great strength, and Tuanzi, being fourth tier, was swift and formidable as a carnivore. Unless another psychic-type mutated creature appeared, they were well equipped for the task. Just then, the roar of engines erupted as the two vehicles behind them sped past like wild stallions breaking free. The speed at which they raced seemed to defy the constraints of the road. Hot on their heels was a massive, fearsome mutated wild boar, its sharp tusks glinting and its body covered in tough bristles, exuding an air of dominance. Upon spotting the humans ahead, a glint of ferocity flashed in its eyes, and it let out a low growl, preparing to charge into the crowd. However, upon seeing Tang Yuan and Tuanzi, its round eyes widened as if struck by a revelation. It abruptly turned and chased after the two vehicles that had just passed. Everyone was left speechless. Hey, even wild boars know who to avoid. Wei Zhe stared in disbelief ahead. Tang Yuan and Tuanzi exchanged glances, both expressing a tinge of regret. Su Lin patted their heads, reassuring them, "It's all right. We'll have another chance. Each of you will get a chicken leg later." Delighted, the two reverted to their original forms, circling Su Lin eagerly. Su Lin, how do you manage to charm them so? They listen to you so well. Wei Zhe marveled at the scene. He usually struggled to even pet Tuanzi, who often showed reluctance. Now, Tuanzi's demeanor was almost dog-like, appearing less valuable than Tang Yuan. At this moment, Wang Chao interjected, "Su Lin is a natural. Animals have always favored him. You, my friend, can only envy him." Jiang Songning also felt a pang of envy. With Su Lin's unique affinity, he could very well gather several mutated creatures as bodyguards. In a post-apocalyptic world, he could thrive with them by his side. "Hey, Su Lin, let Tuanzi allow me to pet it." Upon hearing Wei Zhe express his desire to touch it, Tuanzi raised its head haughtily, distancing itself from him, clearly asserting that not just anyone could pet it. "Songning, come with me." Hearing Shin Yihua call her, Jiang Songning ceased her distractions and followed him to the side. Shin Yihua, upon seeing Jiang Songning approach, spoke directly and declared, "I wish to ascend the mountain and assess the situation. This mountain range extends 200 kilometers away. Should we decide to leave, it would take us at least 3 more hours of travel. We remain oblivious to what mutated creatures and flora might await us further along. Most significantly, in this stretch, not a single zombie has been encountered, I surmise there may be something of value within the mountains that enables these mutated plants and animals to evolve at an accelerated pace. What Shin Yihua contemplated aligned perfectly with Jiang Songning's own thoughts. When he proactively offered this suggestion, Jiang Songning felt an immense weight lift from her shoulders, as she no longer had to rack her brain for various excuses. Thus, confronted with Shin Yihua's proposal, she nodded without hesitation, her voice resolute. Yes, we must go. Her bright eyes sparkled with unwavering determination, as if this decision had already taken root deep within her heart. Upon hearing Jiang Songning's enthusiastic response, the corners of Shin Yihua's lips curled slightly upwards, forming a faint smile. He softly remarked, I knew you would share my sentiments. His tone revealed a barely perceptible joy and contentment. Jiang Songning sensed Shin Yihua's fervent gaze fixed intently upon her, and inexplicably, she felt a sudden wave of unease wash over her. To mask her inner turmoil, she quickly shifted the topic, saying, we should consult with the others first. With that, she turned and hurried towards the crowd, her steps betraying her urgency. Shin Yihua observed keenly as Jiang Songning consistently and subtly evaded him, yet he remained unfazed. He believed that, with sufficient patience and sincerity, he would eventually breach the barriers between them and step into Jiang Songning's inner world. Chapter 131. The idea of entering the mountains. When Jiang Songning voiced her thoughts, a profound silence enveloped the group as they began to deliberate. Although the allure of the mountains was palpable, so too was the inherent danger. In just a few hours, they had encountered numerous high-level mutated plants and creatures, and the mountains could harbor even greater peril. Wang Chao and Su Lin were resolute. Whatever Jiang Songning proposed, they would follow her lead. However, Fang Jingyuan pondered more deeply. Jiang, are you certain there is something worthwhile within? Jiang Songning was uncertain, but she had heard tales in her past life of certain mutated plant fruits that could enhance the abilities of supernatural beings. Akin to crystal cores in her previous existence, she had never encountered such entities, as the He family had never permitted her to possess anything of value, not even a stale loaf of bread, which had to be stored in He Sini's space. This is merely my personal conjecture, Shin Yihua interjected, addressing the group. Upon hearing Shin Yihua's words, Fang Jingyuan refrained from further inquiries, for he trusted his cousin implicitly. Surely not everyone can ascend the mountain, Lu Chen finally spoke, breaking the silence. Shin Yihua nodded in agreement. With dawn approaching, there was a house just ahead where they could rest during the day. Tonight, Songning and I will take Tuanzi to investigate. You all should wait here. Sister Jiang, I will accompany you. Wang Chao volunteered eagerly. There's no need. Your abilities would be at a disadvantage in the mountains. Yihua and I will go swiftly and return promptly. The more people there are, the more complicated it becomes. Jiang Songning appreciated Wang Chao's goodwill but recognized that Fang Jingyuan was reluctant to take the risk. This was perfectly understandable, so it was indeed better for her to go with Shin Yihua. If given the choice, she would prefer to go alone. If she encountered something insurmountable, she could simply retreat into her space. However, the others would certainly object, and since most of their supplies were in her space, they would not rest easy if she ventured alone. It's for the best. With just Songning and me, we will make less noise, Shin Yihua decisively concluded, and thus the group set off towards the house ahead. The area was sparsely populated, yet the absence of even a single zombie was peculiar. Jiang Songning utilized her abilities to scan the surroundings, confirming that the nearby houses harbored neither zombies nor living souls. The structure before them was an ordinary 3-story rural residence, its yard well kept, with some farming tools stored neatly in a corner. Zhou Lin used his abilities to unlock the front door, and as it swung open, dust billowed into the air. Cough, cough, cough. Zhou Lin shone his flashlight into the room, revealing that it had been uninhabited for quite some time. However, the furniture was arranged neatly, indicating the owner had not turned into a zombie. Let us tidy up inside first. Jiang Songning retrieved a generator from her space, while Fang Jingyuan and Lu Chun took charge of connecting the electricity. The others set about cleaning, as they were not ones to fuss. They quickly took out cloths and began to wipe down surfaces. In the yard, there was a well, and Jiang Songning approached to inspect it. The water level was critically low, but it had not yet dried up. However, with the scant amount of water remaining, it would soon run out, making future water access increasingly difficult. Working collaboratively, they completed the tidying in under an hour. As daylight gradually emerged, hunger pangs began to gnaw at them. After a long night, no one was inclined to cook. Jiang Songning took out steamed buns, and each person consumed 2. Only after everyone had eaten did Shaniwa speak up. There are 5 rooms here. The boys can share 2, and the remaining 2 rooms are for the girls. After selecting their rooms, everyone settled down to rest, exhausted from the night's endeavors. This arrangement suited Jiang Songning perfectly, who Kursin and Qiu Yuxian would share a room, while she took one for herself. She ascended to the 3rd floor room without delay. With Zhou Lin and Lu Chen on watch, the others retreated to their quarters. Once Jiang Songning returned to her room, she locked the door, just as she intended to enter her space. A knock echoed at the door. Puzzled, she opened it to find Qiu Yuxian standing there. "Is there something you need?" Given their current tensions, Jiang Songning had no intention of extending any courtesy. Qiu Yuxian's expression was somewhat grim. Yet she quickly masked her emotions, forcing a smile as she spoke. "Songning, could we talk in your room? Miss Qiu, if you have something to say, please do so here. After all, we are not on such familiar terms." Qiu Yuxian had not anticipated that even with her lowered demeanor, Jiang Songning would refuse her. She lowered her gaze to conceal the resentment in her eyes while casting a furtive glance towards Shen Yihua's door. "Songning, I acknowledge my previous mistakes. I failed to consider your feelings. Can you forgive me?" "All right, I forgive you." Qiu Yuxian was momentarily taken aback. Typically, when girls found themselves in such situations, they would exchange barbs or taunts. Why was Jiang Songning deviating from the expected script? "Wonderful, Songning. I would love to have a chat. May I come in?" Jiang Songning eyed Qiu Yuxian with suspicion, uncertain of her ulterior motives. "I'm sorry, but I'm quite tired after a long night and wish to rest. It's not a convenient time." With a bitter smile, Qiu Yuxian implored, "Songning, do you still not forgive me? I truly regret my actions. Could you please forgive me?" If Jiang Songning were not the person involved, she would have deemed her behavior excessively oppressive. Yet, she had no desire to waste time with Qiu Yuxian, so she spoke candidly. "Miss Qiu, surely you must realize we have been up all night. I am genuinely exhausted and wish to rest. If you have something to say, please be direct. Otherwise, I kindly request you to leave." Hearing footsteps approach from the stairs, Qiu Yuxian immediately began to cry, her voice quivering. "Songning, I'm so sorry. I know you despise me, but I've come to recognize my faults. Can you please forgive me?" Jiang Songning also heard someone ascending the stairs and was now thoroughly weary of such theatrics. She raised her hand and struck Qiu Yuxian across the face. Slap! Qiu Yuxian covered her face in disbelief, astonished that Jiang Songning would resort to violence. Jiang Songning smiled at her. "I've forgiven you. Songning, why did you hit me?" Qiu Yuxian quickly regained her composure, her heart secretly rejoicing as tears streamed down her face. Intentionally tilting her head towards the stairway to ensure that the approaching person would see her most flattering profile, as Shen Yihua arrived. He witnessed Jiang Songning strike Qiu Yuxian. It was as if Qiu Yuxian had only just noticed him. She looked up at Shen Yihua and, as if struck by inspiration, hastily covered her reddened, swollen face with her hand, nervously explaining, "Brother Yihua, I bear no ill will towards Songning. It was all our fault. Please do not blame her." Jiang Songning, observing the overt theatrics, felt a desire to give her a poor rating for her performance, silently lamenting that He-Sin's acting was far more natural. Chapter 132. The purpose. Shen Yihua responded with a neutral hum, before furrowing his brow as he looked at Jiang Songning. "Does it hurt?" Jiang Songning suspected he had directed the question at the wrong person. "Huh? The forces of action are reciprocal. Next time you strike someone, don't use your hand. Those items in your space are not mere decorations. Even a random stick would suffice." Jiang Songning finally grasped Shen Yihua's intent and cast a fierce glare at Qiu Yuxian. This time, she would remember. Should anyone dare to provoke her again in the future, it would not merely be a slap across the face. Yes, enough of this. We had a long night. It's best to rest early. With that, Shen Yihua returned to his adjacent room. Qiu Yuxian watched his retreating figure, feeling utterly disregarded, as though his words had struck her like a heavy slap across the face, especially in front of the person she detested most. Jiang Songning struggled to suppress her amusement, inwardly cursing Shen Yihua for being so cunning. At that moment, Qiu Yuxian, unable to cry, could only humiliate herself as she dashed downstairs. Once she had departed, Jiang Songning locked the door again and immediately entered her space, indulging in a refreshing bath before taking up the black crystal core to begin her absorption and upgrade. Qiu Yuxian returned to her room with a swollen face, tears streaming down her cheeks. Hu Kersin had just finished making her bed when she saw Chiu Yuesian covering her face, sobbing as she ran back. Yuesian, what happened to your face? Who bullied you? Chiu Yuesian embraced Hu Kersin, her cries growing louder. In a flurry, Hu Kersin grabbed some tissues to wipe her eyes. Yuesian, please stop crying and tell me who hurt you. Through her sobs, Chiu Yuesian began to lament. Kersin, am I truly so unlikable? No girl has ever wanted to play with me since childhood. If it weren't for you, I would have no friends for life. Kersin, will you one day come to dislike me too? How could that be? Yuesian, you are such a wonderful person. So many boys like you. They are merely jealous. Don't be sad. I promise I will always be your good friend. Hu Kersin said earnestly, holding Chiu Yuesian's hand. But why does Song Ning dislike me so much? She even hit me. Hu Kersin looked at Chiu Yuesian in disbelief. Did Song Ning hit you? Chiu Yuesian lowered her head in sadness. Not knowing how to respond, Hu Kersin cautiously suggested, Yuesian, perhaps there has been a misunderstanding? Internally, Chiu Yuesian cursed Hu Kersin for her naivety, but she had to maintain her composure. With wide eyes filled with sorrow, she gazed at Hu Kersin. Kersin, you don't believe me. Tears streamed down her face once more. Hu Kersin panicked. Of course I believe you. Please tell me exactly what happened. If it was truly Song Ning who bullied you, I will certainly demand an explanation. Chiu Yuesian cast her eyes downward, staring forlornly out the window. Kersin, forget it. Your powers are only at level 1. What if Song Ning hits you too? That's impossible. Song Ning isn't like that. As soon as she spoke, Hu Kersin realized her mistake and quickly corrected herself. If it really is Song Ning's fault, I will ask Yuan Gu to accompany me. You are my best friend, and I would never allow you to be unjustly harmed. Seeing her plan come to fruition, Chiu Yuesian reluctantly recounted the events that had transpired, embellishing them significantly. Upon hearing her story, Hu Kersin immediately stood up in anger. She had thought highly of Jiang Songning's character, but now realized how unreasonable she truly was. Yuesian, don't worry. Yuan Gu and I will confront her. How can she hit someone without any reason? As Chiu Yuesian watched Hu Kersin's departing figure, a flicker of satisfaction crossed her eyes. This time, she would ensure that Jiang Songning apologized and returned the third-tier crystal core. Meanwhile, Jiang Songning was preoccupied with leveling up in her space, unaware of Chiu Yuesian's antics. Hu Kersin exited her room and headed straight for Fang Jinyuan's room. Lu Chun was on duty, leaving only Fang Jinyuan inside. Hu Kersin knocked furiously on the door. Seeing the distressed expression on Hu Kersin's face, Fang Jinyuan immediately inquired, what happened? Why do you look so upset? Hu Kersin recounted the events once more. Yuan Gu, you must help Yuesian seek justice. Fang Jinyuan closed the door and looked at Hu Kersin with a serious expression. Kersin, you've spent some time with Jiang Xuexian. What kind of person do you think she is? Hu Kersin pondered for a moment before responding. Although Songning isn't very warm, she is kind to everyone and always willing to help. She's a strong and good-hearted girl. Her voice grew softer. Yes, right? You can sense it too. Jiang Xuexian is a decent person in the 2 months I've known her. I believe her character and abilities are commendable, but Yuesian, Kersin, do you think Jiang Xuexian has a provocative personality? Hu Kersin shook her head, but Yuesian wouldn't lie. Fang Jinyuan sighed. With all that Hu Kersin had experienced, it was surprising that she still remained so innocent, allowing Chiu Yuesian to lead her by the nose. He contemplated how to remove Chiu Yuesian from their team. She may not be lying, but what if she selectively shares information? You have only heard her side of the story. How can you ascertain its truth? Hu Kersin trusted Chiu Yuesian, yet her faith in her boyfriend was stronger. Growing increasingly conflicted, she found herself wavering. Seeing Hu Kersin still in a daze, Fang Jinyuan decided to clarify his points. Kersin, do you know why Chiu Yuesian constantly targets Jiang Xuexian? Yuan Gu, Yuesian has realized her mistakes. She was indeed jealous of Song Ning and spoke harshly, but she is changing. She even went to apologize to Song Ning last night. Fang Jinyuan shook his head and slowly replied. She is not just jealous of Jiang Xuexian. She wants to sow discord among us. Hu Kersin was even more confused. She only criticized Song Ning a little. How could that cause discord? Let us not discuss past events. Consider today. If I believed you and confronted Jiang Xuexian, what would the consequences be? Hu Kersin hesitated. Your relationship with Song Ning would worsen. Exactly. My relationship with Song Ning would deteriorate, leading to increasing conflicts. Whom would Lu Qin and A side with then? Hu Kersin thought for a moment. Aside from Su Lin and Wang Chao, they all grew up in the same neighborhood. Song Hao and Zhou Lin were also friends from their side. They would side with you, right? If our conflicts escalate to an irreconcilable point, what would happen? Suddenly, Hu Kersen realized Song Ning would leave the team. Chapter 133. Fang Jingyuan's mini-class. Fang Jingyuan gave her an appreciative glance. Yes, and not only that, if we encounter danger in the future, those rifts will prevent us from helping each other. One careless mistake, and we might lose our lives. At this point, Hu Kersen found it hard to believe. But why would Yuesian do this? Fang Jingyuan gently patted Hu Kersen's head. She likes Huaigu. You must have sensed it. Huaigu has treated Jiang Shueishan differently from the start. Hu Kersen recalled Shen Yihua's unpleasant demeanor and couldn't help but laugh. Haha, how unfortunate for Song Ning to be targeted by Huaigu. Fang Jingyuan, noticing her sudden shift from distress to schadenfreude, affectionately pinched her cheek. Kersen, Qiu Yuesian is too scheming. You should remain cautious and not share everything with her. Hu Kersen hung her head dejectedly. She is my only friend. She wasn't like this before. Fang Jingyuan sighed helplessly. Kersen, it's not that I view people with suspicion. Consider Qiu Yuesian's family situation. Her family is very poor, and her parents favor boys over girls, treating her poorly. Yes, she has relied on you for her tuition and living expenses. How was she before meeting you, and how has she changed since? Has she ever treated you to a meal? Has she ever given you a gift? When you fell ill, did she take care of you? Hu Kersen pondered for a moment. She had met Qiu Yuesian at the start of their freshman year. Sharing a dorm. At tea that time, Qiu wore shabby clothes that had faded from washing and appeared malnourished. Out of pity, Hu Kersen had lent her meal card freely, taken her shopping, and taught her skincare. Whenever Hu Kersen bought something, she would always share it with Qiu. If Qiu admired something, Hu Kersen would give it to her after a few compliments. As for treating her to meals, that had never happened. Qiu had given her some inexpensive trinkets, like keychains or plush toys, which Hu Kersen appreciated since she knew Qiu had no money. The thoughtfulness mattered most. Now reflecting on the past 3 years, Hu Kersen realized she had been the one supporting Qiu. Her tuition, living expenses, all the branded clothes, bags, jewelry, and shoes were gifts from Hu Kersen. The more she thought about it, the more troubling her expression became. Every time Qiu was bullied, Hu Kersen had rushed to her defense without questioning the circumstances. Yet when she fell ill, Qiu would send a maid from home to fetch her, never once considering to care for her. Not even to pour a glass of water, while claiming how worried she was. It seemed that for 3 years, Qiu had only spoken empty words. Whenever there was a dispute, regardless of right or wrong, Qiu Yuesian would step in as a mediator, apologizing on Hu Kersen's behalf. In school, she was the gentle, kind, and pure jasmine flower, while Hu Kersen was left wondering why no one wanted to play with her. She recalled what her other 2 roommates had said when they mocked her, calling her foolish for being deceived while helping others count money. She had been sincere, yet others spoke ill of her behind her back. Initially, she thought her roommates were sowing discord, but now she realized there were indeed many oddities. Yuan Gu, am I too foolish to be played by her so easily? You are not foolish. You are simply sincere to your friends. True friends help one another. If one party only knows how to take, then such a person is not worthy of trust. Hu Kersen nodded. Then, what about Yuesian? Let her stay in the team for now. Su Lin mentioned that a base has been established in L City, so once we arrive there, we can let her remain in L City. That works. Though Hu Kersen still felt somewhat disheartened, realizing that all those years she had devoted herself to Qiu Yuesian, only to be used as a weapon, made her feel even more regretful. All right, it's time to rest. Fang Jingyuan waited until Hu Kersen had fallen asleep before heading up to the 3rd floor. He knocked on Shen Yihuai's door. Shen Yihuai had not yet retired for the night, fully aware that Fang Jingyuan would seek him out, hence he was in no hurry to rest. Brother, are you truly planning to venture into the mountains? Indeed. Have you no desire to reconsider? Shen Yihuai cast a glance at Fang Jingyuan. When have you ever seen me retract a decision once made? Fang Jingyuan, feeling helpless, conceded, very well. Since you have made up your mind, I cannot dissuade you. I shall accompany you this evening. No need. Too many people would be counterproductive, easily alarming the snakes in the grass. Swanning and I will make a quick trip and aim to return by tomorrow night. Fang Jingyuan relented, for Shen Yihuai was a man of resolute determination, and once he set his mind to something, no one could alter his course. So, what progress have you made with junior sister Jiang? Shen Yihuai looked at Fang Jingyuan with curiosity. Since when did you take up gossiping? Is it not merely concern for you? Fang Jingyuan replied, I know a bit about junior sister Jiang. Many pursued her during our school days, yet none could claim this elusive flower. Jiang Swanning had once been the belle of S University, with suitors aplenty. However, her aloof demeanor deterred many, including Lu Chun, who preferred more vivacious companions. Upon learning of Jiang Xuaning's temperament, he abandoned any notions he had. Shen Yihui took a sip of mineral water, his eyes gleaming with determination. She won't escape. Fang Jingyuan, intrigued by the unfolding drama, mused on the irony of someone once so exalted now descending to the mundane. He found it amusing. All right, I shall take my leave. Dio rest early. Meanwhile, Qiu Yuexian had been awaiting news from Hu Kersin, but the latter had yet to return, and her patience was wearing thin. Oh, her surprise. Fang Jinyuan arrived with news that Hu Kersin was resting in his room. She wished to inquire further, but Fang Jinyuan's aloof demeanor compelled her to suppress her curiosity, deciding to wait for an opportunity later that evening. In another corner, Jiang Xuaning had finished absorbing the crystal nucleus by 1 in the afternoon. She attempted to manipulate her psychic energy and, upon reaching level 3, found her probing capabilities extended to nearly 1,000 meters. As for controlling the zombies, she would have to wait until they were outside to test that. She picked up 2 crystal nuclei from mutated plants and released her vines. Upon encountering the nuclei, the vines twisted momentarily before automatically beginning to absorb the energy within. During this process, Jiang Xuaning sensed a change in her wood-based abilities, though the specifics would remain unclear until she experimented further. Once the vines had consumed the nuclei, she eagerly tested them, observing that the vines had grown longer and become sturdier. Moreover, barbs had begun to sprout along the vines when she gently prodded one. Despite the barbs being minimal, their tips were remarkably sharp, with a lethality increased by 50%. Chapter 134. Qiu Yuexian seeks the crystal nucleus elated. She realized that dispatching zombies would be considerably easier moving forward. As the clock struck 2 in the afternoon, she noted the time, thinking of the night ahead, and set an alarm before drifting off to sleep. When her alarm rang at 7, she groggily awoke, freshened up, and stepped out of her space. Upon opening her door, she found Shen Yihui emerging from his room as well. Let's head down together. Jiang Xuaning nodded in agreement. Downstairs, everyone was still resting, except for Lu Chun, who was in the living room eating instant noodles. Are you up? Would you like some noodles? Jiang Xuaning shook her head vigorously. She had an abundance of food in her space and had no desire for instant noodles. Noticing Lu Chun had added a sausage to his bowl, she retrieved plates of seafood and cold chicken prepared by Su Lin. Feeling hungry herself, she also grabbed some dumplings and steamed buns. Coincidentally finding Shen Yihui present, and the 3 of them began to eat together. Senior Lu, have you finished organizing the fridge? Yes, it's all set up and plugged in. Jiang Xuaning then took out seasonings, rice, and oil from her space, filling the kitchen with ingredients. Since she and Shen Yihui were leaving, she couldn't allow everyone to subsist on instant noodles. With everything in order, Qiu Yuexian cheerfully entered the kitchen. Xuaning, you're up so early? Jiang Xuaning regarded her with a knowing smile. Meichem, is there something you need? Qiu Yuexian felt a bit uncomfortable under her gaze, but recalling the 2 level 3 crystal nuclei, she steeled herself. Her abilities were still at level 1, and if she relied solely on herself, advancement would be a distant dream. If she did not secure the nuclei now, future opportunities would be even more scarce. Besides, Jiang Xuaning's powers had long reached level 3, rendering the nuclei useless in her hands. She had no choice but to approach her. Nothing much. I merely noticed how hard you worked last night and that you were up so early today. If you ever want something to eat, just let me know, and I will prepare it for you. Oh? Sounds good. Jiang Xuaning crossed her arms, watching her intently, curious about her intentions. Xuaning, could you share how you defeated that mutated plant last night? It was quite simple. We just destroyed the roots of the mutated plant, and that did the trick. Qiu Yuexian casually remarked. I see. So the crystal nucleus from that mutated plant belongs to everyone? Correct? Jiang Xuaning raised an eyebrow, realizing Qiu Yuexian's ulterior motive. However, since Qiu Yuexian had annoyed her on multiple occasions, she was inclined to retaliate. Not exactly. All the low-level crystal nuclei we acquired are ours, while the high-level ones are given to those whose attributes align with them. Upon hearing this, Qiu Yuexian's smile grew more genuine. Ah, I see. Xuaning, you must recognize that I am part of the team. Thus, Jiang Xuaning feigned ignorance, looking puzzled. Thus what? Qiu Yuexian's expression stiffened, silently cursing Jiang Xuaning for playing dumb. So, does that mean I deserve a share of last night's crystal nuclei? Jiang Xuaning pretended to ponder before nodding thoughtfully. Indeed, however, I have already used those 2 crystal nuclei to upgrade my vines. They are no more. Qiu Yuxian immediately erupted in indignation. What? By what right do you monopolize 2 crystal nuclei? At least one of them belongs to me. How could you use them all? Realizing her outburst, she quickly adopted a pitiful expression as Xin Yihuai and Lu Chen approached, drawn by the commotion. Swanning, you were only joking, right? If you don't wish to give me the crystal nuclei, I won't hold it against you. After all, she said, biting her lip in feigned distress, I realize you don't like me. It's all my fault, for I am inadequate and cannot fight alongside everyone. She cast a forlorn glance at Xin Yihuai. Hoping for his sympathy, Xin Yihuai nodded in agreement. At least you possess self-awareness. Qiu Yuxian's face fell. Was her point not that Jiang Swanning disliked her and was hoarding the nuclei? Brother Yihuai. Xin Yihuai's expression darkened as he regarded Qiu Yuxian. Miss Qiu, I shall reiterate one last time. Please refer to me as Mr. Shun. Feeling mortified, Qiu Yuxian looked sorrowfully at Xin Yihuai. Though distressed, she knew she must fight for her own interests. Mr. Shun, I merely wish to reclaim what is rightfully mine. Swanning herself stated that high-level crystal nuclei are typically given to teammates whose attributes align. I, too, possess wood-based abilities, therefore. However, if Swanning is unwilling to give them to me, I shall not blame her. She finished with a bitter smile directed at Xin Yihuai. Jiang Swanning watched her deliver these insincere words, suddenly feeling utterly bored. She realized it was foolish to dwell on her annoyance. Instead, she had become the one feeling disgusted. Xin Yihuai looked at Qiu Yuxian in bewilderment. Struggling to comprehend her reasoning, why what right do you blame her? You have not contributed to the team. Naturally, the crystal nuclei we worked hard to obtain are not yours to claim. Not just you. But anyone in the team who does not participate in missions will not receive any nuclei. This is basic common sense. At your age, have you only grown taller and not wiser? Having witnessed Xin Yihuai's sharp tongue, Jiang Swanning felt she had learned her lesson. Mr. Shun, how can you speak to me like that? She wailed. Qiu Yuxian once again fled in tears. In this round, she had suffered a complete defeat. Once she had departed, Xin Yihuai turned to Jiang Swanning. Are you all right? What could possibly be wrong with me? If she bullies you again, feel free to retaliate. Do not concern yourself with the Yuan's reputation. This person is not to be trusted. Her motives are calculated, and a Yuan would not lose his composure over a girlfriend. Jiang Swanning twitched her lips. His words suggested she was the type to endure mistreatment. She cannot intimidate me. Good to hear. Now, tidy up a bit. It's almost time to head into the mountains. All right. Jiang Swanning's belongings were all in her space, requiring no preparation. After a quick inspection of the house to ensure nothing was lacking, she noted the warm weather and decided to place some drinks in the fridge, along with several large bottles of mineral water. The well water was adequate for washing vegetables and clothes. But for drinking, mineral water was the preferred choice. Seeing nothing else amiss, she made her way to the living room, where Xin Yihuai awaited her. Upon her arrival, he rose. Ready? Ready. Let's go. Jiang Jia, please be sure to stay safe. I will await your return. Wang Chao gazed at Jiang Swanning with reluctance. Enough with the dramatics. It's not as if we are parting for life and death. Jiang Swanning responded, exasperated at Wang Chao's antics. Wang Chao clasped his hands together, bowing his head in reverence. Children are often naive. No offense intended. Jiang Songning twitched her lips and cast a glance at Su Lin, saying, please take good care of Tang Yuan. With that, she turned on her heel and strode out. Chapter 135. Ascending the mountain at this moment, the clock pointed to 8 o'clock. As she pushed open the door and stepped outside, a wave of scorching heat enveloped her, as if the very earth had been transformed into a searing iron plate. Hastily, she retrieved a small fan from her space. Upon pressing the switch, a gentle breeze caressed her cheek, providing her with a modicum of comfort and coolness. The dwelling they temporarily occupied was not far from the foot of the mountain, requiring only a short walk to reach. The mountains behind the house rolled and undulated, though their heights were not particularly daunting. Jiang Songning and Xin Yihuai, accompanied by Tang Yuan, cautiously crossed the road and made their way toward the base of the mountain. The land near the foot of the mountain, which should have been vibrant and lush, was instead an expanse of withered yellow. This season ought to have been ripe for planting corn, sweet potatoes, and soybeans. However, due to the harsh weather, the crops had withered before they could flourish, succumbing to the merciless sun and gradually losing their vitality until they perished. As they ascended the winding mountain path, the vegetation along the roadside had not escaped the ravages of the elements. Once vibrant flowers and tender green grasses had now become shriveled and lifeless. Only a few ancient trees, weathered by time, stood resiliently, though most of their leaves had fallen, leaving only a scant few trembling precariously on the branches. Gazing around, the entire mountain appeared to be cloaked in a thick layer of yellow dust, presenting an endless vista of desolation. After 2 hours of wandering the mountain without noticing anything amiss, the sky began to darken, and the number of snakes, insects, and rodents increased. With Tang Yuan present, most small animals dared not approach. Shen Yihuai switched on a flashlight, surveying the surroundings for signs of mutated plants or animals. Jiang Songning extended her mental energy to probe the area within a kilometer, discovering only ordinary insects and nearly no animals. Tang Yuan, can you sense any mutated creatures nearby? Tang Yuan first nodded, then shook its head. Dio, you mean you can sense mutated animals, but none are present in the vicinity? Tang Yuan nodded again. All right then, let us venture further in. Shen Yihuai illuminated the area with his flashlight, saying, do not rush. If there are indeed mutated creatures here, their keen awareness will surely alert them to our presence soon enough. After all, these animals are far more sensitive to changes in their environment than humans. The mutated snake from last night was only half an hour away when we encountered it. I believe its lair cannot be far from the highway. The snake is much faster than us. It should be nearby. As time wore on, the moonlight filtered through the mottled trees, casting shadows upon the ground, while the chirping of insects gradually diminished. After walking deeper for half an hour, Jiang Songning suddenly felt as if she were being watched. She halted, noticing that Tang Yuan exhibited no signs of alarm, then looked at Shen Yihuai. He too sensed something unusual. Something is here. Mutated plants, they exclaimed in unison, recognizing that only mutated plants could conceal their presence so effectively. It must be nearby, Shen Yihuai urged. Let us proceed cautiously. As they advanced, the air grew increasingly humid, accompanied by a faint yet pungent scent of blood that even permeated their masks. What a heavy stench of blood! Jiang Songning discerned that 2 mutated creatures lay ahead. They must be close. Be careful, she warned. Just then, she turned to see a small tree thrashing its branches wildly in her direction. Shen Yihuai swiftly raised his hand, unleashing a bolt of lightning that struck the tree's roots, causing it to splinter apart, revealing a small crystal core that fell to the ground. Shen Yihuai promptly picked up the crystal core, rinsed it with water, and handed it to Jiang Songning, a first-tier crystal core. Jiang Songning smiled as she accepted the core, remarking, even the smallest mosquito leg is still meat. Shen Yihuai crouched down, observing the remnants of what had just been spying on them. However, Jiang Songning felt an even greater sense of dread. Something is not right on this mountain. I sense danger. Do not worry. I am here. Stay close behind me. Jiang Songning was not afraid, but she could not shake the intuition that something far more terrifying lurked within. All right. They continued toward the source of the bloody scent. After trudging approximately 300 meters, they came upon a gently sloping hill. Cautiously, they ascended the slope, directing their flashlight's beam ahead. In that instant, the sight before Jiang Songning sent chills down her spine. A towering, lush tree stood at the crest of the hill, its abundant foliage nearly obscuring a vast portion of the sky. Through the gaps in the leaves, one could faintly discern numerous crimson fruits hanging from its branches. The fruits glistened like blood, emitting an eerie glow in the darkness. Beneath the tree lay 2 massive mutated creatures, lazily chewing on the blood-red fruits. Yet the most horrifying aspect was the multitude of human bones strewn about the base of the tree, piled high. They appeared particularly ghastly in the pale moonlight and the flashlight's glow. Among these bones lay 2 fresh corpses. At that moment, Jiang Songning was horrified to witness a slender, hair-like vine extending from the mysterious tree. Akin to a serpent, as it deftly pierced the carotid artery of one of the boys. In a trance, Jiang Songning could almost see the blood flowing along the vine, ultimately being absorbed into the tree's very being. Clearly, these 2 boys had recently fallen victim to this malevolent force. The ghastly scene made Jiang Songning's stomach churn violently, a wave of intense nausea rising within her. Her complexion turned as pale as a sheet, and she clamped her hands over her mouth, desperately stifling the urge to vomit. Sensing her distress, Shen Yihuai quickly reached into his pocket, retrieving a beautifully wrapped mint candy. He gently unwrapped it and carefully offered it to Jiang Songning's lips, softly saying, "Here, have a piece of candy to settle your stomach." Without pretense, Jiang Songning accepted the mint and placed it in her mouth. Chapter 136. Zombie wolves. After consuming the mint, her queasiness subsided. But they had been discovered. It has known of our presence for some time. I doubt it considers us a threat. Shen Yihuai calmly observed the tree and the two third-tier mutated animals lying beneath it. Seeing Shen Yihuai so composed, Jiang Songning found her own nerves settling. I cannot detect any fluctuations of ability emanating from it. What on earth could it be? It might not even be a mutated plant. As the tree absorbed the blood from the two corpses, it slowly retracted the vine, shaking its limbs slightly. In an instant, the two mutated animals sprang to life, roaring toward the pair. Is this another type of psychic ability? Jiang Songning wondered, gazing at the tree. It does not seem so. This tree is peculiar. Shen Yihuai shook his head. Jiang Songning had no time to dwell on these thoughts, for the two strange mutated creatures were already charging toward them. The creatures moved with lightning speed, reaching the hillside in the blink of an eye. As they drew closer, Jiang Songning finally discerned their true nature. No, these were not merely mutated animals. They were zombified creatures. This monstrosity was something she had never encountered in her previous life. While she had heard of zombified animals, they were exceedingly rare, and she had never come across them. To her astonishment, she now faced two such creatures, which bore a resemblance to wolves, though their bodies were already beginning to decay, and they emitted no sound, making it difficult to ascertain whether they were wolves or dogs. Shen Yihuai squinted, finally recognizing the two zombified creatures. Their massive forms were filthy and disheveled, eyes glimmering with an eerie red light, while disgusting drool dripped from their mouths. One of the zombified wolves displayed its razor-sharp fangs, while the other reeked of decay, as if it had been dead for some time yet had reanimated. Shen Yihuai wasted no time. He swiftly raised his arm, unleashing a powerful current of electricity that surged toward the two zombified wolves. A cacophony of crackling sounds erupted as the lightning struck true, hitting the creatures squarely. They howled in pain, stumbling backwards several steps. Despite the grievous blow, the two zombified wolves remained fiercely aggressive, baring their teeth and emitting low growls as they fixated menacingly on Shen Yihuai and Jiang Songning. In that moment, Jiang Songning too refused to yield. Raising her hand, in an instant, a robust vine erupted from her palm, lunging at the two zombified wolves with the swiftness of a striking serpent. The creatures, seemingly prepared, deftly sidestepped the vine's attack with ease. Immediately, the zombie wolf lurking behind suddenly opened its maw, and a blazing fireball rapidly coalesced within, hurtling towards Shen Yihuai and Jiang Songning with astonishing speed. Perceiving the imminent danger, Jiang Songning hastily retreated 2 steps, narrowly evading the fiery assault. Beside her, Tuanzi, sensing the peril, leaped forward without hesitation, darting like a bolt of lightning towards the zombie wolf that had just ambushed Jiang Songning. In an instant, the two were locked in a fierce struggle. Tuanzi, with agile movements and remarkable dexterity, adeptly leveraged its unique abilities to evade and dodge, rendering the zombie wolf unable to come near. Furthermore, Tuanzi would intermittently extend its sharp claws, leaving deep gashes upon the zombie wolf's body. Conversely, despite the zombie wolf's fearsome display and aggressive demeanor, it was unable to lay a finger on Tuanzi, suffering instead from an array of grievous wounds that oozed blood. In a flash, another zombie wolf surged forward like an arrow, charging at Shen Yihuai with breathtaking speed. Shen Yihuai, narrowly avoiding this fierce strike, swiftly regained his footing. Just as he steadied himself, a thunderous crash erupted behind him. Turning to look, he saw that the mighty mutated wolf had violently slammed into a large tree, causing it to crash down. This zombie wolf was a powerhouse of brute strength. Witnessing Shen Yihuai deftly evade its initial attack, it remained undeterred, baring its fangs and preparing for another ferocious assault. Shen Yihuai, unwilling to fall behind, felt a cold glint in his eyes and resolutely unleashed his own powers, striking back at the mutated wolf with the force of a thunderbolt. At this critical juncture, the mutated wolf, initially poised to dodge, suddenly seemed to suffer a heavy blow to its head, becoming disoriented and rigid, completely immobilized. Shen Yihuai realized that it was Jiang Songning who had used her mental prowess to control the mutated wolf. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, he acted without hesitation. With swift movements, He gathered the energy within him and unleashed it towards the mutated wolf with incredible speed. In that moment, dazzling currents danced around the mutated wolf, leaving behind shocking black scorch marks in their wake. Accompanied by a cacophony of explosive sounds and billowing black smoke, a nauseating burnt odor quickly permeated the art. By the time the mutated wolf regained its senses, it could only watch helplessly as its body became uncontrollable, collapsing weakly to the ground. Jiang Songning deftly maneuvered the vine at her fingertips, piercing it into the zombie wolf's head. The vine twisted within the creature's brain before extracting the crystal core, extinguishing the zombie wolf's life. After securing the crystal core, Shen Yihui turned to join Tuanzi in its battle against another zombie wolf, while Jiang Songning employed the same technique, swiftly dispatching the remaining foe. Once Shen Yihui retrieved the crystal core from the defeated zombie wolf and washed it clean with water, he handed it over to Jiang Songning. Nearby, the large tree seemed to sense the demise of the zombie wolf, its leaves rustling ominously summoning other mutated creatures. Jiang Songning ventured uncertainly. Shen Yihui's expression grew grave. They needed to deal with this tree swiftly. The two exchanged glances, cautious not to act recklessly. After a couple of minutes without any movement from the tree, Shen Yihui finally spoke. "I'll go take a look. You and Tuanzi stay here to back me up." "All right, be careful." Chapter 137. Confronting the great tree, Shen Yihui quickly approached to within 5 meters of the massive tree. Channeling his powers to attack its trunk, with a resounding crack, the tree's bark charred black, emitting a pungent burnt odor. The vibrant red fruits dangling from its branches were also affected, with several tumbling to the ground. Enraged, the tree attempted to retaliate with the blood-sucking vine, but it lacked sufficient reach, causing the vine to thrash ineffectively in the air. Shen Yihui raised his hands once more, launching another attack against the tree. The trunk emitted a loud snap, as if it were about to split apart. The tree shook violently, its leaves rustling furiously. Before long, Jiang Songning noticed 2 more second-tier mutated creatures approaching. "Tuanzi, these 2 are yours." Tuanzi responded with a determined growl, acknowledging the task. Jiang Songning continued to monitor Shen Yihui's situation. Just as he prepared to strike again, a thick vine suddenly appeared behind him. "Watch out!" Upon hearing Jiang Songning's warning, Shen Yihui swiftly rolled to evade the vine's assault. As the vine lunged at him again, he quickly drew the dagger strapped to his thigh and slashed at it with a sharp crack. The vine severed. Simultaneously, a dark green liquid gushed from the cut, splattering down upon Shen Yihui in an instant. A noxious odor enveloped the air. The moment Shen Yihui came into contact with the liquid, a wave of dizziness washed over him, as if countless tiny insects were scuttling through his mind. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he fought to suppress his discomfort, clenching his fists tightly in an effort to maintain clarity. Noticing Shen Yihui kneeling on the ground, motionless, Jiang Songning sensed something amiss and rushed over just as the vine lunged toward Shen Yihui's chest. "Shen Yihui, be careful." Shen Yihui shook his head vigorously, sluggishly shifting his body. The vine's attack missed once more, but as it repositioned to strike again, Jiang Songning was already close by, her own vine extending from her palm to ensnare the attacking vine. At that moment, Shen Yihui gradually emerged from his daze, swiftly rising to his feet. He quickly located the vine's root and unleashed his powers against it. With the root destroyed, the previously menacing vine fell silent. Seizing the opportunity, Shen Yihui extracted the vine's crystal core. This vine was merely second tier, and its sap contained mild toxins that could induce temporary dizziness. Considering Jiang Songning's own vines, he speculated that if she absorbed this crystal core, her vines could potentially gain similar capabilities, so he handed it to her. "This might be useful for you." Jiang Songning accepted the crystal core, storing it in her space. "Thank you, Huai-ge," recalling that she had vaguely heard him call her by her full name earlier. She found it rather pleasant, though she had little energy to dwell on it now. "All right, let us focus on that tree." The two cautiously approached the massive tree, and as they drew closer, the stench of decay intensified. In the brief time since Shen Yihui's attack, the area he had struck had nearly healed. They exchanged grave looks, astonished that the tree possessed self-healing abilities. Suddenly, Jiang Songning remembered the gas-powered chainsaw in her space and promptly retrieved it. Upon seeing the chainsaw appear in Jiang Songning's hands, Shen Yihui's mouth twitched as he was reminded of a scene from a certain movie. "Huai-ge, why don't you try using the chainsaw?" ILL provide cover. Shin Yihui felt a twinge of reluctance. He believed his powers were quite effective. However, gazing into the girl's sparkling eyes under the moonlight, he couldn't bear to refuse. He took the chainsaw from her. Just be careful. Jiang Soning nodded in agreement. All right, you be careful too. With the chainsaw in hand, Shin Yihui approached the great tree, while Jiang Soning followed closely behind. As they neared within 2 meters, the vine at the tree's base lunged at them once more. Jiang Soning sent forth her own vine, ensnaring the slender tendril. Shin Yihui strode boldly towards the base of the tree, quickly activating the chainsaw. The device roared to life, its piercing sound filling the air as he cranked it to maximum power. Gripping it tightly before bringing it down upon the tree trunk, the tree shuddered violently, its leaves rustling as it struggled against Jiang Soning's hold on the vine. She attempted to exert her mental powers to control the tree, but it seemed impervious to her influence, its leaves trembling even more vigorously. Ultimately, she had to relent, using her mental energy to keep an eye out for any lurking mutated creatures while still restraining the tree. Minutes passed, the shrill sound of the chainsaw echoing through the mountainside, and as the tree was nearly severed in half, 2 more mutated creatures suddenly appeared. Huai Gu! Shin Yihui sensed the shift in the atmosphere. Shutting off the chainsaw and moving towards Jiang Soning. Step back. The two retreated several meters from the tree, just as the 2 mutated creatures engaged in combat with Tuanzi. This time, 2 third-tier mutated wild boars emerged. The pair swiftly advanced to confront the wild boars. The creatures possessed immense strength, and Jiang Soning, seeking to save time, directly employed her mental powers to control one of the boars, while Shin Yihui unleashed his powers against the other. Their coordination was impeccable, and within mere minutes, the 2 wild boars lay defeated. The tree, taken aback by their swift resolution of the boars, began to shake violently, attempting to summon more mutated creatures. Exchanging determined glances, Jiang Soning and Shin Yihui hastened towards the tree once more. Jiang Soning ensnared a vine, while Shin Yihui reignited the chainsaw. The blade was razor-sharp, and in less than 5 minutes, the mighty tree came crashing down, its fiery red fruits scattering everywhere. Shin Yihui picked up one of the fruits, inspecting it closely but finding nothing extraordinary about it. He decided to collect the fruits for further study later. All right, 2 individuals swiftly gathered the fallen fruits from the ground. The entire tree bore approximately 70 to 80 fruits, yet half had been damaged. They managed to collect a total of 38. After storing the fruits in their spatial pouch, Shin Yihui proceeded towards the trunk of the tree. With a swift motion of his hands, a dazzling light surged forth like a bolt of lightning, racing towards the roots of the tree. A thunderous roar erupted, causing the earth to tremble violently. The once solid ground suddenly collapsed, revealing a bottomless, enormous black pit. This unexpected turn of events caught the 2 off guard, causing them to slip and tumble uncontrollably into the abyss. In a moment of desperation, Shin Yihui extended his right hand, firmly grasping Jiang Soning's wrist, and yanked her close, enveloping her securely in his embrace. Chapter 138. The descent into the abyss. Shin Yihui's arms encircled Jiang Soning like iron. Striving to shield her from the perils of their fall, Jiang Soning, caught unawares, collided into his warm and sturdy embrace. In that instant, time seemed to freeze. She could distinctly hear the powerful rhythm of Shin Yihui's heartbeat, each steady thump instilling within her an inexplicable sense of calm. They descended like 2 pebbles tumbling down a slope, finally crashing heavily at the bottom of the pit. Amidst the chaos, Shin Yihui collided with a stone, stifling a groan of pain. The flashlight had also broken during the fall, plunging the cavern into a disconcerting darkness, as if an unseen hand had covered their eyes. Jiang Soning, relying on her acute perception of Shin Yihui's voice, quickly regained her composure. She anxiously inquired, "Yihui, are you all right? Where are you hurt?" Shin Yihui inhaled sharply, suppressing his discomfort as he replied, "Hist, don't worry. I merely bumped my back against a rock," despite his feigned nonchalance. The slight tremor in his voice betrayed the pain he was enduring. Jiang Soning's heart, which had been racing, calmed slightly. As she prepared to retrieve a flashlight from her spatial pouch, she suddenly realized that Shin Yihui still held her tightly. Struggling slightly, she gently urged, "Yihui, please let go of me." Awakening from his stupor, Shin Yihui loosened his grip. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Soning quickly retrieved the flashlight from her spatial pouch. When the beam of light abruptly illuminated the cavern, Their eyes, having been shrouded in darkness for so long, squinted uncomfortably. After a couple of seconds, their vision adjusted, and they began to assess their surroundings. The pit was approximately 5 meters deep and not particularly spacious. Spanning about 10 square meters, the ceiling was intertwined with the gnarled roots of the tree, which enveloped the entire cavity, leaving only the entrance exposed. Below the entrance, another dark hole lay concealed, and the flashlight's beam revealed only a tangle of roots. Their position was fortuitously cushioned by a large stone, wedged securely between two robust roots, which had prevented them from plummeting further. Concerned that Shin Yihua might be injured, Jiang Songning hesitated to leave immediately, noting that the absence of mutated creatures rendered the area relatively safe. "Yihua, let me check your back for injuries," she insisted. Shin Yihua initially intended to decline, but something seemed to change his mind, and he nodded in agreement. He removed his sun-protective outerwear, revealing a white short-sleeved shirt underneath. As Jiang Songning pointed the flashlight at his back, she observed that a small patch of his shirt had already been stained crimson with blood. "Your back seems to have a serious abrasion. We should remove your shirt to prevent it from adhering to the wound. Let me tend to it." "All right." Shin Yihua elegantly and slowly rolled up his sleeves, then gently tugged at the fabric, causing the shirt to slide down his muscular arms. As the shirt fell away, Jiang Songning beheld the striking physique of Shin Yihua. His well-defined abdominal muscles appeared as though meticulously sculpted by a master artisan, each segment exuding a sense of power and latent energy. The flashlight's beam illuminated his form, softening the previously austere lines of his face, accentuating the prominence of his nose, the depth of his gaze, and the subtle curve of his lips, rendering him irresistibly charming. Jiang Songning considered herself well-versed in the aesthetics of abdominal muscles, albeit through the lens of short videos. However, witnessing Shin Yihua's 8-pack in person left her momentarily spellbound, her heartbeat accelerating uncontrollably as she silently marveled. Shin Yihua is truly a paragon of masculinity. His physique, those abs, and his face are simply extraordinary. Shin Yihua, observing her enthralled expression, allowed a smirk to play at the corners of his mouth, reveling in her admiration. Unbeknownst to him, Jiang Songning was preoccupied with preparing antiseptic solution, oblivious to the subtle satisfaction in Shin Yihua's demeanor. As she examined the extensive bruising and lacerations on his back, she furrowed her brow and softly cautioned, "This might sting a little. Bear with me." "Okay." Shin Yihua turned his head, catching a glimpse of Jiang Songning's delicate profile, causing his throat to constrict involuntarily. Jiang Songning carefully applied antiseptic to his wounds and then wrapped them with gauze. Shin Yihua distinctly felt the warmth of her gentle touch on his back, sending a jolt of electricity coursing through him, rendering his body rigid as every muscle tensed. At that moment, a conflagration of desire ignited within him, compelling him to suppress the rising heat with sheer willpower. He inhaled deeply, slowly closing his eyes in an attempt to quell the turbulence within. Yet, her warm hand seemed to possess an enchanting power, continuing to caress his back and stirring an insatiable longing within him. Noticing Shin Yihua's tense posture and rapid breathing, Jiang Songning assumed she had applied too much pressure. "I'm sorry if I was too rough. It will be over soon, Shin Yihua suppressed his inner turmoil, refraining from explaining his unusual reaction, feeling a twinge of regret for his earlier actions. After tending to his wounds, Jiang Songning retrieved another short-sleeved shirt from her spatial pouch and handed it to him. Shin Yihua quickly donned the shirt, then grabbed a nearby bottle of water and drank deeply. After quenching his thirst, he felt considerably more at ease. "Now, let's search for the crystal core of this tree. The Tuanzai is still outside. It should be fine. After all, it is a wild beast." Jiang Songning concurred with Shin Yihua's assessment, noting that with its 4th-tier abilities and swift speed, Tuanzai could easily evade any mutated creatures it might encounter. Thus, she helped him to his feet, and they began to investigate the tree's roots. If they failed to locate the crystal core, it would not be long before this tree could regenerate its branches. Jiang Songning marveled at the impressive girth of the tree, estimating its age to be at least a century. They circled the entrance of the cave, but found no sign of the crystal core. Compelling them to venture deeper inside as they descended further, the air grew increasingly humid, suggesting that this had once been a natural cave. Shin Yihua nodded cautiously, "Be careful. Something feels amiss inside." Jiang Songning also sensed something unusual. As she scanned the area with her mental energy, she detected no fluctuations of supernatural abilities. Chapter 139. The mutated monkey. The two cautiously advanced about 4 or 5 meters into the cavern, only to find themselves at a dead end, having discovered no crystal core along the way. At that moment, Jiang Songning sensed the presence of living creatures within. She raised her hand to halt Shen Yihua. Having been vigilant with her mental energy for any disturbances within a kilometer radius since their descent, yet she had detected nothing in the cave, indicating that whatever resided within should not be underestimated. "Stay behind me." Understanding that Jiang Songning had perceived something, Shen Yihua withdrew his handgun and cautiously entered the cave. Jiang Songning hung the flashlight at her waist and reached for the chainsaw, realizing that while it was somewhat noisy, it was far more effective than other weapons. Though she had only a limited supply, Jiyu Shiqing had provided her with 20 chainsaws, which were consumables she needed to conserve for the future. The only sounds in the passage were their footsteps, and as they drew closer, their vigilance heightened. Suddenly, Jiang Songning detected a surge of supernatural energy. "Be careful." Just as her warning left her lips, a slender vine lashed out at them. Jiang Songning swiftly ensnared the attacking vine with her own. Upon closer inspection, she recognized it as the very vine that had drawn blood from the tree earlier. Perhaps it was the tree that was not the true predator. This thought flashed through her mind. Shen Yihua strode into the cave, intent on severing the root of the vine. Upon entering, he was confronted by a filthy, limbless monkey sprawled on the ground. Its murky eyes fixated on Shen Yihua, baring its teeth and emitting a series of warning squeaks. At that moment, the vine retreated. Jiang Songning dashed into the cave, also spotting the monkey, the stench within making her stomach churn. For a brief moment, both parties stood in a stalemate. Fourth-tier mental abilities, Jiang Songning muttered. No wonder she had failed to notice the irregularities. It seemed they had already been targeted, waiting for them to walk straight into their trap. She recalled that in her previous life, psychic abilities were exceedingly rare, yet within merely 2 months of the apocalypse, she encountered 3 such entities, leading her to question whether this world was indeed the same as the one she had known before. She could even perceive a hint of mockery in the monkey's eyes. The higher the level of psychic abilities an animal or zombie possessed, the greater its intelligence. Monkeys were inherently clever, and this particular one likely had the intellect of a 7 or 8-year-old child. Shen Yihua tightened his grip on the pistol, hesitant to make a move. The monkey regarded the firearm in Shen Yihua's hand with a derisive gaze, as if it were poised to attack the instant he made a gesture. Jiang Songning's psychic level was inferior to that of the monkey. If she were to exert her mental power, the monkey could retaliate instantly. With a 4th-tier psychic ability, a single misstep could drive a person to madness. And she dared not take that risk. Sweat beads, as large as pearls, cascaded down their foreheads, flowing down their cheeks incessantly. They dared not exhale, their bodies rigid as if under a spell of paralysis. The monkey, seemingly enthralled by the scene before it, wore an extraordinarily eerie smile on its filthy, disheveled face. This grin sent shivers down their spines, as if it were a lofty hunter relishing the terror of its prey. Time passed slowly, and before they knew it, the two had been locked in a standoff with the monkey for a full half-hour. The cave was eerily silent, save for their heavy and hurried breaths. Finally, perhaps growing weary of the game, the monkey began to stir. It slightly swayed its body and, in a flash, unleashed a psychic attack towards the two. Jiang Songning reacted swiftly, focusing her energy to release a formidable psychic force. This ethereal energy formed an invisible shield, successfully repelling a portion of the oncoming assault. Nonetheless, both she and Shen Yihua felt excruciating headaches, as if countless steel needles were piercing their skulls simultaneously. The monkey's psychic force enveloped them like an intricate web of threads. Shen Yihua attempted to summon his abilities, but found himself unable to do so. Trembling, he raised his pistol and aimed at the monkey. Pulling the trigger, bang, the shot rang out, but the bullet struck the tree roots instead. The monkey, previously half reclined, was ensnared by vines and dragged to the other side. Shen Yihua, shaking, aimed once more at the monkey, but the creature launched a more ferocious attack, making it difficult for him even to lift his hand. Jiang Songning concentrated with all her might, striving to withstand the monkey's aggressive onslaught. Each clash with the monkey's force left her utterly drained. Yet she gritted her teeth, refusing to yield. Simultaneously, Shin Yihua keenly sensed that the pressure he was enduring had lessened somewhat. Without hesitation, he raised his hand again, aimed at the monkey, and decisively pulled the trigger. With a deafening bang, the bullet whistled through the AI in that critical moment. The vine swiftly lifted the monkey from its position once more. The bullet narrowly missed, striking a nearby tree trunk and sending with splinters flying. Observing this, Jiang Songning, her body trembling, raised her hand. The vines shot forth with astonishing speed, intertwining and tugging at one another in an intricate dance. Seizing the opportunity, Shin Yihua fired again. With another thunderous crack, the bullet struck the monkey squarely in the head. The severely injured monkey emitted a chilling, agonizing scream, blood gushing from the wound in torrents, splattering through the air in a gruesome display. Sensing the psychic force attacking him diminishing, he swiftly channeled his abilities, gathering them into his palmed eye in an instant. A blinding light erupted from his hand, surging towards the monkey with fierce momentum. Under such a powerful assault, the monkey's body trembled violently before it collapsed to the ground. Lifeless and still, Jiang Songning swayed slightly, her powers utterly depleted, her body feeling as though it had been drained of all vitality. Shin Yihua had no time to support her. Another vine remained unaddressed. Now frenzied without the monkey's control in a state of urgency, Shin Yihua grasped the vine with one hand while unleashing his abilities to attack its root with the other. Soon, the vine fell silent. Shin Yihua approached the monkey, extracting the black crystal core from its head with a dagger, then retrieving the core from the vine before storing them away to check on Jiang Songning's condition. Chapter 140. Fourth tier crystal core. Seeing the monkey's crystal core removed, Jiang Songning slumped weakly to the ground, trembling hands retrieving 2 cores from her space to begin absorbing their energy. As the energy coursed into her body, she felt her limbs and bones relax. Shin Yihua turned to find Jiang Songning absorbing the cores and chose not to disturb her. After absorbing 4 cores, she finally stopped. "How do you feel?" Shin Yihua asked, his gaze filled with concern. "I'm fine now. I just ran out of psychic energy," Jiang Songning replied, glancing at Shin Yihua, awaiting his inquiries. "What's with that look?" Shin Yihua asked, puzzled. "Don't you have any questions for me?" Jiang Songning countered, equally confused. Shin Yihua chuckled lightly. "There's nothing to ask. If you want to share, then share it. If not, I won't pry. Besides, I think your approach is quite wise. In this apocalypse, human intentions are inscrutable. So having means of self-preservation is paramount. Do you have a means of self-preservation?" The moment the words escaped her lips, Jiang Songning realized her mistake. "I'm sorry. Shin Yihua thought of his rather lackluster ability and, before Jiang Songning could finish, nodded reluctantly, yes. Seeing he had not overthought it, Jiang Songning breathed a sigh of relief. Everyone had their secrets, and she herself was unsure why she had asked such a question. To mask her embarrassment, she swiftly changed the topic. "It's getting late. Let us look for the tree's crystal core." Noticing her discomfort, Shin Yihua handed her the crystal core he had just extracted. "Here, take this." Jiang Songning accepted the crystal core graciously. Since Shin Yihua was already aware, she chose not to hide anymore. Moreover, based on Shin Yihua's character, he wouldn't divulge the matter. The two stood up and surveyed the cave, which was rather filthy, likely due to the monkey's prolonged habitation. Jiang Songning decided to inspect the monkey's corpse once more. They soon discovered that the monkey not only lacked limbs but even a tail. A moment of silence fell between them. Had the monkey possessed limbs, it would have been far more challenging to subdue. Indeed, we've been quite fortunate. Ultimately, they located the tree's crystal core beneath the roots where the monkey had previously reclined. Although the tree emitted no psychic fluctuations, the core contained a peculiar energy that neither of them could decipher after a prolonged examination. "I'll keep this crystal core for now. I'll share it with you once I figure it out." "No need. I've already taken so many cores I've benefited enough from you. You can keep this one." Jiang Songning felt a twinge of guilt, realizing she had reaped the rewards while Shin Yihua had gained nothing during their ascent. However, her burden lightened knowing Shin Yihua was interested in the core. After all, they had worked together today. She had acquired the 4th-tier core and several from mutated plants, planning to eventually return one to him. Yet, the scarcity of zombies with lightning abilities compared to those with psychic powers weighed heavily on her conscience. Shin Yihua seemed to sense Jiang Songning's thoughts. "You needn't be so polite with me. We are teammates, after all. Besides, if we're talking about benefiting, aren't we both in this together?" The resources we VE collected can't sustain our extravagant meals every day. Jiang Soning pondered for a moment, ultimately deciding against being overly formal. All right. As dawn broke at 7 in the morning, both felt utterly fatigued. Let us rest in that cave we just visited for the day and head out later, Jiang Soning suggested. She had no objections, as she too felt weary. Being underground, the cave's temperature was moderate, making it a perfect spot to recuperate for a day. Upon reaching the small outer cave, Jiang Soning retrieved a bottle of water and a pack of facial wipes from her space, handing them to Shen Yihua before washing up herself. Once they were both refreshed, Jiang Soning produced a small table from her space along with the pre-packed dishes, pickled fish, salted chicken, stir-fried mixed vegetables, and 2 boxes of rice. The cave was cooler than the outside air, making it ideal for spicy dishes, and she craved this meal. Shen Yihua couldn't help but twitch his lips, realizing that after their secret was discovered, they were no longer concealing anything. After finishing all the dishes on the table, Shen Yihua took several animal traps from Jiang Soning and set them up at both entrances of the cave as a precaution. Jiang Soning set up a small, simple tent. While the traps could deter mutated animals, they wouldn't stop mutated plants. The tent would provide a shield against unexpected plant assaults, allowing them time to react. Go inside and rest. I'll keep watch, Jiang Soning nodded. Wake me when it's your turn. I'll take over for you. All right. Exhausted from the day, Jiang Soning collapsed into a deep sleep. When she awoke, it was already 4 in the afternoon. In a flurry, she sat up, spotting Shen Yihua still seated nearby. I'm so sorry. I overslept. It's nothing. I'm used to staying up late. One night without sleep is no big deal. Shen Yihua deliberately refrained from waking her, as she was indeed quite exhausted from last night. Jiang Soning felt a twinge of guilt. It was still early, so she urged, why don't you rest for a while? I'll keep watch. At this hour, the outside was quite warm. Noticing that her condition had significantly improved, Shen Yihua decided to take a rest. Once he entered the tent, Jiang Soning took his recently vacated spot and extended her mental energy, allowing her consciousness to sink into the space. With a moment of leisure on her hands, she resolved to organize the fruits she had stored there. The vibrant red fruits collected from last night were piled together, and she began placing them into a plastic basin. One particular fruit caught her eye. Its exterior resembled that of an apple, glistening with freshness and emanating a uniquely sweet fragrance that was utterly tantalizing. Jiang Soning couldn't help but swallow hard, almost succumbing to the urge to take a bite. Recalling how the 2 zombie wolves had devoured this fruit, she pondered its true purpose. Could it genuinely enhance abilities or bolster the strength of mutated animals? While consuming it might pose no immediate harm, even the mightiest of ability users could not rival the physical prowess of mutated creatures. Thus, she hesitated to experiment. The risk of bodily complications outweighed the potential benefits. To stave off temptation, she returned the fruit to the space and retrieved an apple to satisfy her hunger. As she munched on the apple, she reflected on the details from the previous night. The blood-sucking animal was a monkey, and the large tree lacked offensive capabilities. Otherwise, they would not have been so easily dispatched. Contemplating the multitude of bones surrounding the tree, it dawned on her that while the tree may not have been a bloodsucker, its nutrients likely derived from the countless remains scattered about. A shiver ran down her spine at the thought of how she had drooled over the fruit moments ago. If those mutated animals had indeed evolved by consuming the tree's fruit, how much would they need to ingest to achieve such advancement? Were there any adverse effects? Lost in thought, time slipped away swiftly. Chapter 141. The passing of Wu Meixiao. Realizing it was already 7 o'clock, Jiang Soning gently roused Shen Yihua. Brother Huai, it's time to wake up. Shen Yihua, not deeply asleep, stirred at her voice. Emerging from the tent, he found the table laden with delectable offerings, most notably a watermelon. Does this count as a special treat? He inquired. Jiang Soning chuckled in response. Not at all. This is merely my way of expressing gratitude for your sacrifices. Shen Yihua promptly took a slice of watermelon and remarked, I cannot refuse such gratitude. It seems I can only cause you heartache. Do not be so courteous. They shared a light-hearted meal, drawing their relationship closer, dispelling the previous awkwardness that had lingered. Their dinner lasted merely half an hour, after which they stored their belongings in the space. As they gazed at the descent into the cavern, they were relieved to see it enveloped in a dense network of tree roots. Making the ascent manageable, I'll go first. Be cautious. All right. After Shen Yihua climbed up, Jiang Songning grasped the tree roots and slowly followed. With daylight still lingering, she was struck by the sight of bones strewn across the ground, sending a chill through her. Not only were there human remains, but numerous animal bones as well, many still adorned with patches of crimson flesh. Let us leave this place. They chose a path with fewer bones to escape the vicinity of the tree. Where could Tuanzi have gone? We should search for it. Jiang Songning sensed her surroundings, finding no traces of mutated animals. All right. The two proceeded to investigate the location where the two mutated creatures had been the previous night. Their remains still lay there, but the cores had been extracted. Observing the claw marks on their bodies, it was evident that Tuanzi had been the source of their injuries, given the dry weather. No additional traces remained, leaving them to search the area. Tuanzi. After 2 hours of searching, they still had not located Tuanzi. Just then, Jiang Songning suddenly sensed the approach of others nearby. Someone is coming. They swiftly drew their firearms and concealed themselves in the underbrush. Brother Huai, Sister Jiang. Upon hearing a familiar voice, they exchanged glances before moving toward its source. We're here. At that moment, Wang Chao and Wei Zhe rushed over, exclaiming, Brother Huai, Sister Jiang, we finally found you. What brings you here? Jiang Songning inquired. Observing the group. At that instant, Tuanzi and Tang Yuan also arrived. It was Tuanzi that returned unexpectedly this morning. We feared you were in danger. As soon as the sun set, we came up to find you. Tuanzi led us to the cave where you fell, but we couldn't find you, so it was Tang Yuan's keen sense that guided us here. After listening to Wei Zhe's explanation, Jiang Songning affectionately squeezed Tuanzi's head. We were searching for you, which delayed us. We thought you had run off. Tuanzi, displeased, turned away, its mournful eyes eliciting a smile from Jiang Songning. Are you both unharmed? Fang Jingyuan inquired, regarding the two with concern. Shinihua shook his head. We're fine. We can discuss it later. Jiang Songning refrained from teasing Tuanzi any further. Shall we head back now? You three ascend the mountain. It may not be safe for the others. Although lacking supplies wasn't an issue, they had 2 trucks full of provisions, and their residence was near the national road. If observed by those with ill intentions, it could pose a danger. Wang Chao promptly reported. Sister Jiang, the He family has also arrived, and they're staying next door. Jiang Songning's brow furrowed upon hearing this. They haven't caused any trouble, have they? That little green tea was crying and clamoring to find you as soon as she arrived, she said. Wang Chao hesitated, unsure if he should divulge the information. What did my mother do? Speak quickly, otherwise, I will find out eventually. Wang Chao cautiously replied. She said your mother has passed away. Jiang Songning's mind momentarily spun into chaos. Wu Meixia had lived longer than she had. What unforeseen event could have led to her sudden demise? Recalling how she had informed Wu Meixia of He Sini's origins just days prior, she remembered sensing the significant impact that revelation had on Wu Meixia. She had genuinely cared for He Sini, so much so that she had been willing to push her own biological daughter aside to shield her adoptive child from zombies. The thought that Wu Meixia might not handle the truth well and could potentially go mad occurred to her. Given He Sini's ruthless nature, it was conceivable that she might have led Wu Meixia into a horde of zombies. Jiang Songning had indeed guessed correctly. That day, upon learning the truth, Wu Meixia nearly broke down. The affection she had once held for He Sini turned into profound hatred upon discovering the truth. Although she resented He Nanchang and He Sun, they remained her husband and son, leaving her with no choice but to direct her ire at He Sini. Wu Meixia's personality was one of love and hatred intertwined. So she had seized the opportunity to push He Sini towards the zombies when she was unsuspecting. However, He Sini was not one to be trifled with. She was the protagonist of this world. Just as He Sini was about to be surrounded by zombies, she was saved by one of the male leads, Zhou Yangfan. After being rescued, He Sini sorrowfully gazed at Wu Meixia, asking, Mother, do you no longer love Sini? Why did you push me into the horde of zombies? If you no longer want me, I can just leave. Wu Meixia had once been most susceptible to He Sini's pleas. However, upon discovering He Sini's true parentage, she felt a deep sense of revulsion. Who do you think you are to call me mother? Wu Meixia's attitude incited a wave of sympathy among the sycophants present, who began to chastise her for her cruelty towards her own daughter. Even He Sun and He Chen expressed their anger, demanding, Mother, how could you harm the daughter you raised? Wu Meixia, in despair, closed her eyes, but Xiao Ning is your biological sister. Mother, why do you still mention that ingrate? Have you not seen how she treats us? Do you believe she still considers us family? Wu Meixia, faced with her son's accusations, was filled with regret. How had she been so foolish as to favor an adopted daughter over her own flesh and blood? We have wronged your sister. We must find Xiao Ning. I must apologize to her. She is my biological daughter, and we owe her so much. Wu Meixia insisted on searching for Jiang Songning, and the others could only nod in reluctant agreement. Little did they realize the flash of ruthlessness that flickered in He Sini's eyes. Last night, during their escape, Wu Meixia had accidentally fallen and was bitten on the neck by an approaching zombie. In her final moments, she fixed her gaze on He Sini, unable to find peace, as Wu Meixia was engulfed by the zombies. A fleeting sense of satisfaction surged within He Sini. She had no intention of appeasing Jiang Songning. After all, she had gone to great lengths to drive her away, and there was no way she would allow her return. Chapter 142. Zhou Yangfan's identity. It must be said that Jiang Songning had made an astute prediction. The truth of the matter aligned closely with her speculations. However, she had not anticipated that Wu Meixia would seek her out. Initially, Wu Meixia had been excessively critical of her, deeming her inferior to He Sini, who had the charm to amuse her and the poise to avoid embarrassment. Coupled with He Sini's relentless sabotage and comparisons, the He family had developed a strong aversion toward Jiang Songning. Fortunately, their grandmother had bequeathed her company shares to her before passing, which had deterred the He family from acting against her. Observing her silence, the others mistakenly assumed she was saddened. Wei Zhe shot Wang Chao a glare. Muttering, "You talk too much." Wang Chao regretted having spoken too much. "Sister Jiang, please, do not be saddened," he said. Upon witnessing Jiang Songning's silence, Shen Aihua felt a pang of anxiety, yet he was not accustomed to offering comfort, so he could only utter a dry remark. "Don't be sad." Jiang Songning, regaining her composure, realized they had misunderstood her and smiled as she spoke. "I am not sad at all. The He family has no connection to me, so there is no need for your concern." Everyone was aware of the strained relationship between Jiang Songning and the He family, prompting a swift change of subject. Wei Zhe, with an air of mystery, interjected, "By the way, Sister Jiang, the He family has now added 4 more members, and their ability levels are quite formidable. Do you know who 2 of them are?" Jiang Songning feigned curiosity and inquired. "Who are they?" Noticing her interest, Wei Zhe eagerly divulged the information. "They are the 2 individuals we encountered at the gas station in S-City. The ones you said were your enemies, Zhou Yangfan." That lackluster fellow, however, the rest of their team seems to have vanished. Only Jin Shang remains, along with 2 unfamiliar faces. The mention of Zhou Yangfan made Jiang Songning seethe with resentment. Now that everyone was gathered, it was time for her to take action. Once her mental power reached level 4, she would test whether she could render Zhou Yangfan's abilities useless. As for the others, she would have to deal with them gradually. Haste could lead to complications. After all, if she incapacitated the sycophants around He Sini, who knew what the heavens might retaliate with? I understand now. Zhou Yangfan is the most manageable target in He Sini's circle. I cannot fathom why he has attained the position of her main consort, considering his ability level is comparable to others, and he is less attractive than the He brothers. His capabilities pale in comparison to Chu Xian's. I find it utterly perplexing He Sini, who aspires to cultivate a harem, is being disingenuous when she claims to be in love. It must be a matter of interests. The specifics elude me entirely. As in my previous life, He Sini guarded her secrets as though I were a thief, revealing nothing. Nevertheless, the first person I must deal with is undoubtedly Zhou Yangfan. Shen Yihua repeated the name. "Zhou Yangfan? Brother Huai, do you know this person?" Wei Zhe inquired curiously. If it were not a case of sharing a name, this individual should be the son of the base commander Zhou Jiangwo in a city. Wei Zhe was astonished to learn of Zhou Jiangwo's scandalous past. Was he a secret love child? Shen Yihua felt that Wei Zhe's tongue was becoming increasingly unrestrained. "What nonsense are you spouting? Commander Zhou would never have such moral failings, but I have not heard of Commander Zhou having any other children," Wei Zhe pressed. "Zhou and Aunt Zhang are indeed a second marriage. Zhou Yangfan was conceived during his first wife's marriage. However, Zhou Yangfan's mother possessed great integrity. Raising her son alone, it was only 2 years ago that Commander Zhou discovered he had such ASO and AT that time. The Zhou family did not acknowledge him. Nor did Commander Zhou harbor any affection for the child of his former wife. Such a thing exists. Why was I not informed? Very few are privy to this information." Upon hearing this, Jiang Songning's understanding deepened. No wonder He Sini granted Zhou Yangfan the status of her primary consort. Since Sister Jiang has enmity with Zhou Yangfan, that should not pose a problem, right? Wei Zhe recalled how much Jiang Soning had despised Zhou Yangfan. It is indeed a concern, albeit one that can be managed. Jiang Soning could not resist asking, why is that? Zhou Jiahao, Commander Zhou's son, has been bitten by a zombie. Zhou Yangfan is now the only remaining heir of Commander Zhou. When I departed from the A City base, Commander Zhou had already dispatched individuals to search for him. However, whether they are indeed the same person remains uncertain until we meet face to face. Zhou Jiahao is gone? Fang Jingyuan could not help but inquire. Having grown up in the same compound, the news shocked everyone, despite their limited acquaintance. Shen Yihua nodded, contemplating Jiang Soning's animosity towards Zhou Yangfan, and began plotting to eliminate him, regardless of whether they were the same person. This individual could not be allowed to live. Otherwise, when Jiang Soning arrived at the A City base, her life would surely become tumultuous. Even with his presence as a deterrent, there would inevitably be moments of oversight. Moreover, those who fawned over Zhou Yangfan would undoubtedly create trouble for her, regardless of his silence. Jiang Soning was also devising ways to deal with Zhou Yangfan. Initially, she merely intended to disable his abilities, yet as long as he lived, her own safety at the A City base would be compromised. Furthermore, she could not take matters into her own hands, for the base commander would not let her off easily. Although she possessed the ability to protect herself, she could not risk endangering others. Perhaps it would be best to first render him powerless. A cripple would find it difficult to navigate to the A City base safely, even with He Sini's protection. Once she formulated a plan, Jiang Soning's demeanor visibly brightened. The group returned without encountering any mutated animals or plants. Likely due to the absence of the monkey's control, most mutated creatures had retreated deep into the mountains. Now, even finding a drink of water outside had become a challenge, as animals needed to find sustenance too. Upon returning safely to their residence, the others waiting at home finally breathed a sigh of relief. Su Lin, Brother Huai has sustained an injury on his back. Please assist him. All right. Shen Yihua was taken aback that Jiang Soning's first concern upon returning was his minor wound. A subtle smile graced his lips. After Su Lin tended to Shen Yihua's back, he invited everyone to dine. Following the meal, they gathered in the living room, where Jiang Soning presented the power-type ability crystal to Wang Chao. She deemed it unnecessary to keep it for Tang Yuan, believing that if danger arose, Tang Yuan could retreat into her space. Wang Chao, as her subordinate, deserved the opportunity to level up first, thereby providing an additional layer of security. She then distributed the remaining crystals among the others, keeping all the wood-type ability crystals for herself. She was not so generous as to share with Qiu Yuxian, for she was no fool to give away the fruits of her labor to someone who frequently caused her distress. Once the crystals were distributed, Jiang Soning retrieved 2 fruits for everyone to examine. As the delightful aroma wafted through the air, everyone instinctively swallowed hard. Sister Jiang, are these the fruits that can rapidly enhance the abilities of those mutated animals? Wei Zhe nearly drooled in anticipation. Jiang Soning nodded and shared her hypothesis, which led to a wave of nausea among the group upon hearing that these fruits had grown from trees that absorbed the bodies of the deceased. Suddenly, the desire to consume the fruits vanished. Brother Huai, is this fruit truly so extraordinary? Wei Zhe sought confirmation from Shen Yihua. Shen Yihua shook his head, uncertain, but suggested conducting an experiment. We could capture a couple of first-tier mutated animals to test it. Couldn't we? Lu Chen glanced at the fruits on the table. Yes, Ayuan, Yu, A's, and Lu Chun should venture outside to see if you can capture a first-tier mutated animal. It is still noon. Time is on our side. The mutated creatures around here are all of the second and third tiers, and first-tier ones are rare. Fang Jingyuan observed Tang Yuan and Tuanzi on the ground. Jiang Soning perceived his intentions and promptly scooped up the rolling Tang Yuan. Senior Fang, perhaps you should focus on finding mutated animals instead of targeting my Tang Yuan. Tuanzi also regarded Fang Jingyuan warily. Fang Jingyuan chuckled. I shall take my leave. The trio promptly gathered their gear and departed. Seeing that everything was in order, Jiang Soning entrusted Tang Yuan to Su Lin and ascended the stairs. She was eager to level up and see if she could use her mental power to incapacitate Zhou Yangfan. While ability users possessed crystals within their minds, these were not the same as those found in zombies. Should an ability user perish, their crystal would disintegrate into dust. Her goal was to shatter the crystal within Zhou Yangfan's mind, effectively rendering him incapacitated. Shen Yihua followed Jiang Soning upstairs and inquired, Are you all right? Jiang Soning hesitated for a moment, recalling Wu Meixia. They might have all misunderstood her earlier moment of sadness. She opted not to elaborate, replying, I am fine. I need to level up and will require your assistance in keeping watch. Although she would be in her space while leveling up, the He family was just next door. If they lost their minds and came looking for her, she would need to explain herself, which would be a hassle. With Shun Ihua, a formidable force, present, it was likely that the He family would not disrupt her progress. Very well, focus on your level up. I will ensure no one disturbs you. Thank you. Allow me to treat you to milk tea. Jiang Songning casually produced a cup of milk tea from her space. Shin Ihua gazed at the drink and chuckled softly. He had never been one for such sweet concoctions, but since it was from Jiang Songning, he took a sip and found it delightful. As long as you like it, I shall return to my room. Off you go. Jiang Songning locked the door and stepped into her space, seizing the level 4 crystal to absorb its energy. After 3 hours, once the energy was fully consumed, she slowly opened her eyes, eager to test her mental power. She hurriedly exited her room. Upon opening the door, she found Shin Ihua seated in the corridor, engrossed in a book. Hearing the noise, Shun Ihua looked up, and their eyes met. Jiang Songning found it difficult to look away. In the warm, dim light, Shin Ihua appeared as though bathed in golden radiance. His handsome face adorned with a smile directed at her. Her heart raced uncontrollably, as if ensnared by the gentleness of his gaze. Ahem. The two snapped back to reality upon hearing a cough. And Jiang Songning, blushing, turned her gaze away from Shun Ihua. Meanwhile, Shin Ihua's expression turned frosty as he fixed his eyes on Zhou Lin. Zhou Lin felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment at that moment. He had no desire to intrude upon the two, yet they appeared oblivious to his presence, their gazes almost tangible in their intensity. All he wished for was to excuse himself to the restroom. But the two remained locked in their silent standoff. Excuse me, Ihua, could I please pass? I'm in a bit of a hurry. Only then did Shin Ihua rise, allowing Zhou Lin to maneuver past. Is it done? Jiang Songning asked, her expression tinged with awkwardness as she nodded. Congratulations, thank you. I just wanted to inform you that there's no need to wait around anymore. Everything is sorted on my end. At that moment, Jiang Songning yearned to depart swiftly, the prior encounter having been exceedingly uncomfortable. By the way, he soon stopped by earlier. He asked you to come over, saying he has something to discuss with you. Jiang Songning furrowed her brow. They haven't caused a ruckus, have they? No, but I noticed he wasn't in a good state. Understood. Thank you. I'll go over now. Knowing her relationship with her family, Shin Ihua felt uneasy about her going alone. How about I accompany you? Jiang Songning initially intended to decline but then recalled Zhou Yongfan's presence. If things escalated, it would be prudent to have backup. After all, they were part of the main group. Thus, she accepted Shin Ihua's kindness. All right. As they descended the stairs, everyone was gathered downstairs. Su Lin and Wang Chao were bustling about in the kitchen, clearly reluctant to resort to instant noodles, having steamed several large pots of buns and mantou. Sister Jiang, are you heading out? Wang Chao inquired upon seeing Jiang Songning emerge. Just going to check next door. Wang Chao set down the dough he was working on. Wait a moment, I'll accompany you. If that bunch of scoundrels tries to bully you, I won't hesitate to teach them a lesson. And no need, Igu is coming with me. You should continue making buns. Su Lin is struggling to manage alone. Su Lin immediately chimed in, it's fine. I can handle it. Had it not been for the need to monitor the fire, he would have joined as well. All right. Considering Wang Chao's sharp tongue, Jiang Songning nodded in agreement. Once Wang Chao had washed his hands, the three of them made their way to the adjacent house. The two buildings were approximately 10 meters apart, resembling each other with their 3 stories and courtyard. Knock, knock, knock. Wang Chao rapped on the door forcefully. Who is it? A wary voice responded from inside. It's me, Wang Chao. Wang Chao. Who? Wang Chao is your uncle. Several footsteps could be heard approaching from within. Jiang Songning sighed. Exasperated, this person was clearly looking for trouble, and she wondered how he had managed to avoid being beaten in the past. All right, Wang Chao, stop wasting time. Okay, Sister Jiang. Wang Chao obediently stepped aside. Jiang Songning approached and knocked twice on the door. Announcing, it's me, Jiang Songning. With a creak, the door opened, revealing He Sun's haggard face. He glanced at the trio at the entrance. Come in. Jiang Songning observed the individuals in the courtyard, each wearing a grim expression. Raising an eyebrow, she asked, what is this? Looking for a fight? Only then did He Sun wave his hand, allowing them to enter. As soon as she stepped inside, Jiang Songning was greeted by a rush of cool air. Evidently, they had ample supplies, even managing to find a generator. Chapter 144. The delight of nonsense. Upon entering the living room, Jiang Songning saw He Nanchong and He Chen waiting, their faces equally troubled. Jiang Songning wasted no time. I heard you were looking for me regarding something. He Sun's voice faltered. Mom was bitten by a zombie. Oh, Jiang Songning replied, her tone flat. The He family stared at her as if she were a creature from another world. He Chun, unable to contain himself, kicked the coffee table in frustration. Is this how you react? What else should I do? Jiang Songning retorted. He Chun, that is your mother, your biological mother who gave you life. Jiang Songning fell silent. It was as if they were incapable of grasping her words. Let's put a pin in that. I agree she gave birth to me, but she certainly did not raise me. My mother passed away 12 years ago, and it was the Jiang family that brought me up. Furthermore, I have toiled for the He family over the years, enduring your mistreatment as a way to repay your kindness. Don't try to play the moral high ground with me. I lack morals, and no one can bind me with them. Cindy was right. You are truly an ingrate. Who the real ingrate is remains uncertain. Who knows how your mother died? He Chun was so enraged he could hardly form words. At that moment, He Nanchong intervened, blocking He Chen. Chun, be quiet. He Chen took a deep breath, glancing at the two individuals standing behind Jiang Songning, suppressing his urge to lash out. You have quite the nerve. Jiang Songning flashed a triumphant smile at He Chen. Xiao Ning, your mother kept mentioning wanting to find you before her passing. It was in her search for you that she fell. He Nanchong continued, wiping away tears. Mr. He truly had a flair for the dramatic. He had likely wished for Mrs. Wu to perish sooner to make room for the vixen outside. Now that she was truly gone, he feigned grief. Upon hearing Jiang Songning insult He Sinny's mother, He Nanchong erupted in fury. What nonsense are you spouting? Sinny's mother passed away long ago. Can you not show respect for the deceased? Oh, she is dead? No wonder you treat He Sinny so well. Is this what they call love transfer? Jiang Songning suddenly found joy in her outrageous remarks. Observing the expressions of the He family and several sycophants as they looked utterly mortified, she felt a wave of satisfaction wash over her. Wang Chao chimed in, goodness. Mr. He truly is a beast. But your family is undeniably well-educated. TSK. Speaking of which, He Sinny is quite the social butterfly. One word, absolute. He Nanchong clutched his chest, gasping for breath. You wretched creature. Jiang Songning stole a glance at He Sun. Puzzled by his unusual demeanor today, he had been fiddling with a bottle of water, his head bowed in silence. Despite her outrageous claims, he remained completely mute. Jiang Songning exaggeratedly widened her eyes at He Nanchong, her expression shifting dramatically. Wang Chao inquired, Sister Jiang, what's wrong? Jiang Songning looked incredulously at He Nanchong. Mr. He, you didn't push Mrs. Wu into a horde of zombies, did you? Were you so fearful of your own nefarious intentions being uncovered that you had to make Mrs. Wu vanish? You're talking nonsense. How could I do such a thing, Mr. He? You seem awfully anxious. He Nanchong shouted. It wasn't me. Cough, cough, cough. I see now. It must have been He Sinny. Once those words escaped Jiang Songning's lips, the bottle He Sun had been toying with crashed to the ground. In that instant, Jiang Songning had a revelation. She suspected that He Sun had indeed witnessed He Sinny pushing Mrs. Wu into the zombies. At that moment, the hidden He Sinny had no choice but to emerge, fearing that if Jiang Songning continued speaking, everyone would believe her. With tears in her eyes, she pleaded, Xiao Ning, I beg you, please stop hurting everyone. We are family. Mom truly wanted to find you. She accidentally fell and was bitten by zombies while searching for you. Her last thoughts were of you. Please, don't be stubborn. Jiang Songning felt goosebumps rise all over her body. She had no intention of following her narrative. She was determined to tear off her facade of innocence and kindness. Let me guess what happened then. Given Mrs. Wu's character, she must have known that your mother was her most despised enemy and would have relished your disappearance, Jiang Songning asserted. She targeted you? Didn't she? He Sinny's expression faltered for a brief moment at Jiang Songning's assured tone. I don't blame Mom. She raised me for so many years and treated me so well. I can't blame her. Jiang Songning shot her a scornful glance, continuing her tirade. With your vindictive nature and your petty grievances, how could you possibly swallow that resentment? Thus, You returned the favor by pushing Mrs. Wu to the zombies. Hisini noticed the suspicion on the faces of those in the living room, and for a fleeting moment, panic washed over her. She almost believed Jiang Songning had witnessed the event firsthand. But realizing it was merely speculation, she quickly regained her composure. Xiao Ning, if you say that, I have no defense. Hisini swayed slightly, a single tear glistening at the corner of her eye, her fragile demeanor resembling a small flower battered by a storm, evoking a protective instinct in those who beheld her. Indeed, those individuals quickly softened their hearts, no longer believing a word spoken by Jiang Songning. Chunbo, filled with indignation, exclaimed, Uncle He, how can you be so foolish? How can you trust the words of someone like her? I believe she is merely envious of Xine E and wishes to tarnish her reputation, sow discord between you and Xine E, so that you may accept her. Chapter 145. The excuse of He Xine E. At that moment, He Xine Yi's tears cascaded down her cheeks as she struggled to suppress her sobs. He Chun, having regained his composure, felt a surge of loathing towards Jiang Songning, realizing he had nearly fallen into her trap. He soon, wishing to divert the conversation, began to play the family card, saying, Xiao Ning, must you confront your family with such an attitude? He Sun, I have stated before that I share no ties with you. Why do you insist on provoking me? He Sun looked down. Mother always wished for you to return before her passing. And I wish to fulfill her last wish. I am not a dog raised by the He family, summoned at your whim. Moreover, have you consulted your sister's opinion on my return? Everyone turned their gaze towards He Xine. Witnessing her face contort with jealousy, He Xine quickly adopted her previous pitiful demeanor, as if her earlier expression had merely been a figment of their imagination. If your visit today is solely for this matter, allow me to be clear. I have no connection to the He family. I shall walk my own path, while you descend into yours. Huai Gu, let us leave. As they exited the door, He Xine began to sob uncontrollably, prompting the others to surround her in consolation. He Nanchong, furious, clutched his chest, gasping for breath. He soon glanced at the chaotic living room and retreated to his room. He recalled Jiang Songning's previous words. Having spent the last few days deluding himself into believing that Xine had not acted with malice, as the events had unfolded too rapidly for him to comprehend. He had only seen their mother being pushed out by He Xine. The cruel expression on He Xine's face was but a fleeting moment, yet he struggled to deceive himself. Each time he closed his eyes, he could see their mother's incredulous gaze. Lost in thought, he was interrupted by a knock at the door. Upon opening it, he found He Xine, her face streaked with tears, cautiously observing him, reminiscent of the time Jiang Songning had returned. In that moment, she resembled a frightened fawn, her tear-filled eyes searching his, repeatedly asking if he would cast her away. During that time, she had endeavored to please everyone, having been cherished like a precious gem throughout her upbringing. When had she ever been so humble? Thus, he had resolved to protect her at all costs. Yet now his once innocent and kind-hearted sister seemed to have changed. Elder brother, may I come in? He soon sighed internally, unable to bring himself to hurt her. Come in. Once the door was shut, He Xine, her voice tinged with sorrow, spoke, Elder brother, did you see? He Sun replied coolly, yes. He Xine's tears flowed more fiercely, as she buried her face in her hands to stifle her cries. He Sun's heart ached as if being torn apart, yet he refrained from offering the usual comfort. He Xine sensed his resentment and knew she must provide a plausible explanation. Elder brother, I truly did not mean to. Mother was trying to push me out again, and I only wished to survive, to hold on to her. I never anticipated that in our struggle, she would lose her balance and fall. I have felt immense guilt these past 2 days. I wished it had been me who fell into the horde of zombies instead. I am terrified. It is all my fault if it weren't for me. Mother wouldn't have fallen. Upon hearing this, He Sun was taken aback. What? Why didn't you say this sooner? He Xine shook her head in pain. Elder brother, I was afraid. I feared you would cast me out. I cannot live without you. He Sun's heart ached even more. Xne, I am sorry. I misjudged you. I did not expect the truth to be like this. He Xine, in despair, replied, Elder brother, perhaps I should just leave. I have brought misfortune upon mother. Otherwise, she would not have fallen into the horde. I no longer know how to face you or the others. He Sun declared firmly, no, I do not agree. You cannot leave. You are not going anywhere. He internally cursed him for being foolish, yet her expression was filled with profound sadness. But, elder brother, I do not know how to confront you, or second brother and father. If they learn that I caused Mother's misfortune, they will surely blame me. He gently patted her head. It is enough that we both know the truth. We shall not tell father or Aiken. Seeing her goal achieved, Hi's lips curled into a slight smile. But I feel so miserable, elder brother. Please let me go. Be good. You are not leaving anywhere. You belong to me. Where else would you wish to run off to? He shyly lowered her head, unable to meet Hisun's fervent gaze. Listening to their melodrama about to escalate, Jiang Songning could not suppress a shiver and quickly withdrew her mental energy. After upgrading her mental abilities, it had become increasingly convenient for her to eavesdrop. By merely releasing her mental energy, she could sense everything within a 2-kilometer radius, even the flight of a single mosquito. Wang Chao, have you seen Zhou Yangfan? I am not sure. He may have gone out. Wang Chao was also uncertain about the situation in that direction, I understand. Please keep an eye on the situation over there. And if Zhou Yangfan returns, let me know. Okay. After consuming 2 buns, Jiang Songning returned to her space to continue upgrading her vines. Though the vines had absorbed the crystal core, they showed no signs of change this time, leaving her somewhat astonished. Previously, each crystal core absorbed had resulted in a transformation of the vines. She speculated that perhaps the abilities of each plant varied, and with each upgrade, her vines gained abilities that were previously unavailable. However, she remained undeterred, knowing she could seek out more plant crystal cores in the future. She noted that it was already 5 in the morning, and Wang Chao had yet to inform her. She wondered whether Fang Jinyuan and the others had returned. Exiting her space, she used her mental energy to sense the surroundings and found only Su Lin and Wang Chao chatting in the living room, prompting her to return to her space once more. Despite the air conditioning being on, the temperature outside was still uncomfortably warm, whereas her space remained invitingly comfortable. Taking advantage of the lull, she gathered all the eggs from her chickens, ducks, and geese into a basket. She then inspected the plants she had grown, and her keen eyes spotted a vibrant patch of red in her garden. Excited, she dashed over and joyfully discovered that the strawberries had ripened. Large and red, each exuding the distinctive fragrance of strawberries. Immediately, she picked one, wiped it on her clothing, and placed it in her mouth. The taste was a delightful balance of sweet and tangy, bursting with juice. Far superior to those cultivated in modern greenhouses. She grabbed a basket to collect more for her space, intending to enjoy them later. Chapter 146. Evacuation. After harvesting the strawberries, she checked on the watermelons and grapes. Pleasantly surprised to find that they too would be ready to eat in a couple of days. In this sweltering heat, a bite of icy watermelon would be utterly delightful. She gathered the mature vegetables, gazing with satisfaction at the mountain of supplies accumulated in her space before finally exiting. As she emerged, she unleashed her mental energy, sensing that Fang Jinyuan and his companions had returned. Upon descending the stairs, she found the 3 of them sitting on the sofa, dejected. What happened? Did you not find any mutated animals? Lu Chen shook his head. We saw neither first-tier mutated animals nor any second or third tiers. Fang Jinyuan continued. I suspect there is something peculiar in the mountains. We should leave this place as soon as possible. Jiang Songning furrowed her brow, contemplating the situation in the mountains. They had indeed encountered no mutated plants or animals when they departed the night before. Then we shall leave tonight. She released her mental energy once more to assess the outside situation. Shinihua, fearing any unforeseen events, suggested, let's all return and rest for now. I will keep watch. We will depart promptly at 7 this evening. Everyone, please keep track of the time. Exhausted, the group retreated to their rooms. Wang Chao approached Jiang Songning, speaking softly, Sister Jiang, Zhou Yangfan has yet to return. Do you think something has happened to him? It would be best if something had. You should go rest as well. There's no need to keep watch. Wang Chao, having spent the entire night making buns and steamed bread, was also weary and returned to his room alongside Su Lin. Jiang Songning ascended to the upper floor, releasing her mental energy towards the adjacent room, where the others were discussing Zhou Yangfan. He had gone out with another individual and had yet to return. They were deliberating on a rescue mission into the mountains. Losing interest in their discussions, Jiang Songning retracted her mental energy and retreated to her space, falling into a deep sleep by 4 in the afternoon. She was awakened by Wang Chao's knocking at her door. Upon opening it, she found him entering with excitement. Sister Jiang, Zhou Yangfan has returned. However, he is covered in injuries, and the person who accompanied him did not make it back. What do you think they encountered in the mountains? Jiang Songning's heart sank at the thought of what Fang Jingyuan and the others had mentioned. If there were higher-tier mutated animals in the mountains, they would not be safe. Zhou Yangfan's bold return might have even brought one of those creatures with him. What level of abilities did Zhou Yangfan and the person who went up the mountain possess? Both of them are at level 3. The 4 additional individuals from their side are also level 3. Jiang Songning quickly released her mental energy to inspect the situation next door. This moment, the atmosphere next door was exceedingly grave. He must be tending to Zhou Yangfan's injuries. Silence enveloped the room, and the specifics of the situation remained unclear for the time being. Quickly go down and notify everyone. We must depart from here as soon as possible, Jiang Jiejier exclaimed. What is going on? It's over 50 degrees outside. If we drive out, the tires might melt. Leaving now is simply not feasible. Jiang Songning finally came to her senses. Then wake everyone who is still asleep. No one should continue dozing. Wang Chao, though unaware of the unfolding events, recognized the gravity of the situation due to Jiang Jiejie's words. Oh, okay. Jiang Songning descended the stairs rapidly after washing her face and brushing her teeth, extending her mental energy outward. With no abnormalities detected within a 2-kilometer radius, she felt reassured. One by one, everyone emerged from their rooms. Bleary-eyed, into the living room. Wei Zhe had only managed to sleep for 2 hours and was feeling quite fatigued. Wang Chao, if you don't provide a reasonable explanation, just wait and see how I deal with you. Wang Chao shrugged, insisting, this isn't my fault. It was Jiang Jiejie who said it. At that moment, Jiang Songning arrived. Fang Jingyuan sensed something was amiss. Jiang Shuejie, what is the matter? Wang Chao had just informed him that Zhou Yangfan returned from the next room covered in injuries, while another individual who had accompanied him to the mountains had not made it back. According to Wang Chao, both were level 3 ability users. So you mean there must be higher-level creatures in the mountains? And with Zhou Yangfan back, those mutated animals might follow him here. Upon hearing this, Shun Yihua immediately understood Jiang Songning's implication. Yes, if it's just 1 or 2, we could manage, but if there are many mutated animals, even all of us combined would struggle to withstand them. Glancing at his watch, Shin Yihua noted the oppressive heat outside. As per our original plan, we'll leave at 7. Everyone should stay alert and refrain from sleeping. Nods of agreement rippled through the group as they returned to their rooms to gather their belongings. Jiang Songning continued to monitor the situation next door, and soon Zhou Yangfan awakened at his son. Seeing Zhou Yangfan conscious, anxiously inquired, Yangfan, what exactly happened? Where is Lu Ranjia? Why hasn't he returned? There were mutated wolves. Over a dozen level 3 mutated wolves in the mountains. We accidentally encountered that pack while climbing, and they devoured many of the mutated animals in the area. He Chen stared wide-eyed in disbelief. What? How could there be so many mutated wolves? Not only that, the Wolf King possesses a level 4 ability. I barely escaped. They've set their sights on me, and we must leave here quickly. Those wolves may come sniffing around tonight. Panic washed over everyone, but he soon remained composed, urging, let us gather our belongings. When it cools down later, we'll leave immediately. Jiang Songning was also somewhat startled. Encountering a dozen level 3 mutated wolves would pose a significant challenge. Furthermore, wolves are astutely intelligent and notoriously vindictive. They wouldn't easily let Zhou Yangfan off the hook. Noticing Jiang Songning's troubled expression, Shinihua asked, what's wrong? With Zhou Yuxian and Hu Kersen also present in the living room, it was inconvenient for her to speak freely. So she gestured to Shinihua to follow her into the kitchen. As they entered, Jiang Songning whispered, I just overheard them discussing their escape plans next door. Zhou Yangfan encountered a pack of over a dozen mutated wolves. The Wolf King is level 4, and the others are all level 3. They've likely set their sights on Zhou Yangfan, and we must leave before they do. Shinua's face darkened. A few mutated wolves could be managed, but a dozen would be incredibly difficult to handle. Wolves are inherently social creatures, and once provoked, it becomes challenging to shake them off. He glanced at his watch. It was nearly 5 o'clock. I'll notify everyone. We'll leave in half an hour. Jiang Songning nodded, and they set aside concerns about the weather. She had little to pack, so she stored the dumplings Su Lin had prepared in her space, collected the kitchen items, and proceeded to the living room to wait. Chapter 147. The unprincipled Zhou Lin. Once everyone had gathered, Jiang Soning distributed heat relief medication, giving each person a box. Everyone, drink a bottle before we head out and keep the rest for later. Jiang Soning was unaware of how Shin Yihua communicated with the others, but soon everyone began packing their belongings. By around 5:30, the house was emptied of its contents. They all boarded the vehicles as previously arranged. The first vehicle was driven by Shin Yihua, with Jiang Soning and Lu Chan accompanying him. The others piled into the two smaller trucks behind. Recently, Tang Yuan had been getting along well with Tuanzi. Now, it preferred to endure the heat outside rather than return to her space, and Jiang Soning did not force it, knowing it found the space rather dull. Jiang Soning remained attuned to the activity next door. As soon as they entered their vehicle, the group next door hastily climbed into theirs. They had 3 vehicles as well, 2 SUVs and a small truck. It was likely that the truck was the one Zhou Yangfan had driven over. Shin Yihua noticed the commotion next door as well. Everyone, let us move swiftly. We need to leave this place first. Once everyone was in the cars, Shin Yihua drove out, with the 2 other vehicles closely following behind. The group next door, seeing them depart, quickened their pace. They had barely driven a short distance when the other group also followed suit. Jiang Soning kept her mental energy extended outward, fortunately, with the temperature outside hovering near 50 degrees. The wolves would likely not descend from the mountains at this time. However, everyone was feeling the effects of the oppressive heat. Despite the air conditioning and their consumption of heat relief medication, all were sweating profusely. Before long, Jiang Soning felt her sunscreen shirt dampen significantly. The journey was eerily silent. Not a single bird could be heard, and the outside world was unnervingly quiet. The group behind them soon caught up. It seems we can't shake them off, Lu Chen noted, observing the rearview mirror. Lu Shuezhang, tell Wei Zhe not to let them overtake us. Lu Chen grabbed the walkie-talkie to Yuan. Don't let the cars behind us pass. Fang Jinyuan quickly responded, got it. Wang Chao's voice chimed in through the walkie-talkie. Why are these people so relentlessly persistent? Fang Jinyuan replied, let us see if we can devise a way to lose them. Wang Chao retorted, they're headed to a city too. We're on the same route, Lu Chun considered. We have 2 vehicles loaded with supplies. The small truck can only reach a maximum speed of 100, making it quite difficult to lose them. Fang Jinyuan suggested, Lu Chun, ask Jiang Xuejia if she has any nails in her space. Wang Chao quickly grasped Fang Jinyuan's intent. Oh, a Yuan. So you're planning something underhanded. Fang Jinyuan teased back, the underhanded one isn't me. It's someone else. Wang Chao quickly realized, Zhou Gu, right? At that moment, Zhou Lin's voice crackled through the walkie-talkie, filled with irritation. Wang Chao, you better watch yourself. Wang Chao, lacking backbone, immediately backtracked. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Zhou Gu isn't underhanded. I am. Zhou Lin replied. Your misdeeds are beyond remedy. Jiang Soning, seated in the front passenger seat with her eyes closed, was listening to their banter while observing the surroundings with her mental energy. Upon hearing Fang Jinyuan inquire about nails in her space, her eyes lit up. I have nails in my space. Lu Chen picked up the walkie-talkie again. Jiang Xuejia has nails in her space. But what do you plan to do with them? Zhou Lin replied. Just stop the car in the middle of the road, and Jiang Xuejia can hand me the nails. I'll scatter them on the road. Jiang Soning took the walkie-talkie from Lu Chen. Is this method reliable? Zhou Lin responded. Have you forgotten my abilities? Jiang Soning smacked her forehead, realizing she had indeed forgotten. All right, let us stop now. Shin Yihua gradually applied the brakes, bringing the vehicle to a halt, and the other cars followed suit. The group at the rear, seeing them stop, assumed they had encountered some danger and slammed on their brakes. Once the cars were parked, Jiang Soning quickly exited to hand Zhou Lin the nails. Just that short distance made her feel breathless, and she could smell a faint burnt odor as her shoes touched the ground. The vehicle resumed motion, and Jiang Soning watched Zhou Lin's actions in the rearview mirror, unable to suppress a smile. Shin Yihua caught sight of her smirk and couldn't help but smile as well. After driving a few more kilometers, the speed of the vehicles behind them gradually decreased. Wang Chao exclaimed, Hey, we did it. Zhou Gu is amazing. With the pursuers finally lost, a satisfied smile graced Jiang Soning's face. As long as they left this place, they wouldn't have to worry about being followed. If the mutated wolves didn't catch up, it wouldn't matter. She had a strong intuition that Sinny and the others would find a way to pursue them. At that time, they could devise a plan to deal with Zhou Yangfan. There was no need to rush. They continued driving in relative peace for over 50 kilometers, and the group behind them had yet to catch up. As it approached 7 o'clock, Shinhua finally spoke. Liu Chun, tell them to park at that house up ahead. Let us grab a bite before continuing. Jiang Songning's stomach rumbled in agreement. Having spent the entire day without food, everyone was indeed quite hungry. The house up ahead was right by the roadside, without a yard. They parked along the roadside without intending to enter, and Jiang Songning retrieved the dumplings and milk, distributing 2 dumplings, 1 steamed bun, and a bottle of milk to each person. Everyone dined within their vehicles, which were equipped with air conditioning, rendering the temperature bearable. After finishing their meals, they entered the nearby building to attend to personal matters before resuming their journey. This time, the urgency that had previously pervaded their travels was notably absent. Shin Yihua, having foregone sleep during the day, decided to allow Liu Chun to take over driving while he rested in the back. Throughout the journey, they encountered no mutated creatures, and the sporadic appearances of zombies confirmed that something was amiss in that region. Jiang Songning felt a surge of relief that they had managed to flee swiftly. That night, when he ascended the mountain with Shin Yihua, they had avoided the pack of wolves. As time ticked away, the number of zombies surrounding the national highway began to increase. Liu Chun quietly inquired of Jiang Songning whether they should enter a small town ahead to gather supplies. Jiang Songning retrieved a map and noted several locations marked by Shin Yihua, with red circles indicating places they needed to visit, while others were crossed out as places to avoid. Fortuitously, the small town ahead bore a crossed-out mark, indicating they would not be stopping. We are not currently in need of supplies, and there is no necessity to take risks. As for collecting crystal cores, we can gather them along the way. He concluded. Liu Chun nodded in agreement and accelerated the vehicle. Perhaps due to the smoothness of the road ahead, around 9 o'clock, Jiang Songning's mental acuity suddenly detected the presence of a group of people ahead. And there seemed to be quite a few of them. Liu Shuizhang, please stop the car. The vehicle halted, and Liu Chun cast a puzzled glance at Jiang Songning. Shin Yihua also opened his eyes, aware that something was amiss ahead. With Liu Chun present, he refrained from asking questions and simply picked up the map, noting that there was a gas station 2 kilometers ahead. Jiang Songning used his mental powers to probe the intentions of the individuals ahead, but they merely wandered back and forth in silence. Chapter 148, The Robbery. Unable to discern their intentions, Jiang Songning exchanged a glance with Shin Yihua, who immediately understood her unspoken question. He picked up the walkie-talkie. Everyone, take note. There is a gas station 2 kilometers ahead, and the number of zombies is increasing. We will first assess the situation at the gas station. If there are not too many zombies, we may be able to gather some gasoline. Stay vigilant. Acknowledgements came through the device. Seeing that Jiang Songning had not objected, Shin Yihua understood that the dangers ahead could be managed, albeit with some difficulty. The vehicle resumed its journey, with Liu Chun now reducing speed. The surrounding zombies were sparse, primarily low-level ones, and nobody paid them much attention. However, as they approached the gas station, the number of zombies diminished significantly. When they were less than 500 meters from the gas station, the group of people had all hidden themselves. Liu Shuizhang, stop the car. Liu Chun braked. Looking curiously at Jiang Songning, she pointed ahead. There were nails scattered across the road. Shin Yihua also noticed the nails and grabbed the walkie-talkie. Zhou, could you check if those nails on the road can be cleared? Before long, Zhou approached. Liu Chun, you go to the back. After Liu Chun exited the vehicle, Shin Yihua took the driver's seat, while Zhou used his abilities to remove all the nails from the road. The vehicle started again, and just around the bend lay the gas station. As they drove past, they encountered a large wooden barricade placed in the middle of the road. Jiang Songning quipped, it seems we've run into a blockade. As their vehicle came to a halt, the group of 28 individuals emerged armed, comprised of men and women of various ages. Surrounding the vehicle, they brandished their weapons. Jiang Songning calmly drew her pistol, and Zhou followed suit. At that moment, a towering man, nearly 2 meters tall and sporting a thick beard, emerged from the gas station, flanked by 2 subordinates, each wielding a machete. This man possesses strength-type abilities. Shin Yihua stated coolly. Jiang Songning observed the muscular figure. Each step he took seemed to shake the ground. As he approached, everyone gazed at him with admiration. One of his lackeys swaggered forward, audaciously slapping their vehicle, causing it to rattle. Get out of the car. Zhou opened the door from the back. I'll go take a look. You all assess the situation. Zhou was indeed suited for this. The weapons in their hands posed no threat to him. Jiang Songning chambered around in her handgun, ready to fire. Be cautious. Zhou Lin exited the vehicle and approached the bearded man, producing a cigarette from his pocket and offering it to the one who had slapped their car. "Brother, what do they call you?" "I'm Zhang San, and this is my older brother, Long Gu." Upon hearing the name, Zhang Songning couldn't help but twitch her mouth. It seemed these ruffians had a peculiar fondness for the title Long Gu. Having encountered one previously, another had now emerged. Zhou Lin remained unfazed, extending a cigarette to Long Gu. "Greetings, Long Gu." Long Gu looked down at Zhou Lin disdainfully, accepting the cigarette with a scoff. "Humph, you're quite the humorless one." Zhou Lin paid no mind to his attitude, gesturing toward the wooden blockade. "Long Gu, I won't beat around the bush. Could you explain what is happening here?" Long Gu took a deep drag from the cigarette before responding slowly. "Brother, I see you're a smart man. Just stop playing dumb." Zhou Lin regarded Long Gu with confusion, his expression devoid of any sign of performance. "Long Gu, I am but a simpleton. I truly do not grasp your meaning. Please enlighten me." Long Gu discarded the cigarette but on the ground, crushing it underfoot. "I detest dealing with intellectual types like you, always scheming and speaking in riddles. What are you trying to play at?" Witnessing Long Ji's demeanor, the others fixed their gaze on Zhou Lin. Before the apocalypse, Zhou Lin had faced countless individuals daily. He was not intimidated by this group, maintaining his composure. "Long Gu, how can we comprehend your intentions if you don't articulate them?" At that moment, one of Long Ji's companions pointed a knife toward Zhou Lin, brazenly declaring, "Kid, if you wish to live, leave behind your supplies and women and get lost." Zhou Lin's previously cheerful demeanor darkened instantly. It seemed there was no room for negotiation. "Bah, who do you think you are? This is Long Ji's territory. Since you've arrived, your supplies and women belong to Long Gu. You, a pretty boy, have no right to haggle." Zhou Lin ceased the verbal sparring and, utilizing his abilities, took control of the knife held by the man, directing it toward himself. "Ah." The man was taken aback by Zhou Lin's audacity. Upon witnessing Zhou Lin's actions, Long Gu roared in frustration, "Attack!" As the others saw Zhou Lin make his move, they hastily rolled down their windows and drew their firearms. The sudden gunfire caught the group off guard. Hearing the shots, Long Ji's expression shifted to one of terror as he realized the vehicle's occupants were armed. Reacting swiftly, he attempted to seize Zhou Lin, but at that moment, Shin Yihua aimed at Long Ji's thigh and pulled the trigger. "Ah!" Long Gu cried out in pain, clutching his thigh, losing balance and collapsing to the ground. The group, accustomed to tyranny, found themselves facing formidable resistance for the first time, as the women scattered in fright. The remaining men continued to resist. Zhou Lin leveled his pistol at Long Ji's head. "Everyone, get down and cover your heads." The would-be escapees and the remaining rebels turned at Zhou Lin's command, witnessing Long Ji's capture, trembling as they complied. Once they had all settled down, a few individuals disembarked from their vehicles. Zhang Songning holstered her pistol and followed Shin Yihua out. Wei Zhe, embodying a villainous presence, glared at the group. "Everyone, come over and squat down." The sight of so many firearms rendered the captives heedless of their injuries as they clustered around Long Gu, cowering. Zhang Songning retrieved ropes from her space and handed them to Wei Zhe. "Zhe, bind these individuals first. We will discuss matters inside the gas station." Zombies are approaching. Wei Zhe and Song Hao secured their weapons and swiftly tied up the captives, while Lu Chun and Wang Chao maneuvered their vehicle into the gas station. Shin Yihua quickly dealt with several nearby zombies. The majority in the vicinity had likely been dispatched by this group, leaving only a few behind. However, the commotion would surely attract more zombies from a distance. Wei Zhe led the bound individuals into the gas station, with Lu Chun trailing behind, using his water abilities to cleanse the bloodstains from the ground to prevent drawing more zombies closer. Chapter 149. The Violent Maniac. Upon entering the gas station, Zhang Songning was immediately hit by an overwhelming stench. This group had turned the gas station into a stronghold. The small convenience store within was littered with remnants of consumed instant noodles, interspersed with various forms of refuse. Given the sweltering weather, the odor was unbearable, and Zhang Songning wondered how this group could endure living in such filth. Wang Chao delivered a resounding slap to Long Ji's head. "Are you all swine? How can you stand to live in such squalor?" Long Gu glared fiercely at Wang Chao, fully capable of breaking free with his abilities, but his injured thigh deterred him from acting rashly, especially with firearms in the hands of the others. At that moment, Fang Jingyuan and Su Lin entered, their expressions grim. Fang Jingyuan raised a stick and struck Long Gu forcefully. Long Gu cried out in pain. Collapsing once more. Typically gentle, Fang Jingyuan would not act so impulsively without reason. Something must have transpired. Unable to contain himself, Wei Zhe asked, "Brother, what happened? Why the outburst?" Fang Jingyuan recounted the scene he witnessed earlier, prompting Jiang Songning to utilize her abilities to command vines to strike at the individuals before her. Their cries of pain echoed, "Heroine, I was wrong. Please spare me." Upon hearing their pleas for mercy, Jiang Songning tightened her grip and struck down upon them once more, exclaiming, "Beasts!" She wielded the vines with ferocity, causing them to writhe on the ground in agony in a short span of time. Those individuals found themselves on the brink of death. The others, witnessing this brutal display, fell silent, observing Jiang Songning's ruthless demeanor. Wang Chao and Wei Zhe also picked up sticks and joined in the assault. Only when she grew weary did she cease her actions. Among the 28, only 5 were women, and she refrained from targeting them. Those 5 women huddled together, trembling in fear and suppressing their voices. With a stern expression, Jiang Songning approached the women, towering over them as she demanded, "Did you partake in this affair?" The women, terrified by her approach, shook their heads vigorously. Jiang Songning pointed to the woman in the center, ordering, "You speak. If I discover you utter even a single lie, I will kill you immediately." At that moment, her heart burned with indignation. She yearned to eradicate these vile creatures instantly. The woman quivered as she stood, stammering, "We did not partake. We merely passed through with our families and encountered these beasts." They had previously refrained from causing too much commotion, only daring to seize half of the supplies and women. "We were taken by force." Tears streamed down her face as she spoke, her voice choked with emotion. "They are monsters. Once they have had their fill of us, we become their prey. For the past month, no one has passed this way. You are the first group to come through in that time. Their supplies have nearly run out, which is why they sought to take everything from you. Who would have known you would be so formidable, thwarting their plans?" Jiang Songning locked eyes with the woman, discerning the truth in her words. "How long have you been here?" The woman, in despair, closed her eyes, tears cascading down her cheeks. After a brief pause, she slowly opened her eyes, recounting, "We were taken half a month ago. Our group originally consisted of 30 individuals, but we encountered these beasts along the way. Out of the 8 women who were with us, 3 were taken as lambs for their resistance. We could only submit to survive." Wei Zhe, incredulous, gazed at the woman. "Your group had so many members. Yet you fell prey to these lowly thugs?" The woman's expression darkened further. "Of the 8 women, 5 of us possess no abilities." Understanding their predicament, Jiang Songning realized the rationale behind the actions of those individuals. With several women lacking abilities, protecting them became a burden, alongside the necessity of providing food and water. In this perilous world, coupled with inclement weather, the mere act of survival was uncertain, leading to the conclusion that no one would willingly support a group of ordinary individuals without abilities. Thus, encountering Long Gu, under the unequal power dynamics, surrendering them along with half of the supplies for safety was a pragmatic choice. Perhaps they suspected that the beasts sought women not merely for carnal needs, but as livestock. Yet they chose to disregard it. Jiang Songning scrutinized the women's gaunt faces, sunken cheeks, and cracked lips, feeling no desire to impose further hardship upon them. It was evident that the 3 women taken as livestock possessed abilities. Regardless of their actions, once the beasts were eliminated, survival would remain a challenge for the women. If they managed to endure, it would be through their own merit. Jiang Songning's expression darkened as she addressed everyone. "Shall we deal with these individuals?" Among them were healers, and if they were not completely eradicated, they could recover and inflict further harm upon others. The group had already been silenced with filthy socks by Wang Chao and his companions. But upon hearing Jiang Songning's words, they emitted muffled cries for mercy. Qiu Yuxian, taken aback by Jiang Songning's ruthlessness, noted that there were 23 lives at stake. Although she didn't care whether they lived or died, this was her moment to display her benevolence. She wanted to prove to Xin Yihua and the others just how merciless Jiang Songning could be. Without waiting for anyone else to speak, she stepped forward, indignantly proclaiming, "Songning, isn't this a bit too heartless? 23 lives are at stake." Jiang Songning regarded her as if she were a fool, then turned to Xin Yihua with a questioning gaze. Shen Yihua promptly instructed Wei Zhe, take these individuals out back and deal with them. No one opposed this course of action as they pulled the beasts away. Just as Jiang Soning intended to follow, Shen Yihua stopped her, stating, "You wait here. I will handle this." Seeing this, Jiang Soning refrained from pursuing. Qiu Yuexian, feeling ignored, stomped her foot and hurried after Shen Yihua. Yihua, they must be desperate for food to have committed such acts. Soning has already beaten them to a pulp. Please grant them a chance for redemption. I believe they are good people at heart. If we provide them with food, they will cease their misdeeds. Shen Yihua, irritated by her incessant chatter, turned to her with a mocking expression. Do you really consider yourself so virtuous? The darkness concealed Qiu Yuexian's inability to perceive the sarcasm in his words. Overjoyed that he was finally speaking to her, she failed to recognize his disdain, mistaking it for acknowledgement of her kindness. Yihua, I simply cannot stand by while Songning acts so cruelly in this apocalypse. Survival is challenging enough. We must aid one another. I cannot abide by Songning's heartlessness. I shall talk to her. Shen Yihua regarded her with increasing contempt, commanding, "Follow me." He left her with that remark and headed towards the back. Chapter 150. Compassion and Kindness. Qiu Yuexian, incredulous, observed Shen Yihua's demeanor. It was the first time he had spoken to her so kindly. Given his attitude, she felt assured that he regarded her as virtuous. Indeed, how could a violent person like Jiang Songning compare to her? Men surely preferred women like her. She secretly reveled in this thought. Her cheeks flushed as she followed him. Upon reaching the back, Wei Zhe and Fang Jinyuan awaited Shen Yihua. Qiu Yuexian jogged to catch up, but when she beheld the scene before her, she screamed in terror. "Silence!" Shen Yihua barked, his face cold. Qiu Yuexian shut her mouth, unable to suppress the nausea rising within her, retching beside them. Wei Zhe glared at Qiu Yuexian, asking Yihua, "Why did she come along?" Shen Yihua glanced at Wei Zhe but said nothing, turning to Qiu Yuexian. "Have you finished?" Believing Shen Yihua was genuinely concerned, Qiu Yuexian gazed at him with gratitude, whining, "Yihua, this is horrifying. I am so frightened." Shen Yihua ignored her pleas. "If you're done, then open your eyes and see who the real heartless ones are." With that, he unsheathed his blade and swiftly sliced the throats of the captives. They had no chance to resist, falling silent in an instant. Qiu Yuexian, nearby, trembled at the sight, warm blood splattering across her face. She wanted to scream, yet her throat tightened, producing no sound. Not only Qiu Yuexian but the others also felt a chill at the gruesome scene. They had no qualms about slaying zombies, but these were living beings. Although the captives deserved their fate, the act of taking lives still left them unsure of how to proceed. Yet Shen Yihua executed them one by one without a flicker of emotion, earning their admiration. Within moments, he had dispatched 4 or 5 individuals. The remaining captives, attempting to break free from their bonds, were swiftly dealt with by Fang Jinyuan, who shot one in the head. Wei Zhe and Zhou Lin followed suit. Firing at the remaining captives, Qiu Yuexian, overwhelmed by the bloodshed, struggled to breathe and ultimately fainted. Upon witnessing her collapse, Wei Zhe quipped, "Yihua, she has gone and provoked you again." Shen Yihua wiped the blood from his blade casually, responding with a nonchalant After confirming that the captives were lifeless, Fang Jinyuan reported, "Yihua, they're all taken care of." Shen Yihua surveyed the bodies and remarked, "Zombies are likely to arrive soon. Let us seize the opportunity to gather some crystal cores and leave." The stench of blood was overwhelming, prompting the group to turn and head towards the market ahead, deliberately bypassing the unconscious Qiu Yuexian. Wang Chao lagged behind, glancing at the fallen individuals, then at the quickly departing figures. Ultimately resigning himself to dragging Qiu Yuexian's ankle to escort her away. In truth, Qiu Yuexian merely fainted momentarily before regaining consciousness. She expected someone to carry her back, but to her dismay, everyone had departed, and she found herself being dragged by the oblivious Wang Chao. After a few steps, she felt a sharp pain in her back and could no longer hold back, shouting, "Let go of me." Wang Chao, startled by her sudden outburst, instinctively released her ankle, brushing his hands off in disdain. "Oh, you're awake. Why didn't you say so? You wasted my effort." Fuming, Qiu Yuexian retorted, You. Wang Chao, unwilling to witness her tears, turned to leave. "Now that you're awake, walk on your own." Feeling miserable, Qiu Yuexian rose from the ground. Initially, She intended to play her cards right, prolonging her time outside to worry the others, but upon seeing the approaching zombies in the distance, she disregarded her pain and sprinted after Wang Chao. Wang Chao, wait for me. Wang Chao has always possessed a rather mischievous demeanor. The more others spoke to him in a commanding tone, the more he would deliberately act in opposition, thus quickening his pace. Qiu Yuexian, straining herself, also hastened her steps. Fortunately, their distance from the gas station's convenience store was not far, and she soon caught up with him. As the group entered the small supermarket, Shen Yihua observed Jiang Songning as she spoke. Zombies are closing in. Let us gather some crystal cores before we depart. At that moment, Jiang Songning was consumed by a surge of anger but nodded in agreement, as it provided a means of venting her frustrations. Otherwise, she feared she might go mad from suppression. The group readied their weapons and stepped outside, but as Jiang Songning crossed the threshold, she halted abruptly. Turning to gaze at the 5 women huddled together, trembling in fear, she retrieved a box of instant noodles, a box of bread, and a case of bottled water from her space and placed them at the supermarket's entrance before striding away decisively. The woman in the center choked back tears and uttered a heartfelt thank you. Shen Yihua, witnessing Jiang Songning's actions, remained silent but thought to himself that she was too kind-hearted and soft. In this apocalyptic world, there were countless unfortunate souls, and if she gave supplies to everyone she encountered, she might very well find herself going hungry in the future. It seemed he must seek out more resources for her sake. Unbeknownst to Jiang Songning, Shen Yihua had already labeled her as benevolent and tender-hearted. However, Jiang Songning was not soft-hearted. Rather, she saw in the eyes of that middle girl a reflection of her past self, someone who had been cast aside time and again, even pushed forward by Wu Meixia to shield He Sini from zombies. During those times, she faced despair after despair, yet her desire to survive remained unbroken. If it were not for her unwavering faith, she would not have endured for 2 years. The girl mirrored her own experiences. Thankfully, she was not lacking in food, and sharing some with them posed no issue. Their survival ultimately depended on their own efforts. As the group exited the supermarket, they found themselves surrounded by approximately 200 zombies. The majority had congregated at the rear, drawn by the strong scent of blood, while only a small faction lingered at the convenience store entrance. The group swiftly dispatched the low-tier zombies using their abilities. Jiang Songning, eager to test her mental prowess, attempted to control a low-tier zombie with her psychic energy but met with failure once again. She then focused her mental power on attacking the crystal core within the zombie's brain, but due to poor control, the core shattered into fragments, and the zombie collapsed lifelessly. She continued to attempt to manipulate other zombies but succeeded not once. The source of her failure eluded her. Refusing to concede, she relentlessly shattered the cores of over a dozen zombies with her psychic energy, yet still found no success. Temporarily conceding the use of her mental powers, she resorted to using vines to ensnare the zombies, twisting their necks and extracting the cores with deft precision. Her movements were fluid and seamless, quickly amassing dozens of crystal cores. Before long, the zombies at the gas station had all been dealt with, and the area was devoid of further threats, leaving the group somewhat unsatisfied. Wei Zhe grumbled, "Why are there so few zombies around here? And all of them are low tier. It's dull." Wang Chao shot back, "You should be grateful. If there were more high-tier zombies, you'd only be fleeing for your life." Chapter 151. Base Regulations. Shen Yihua glanced at his watch, noting that they had lingered for quite some time. Only 2 hours had passed since their departure, and it was still not midnight. "Let us resume our journey," he declared. With that, no one uttered another word. They gathered their crystal cores and boarded the vehicle one by one. Shen Yihua took the driver's seat, while Jiang Songning settled into the passenger seat. However, Lu Chen did not join them. He instead moved to the last vehicle. Why did Lu Chen go to the back? Shen Yihua pressed the accelerator, and the vehicle surged forward. "I sent him to the back. It's inconvenient for him to be here with you." Jiang Songning regarded Shen Yihua with gratitude. "Thank you." Shen Yihua met her gaze. His eyes filled with tenderness. "Between you and me, there is no need for thanks." Jiang Songning, somewhat overwhelmed by his gaze, quickly changed the subject. "I noticed you circled many locations on the map. Are we planning to visit all of them?" While driving, Shen Yihua replied, "Yes, those places are small towns, with relatively low populations, and conveniently located along national highways. We can stop by to gather supplies, particularly medicines. The more we can collect, the better." Jiang Songning nodded. If all goes well, we should reach City L in 2 days. I saw you circled City L as well. It has a large population. Are we going there too? The base has been established in City L. And they possess satellite phones. I need to contact home and inquire if the base in City A has dispatched any missions in this vicinity. We can then accept a task and return to redeem points. Jiang Songning was aware of this. In the post-apocalyptic world, supplies could be exchanged for points or crystal cores. How are points calculated? It depends on the task's difficulty. Generally, simpler tasks yield between 10 to 100 points, while more challenging ones have no upper limit. For convenience, the point system operates similarly to the currency exchange before the apocalypse. 1 point is equivalent to 1 yuan. There are numerous ways to earn points. For instance, ordinary people can assist ability users with cleaning or cooking, receiving a small reward or food in return. Ability users can take on various tasks at the base, such as gathering supplies or helping to locate individuals. The base issues some of these tasks, and ordinary people can also post their own. Jiang Songning exclaimed, "It's only been a little over 2 months since the apocalypse." Shinihua, who had left City A just a month after the outbreak, was surprised by the well-established system at the City A base. It was truly impressive for a capital city. I will explain everything to you in detail once you arrive. All right, have you visited the City L base? Shinihua shook his head. The City L base was established not long ago. I am unaware of the specific circumstances there. Jiang Songning pondered their impending journey to City H and realized she needed to gather information about that area beforehand. Has a base been established in City H? Yes, many troops have scattered to various cities to establish bases. Once these bases are up and running, order will gradually be restored. Jiang Songning remained skeptical about the prospect of order being restored, knowing that establishing a base would not be an easy task. There would undoubtedly be numerous challenges ahead, as resources dwindled and competition intensified. The scarcity of supplies, harsh weather, mutated plants and animals, high-tier zombies, and a declining birth rate all posed formidable threats to humanity. Order would likely not be restored within 2 years. Additionally, some ambitious ability users would establish their own small bases, leading to violence and chaos. Not all members of the military possessed abilities, and their advantages were limited compared to those of ability users. In the apocalypse, the ambitions of certain ability users grew increasingly inflated, resulting in frequent conflicts between bases, which spelled disaster for humanity. Many individuals would experience psychological issues. Some would become twisted in their minds, committing bizarre acts. Ordinary people fared better, but high-tier ability users with distorted psyches posed a significant threat. Yet, there were also many striving for a better future, particularly the brave soldiers, scientists, and doctors who selflessly dedicated their lives to the welfare of the nation and its people. They shone like brilliant suns in the sky, their radiance warming and illuminating the hearts of all. Jiang Songning gazed quietly at the immaculate moon hanging in the night sky. The moonlight cascaded over her like water, and the stars twinkled above, making her feel like an inconspicuous star herself. She understood that she was a selfish person. Faced with the grand responsibilities of family and nation, she found it difficult to emulate the selflessness of those heroes. For her, all she sought was to live a safe and steady life. Shinihua noticed the evident melancholy on Jiang Songning's face and gently inquired, "What troubles you, Brother Huai? Do you think humanity will one day face extinction?" Upon hearing this question, Shinihua was taken aback for a moment before a faint smile graced his lips. "I cannot predict how the future will unfold, nor can I provide you with a definitive answer. However, I believe that merely surviving and thriving in the present moment is our greatest fortune. We shall address the future when it arrives. For now, our focus must be on living to the fullest, cherishing each day, each moment, for the world is unpredictable. Who knows if we will see the sun rise tomorrow? Even the tiniest ant fights for survival. How much more should we, as humans?" Though these words may seem cliché, they encapsulate our present reality perfectly. After hearing Shinihua's words, a smile graced Jiang Songning's lips. "Perhaps I have been overthinking. It is entirely normal to feel lost at present, especially since we have abruptly transitioned from a peaceful era to this chaotic reality. Many people grapple with confusion and despair." Jiang Songning gazed at Shinihua in astonishment. "What about you? Do you also feel lost?" Shinihua nodded. "Yes, in the beginning, I simply could not believe it was real. I felt as though I had not yet awakened from a dream. For 2 days, I did nothing but force myself to sleep, convinced that when I awoke, everything would return to normal. Jiang Songning was astonished to learn that even someone as formidable as Shin Yihua experienced moments of confusion. "Brother Huai, I would never have guessed you could be so comforting." Shin Yihua chuckled. "I am hardly a source of comfort. I merely possess a bit more experience in navigating society than you do." Jiang Songning pondered that having never stepped outside of an academic environment for 2 lifetimes, she had directly arrived in a post-apocalyptic world, leaving her woefully lacking in social experience. Henceforth, she would have to seek guidance from Brother Huai. Upon noticing this rare spark of vitality in Jiang Songning, Shin Yihua felt an impulse to gently pat her head, but as he was driving, he could only harbor a fleeting regret in his heart. Chapter 152. El City Base. The journey ahead was remarkably tranquil, save for the occasional encounter with low-tier zombies. As dawn approached, they casually located an empty house by the roadside to rest. After a night of fatigue, the group consumed a light meal before retreating into a room to rest, while Jiang Songning continued to rejuvenate within her space. Upon entering her space, she harvested the ripe vegetables, rice and wheat, then planted a new batch of seeds. She also fed the chickens, ducks, and geese in the space with fresh greens and some rice grains before finally succumbing to rest. She awoke at 7 in the evening when her alarm rang. The next leg of their journey saw the group collecting several crystal cores during encounters with low-tier zombies. By the third evening, they finally arrived in El City.at, the National Roads entrance. A red-painted sign marked the location of the base, proclaiming, "Welcome to El City Base," with guiding signposts lining the way. Upon reading the small print beneath the sign, Jiang Songning surmised that the base must be in dire need of ability users and remarked, "It seems the base has very few inhabitants." Having only recently been established, the base was indeed short on ability users, and relying solely on the military to support such a substantial number of ordinary people would be quite taxing. Jiang Songning suddenly recalled the vast amounts of food stored in her space. Over the past 2 months, her reserves of rice, wheat, corn, and various beans had accumulated to nearly 50,000 jin. Perhaps she could negotiate an exchange with the base. She lacked for nothing but could barter for high-tier crystal cores or perhaps some piglets and cattle, thus achieving dual benefits. Food was in short supply everywhere, while she had an abundance, as her crops could be harvested roughly every half-month. Even if she exhausted her supply, she could simply replant. Moreover, the eggs from her chickens, ducks, and geese could also be traded. She collected hundreds of eggs daily, and the sheer volume had become burdensome, totaling several tens of thousands. Though stored in her space, they would not spoil. The quantity was such that she could not consume them all in several lifetimes. As for the fruits, she had no intention of bringing them out. They could be used to feed her poultry. Should she manage to acquire cattle, she would no longer have to worry about sustenance. The vegetables and fruits in her space were exceptionally sweet. And while it might seem extravagant to use them for livestock, she could not simply produce such a large quantity of fresh produce without raising suspicions. Explaining the presence of grains and eggs would be relatively straightforward. But the origin of the high-quality vegetables and fruits could prove troublesome. If she were to extract such a large quantity of food, she would need a credible excuse. Given Shin Yihuai's connections with the military, it would be impossible to keep such actions concealed from him. Furthermore, contacting the base's leader would not be easy. It would be best to find someone to facilitate the introduction. She felt no apprehension about encountering danger. The military personnel were disciplined, and there existed an inexplicable trust in soldiers among the people of Huagua, providing a sense of security. However, pondering too much was futile. They could only assess the situation upon arriving at the base. After all, the soldiers of our nation regarded the protection of the populace as their solemn duty, and the burdens they bore for so many ordinary individuals were indeed considerable. Shin Yihuai recalled the rules for entering the base and cautioned, "Once we arrive, simply report one ability." "Very well, I shall declare my spatial ability." Reporting her spatial ability would ensure that retrieving items from within would not raise any eyebrows. The El City base was established in a villa district on the city's outskirts. Surrounding the villas were several residential complexes, and the military had cleared the area, erecting high walls around it. Zombies were seldom encountered nearby, as the surrounding undead had been eliminated. The group soon caught sight of the villa, where several large lights illuminated the entrance, which was already lined with a long queue. A patrol of soldiers in uniform was present, each armed with a firearm, while the personnel at the entrance were ordinary citizens. Upon seeing the group approach, the individuals at the entrance regarded them with caution. After parking the vehicle, they disembarked, and a refined man in a white shirt and black-rimmed glasses approached them. Greetings, may I inquire if you are ability users or ordinary individuals? At that moment, Feng Jingyuan stepped forward, extending his hand to shake the man's. Hello, I am Feng Jingyuan, the team leader. May I ask your name? The bespectacled man smiled and replied, You can call me Xiaowen. Hello, Xiaowen. Could you clarify the distinction between ability users and ordinary people? Xiaowen gestured towards those waiting in line. Ordinary individuals are registering over there, while ability users are on the left. Zhang Songning glanced at both sides. The line for ordinary people was long, while only a handful of ability users stood in queue. Our entire team consists of ability users. Upon hearing Feng Jingyuan's declaration, Xiaowen's eyes brightened, and his tone became more enthusiastic. Please follow me. I will guide you through the registration process. Your vehicle can remain here for now. Once registration is complete, you can drive it to the underground parking lot. The registration for ability users was handled by a serious-looking man in his 30s. His square face exuding an aura of righteousness that indicated his considerable ability level, unmistakably a soldier. Xiaowen excitedly led the group to the left. Liang Gu, these individuals are all ability users. Please assist them with their registration. Liang Gu nodded and formally stated, Welcome to L City Base. Please line up for registration. Hello, I am Feng Jingyuan. Ice-type ability level 3. Liang Gu cast a surprised glance at Feng Jingyuan before lowering his head to jot down notes. Our deputy base leader is only level 4. I did not expect you to already be level 3. Wei Zhe, Fire-type ability level 3. Song Hao, Earth-type ability level 3. Liang Gu was astonished at the number of level 3 ability users in this group. As the majority of individuals in the base were level 2, with the addition of this group, the base would have an extra layer of security for future missions. When it was Zhang Songning's turn, she reported her spatial ability, stating her level directly as 4. Zhang Songning, Spatial type ability level 4. Liang Gu regarded Zhang Songning with surprise. It was his first encounter with a level 4 spatial ability user. Finally, it was Shin Yihuai's turn. Shin Yihuai, lightning type ability level 3. The man's hand trembled slightly as he wrote. This team, aside from the 2 women and one named Lu Chan being level 2, was predominantly composed of level 3s, including one legendary lightning type ability. Xiaowen's gaze gleamed with excitement, confident that this month's KPI was secure. After completing registration, Xiaowen couldn't conceal the smile on his face. Before entering the base, we will need to isolate you in a quarantine room for 2 hours to prevent any potential infection from the zombie virus. Once you emerge from the quarantine, arrangements for your accommodations will be made. Feng Jingyuan nodded. Very well, please lead the way. Chapter 153. Base quarantine. The group followed Xiaowen into the quarantine room, which, despite its name, was merely a series of small rooms. Each room contained only one door and a small window, reinforced with steel bars, giving it a sturdy appearance. As they had arrived together, they were assigned to the same room. Inside, there was a long table at the center, surrounded by several plastic stools, and the place was impeccably clean. The attention to detail indicated that the base leader was a person of action. Xiaowen cautiously spoke, to be on the safe side, we will lock the door. When the time is up, someone will come to unlock it and take you to your accommodations. I hope for your understanding. Feng Jingyuan did not voice any objections. Understood. Seeing that they had no complaints, Xiaowen felt a sense of relief. In the past, some ability users had protested when informed about the door being locked, and he had feared that this group might react similarly. After exiting, Xiaowen locked the door securely. The group then sat down, and Zhang Songning retrieved steamed buns and milk from her space, distributing them among the group. Wei Zhe looked at the bun in his hand and sighed. I've grown tired of buns after eating them for the past few days. If you won't eat it, pass it to me. Wang Chao attempted to snatch the bun from Wei Zhe, who quickly retracted his hand. What are you doing? This bun was painstakingly made by Wang Chao and Su Lin. Seeing Wei Zhe's disdain, Wang Chao retorted, You truly are ungrateful. If I had known, I would have made you instant noodles every day. Let's see if you tire of that. Wei Zhe realized his previous comment had been excessive and promptly apologized. Wang Chao, Su Lin. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to imply the buns were bad. Su Lin merely waved his hand with a smile. He, too, had grown a bit weary of buns but had been unable to prepare anything else while on the road. Once we reach the base, we can cook a proper meal. Wei Zhe's eyes lit up. Fantastic. Finally, we can eat rice. Let's keep a low profile. We still don't know the situation inside the base. Shin Yihuai's words doused Wei Zhe's enthusiasm like a bucket of cold water. Zhang Songning agreed, stating, Brother Huai is right. The base is a mixed bag. While we aren't afraid of trouble, Attracting attention could lead to complications. As newcomers, it's best to maintain a low profile for now. With a resigned expression, Wei Zhe nibbled on his bun. All right, when we get to our accommodation, I want instant noodles, and make sure to add 3 sausages, as the crowd quietly indulged in their buns. Qiu Yuxian, with a playful tone, suddenly interjected, Song Ning, you are evidently a dual-type abilities wielder. Why have you only reported your spatial abilities? Upon hearing Qiu Yuxian's words, the others cast her hostile glances, noticing the unfriendly stares directed her way. Qiu Yuxian felt a tightening in her chest and awkwardly stammered, I was just curious. Shen Yihuai, with a grim expression, fixed his gaze upon Qiu Yuxian and ominously warned, curiosity killed the cat. Be cautious with your words. Qiu Yuxian shivered at Shen Yihuai's penetrating gaze. Ever since witnessing his lethal act at the gas station, she had utterly lost any lingering affection for him. Recently, she had set her sights on Wang Chao. As among everyone, he was the most gullible. However, Wang Chao turned out to be as dense as a blockhead, completely oblivious to her overtures and instead displaying disdain towards her. Seeing the closeness between Jiang Songning and Shen Yihuai, she could not resist her curiosity. She had heard in J-City that dual-type abilities were rare, and some deranged scientists were capturing dual-type wielders for research. Initially, she intended to subtly leak this information to the base personnel once inside. But her impulsiveness had gotten the better of her. I'm sorry. I realize my mistake. Upon her apology, Shen Yihuai withdrew his gaze, descending into deep thought. Fang Jingyuan shot a glance at Qiu Yuxian. Further convinced that this woman should not remain in their ranks, Hu Kurson looked at Jiang Songning with a sense of guilt. Noticing Hu Kurson's remorseful demeanor, Jiang Songning shrugged, indicating her indifference. After all, fools do not speak recklessly. Jiang Songning had no intention of confronting Qiu Yuxian, yet her inability to restrain her tongue compelled her to act, and she figured it was an opportune moment to test her mental prowess, as she had yet to utilize it on a living target. Although she knew her secret of dual-type abilities could not be hidden for long, she preferred not to expose herself completely in an unfamiliar environment. If there were truly madmen lurking in the base, it could lead to insurmountable troubles, possibly being treated as a lab rat for experiments. While she had the ability to protect herself, she did not wish to be constantly scrutinized. Shen Yihuai had initially advised her to report just one ability with this very caution in mind. Su Lin cast a mocking glance at Qiu Yuxian, thinking she was courting disaster. If she wished for her own demise, there was no need for her to continue living. Unbeknownst to Jiang Songning, Su Lin's minion was already scheming on how to eliminate Qiu Yuxian. Realizing her blunder, Qiu Yuxian could only feign meekness. Attempting to diminish her presence. 2 hours slipped by swiftly, and soon they heard the sound of a lock turning at the door. At that moment, a young man clad in green military attire entered. First saluting the group before politely stating, "Ladies and gentlemen, the base chief wishes to meet you." All eyes turned to Shen Yihuai, who stood up and returned the military salute before inquiring, "Comrade, may I ask what the base chief wants with us?" "The base chief has instructed me to convey his wish to meet the younger generation." Shen Yihuai surmised the identity of the base chief and replied, "Very well, please lead the way." The group exited the isolation room, where 2 military jeeps awaited them. Once they boarded, the vehicles drove towards the villa district. It was nighttime, and the base bustled with life. Children played in the gardens, some individuals hurried by, and a few elderly folks engaged in chess games in a small garden. Jiang Songning mused that this was the first time she had seen so many people since the apocalypse. The scene felt reminiscent of the lively days before the world fell apart. The vehicle meandered through the villa district's gardens, arriving at the central building, which was surrounded by guards. As the car approached, a soldier in uniform approached, and the escorting soldier produced a piece of paper. Signaling to those behind him, he then opened the villa's grand doors, allowing them to behold the full splendor of the residence, which was brightly lit and bustling with activity on the first floor. Evidently the base's administrative hub, the soldier guided them directly to the 3rd floor. Upon reaching the study's entrance, a voice declared, "Report. Enter. Please come in." Shen Yihuai thanked the soldier before leading the group into the office. Chapter 154. Meeting the base chief. Upon entering the office, they were met by a tall, robust, and handsome man in military attire, likely in his 40s, whose serious demeanor commanded respect. A resemblance to Shen Yihuai was evident in his features. As they entered, The man approached and clapped Shin Yihui on the shoulder with enthusiasm. Well, it's you, indeed. Shin Yihui deftly evaded the man's hand and replied with exasperation, Uncle. Fang Jingyuan and Wei Zhe stepped forward with smiles. Hello, Uncle, Shin Shi, returning their smiles, replied. Ah, it's good to see you all well. That puts my mind at ease. By the way, how is it that you are all together? Fang Jingyuan, familiar with Shin Yihui's character, took the lead. Uncle, it's a long story. I'll tell you in detail when I have the chance. Good. Your grandfather made contact with the S-City base half a month ago to assist in locating you. Since you've arrived, there's no need for that anymore. Fang Jingyuan eagerly inquired, Uncle, how are my grandfather and the others? Rest assured, they are all well. Once you reach a city, you will see them. Aiken, you need not worry. Your family is also safe. Upon hearing that his family was unharmed, Lu Chen finally relaxed. Thank you, Uncle Shun. Shun Qi glanced at the others before turning his attention back to Fang Jingyuan. A Yuan, these must be your teammates. Realizing he had neglected introductions in his excitement, Fang Jingyuan sheepishly replied, My apologies, Uncle. I was so happy to see you that I forgot to introduce everyone. He proceeded to introduce each member to Shun Qi, and they exchanged greetings. It became clear to everyone that Shun Qi was Shun Yihui's uncle. Shun Yihui's grandmother had given birth to several children, with Shun Yihui's father being the eldest, a daughter as the second, and Shun Qi, the third, who had served as a regiment commander in the A-City military district before being assigned to establish the base in L-City. After some pleasantries, Shun Qi turned to Jiang Songning. Songning, I've heard you possess level 4 spatial abilities? Jiang Songning nodded. Yes, Uncle Shun. Shun Qi regarded Jiang Songning with satisfaction. As a reconnaissance soldier, he had noticed Shun Yihui's unusual attentiveness towards her upon their entry. His gaze frequently drifted toward her, almost as if it were magnetically drawn to her presence. This was the first time he had seen his nephew so invested in a girl, truly a rare bloom from an iron tree. After covertly assessing Jiang Songning, he found her clear-eyed, poised, and of pleasant appearance. A commendable young woman. He nodded approvingly and softened his tone. Very well. How old are you this year? Facing Shun Qi's sudden warmth, Jiang Songning awkwardly replied, Uncle Shun, I'm 20 this year. At 20, you must still be in university, correct? Where do you study, and what is your major? Shin Yihui, anticipating his uncle's line of questioning, quickly interjected to steer the conversation. Uncle, what brings you to L-City? Shun Qi internally rolled his eyes. He was not a predator that would devour the girl, and thus, he replied curtly, the organization assigned me here, so I came. Shin Yihui, unfazed by his uncle's gruff demeanor, directly addressed him. You summoned us for a specific task, didn't you? Shun Qi's expression shifted to one of gravity as he spoke solemnly. You are aware of the current situation. The base harbors over 5,000 ordinary citizens, yet only around 800 abilities wielders, including the militaries, amounting to merely 1,300. The troops are tirelessly gathering supplies, but cannot sustain so many ordinary people. Especially now, when we are critically short on water and medicine. Many elderly and children have not survived. The base has only recently been established, and resources are scarce. I have reviewed your registration documents, and your team possesses formidable strength. Therefore, I hope you can lead an expedition to the city center to collect essential supplies, particularly water and medicine. Of course, I will not ask for your assistance without compensation. I can offer some high-level crystal cores in exchange. Additionally, if you require anything else, do let me know, and I will prepare it. After a moment of contemplation, Shin Yihui replied, Uncle, I need to consult everyone on this matter. Shin Qi did not push further. Very well, I have already arranged accommodations for you. I will have Xiao Qin escort you there. At that moment, the soldier who had brought them in re-entered. Xiao Qin, please assist them to their quarters. Yes, Commander. After bidding farewell to Shin Qi, the group followed Xiao Qin to the villa district. The exteriors of the villas appeared quite similar, and Xiao Qin unlocked the door to reveal a lavishly decorated interior. Fully furnished and well-maintained. Mr. Shun, this is the accommodation the commander arranged for you. It has been cleaned. There are 6 bedrooms and a basement, with all essentials provided. The kitchen has water, instant noodles, and biscuits. Should you require anything else, feel free to find me at the office and I will arrange it. Thank you, this will suffice. We will reach out if we need anything else. All right, I shall take my leave. Safe travels. As Xiao Qin opened her mouth, a group of individuals took their seats on the sofa in the living room. Shin Yihui, not one to beat around the bush, directly sought everyone's opinions. They had all heard the situation described by the base leader moments ago. The upcoming expedition to the city center was fraught with peril. Although they were a team, this mission was not aimed at gathering supplies for the group, hence not everyone was required to participate. Those who wished to accompany him could do so, while those who preferred to remain could rest at the base for a few days. Upon hearing Shan Yihua's words, Fang Jinyuan and the other three immediately expressed their desire to go. Su Lin and Wang Chao, however, remained silent, both waiting for Jiang Songning's response. The others also looked at Jiang Songning, seemingly awaiting her decision. In truth, Jiang Songning was reluctant to meddle in affairs, especially those involving the risks of venturing into the city center. Yet, the scene she had witnessed in the villa's garden had profoundly moved her, and she found it impossible to decline a request from a soldier dedicated to protecting the homeland. After a moment of contemplation, she nodded in agreement, exclaiming, "I will join you." Su Lin and Wang Chao echoed her sentiment, declaring, "We will go as well." Zhou Lin and Song Hao also consented to join the expedition. Hu Kursin, observing that everyone was eager to participate, did not wish to be left behind, exclaiming, "I will go too." In the end, only Qiu Yuexian remained behind. Although she longed to accompany them, she was acutely aware of her limitations. Her abilities were lacking, and the thought of not returning from the city center filled her with dread. Thus, she could only quietly voice, "You all know my situation. I want to hold you back." Everyone seemed indifferent to her absence. Jiang Soning looked at Hu Kursin and gently urged, "Kursin, you should stay at the base. Your ability is only at level 1, and it would be too dangerous for you to accompany us to the city center." Hu Kursin, understanding her own limitations, lowered her head in disappointment. "Songning, I want to help. I've been part of the team for so long without contributing anything." Her voice trailed off, and her eyes glistened with unshed tears. "Kursin, we all recognize your desire to contribute, but this mission to the city center is too perilous. We will do our utmost to find suitable crystal cores for you, and once you reach level 2, you can join us on future missions." Hu Kursin cast a pleading glance at Fang Jinyuan, who contemplated for a moment before affirming, "Kursin, Jiang is correct. The city center is not like other places. You should remain at the base for now. You can join us once you've leveled up." Disheartened, Hu Kursin nodded in resignation. "Very well, I shall not go." With everyone's opinions aligned, Shen Yihua spoke again. "Since everyone agrees to go, I will discuss the details and timing with the base leader, Yuan. Please bring the vehicle in and park it appropriately." As several individuals departed, Jiang Soning retrieved a generator from the space and instructed Zhou Lin and Wang Chao to set it up. She intended to take a stroll outside, and as she stepped out the door, Su Lin followed her. Together, Jiang Soning teased, "How unusual. You've actually chosen to leave Wang Chao behind." Su Lin, unashamed, replied, "Sometimes, we need to give each other some space." Understanding his thick skin, Jiang Soning ceased her teasing. "In truth, you need not accompany us into danger. We're not solely following you. Even if you chose not to go, we would still proceed. Although the apocalypse has stripped many of their humanity, it has not yet consumed us. After all, we are exceptional youths nurtured under the red banner. We possess the capability. If we do not stand up now, how disheartened must those soldiers who shed blood for our country feel?" Jiang Soning chuckled, surprised by his profound insight. Su Lin shrugged nonchalantly. "That may hold true now, but perhaps in a month or two, I too shall become devoid of humanity." Jiang Soning perceived that among the team, Su Lin had the clearest understanding of human nature. They meandered through the villa district, where all residents were endowed with abilities, while ordinary people resided in the adjoining neighborhood. As they approached the area inhabited by common folk, the environment grew increasingly cacophonous. It was evening, and many had emerged to enjoy the cool air. People lounged by the roadside, some displaying luxury goods and various diamond-studded ornaments, gold, and silver jewelry under the lamplight. Yet, the number of potential buyers was meager. With hunger gnawing at them, few could afford to trade such items. Although these individuals were not entirely destitute, their attire suggested otherwise. Each exuded a strong odor of sweat, and under the lamp's glow, their faces appeared gaunt, etched with despair. The arrival of Jiang Songning and Su Lin drew the attention of those around them. Their clean clothing and relatively decent complexions contrasted sharply with the surrounding populace, who felt an instinctive urge to approach. However, the obvious aura of strength surrounding the two deterred anyone from acting impulsively. At that moment, Jiang Songning suddenly heard the faint cry of an infant. Reminiscent of a kitten, she halted and followed the sound, discovering a young woman, emaciated and tearful, cradling a baby as she softly attempted to soothe it beside her. Another woman wept silently, wiping her tears before speaking. Warner, it's not that your mother is heartless, but that perhaps we should give little Bao to old son. The young woman named Warner looked at the other woman in disbelief. Mother, how can you say such a thing? This is the last remaining bloodline of Tianhua, my own flesh and blood. How could I ever trade her for food? The older woman, in despair, replied, but that we cannot even feed ourselves. You have no milk. How can we care for little Bao? Look at her. She is as thin as a kitten. How will we survive? If we give her to old son, perhaps there is a chance for us to endure. Luwan tightened her embrace around the child, glaring at the older woman in anger. Mother, you know what old son does. I would rather starve than trade little Bao for food. The older woman sighed deeply, but we cannot continue like this. Luwan softened her tone. As long as I am alive, I will not let little Bao go hungry. Please, do not think such thoughts. I've heard that the base leader has been sending people to search for food. We will survive. The older woman lowered her gaze and pulled out a small knife, slicing her palm. Blood immediately welled up, and she pressed her finger into the baby's mouth, which promptly ceased its crying. Lu Wan's eyes filled with tears once more. Mother, I'm so sorry. It's my and little Bao's fault that you are suffering. The older woman laughed softly. Silly child. There's no need to apologize. Jiang Songning observed the poignant exchange between the mother and daughter, her heart feeling as though it were being wrenched. She wanted to turn away, but her legs felt as heavy as lead. Immobilized by the weight of the moment, she realized she could not remain indifferent, especially upon noticing the multitude of small wounds adorning the hands of both women. Having witnessed the grotesque facets of humanity in her past life, fathers turning against sons, betrayals among teammates, this scene still managed to strike a chord within her. Resolutely, she stepped forward towards the two women. Sensing her approach, they instinctively huddled closer together. We have nothing left. Jiang Songning knelt down, carefully examining the child cradled in Lu Wan's arms. The infant appeared frail, much like a kitten. She softened her tone, asking, How old is she? Lu Wan, unaware of Jiang Songning's ulterior motives, relaxed slightly. She is 6 months old. Jiang Songning, puzzled, inquired, Is there no food available at the base? Lu Wan shook her head. Each morning and evening, the base distributes 1 bun and half a bowl of rice porridge to each person. However, we are weak and often have our rations snatched away. Jiang Songning frowned. Are there no patrolling guards? There are, but they come to rob us when the guards are absent. We try to save some porridge for the child. But in this weather, it quickly spoils. We can only consume what little we can while the guards are present. The adults manage to stave off starvation, but little Bao is too young. Without food, she cannot survive. Jiang Songning understood that the patrolling guards were powerless in such matters. In this apocalypse, the law was inadequate, and those with abilities, along with the military, were preoccupied with tasks to gather resources. Such trivial matters barely warranted attention. I see that there are streetlights here. Does your dwelling not have electricity? Lu Wan looked at Jiang Songning. You must be new to the base? Jiang Songning nodded. That must be it. You likely aren't aware of the base's circumstances. Only the streetlights along this road receive power. Initially, the entire area was without electricity, but after numerous incidents of robbery and violence, the base leader arranged for a few generators to be brought in. They now provide power to this road each night, allowing people to cool off nearby and significantly reducing the frequency of robberies and assaults. The base had been established not long ago, lacking many facilities, and with too few individuals possessing abilities, ordinary people could only manage to avoid starvation. Jiang Songning fell silent for a moment. Where do you reside? Lu Wan pointed to a building across the street. We live in room 202 of that building. Jiang Songning followed Lu Wan's gesture and nodded in acknowledgement. You should return home soon. Dawn is approaching. After uttering those words, she rose to leave. In the shadows, several individuals observed Jiang Songning and Su Lin with avarice. Brother, shall we follow them? The one addressed as brother raised his hand and slapped the speaker. Are you foolish? The two individuals unmistakably exuded an aura of extraordinary abilities, prompting a desire for tranquility. Jiang Songning led Su Lin into a dimly lit area, taking a circuitous route to the building Lu Wan had mentioned. Upon reaching the ground floor, she inspected Lu Wan's residence, noting that the apartment appeared to be unrenovated. with no railings on the balcony and the windows being the developer's original fixtures. Utilizing the shadows of the dim corridor, she entwined the second-floor balcony's railing with vines and ascended to the second floor. Su Lin, aware of her intentions, quietly awaited her beside. Upon reaching the second floor, she deftly rolled over and surveyed her surroundings. The room contained some soiled garments belonging to an infant, as well as adult clothing. The lack of water rendered washing impossible, and combined with the sweltering heat, the odor within the apartment was somewhat unpleasant. Nevertheless, the belongings were neatly arranged by the mother and daughter. In the living room stood a wobbly table, upon which rested a photograph depicting a family of 3. The woman was evidently Lu Wan, cradling a small infant, while the man embraced her shoulder, both radiating happiness. Confirming that this was indeed Lu Wan's abode, she retrieved 2 boxes of baby formula, diapers, and an assortment of infant clothing, along with various baby supplies she had collected from the maternal and infant store. Anticipating the impending frigid weather, she also grabbed 2 thick comforters. Finally, she placed several buckets of water in the living room before departing from Lu Wan's home. As Su Lin saw her emerge, the two silently returned to the villa district. The villa area, in stark contrast to the residences of ordinary people, resembled a different world. Though the children and elderly here appeared frail, their spirits were remarkably high. Despite the hardships faced by extraordinary beings, they invariably found it easier to procure resources than ordinary individuals. Upon their return, Shen Yihua and Fang Jinyuan had already arrived, and the group awaited the two in the living room. When Shen Yihua noticed their return, he spoke up, "You're back. Let's convene a meeting." Once everyone was seated, Shen Yihua unfurled a map. "The base leader has provided me with an overview of the situation in L City. The resources in the surrounding area have largely been scoured by the base. Only the city center remains, where the zombie population is exceedingly dense. Most extraordinary beings are reluctant to venture there. The military has conducted reconnaissance, but many comrades have made the ultimate sacrifice. Our destination this time is here." Upon hearing of the numerous military casualties, Jiang Songning felt a tightening in her chest, and upon seeing Shen Yihua circle a location, she realized it was a tertiary hospital. This hospital was the finest in L City, boasting an array of instruments and medications more comprehensive than those found in other facilities. "Thus, we aim to retrieve all the instruments and medications from the hospital. Has the military personnel already been to this hospital?" Fang Jinyuan inquired. Shen Yihua nodded, stating, "This is also a key point I wish to address. 3 days ago, military personnel took a team to the hospital, consisting of 15 individuals, and they have yet to return. Therefore, our mission not only involves seeking resources but also locating the missing personnel." Jiang Songning furrowed her brow and asked, "Does anyone know the specific conditions of the hospital?" Shen Yihua shook his head again. "This is the first time the base has assigned individuals to the hospital. Tomorrow, a team of extraordinary beings will accompany us." Lu Chen queried, "Were the military personnel who went to the hospital all extraordinary beings? What is their ability level?" Shen Yihua confirmed, "Yes, they were all extraordinary beings. With 10 classified as level 3 and 5 as level 2 among them, 2 level 2 extraordinary beings possess spatial abilities, and 1 level 2 extraordinary being has healing abilities. They were all quite powerful before the apocalypse. And each was armed." Upon hearing this, Jiang Songning felt an unsettling premonition. The hospital would undoubtedly be fraught with danger, unprecedented danger at that. Seeing the somber silence enveloping the group, Shen Yihua continued, "The rewards for this mission are substantial. Should we succeed in retrieving the hospital's medications and instruments, and rescue those military comrades, the base will reward us with a military jeep, 10 firearms, and a box of ammunition." The atmosphere in the living room lightened considerably at this mention of rewards. Initially, they had merely anticipated obtaining a few crystal cores, but now there was an unexpected boon. What Shen Yihua did not mention was that his uncle had initially intended to offer only crystal cores. The firearms and vehicle were hard-won through his efforts. The base had only recently been established, and with morale low, the extraordinary beings were entangled in internal strife. Relying solely on military personnel made many tasks challenging, compounded by the scarcity of resources. Furthermore, given the current climate, the base leader often found himself powerless. "Brother Huai, did uncle specify when we are to depart?" Fang Jinyuan asked. Shen Yihua replied, "At 7 o'clock tonight. We will rendezvous with the Eagle team at the base entrance. For this mission, we will act in unison, with the base providing water, rations, and vehicles." Fang Jinyuan inquired further, What is the situation with the Eagle team? Shin Yihua explained, the Eagle team consists of 6 members, 4 men and 2 women. All members are level 3 extraordinary beings. The team leader, Zhang Hong, is a fire-type extraordinary being, possessing considerable strength and leadership skills. This team has undertaken numerous missions over the past month, executing them flawlessly with 0 casualties. If we collaborate, how shall the rewards be divided? Lu Chen asked, his primary concern evident. We need not concern ourselves with their side. We are not part of the base, merely assisting. Therefore, the rewards will undoubtedly differ, Shin Yihua clarified. That is satisfactory. With the departure time now known, Jiang Songning quietly calculated the resources she could barter for in her spatial realm. Though she had plenty of supplies, firearms and ammunition were dwindling. Ideally, she wished to exchange more food for weapons and bullets. However, given the current circumstances at the base, such trades might prove difficult. Shin Yihua scanned the silent crowd. Does anyone have further questions? The group shook their heads in unison. In that case, let us eat something and return to rest. Chapter 157. Resolving Qiu Yuxian as the others dispersed, Shin Yihua turned his gaze toward Jiang Songning. What troubles you? After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Songning voiced her thoughts. If I were to exchange supplies for firearms and ammunition with the base leader, would he agree? Shin Yihua considered the base's predicament. Although resources were scarce, firearms and ammunition could likely be procured. I can negotiate with him. What do you wish to offer in exchange? Jiang Songning outlined her planned quantities. Rice, wheat, corn, amounting to approximately 50,000 jin, along with some eggs from chickens, ducks, and geese. The rice and wheat would need processing by the base. Without questioning the origin of Jiang Songning's supplies, Shin Yihua readily agreed. All right, after we return, I will approach the base leader for a discussion. Satisfied with the response, Jiang Songning inquired about the capabilities of the team they would be collaborating with. This team's strength is the most formidable within the entire base, yet their personalities are somewhat arrogant, making them less than easy to work with. Jiang Songning expressed her confusion. Why not assign military extraordinary beings to such a crucial task? They should be stronger, shouldn't they? Shin Yihua frowned. The base is on the verge of running out of water. And both military extraordinary beings and ordinary citizens are in search of water sources. Some individuals are even scouring supermarkets for supplies. Jiang Songning was taken aback by the dire situation at the base. Should water run out, the consequences would be dire. Extraordinary beings with water manipulation abilities could provide some relief, but ordinary people could not endure for long. It was no wonder the base leader sought their assistance. And with August barely beginning, the sweltering heat would persist for another 2 months. Under such conditions, finding water sources would be no easy task. El City is mountainous, and it was said that a subterranean river lay 100 kilometers away. However, it remained uncertain whether this underground river still contained water. Jiang Songning recalled the dampness she had encountered in tree hollows. The underground river should still have some water, but accessing it might be perilous. Now, not only humans lacked water, but mutated animals and ferocious beasts also faced the same scarcity. Observing the fatigue etched on Jiang Songning's face, Shin Yihua chose not to prolong the topic. Do not dwell on it too much. Night is falling, and you should return to rest. Exhausted, Jiang Songning had indeed been sleeping poorly in the vehicle over the past few days. With the issues resolved, she yearned to return and catch up on sleep. All right, I shall head to my room. Upon returning to her chamber, Jiang Songning locked the door and released her mental energy. Qiu Yuxian remained a potential threat, and her absence would last several days. Should Qiu Yuxian decide to act during this time, Jiang Songning would be entirely unaware. Thus, it was prudent to address the matter before departing. After pinpointing Qiu Yuxian's location, she noticed that the latter was already asleep. This was Jiang Songning's first attempt to utilize mental energy against an extraordinary being, so she proceeded cautiously, fearful of inadvertently causing fatal harm. She released a sliver of mental energy to target Qiu Yuxian's mind. And upon observing no immediate reaction, she gradually unleashed more, enveloping her entire brain. Due to her inexperience, she moved slowly throughout the process, which took nearly 2 minutes. Once she felt the moment was right, she launched another assault. At that instant, Qiu Yuxian, who had been in a deep slumber, was abruptly awakened by a surge of intense headache. The pain crashed over her like a tidal wave, instantly engulfing her mind in agony. Instinctively, she yearned to scream, to release the unbearable torment. Yet, curiously, no matter how hard she tried, her throat would not emit even the slightest sound. Realizing that Qiu Yuxian was awake, Jiang Songning hesitated no longer and intensified her attack. As time passed, sensing that the moment was ripe, she gradually withdrew her outward mental energy. Meanwhile, downstairs, Qiu Yuexian endured a harrowing ordeal, clutching her head tightly as if countless steel needles were stirring within. However, gradually, the excruciating pain began to subside, replaced by a profound sense of bewilderment. She glanced around, her eyes reflecting an innocence toward the outside world. Feeling utterly fatigued, she stifled a yawn and lay back down, drifting into slumber once more. After attending to Qiu Yuexian, she entered the space directly, took a cleansing battle shower, and collapsed into bed. She awoke at 6 in the evening, and upon realizing the time, she descended to join everyone else. Before she could reach the living room, the sound of Qiu Yuexian's cries reached her ears. "What? Baby wants to go out and play. You're a bad sister." Hu Kersin was at a loss, trying to soothe Qiu Yuexian. "Be good, little one. There are monsters outside. You can't go out to play." When Qiu Yuexian saw Hu Kersin refusing to let her go out, she lunged fiercely at her, attempting to scratch her face. "Wah? I'll beat you up, you bad sister." Fang Jingyuan swiftly pulled Hu Kersin away from her. Seizing the opportunity, Wei Zhe bound her with a rope. Upon realizing she was tied up, Qiu Yuexian thought Wei Zhe was merely playing with her and looked at him with a silly smile. Jiang Songning smirked slightly, noting that her control over her mental powers seemed quite competent. As she descended the stairs, she noticed the expressions of bewilderment on everyone's faces. Shen Yihua understood that Jiang Songning had acted first. He had intended to make his move later that evening, but she had beaten him to it. Her actions had left behind quite a mess, proving she was too soft-hearted. Had he been the one to intervene, there would have been no room for mercy. "Kersin, you will take her to the infirmary and hand her over to the doctor there." Hu Kersin looked helplessly at the tear-streaked Qiu Yuexian. "Got it, Brother Huai." At that moment, Su Lin and Wang Chao emerged with bowls of instant noodles, announcing, "Time to eat." Although Jiang Songning was disdainful of instant noodles, she didn't want to eat alone, so she sat down and began to eat. After finishing her noodles, she went to the basement to retrieve some supplies from the space, opting to be cautious to avoid raising suspicions. Once everyone had eaten, they exited the villa, where 2 military jeeps awaited them at the entrance, stocked with food, water, guns, and ammunition. Wei Zhe lovingly caressed the gun in his hands, exclaiming, "Uncle Shao is so generous." The others shot him an incredulous glance. This fool didn't grasp the peril of the mission. If it were any other task, they would question whether the base leader would still be so magnanimous. Once everyone boarded the vehicles, they set off towards the base entrance. The sun had yet to set, and the residents of the villa were all hiding indoors, fearful to venture outside, rendering the entire villa district eerily quiet. A stark contrast to the previous night's lively atmosphere. Upon reaching the base entrance at 6:50, the members of the Eagle Squad had yet to arrive, so they parked the vehicles and waited. Just then, Wei Zhe's voice crackled over the intercom, "Brother Huai, why haven't they arrived yet?" Jiang Songning picked up the intercom, replying, "The time hasn't even come yet. Don't rush." These individuals had their pride. With Shen Yihua leading this mission, it was only natural for them to want to assert themselves, though this behavior seemed somewhat childish. Chapter 158. Departure from the city. As the clock struck 7 and the Eagle Squad still had not appeared, Wang Chao grew increasingly impatient. "Brother Huai, it seems the Eagle Squad isn't very cooperative." Shen Yihua glanced at his wristwatch, noting it was exactly 7 o'clock. "Let us wait another 10 minutes, he stated. And Wang Chao held his tongue. Su Lin took out binoculars to survey the base, and from a distance, he spotted 2 off-road vehicles approaching. "They're here." The 2 vehicles sped toward them, arriving in less than a minute. Seeing their arrival, Jiang Songning and the others also disembarked, as cooperation necessitated a mutual introduction. The occupants of the opposing vehicles also exited. Fang Jingyuan stepped forward, greeting them. "Hello, I'm Fang Jingyuan, a Tier 3 water ability user." The leader of the Eagle Squad, Zhang Hong, approached with a smile, shaking Fang Jingyuan's hand. "Hello, I'm Zhang Hong, a Tier 3 fire ability user." Jiang Songning observed Zhang Hong, noting that his demeanor revealed no hint of dissatisfaction. Seeing Zhang Hong's cordiality, Fang Jingyuan also relaxed, suggesting they introduce themselves since cooperation was required. Zhang Hong smiled broadly. "Of course, let me introduce our team. Chen Xuan, a Tier 3 speed ability user. Li Hong, a Tier 3 strength ability user. Zhang Bei, a Tier 3 Earth ability user, Jiang Man, Jiang Bei's sister, a Tier 2 Space ability user, Lu Yan, a Tier 2 Healing ability user. Jiang Songning scrutinized the 6 individuals opposite her. Noting that their expressions reflected displeasure, their dissatisfaction evident, Fang Jingyuan, unfazed by their countenances, proceeded to introduce their side. Upon learning that Shen Yihua was a Thunder ability user, their surprise was palpable. When they discovered Jiang Songning had reached Tier 4 in her space ability, their discontent diminished significantly. Their strength clearly surpassed that of the Eagle Squad, and in a world dominated by power, the allure of strength quickly overshadowed their initial grievances. As young individuals, they soon warmed to one another. Especially since Wang Chao and Wei Zhe were extroverts, quickly bonding with their counterparts. Jiang Songning couldn't help but admire their social skills. After some casual introductions, Zhang Heng finally broached the subject at hand. Yuan, how do you plan to proceed with this operation? We are unfamiliar with the hospital's layout, so we intend to first scout the office building across from it to assess the situation before discussing specifics. Do you have any plans on your end? Zhang Heng picked up a map. We're not well acquainted with the hospital either. The number of zombies inside is several times greater than in other locations. Our initial plan was also to scout the office building. Then let us set off right away. Time is of the essence. Zhang Heng nodded in agreement, and the group boarded their vehicles once more, heading towards the base exit. The distance from the base to the hospital required about an hour's drive, and during this time, the zombies had yet to emerge in full force. The journey proceeded smoothly into the city, where the number of zombies began to increase. Despite the sweltering heat outside, zombies roamed freely. Jiang Songning utilized her mental powers to survey their surroundings, noting a significant rise in the proportion of Tier 1 zombies in just a few days. The rise of Tier 2 and Tier 3 zombies was also apparent. The rate of zombie evolution in this lifetime surpassed that of her previous life, leaving Jiang Songning perplexed by the changes. She began to question the validity of her past experiences. As the vehicles approached the vicinity of the hospital, dusk began to settle in. The number of zombies on the road continued to grow. They drove to the back entrance of the office building. Jiang Songning used her mental powers to probe the entire building, discovering that the front entrance was locked, preventing zombies from entering, with only a few low-tier zombies inside. After Zhou Lin used his ability to unlock the back door, the group stealthily made their way inside. Shen Yihua and Wang Chao led the way, effortlessly dispatching several low-tier zombies. The office building comprised a total of 17 floors, and the hospital lay diagonally across the street. They could reach it in 10 minutes on foot. Shen Yihua switched on his flashlight and surveyed the surroundings, declaring, "Let us head to the 10th floor." Jiang Songning also scanned the interior, noting that aside from a thick layer of dust, cobwebs in the corners, the building remained largely intact. Among the zombies, 2 were dressed in security uniforms, while the other 3 still bore remnants of white dress shirts. Likely former employees of the building. In the midst of the apocalypse, these individuals must have hastily secured the building's entrance, though it remained unclear what had transpired for them to become zombies. With the elevators out of service, everyone had to ascend the stairs, moving quietly as they climbed. Jiang Songning meticulously surveyed each floor with her mental powers, pausing briefly when she reached the 12th floor. Then signaling to Shen Yihua beside her, he understood her intent, noting the stairwell's indication of the 8th floor, and stepped inside. Although the others were puzzled, they refrained from questioning and followed him onto the 8th floor. The 8th floor was filled with numerous desks, and Shen Yihua headed towards the conference room, prompting everyone to follow. Once the conference room door closed, Zhang Heng inquired, "Why aren't we continuing upward?" Shen Yihua explained, "I just sensed an ability fluctuation from the upper floors. It must be mutated animals." Upon hearing this, the others exchanged glances, the members of the Eagle Squad particularly astonished, having sensed nothing amiss. Su Lin rushed to the window, peering through binoculars toward the hospital. From this position, they couldn't see the hospital in its entirety. They needed to ascend higher, ideally to the 17th floor. Shen Yihua was uncertain of the specifics. This wasn't a suitable place for discussion. "All right, Songning and I will go up to assess the situation. If we can resolve it, that would be best. If not, we'll retreat." As the captain of the Eagle Squad, Zhang Heng couldn't allow them to take such risks alone. "I'll accompany you." Shen Yihua promptly refused Zhang Heng's proposal, stating, "There's no need. Animals are highly vigilant. Songning and I can handle it." "We'll return shortly." Zhang Heng, seeing his determination, conceded with a nod. The two quickly exited the office, Reaching the stairwell, where Jiang Songning remarked, there are over a dozen Tier 1 mutated animals on the 12th floor. I am not certain what species they are yet. Shen Yihua harbored a sense of foreboding. Such a gathering of mutated animals indicated a social species. Although their levels were low, their sheer numbers posed a greater challenge than a solitary encounter. First, let us ascend and observe before proceeding, and do our utmost not to disturb them. Chapter 159. The mutated spider. The two individuals slowed their pace, ascending the staircase towards the upper floors. Upon reaching the 10th floor, they noted an increasing presence of cobwebs. Shen Yihua illuminated the staircase with his flashlight, revealing spiders actively traversing their webs. The pair had gleaned a general understanding of what awaited them above. Upon reaching the 11th floor, they found themselves nearly enveloped by an extensive network of webs, teeming with multicolored diminutive spiders. Although these tiny arachnids remained motionless, Jiang Songning couldn't shake the unsettling sensation of countless eyes scrutinizing her. At that moment, Jiang Songning perceived movement from the mutated spiders above, while numerous ordinary spiders began their descent towards the lower floors. Even without psychic abilities, Shen Yihua sensed the looming danger and urged, "We must retreat." The two swiftly turned and fled down the staircase. Shen Yihua grabbed the intercom, exclaiming, "Head down now." The individuals on the 8th floor, upon hearing the intercom's message, hastily rose and raced downstairs. Disregarding the need for silence, as they reached the 5th floor, Chen Xuan, leading the charge, abruptly halted, nearly causing Wei Zhe to collide with him. Just as Wei Zhe was about to utter a curse, he caught sight of a colossal first-level mutated spider at the entrance, losing his composure and exclaiming, "What on earth? This creature is utterly grotesque." The others halted as well, though they dismissed the mutated spider as a mere nuisance. Lu Chun launched a water blade towards the mutated spider, which, sensing the threat, retaliated by expelling a massive web that ensnared the water blade. Li Hong observed the spider in astonishment, noting the remarkable sturdiness of the web. Su Lin, exasperated, admonished the group, "The appearance of a mutated spider indicates the presence of many more within this building. Wei Zhe, spiders are averse to fire." Only then did the group come to their senses. Wei Zhe and Jiang Heng simultaneously hurled fireballs towards the mutated spider, which again ensnared the flames with its web, igniting it instantly. Struck by the fireball, the mutated spider recoiled in pain. At this juncture, Jiang Songning and Shen Yihua arrived on the 5th floor, whereupon Jiang Songning felt an ominous premonition. They might be encircled. Her psychic ability had failed to probe the 12th floor, as she had been preoccupied with monitoring the zombies and her surroundings, inadvertently neglecting the ordinary fauna. She had not anticipated that this building had been overtaken by mutated spiders. However, she was certain that during her psychic exploration, there had been no signs of mutated creatures within the office building. Just then, she glanced out the window and thought she might discern where these mutated spiders were concealing themselves. Spiders are nocturnal creatures. When they entered, the spiders likely intended to venture out for sustenance. Upon their arrival, the spiders had mistaken them for prey. Moreover, spiders possess a strong territorial instinct. Their presence signified an incursion into the spider's domain, and these creatures would not let them escape easily. Let's ascend to the 6th floor. As Jiang Songning's words fell, the group was suddenly alerted by a cacophony of skittering sounds. They bolted towards the 6th floor, and Shen Yihua located an office, swiftly grasping Jiang Songning's hand and leading her inside. Jiang Songning continuously utilized her psychic ability to survey the conditions above and below, oblivious to Shen Yihua's grip. "Everyone, hurry! The spiders are coming." The group hastened their pace, and once inside the office, they promptly secured the door. Wang Chao, cowering behind Su Lin, shivered at the thought of the multitude of spiders, feeling an overwhelming sense of dread. Wei Zhe, in a moment of levity, exaggeratedly gazed at Wang Chao, teasing, "No way! Wang Chao, you're afraid of spiders." Wang Chao, incensed, retorted, "I am not afraid. I merely suffer from a phobia of clusters." "Oh, if you're scared, just admit it. We won't mock you." Jiang Songning, disapproving of their childish antics, interjected, "Enough of this banter. Can't you see the gravity of our situation?" Shen Yihua assessed the group and promptly organized their defense. "Spiders are averse to fire. A's, Song Hao, you two guard the entrance. Jiang Heng, Jiang Bei, you take positions by the windows. Lu Chun, keep an eye on the surroundings and be cautious of fire hazards." The rest of you will assist them in preventing the smaller spiders from breaching our defenses. Though they lack abilities, they are venomous, so everyone should secure their clothing to avoid bites. Upon hearing Shan Yihua's directives, the group dispersed to their designated positions. Jiang Songning surveyed the situation and discovered that the exterior was now thickly shrouded in spiders, with an increasing number encircling the office. Seizing the opportunity while the mutated spiders had yet to infiltrate, she propelled her psychic energy towards the nearest mutated spider, causing several to plummet from their perches. Realizing her efforts bore fruit, Jiang Songning gestured to Shen Yihua, indicating he should oversee the door while she dealt with the mutated spiders outside. Once the mutated spiders were neutralized, the smaller ones would scatter, allowing for a potential escape from the 6th floor. Shen Yihua nodded and moved towards the entrance, where a multitude of spiders had gathered. Though they could not yet breach the threshold, the windows were also teeming with spiders, evoking a sense of dread for those with arachnophobia. Fortunately, the mutated spiders had yet to shatter the glass. Providing temporary reprieve from the onslaught, Jiang Songning positioned herself by the window, ready to unleash her abilities upon any approaching mutated spiders. Before long, she had expended several waves of her powers, when suddenly the door was met with a series of resounding thuds. Mutated spiders were assaulting the wooden barrier. Jiang Songning allocated a portion of her psychic energy to counter the spiders at the door, resulting in a brief lull of silence before the thudding resumed. The sound sent a wave of anxiety through the group. Jiang Songning had to focus on the window, as the number of mutated spiders escalated, overwhelming her with the demand on her psychic energy. Shen Yihua turned to see Jiang Songning drenched in sweat, and swiftly contemplated an escape plan. Songning, do you have any insecticide in your space? It dawned on Jiang Songning that ordinary spiders could be vanquished without the need for extraordinary abilities. Insect repellent would suffice. She quickly retrieved 2 boxes of insecticide from her space. The sight of the insecticide sparked a glimmer of hope within the group. The most formidable challenge lay not with the mutated spiders, but rather with the overwhelming ordinary ones. With the exception of Wei Zhe and Jiang Hong, each member grasped 2 bottles of insecticide. Wei Zhe and Jiang Hong were tasked with using fire against the mutated spiders, while Song Hao and Jiang Bei would focus on defense. Lu Chun would manage fire control, and Su Lin and Lu Yan would monitor for any injuries from spider bites. The rest would employ the insecticide against the smaller spiders. Everyone, ensure your masks are secure and avoid inhaling the insecticide. Let us act swiftly. Upon hearing Shan Yihua's orders, the group nodded in understanding. Chapter 160. The Mutated Spider 2. With Shan Yihua's plans in place, Jiang Songning turned her attention back to the mutated spiders outside. As their numbers swelled, the drain on her psychic energy intensified, compelling her to disregard the door as she concentrated on attacking the mutated spiders beyond the window, as long as the spiders outside remained at bay. They could manage. Indeed, within mere minutes, the wooden door began to creak ominously. Crack, crack. Before a small hole appeared, that moment, a swarm of tiny spiders began to pour in through the opening, prompting the group to immediately unleash their insecticide upon the intruders. The spiders, upon contact with the repellent, writhed briefly before falling silent. Wang Chao watched in exhilaration as the spiders lay still, exclaiming, "It works!" Meanwhile, the hole at the door widened, and Wei Zhe swiftly hurled a fireball, silencing the mutated spiders assaulting the entrance. This action, however, incited the wrath of the mutated spiders, which surged forward, attacking with renewed ferocity. The smaller spiders, undeterred by the noxious fumes, surged into the office in a frenzy. The group frantically sprayed insecticide in every direction, yet some still suffered bites from the small spiders. Su Lin and Lu Yan tirelessly provided their powers to assist the afflicted. Jiang Songning unleashed her full psychic force, causing the smaller spiders to hesitate in their advance, but this exertion rapidly drained her energy. Seeing that the window was temporarily secure, Jiang Heng dashed to the door to aid Wei Zhe in combating the mutated spiders. With Jiang Heng's support, Wei Zhe felt a significant alleviation of pressure. The mutated spiders' most formidable weapon was their webs, which were not only durable but also highly adhesive. Once ensnared, escape was nearly impossible. Fire was their only viable countermeasure against such webs. The duo relentlessly battled the encroaching mutated spiders, swiftly vanquishing a significant number. As the pungent scent of insecticide filled the office, the smaller spiders began to dwindle in number. Seizing the moment, Shen Yihua fled the office, confronting the multitude of mutated spiders outside. Harnessing his lightning abilities, he unleashed a barrage upon them, incinerating a large swath of the mutated spiders. Only then did the remaining spiders recognize the threat, launching themselves at Shen Yihua with wild abandon. He deftly dodged behind a partition, the door splintering under the force of the mutated spiders' assault. Utilizing the momentary pause in their onslaught, he struck again, obliterating yet another cluster of mutated spiders before retreating to another enclosure. Despite his efforts, he had sustained numerous bites from the smaller spiders, enduring the pain as he prepared to strike once more, causing yet another wave of mutated spiders to collapse. Observing Shen Yihua's struggle, Jiang Songning allocated a fraction of her psychic energy to assist him, ensuring he was shielded from the approaching threats. Jiang Songning's mental energy was entirely dispersed, and the small spiders quickly seized the opportunity, climbing up her pant leg and onto her body. Soon, she began to feel a multitude of sharp pains. And with a hiss, she had no choice but to retract her mental energy and eliminate all the small spiders on her. With the spiders gone, Shen Yihua's crisis was averted, allowing her to refocus on the outside world. At that moment, there were hardly any mutated spiders left outside. Perhaps they sensed danger and dared not approach any further. Wei Zhe and Zhang Heng swiftly escaped the office under the cover of Song Hao and Jiang Bei. As they stepped outside, the area opened up, and the two no longer held back, relentlessly launching fireballs at the approaching spiders. The spiders, upon encountering flames, began to scatter chaotically in all directions. Liu Chun followed closely behind, keeping a vigilant eye on the burning spiders, extinguishing the flames with his abilities when necessary. Taking advantage of Wei Zhe's destruction of the web shot by the mutated spiders, Fang Jingyuan attacked the abdomen of a mutated spider with ice blades. The group's cooperation became increasingly seamless, and before long, they had dispatched a significant number of the mutated spiders. Those remaining, sensing danger, began to retreat slowly. The small spiders ceased their frenzied advance and started to crawl upward to the upper floors. Soon, the spiders on the 6th floor dwindled, leaving only a small handful of ordinary spiders scuttling about on the ground. Seeing this, the others retrieved mosquito repellent and sprayed it at the spiders. Without the guidance of the mutated spiders, the creatures caught the scent and began to flee in all directions. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. However, before Jiang Man could fully relax, darkness enveloped her, and she collapsed to the ground. Man! Jiang Bei rushed over in alarm and picked her up. Thud, thud. At that moment, Wang Chao and Chen Xuan also fainted, and Jiang Songning felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. Her body swaying involuntarily, Shen Yihua quickly reached out to steady her, preventing her from falling. Songning, how do you feel? Jiang Songning shook her head, feeling somewhat lightheaded. Shen Yihua, wounded more severely, feared losing consciousness himself and bit down hard on his tongue. Su Lin, hurry. Su Lin and Lu Yan wasted no time, starting to treat everyone's injuries. As their healing abilities flowed into their bodies, the group gradually began to recover. Once their physical conditions improved, they hastily took out crystal cores to replenish their abilities. Shen Yihua stood guard beside Jiang Songning, waiting for her to finish absorbing the crystal core before he began to replenish his own energy. Jiang Songning surveyed the chaotic scene around her and, once everyone had absorbed enough energy, spoke up, everyone, tidy up and let's leave this place quickly. With their numbers, they swiftly gathered the scattered crystal cores and then made their way downstairs. The descent was smooth this time. No mutated spiders appeared. Upon reaching the lobby on the 1st floor, they confirmed that the mutated spiders had not followed and finally relaxed. However, the streets outside were teeming with wandering zombies, and they dared not rush out recklessly. Shen Yihua approached the door, noting the dense crowd of zombies, and frowned. Let us rest in the lobby for now. We'll figure out a way to leave once it's light out. Jiang Heng hadn't expected this seemingly ordinary office building to be so perilous, and he began to worry about the situation at the hospital. We haven't gathered any intel on the hospital. How will we act tomorrow? Jiang Songning sensed that there were only a few mutated spiders left on the upper floors. If they wanted to investigate the hospital situation, she could go alone. With her mental energy, those spiders would not dare approach her. When it's light out, I'll go upstairs to check on the hospital situation. Everyone can rest in the lobby tonight. We should be relatively safe. Shen Yihua was uneasy about Jiang Songning taking such a risk alone. Although her mental energy abilities were formidable, she would have difficulty dealing with those spider webs. When dawn breaks, I'll accompany you. Jiang Songning considered this concern and did not refuse. After all, Shin Yihua already knew her secret, and with him there, she need not worry about the spider webs. Chapter 161. Hospital disturbance dealing with the mutated spiders took several hours. Leaving everyone exhausted and hungry on this outing, everyone had packed water and food in their backpacks, and they promptly took out instant noodles to eat quietly. Jiang Songning also began to nibble on her noodles. With the Eagle Squad present, she felt it was best not to draw too much attention. Although the two teams were cooperating and getting along reasonably well, one could never be too cautious about exposing one's resources. Fang Jingyuan reminded the somewhat lethargic group to remain vigilant of their surroundings, lest the mutated spiders return. Jiang Songning struggled to eat her noodles while her mental energy continuously scanned the area. Shin Yihua found her noodle-eating antics amusing and casually handed her a can of beef and a loaf of bread. If you can't eat, don't force yourself. Jiang Songning glanced at the can of beef before looking around at the others. They were sitting in a corner, and no one was paying them any mind for the moment. I'll save the can for later. I can manage with just the bread. Shin Yihua shifted his position to completely block Jiang Songning from view. Eat. They can't see us from this side. Having been hungry for a while, Jiang Songning accepted without protest and took the can of beef, devouring it heartily. After everyone finished eating, they noticed it was already 2 in the morning, and the zombies outside were particularly active at this hour. Jiang Songning used her mental energy to assess the levels of the zombies outside. There were approximately 2,000 within a kilometer, including 4 or 5 third-tier zombies, over 30 second-tier zombies, and the remainder comprised ordinary zombies. A sense of dread filled Jiang Songning. The zombies were becoming increasingly formidable. Noticing her changed expression, Shin Yihua inquired, "What did you find out?" Jiang Songning quietly relayed her findings to him. Shin Yihua wasn't overly surprised. They had encountered numerous third-tier zombies and mutated animals and plants along their journey, indicating that the zombies were indeed leveling up quickly. Don't overthink it suddenly. A series of crackling sounds erupted nearby. Upon hearing the commotion, everyone stood on guard. Zhang Hong was the first to rush to the floor-to-ceiling window. It was the direction of the hospital. Fang Jingyuan glanced at Shin Yihua. Lightning abilities? Shin Yihua wanted to investigate further, but the hospital fell silent again, only for the zombies by the roadside to roar and rush toward the hospital. Lu Chun, observing the throng of zombies heading toward the hospital, exclaimed anxiously, "It must be the military. The zombies are responding to the noise. They're in danger." Jiang Songning felt a surge of concern. But rushing out now would only lead to being surrounded by zombies. They could not rescue those people. Shin Yihua furrowed his brow, still uncertain if it was indeed the military. "You all stay put? I'll go check upstairs with that." He dashed toward the upper floors. Jiang Songning, unsure of his intentions, quickly followed. "I'll go with you." The others, feeling uneasy, kept pace with the two. The group swiftly ascended to the 8th floor, where Shin Yihua peered out the window and then took out a powerful flashlight to illuminate the hospital's location, switching it on and off in a sequence. Jiang Songning surmised that he was using Morse code. It was not surprising, given that Shin Yihua had grown up in a military compound. Meanwhile, the mutated spiders on the upper floors began to stir again. Jiang Songning directed her mental energy to attack the spiders, causing them to tremble in fear and hesitate to move. This time, she did not strike with lethal force. She merely aimed to intimidate the restless mutated spiders, ensuring they wouldn't interrupt Shin Yihua while he transmitted the message. After repeating the signal a dozen times, there was still no response from the hospital, suggesting they likely hadn't noticed. However, the commotion from the hospital grew louder, causing Shin Yihua's expression to turn grave. "We need to go to the top floor," Zhang Hong immediately objected. "There are still so many spiders up there. Rushing in would be tantamount to courting death." Jiang Songning disregarded the danger of exposure. "When we went up before, we roughly gauged the number of mutated spiders. Most have already been dealt with, and only a few remain. As long as we don't provoke them, they won't dare act recklessly." Chen Xuan, who had been following Jiang Heng's lead, challenged, "How can you be so sure of the number of mutated spiders left? What if there are more on the top floor? And how can you guarantee those mutated spiders won't attack us?" Wang Chao, seeing Chen Xuan's disrespectful attitude toward Jiang Songning, immediately retorted, "Why are you asking so many questions? Sister Jiang has already said they assessed the approximate number of mutated spiders during their reconnaissance. If the spiders attack, we'll fight back. Are you still a man or not?" Chen Xuan stood his ground. Who knows if she truly counted all the mutated spiders? What if there are more? Fang Jingyuan, witnessing the escalating argument, stepped in to diffuse the tension. Enough! We're in a critical situation and still bickering. Jiang Heng, seeing Fang Jingyuan intervene, pulled Shan Xuan back. Shen Yihua, while you lead this operation, I understand you're trying to save lives, but I can't allow my team members to take unnecessary risks. You all experienced the dangers of those spiders firsthand. You must guarantee the safety of your team before I agree to ascend. Shen Yihua frowned. I can't ensure everyone's safety. It's sufficient for Songning and me to go upstairs. You all should wait on the first floor for news. Fang Jingyuan immediately objected to Shen Yihua's plan. Brother Huai, we're going up together. At that moment, the hospital erupted with another series of crackling noises, accompanied by gunfire, further confirming their belief that there were indeed military personnel inside. The crowd was so dense that it inadvertently provoked the spiders. You all should wait downstairs. It suffices for me and Song Ning to ascend. Fang Jingyuan was also aware that this was not the time for disputes, so we will await you in the office on the 8th floor. Should any danger arise, relay the message to us via the intercom, and we will come to your aid. Shen Yihua nodded and took Jiang Songning's hand, leading her up the stairs. As they ascended, Jiang Songning unleashed her full mental energy, causing the mutated spiders to sense the imminent danger and take defensive stances. The two did not pause as they passed the 12th floor, striding purposefully toward the rooftop. Once the mutated spiders sensed that the threat had abated, they quietly resumed their weaving. Breathless, the two reached the top floor, where Shen Yihua once again illuminated the hospital with a powerful flashlight. He tapped out Morse code, yet the response was minimal. Jiang Songning produced a flashlight of her own and directed it toward the hospital. By the time the beam reached the hospital, it was already faint. Those inside might not even perceive it. Jiang Songning retrieved a handgun from her space. Brother Huai, shall we communicate with gunfire? Chapter 162. The hospital situation. Shen Yihua disregarded the noise, knowing it might attract more zombies, and fired several shots into the AI. As expected, the gunfire incited the nearby zombies to charge toward the office building in a frenzy. The two remained vigilant, observing any movements from the hospital. Jiang Songning took out binoculars, but the darkness rendered visibility poor. The hospital remained shrouded in shadows. After approximately 5 minutes, Shen Yihua fired again. Following this second volley, he stowed his gun, and both picked up their binoculars, silently gazing toward the hospital. Roughly 10 minutes later, brief flashes of light emerged from within the hospital, though Jiang Songning could not decipher their meaning. Shen Yihua fired his gun a few more times before lowering the binoculars. Noticing this, Jiang Songning set down her binoculars and curiously inquired, "What did the hospital say?" "The situation is dire. There is a 4th-tier mutated plant and a 4th-tier lightning-type zombie, along with over 1,000 zombies. The healing-type abilities of our comrades have been sacrificed, leaving only 7 individuals, each wounded and trapped inside." Upon hearing about the 4th-tier lightning-type zombie, Jiang Songning was momentarily taken aback. In her previous life, the highest level zombie she encountered was merely 6th tier. Now, the emergence of so many 4th-tier zombies made her increasingly question whether her past experiences were a dream or a tangible reality. Yet those memories were vivid and undeniable. She lifted her gaze to the heavens, pondering if her theft of Hisini's golden finger had caused her to deviate from the original plot, provoking the heavens to conspire against her by orchestrating this predicament. In her previous life, while following the He family, they had encountered peril, yet they had always managed to resolve it with ease. Even Hisini and her harem had acquired numerous valuable items. Was this the distinction between the protagonist and the antagonist? However, she had distanced herself from Hisini. They had also diverged from their original trajectory. Why then were the dangers more abundant than in her past life? The more she pondered, the more disdain she felt for the so-called heavenly will of this world. She was undeniably a living being, yet simply because Hisini was the protagonist, she had to endure suffering to highlight the protagonist's virtues. What was most infuriating was that she couldn't even be considered a truly malicious antagonist. If Hisini were a kind-hearted individual, it might have been more bearable, but she remembered clearly that any girl who joined their team, unless she ingratiated herself with Hisini or expressed any affection toward the harem, would be systematically ostracized by Hisini, ultimately forced to leave the team, or face a dismal fate if she stayed. By the time of her death, apart from herself, only Wu Meisha remained as a woman in the team. Over 2 years, the number of girls in their team who had come and gone, or met with unfortunate ends, exceeded 20. Initially, she had not noticed anything amiss, but when she did, She had warned a girl who admired Heesun. However, that girl relayed her words to Heesun, resulting in her being slapped several times by Wu Meixia as punishment for slandering Heesun. Enduring 3 days without food or water, that incident nearly led her to die of thirst, while the girl merely observed her suffering with cold indifference. Ultimately, it was only Miao Miao's mother who discreetly provided her with sustenance, allowing her to survive. Not long after, Miao Miao's parents met with an accident while scavenging for supplies, leading her to suspect Heesun's involvement. The girl who had informed on her eventually fell during their escape, becoming a feast for the zombies. After that, she ceased to meddle in others' affairs, only realizing posthumously that Heesun was the protagonist of this world. The fact that the heavenly will had chosen such a person as the protagonist made it evident that this world's heavenly will was not benevolent. The more she contemplated, the more her hatred intensified, almost transforming into a tangible force. She began to regret not taking action against Heesun sooner. Even if she could not eliminate her, she should not allow her to live so comfortably. Suddenly, she recalled Wu Meixia's demise. In her previous life, Wu Meixia had been thriving at the time of her death. If she could not eliminate the members of the protagonist team herself, perhaps Heesun could take matters into her own hands? Heesun was selfish by nature. Before the apocalypse, it was manageable, but after the apocalypse, her self-serving nature became apparent. If the members of the protagonist team proved useless, would Heesun allow them to hinder her progress? With this realization, Jiang Songning felt a sudden clarity. She had reclaimed her space. The heavenly will could only compensate Heesun with a space ability user. If the protagonist team were to perish, no matter how many compensations the heavenly will provided, she would be able to take matters into her own hands. Should she fail to kill Heesun, without the protagonist team, could she still be considered a protagonist? The prospect of Heesun appearing before her soon filled her with anticipation. Meanwhile, Shen Yihua stood quietly, his gaze fixed upon Jiang Songning. He observed her slightly tilted head, silently gazing at the sky. Her beautiful eyes swirling with a profound hatred. This hatred burned like a raging flame, intense and searing, sending chills down one's spine. Yet, in the blink of an eye, something flashed through Jiang Songning's mind, and the hatred in her eyes vanished, replaced by a dazzling brilliance. That radiance resembled the most brilliant star in the night sky, shining brightly and impossible to ignore. Shen Yihua was filled with confusion and curiosity. He could not fathom what experiences could instill such intense emotions within this seemingly delicate girl. Moreover, no matter how hard he tried to approach and understand her, Jiang Songning always evaded him like a frightened doe, retreating into a world that belonged solely to her. Nevertheless, his concern for Jiang Songning remained undiminished. Each time he caught sight of her solitary figure, he longed to rush forward, enveloping her in a warm embrace, offering comfort and solace. Yet he understood that the time was not yet ripe. He needed more patience and time to gently unlock Jiang Songning's tightly shut heart. Let us descend first and deliberate on tomorrow's actions. Shen Yihua's voice broke the silence, prompting Jiang Songning to withdraw her thoughts. All right. Upon reaching the 12th floor, Jiang Songning glanced at the situation within. The entire 12th floor was ensnared in a dense web of spider silk, and the mutated spiders, sensing the presence of the two at the entrance, immediately assumed aggressive postures. The mere 10 or so mutated spiders posed little threat. Jiang Songning unleashed a mental attack, swiftly extinguishing their presence. With the mutated spiders gone, the smaller spiders, having lost their leader, would soon disperse and cease their frenzied assaults on humans. Shen Yihua observed in astonishment as the mutated spiders were dispatched with such ease. His eyes filled with admiration for Jiang Songning. Her ability to openly wield her powers in his presence filled him with uncontainable joy. This was a secret that belonged solely to them. Chapter 163. The argument. After dealing with the mutated spiders, the two made their way directly to the office on the 8th floor, where Wei Zhe awaited them at the door. Upon seeing them safely descend, he immediately approached. Did you succeed? Shen Yihua nodded. Let's go inside and discuss. The atmosphere in the office was tense. Members of the Eagle Squad sat across from the desk, their expressions grim, while Fang Jingyuan and his companions wore equally troubled looks. Jiang Songning cast a questioning glance at Su Lin, who quietly mouthed the words, "They are arguing." Jiang Songning nodded lightly, signaling her understanding. In truth, no one was at fault. It was simply a matter of differing stances. Jiang Hong had successfully led his team to become the strongest in the base, and naturally, he would act with utmost caution, for he was responsible for everyone's safety. Moreover, they had only just met. Lacking any mutual trust, their side operated under the advantage of Jiang Songning's mental abilities and the trust that had developed through their collaboration thus far. Jiang Songning was not adept at handling such matters, and she believed Fang Jinyuan would manage it well. Seeing the clear division between the two groups, Shen Yihua furrowed his brow. Regardless of the conflicts among you, I do not wish for any trivial matters to impede our mission. The significance of this task should be clear to everyone. Zhang Heng straightened at Shen Yihua's words. Rest assured, we will not falter in matters related to this mission. However, if there are uncertainties, it is wiser to exercise caution for the safety of our comrades. Zhang Heng's words were tinged with emotion. Jiang Songning, unaware of the events that had transpired during their absence, refrained from speaking. Liu Chun retorted bluntly, being cautious is commendable, but if comrades face danger and you hesitate like you did just now, who would dare collaborate with you in the future? Jiang Heng was unyielding in his response. I only wish to ensure everyone's safety. If comrades encounter peril, I will certainly do my utmost. At this moment, Lu Yan, who had been silent, stepped forward. Although your team possesses the talent of a leader for this mission, do not take advantage of us too much. Wei Zhe has no habit of refraining from criticizing women. Who exactly is being overly aggressive here? Clearly, it is you who have faltered at the slightest challenge. How can there be cooperation under such circumstances? Wei Zhe's words were like a poke into a hornet's nest, instantly igniting the tempers of several members from the Eagle team. Chen Chuan retorted, who faltered? Did I back down when we were fighting the mutated spiders just now? Li Heng chimed in. Is there anything wrong with our leader being cautious? Do you think everyone can recklessly charge ahead like you? Wang Chao interjected. What do you mean by recklessly charging ahead? My sister Jiang and the others have already gathered information about the situation upstairs. If you lack ability, refrain from whining and just follow orders. Li Heng shot back. What the hell do you mean? Do you think I care about collaborating with you? Wei Zhe countered. Do you think we desire to work with you weaklings? Li Heng's face contorted with anger, his fingers cracking audibly as he demanded, who are you calling weak? Jiang Songning looked at the group, resembling a flock of fighting cocks, and helplessly rubbed her forehead. At that moment, Shen Yihua, who had been standing silently to the side, suddenly furrowed his brows. His deep, piercing eyes locked onto the farce, as if he could read the thoughts of everyone present. Then, he bellowed. Silence! His thunderous shout resonated like a clap of thunder, instantly silencing everyone in the vicinity. Shen Yihua straightened his posture, exuding an undeniable aura of authority. He stood there quietly, yet an invisible pressure enveloped the room, compelling the previously boisterous individuals to instinctively close their mouths, transforming the chaotic scene into utter silence. With a gaze that burned like a torch, he surveyed everyone, reminding them, do not forget the purpose of our mission. There are people in the hospital awaiting our rescue, and we still lack a clear understanding of the situation inside. While you squabble here, there are countless dangers outside. Do you truly believe yourselves capable of handling it alone? This was the first time Jiang Songning witnessed Shen Yihua's fury, and inexplicably, she felt a twinge of fear. His presence was overwhelmingly powerful. The group lowered their heads in silence, unwilling to meet his gaze. I do not care about the reasons behind your quarrel, but if your petty disputes hinder our mission to save lives and gather supplies, you will bear the consequences. Wei Zhe, who was typically most intimidated by this cousin, had almost forgotten how terrifying Shen Yihua could be when angered, due to his recent affable demeanor. He cast a pleading glance at Fang Jinyuan, who reluctantly stepped forward. Captain Jiang, I apologize. It was just that A's and the others were overly impulsive and spoke recklessly. Please do not take offense. Upon seeing Fang Jinyuan bow his head in apology, Captain Zhang Heng felt compelled to respond. We too share the blame. We are all temporary teammates, and Chen Chuan and the others were indeed a bit indiscreet in their words. We hope for your understanding. With both captains exchanging apologies, the atmosphere began to ease. After all, they still had to go to the hospital, and if the team dynamics were strained, what would happen if they encountered danger? Wang Chao was the first to stand up and say, I'm sorry. The others, feeling a bit embarrassed, also stood up to apologize. They were all young, and though impulsive in their actions, they were not overly petty. After the apologies, the earlier tension seemed to dissipate as if it had never occurred. Shen Yihua did not dwell on the matter further and began discussing the situation within the hospital. Upon hearing about the fourth-tier zombies and mutated plants, the expressions of the group grew serious. What are everyone's thoughts on tomorrow's operation? Jiang Heng pondered for a moment before speaking. Would it be better to act after dawn? Fang Jinyuan responded, indeed. Acting at dawn would be more convenient, but acquiring supplies from the hospital will not be easy. The equipment and medicines are unlikely to be in the same building, significantly increasing the difficulty. Su Lin suggested, I believe we can wait until dawn to rescue people while simultaneously gathering intel on the hospital's layout, and then devise a plan to obtain supplies at night. Jiang Songning quietly listened to everyone's plans, feeling that it was not entirely secure. They had already encountered a fourth-tier zombie, indicating that they were in the same building. If they waited until dawn, unless they could resolve the situation quickly, the heat would be quite taxing. The group shared this thought. Dealing with the fourth-tier lightning-type zombie would indeed be challenging. Elyuchin stated, therefore, we must find a way to deal with that fourth-tier zombie and the mutated plants first. Jiang Songning added, they are already injured. They might not be able to wait that long. Zhou Lin, considering everyone's suggestions, weighed his words carefully before speaking. They are trapped in the hospital and should still be relatively safe. We cannot rescue them for now, but sending someone with healing abilities in should be much easier. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. This idea was indeed feasible. They were all injured, and even if they managed to eliminate the zombie, retrieving them would consume time, especially with the numerous ordinary zombies outside posing a significant challenge, compounded by the harsh weather. However, sending in someone with healing abilities would reduce the difficulty. They could use climbing ropes to enter through the windows, completing the task in no more than 10 minutes, provided they took precautions against the heat. Once those individuals were healed, they would become a great asset, achieving a win-win situation. Shen Yihua thought even more comprehensively. Lower-tier zombies feared sunlight, but what about high-tier zombies? The higher the zombie's tier, the less decayed its body, and perhaps as zombies ascended to higher tiers, they would no longer fear the scorching heat. This plan was promising, yet we remain unaware of the hospital's layout. When we go after dawn, we must also be wary of the zombies, who may act desperate. Timing is crucial. We cannot arrive too early or too late. Arriving too early would risk encountering zombies, while being too late would expose them to unbearable heat. Zhou Lin, having closely observed the zombies' behavior, noted, I have observed that zombies typically retreat to shaded areas at dawn. Generally, by around 7 o'clock, there are no zombies outside. We can set out then, observe the surroundings, and after delivering the people, we must return by 8 o'clock. Otherwise, we risk heat stroke. Everyone nodded in agreement with Zhou Lin's assessment. Before 8 o'clock, the temperature would only be in the 40s, but after 8, it would soar to 50 degrees, reaching 60 degrees by noon. While the 40s could still induce heat stroke, with careful precautions, it was manageable. Shen Yihua looked around, asking, does anyone have further thoughts? Jiang Songning recalled the mutated plant. It too was a potential hazard. Jiang Heng, having led several missions, was somewhat knowledgeable about mutated plants, noting that they were primarily active at night. During the day, the intense sunlight typically deterred them from attacking humans. We just need to be cautious and avoid any suspicious areas at that time. Jiang Songning and her team had encountered numerous mutated plants, but only at night, so they were not well versed in their daytime behavior. Hearing Jiang Heng's words eased everyone's concerns. Elyuchin glanced at Su Lin and Lu Yan, asking, in that case, who will go to the hospital? Su Lin stood up, I'll go. It makes sense since I'll need to climb. Shen Yihua nodded in agreement. Good. You go rescue them. We will first scout the area and then discuss our nighttime operation. Su Lin acknowledged this. Jiang Heng surveyed the room, stating, not everyone needs to join the dawn mission. Shen Yihua concurred, indeed. Only 2 from each team are necessary. I will go with Songning, and you can decide who from your side will go. After some contemplation, Jiang Heng replied, Chen Xuan and I will go. With the arrangements made, Fang Jinyuan reminded everyone, it's 5 o'clock. You still have 2 hours to rest. Seeing that no one had anything more to say, Jiang Songning closed her eyes to rest. The weather was not excessively hot yet, but once dawn broke, finding a comfortable sleep would be difficult. With so many people around, she felt it unwise to leave the group and retreat to her space for sleep. Initially intending only to rest her eyes, Jiang Songning, perhaps due to exhaustion, unexpectedly dozed off. Around 7 o'clock, Shen Yihua gently roused her from her slumber. As Jiang Songning opened her eyes, she was greeted by a magnified handsome face, momentarily stunning her into silence. Awake? Hearing Shen Yihua's deep, melodious voice, she fully regained her senses, apologizing, I'm so sorry. I overslept. Shen Yihua handed her a bottle of water and a washcloth, suggesting, "Wipe your face to wake up." Jiang Songning accepted the water and cloth, refreshing herself. When she looked up, she noticed Fang Jingyuan and Lu Chun watching her with smirks. Instinctively, she touched her face, then turned to Shen Yihua, asking, "Is there something on my face?" Shen Yihua, noticing the glances from the others, shot them a fierce glare. The group, sensing his warning look, quickly averted their eyes. "Ignore them. They're just being silly." "Oh, I'm ready. Let's go." Shen Yihua handed her a piece of bread, saying, "Eat something before we move. There's still time." Jiang Songning raised her hand to check her watch. It was 6:40, and indeed, there was still time. She accepted the bread and began to eat. Jiang Heng and Chen Chuan also took out their bread and started eating. Once the 5 of them had finished their meal, they proceeded downstairs. Fang Jingyuan and the others also planned to descend, ready to assist in case of any unforeseen circumstances. This time, the 5 of them traveled in a single vehicle. Upon entering the car, a sense of vigilance began to settle within the group. Jiang Songning immediately extended her mental acuity. At this hour, most of the zombies had returned to the shade to hide. While a few low-tier zombies roamed aimlessly, their decaying flesh falling away with each step, the stench of rot lingered in the air, growing more pungent under the sweltering heat, compelling Jiang Songning to don an additional 2 masks. As they arrived at the hospital entrance, Shen Yihua slowed the vehicle. Jiang Songning, using her mental prowess, quickly assessed the hospital situation and located the positions of several soldiers. The hospital comprised 5 buildings. The first 3 were outpatient buildings, behind which lay the medical technology building, with the administrative building to the right, and 2 inpatient buildings at the back, the latter having a total of 22 floors, while the other 3 buildings only had 9. Their mission this time focused on the outpatient and medical technology buildings, as the medications they required were in the outpatient building, while the necessary equipment was housed in the medical technology building. The underground parking lot had the highest concentration of zombies, followed by the outpatient building. Jiang Songning discovered that the 5 soldiers and a 4th-tier zombie were located in the medical technology building, which also contained numerous 2nd and 3rd-tier zombies. Most of the high-tier zombies in the hospital congregated in the medical technology building, likely drawn there by the scent of blood from the injured soldiers. Given that others were present in the vehicle, Jiang Songning refrained from disclosing the hospital's situation for the moment. Following the flashlight's position from the previous day, Shen Yihua navigated the vehicle around the medical technology building. Once inside the hospital, Jiang Songning temporarily could not detect any fluctuations from the mutated plant's abilities. There was a large garden near the inpatient department where the mutated plant might be situated. Nonetheless, the group maintained their vigilance. Shen Yihua drove slowly, observing the hospital's layout and conditions. He had a rough idea of which building they were in, but was uncertain about the specific floor. After circling the medical technology building twice, Jiang Songning finally spotted someone waving from a window on the north side of the 4th floor. She called for Shen Yihua to stop. "Brother Huai, I see them." At that moment, Shen Yihua also noticed the waving hand by the 4th floor window. The vehicle gradually came to a halt beneath the window, but their cautiousness had, to some extent, attracted the attention of a few zombies. The zombies inside began to stir restlessly, prompting Shen Yihua to temporarily drive the car out of the hospital. Now that they had a grasp of the hospital's layout, they needed to discuss their plans for the night. Jiang Songning, however, was too anxious to consider anything else. She gestured urgently for Shen Yihua to lean closer. Although a bit puzzled, Shen Yihua complied, tilting his head slightly to bring his ear near Jiang Songning. She cautiously leaned towards his ear, as if afraid others might overhear. With her lips slightly parted, she whispered the critical information she had just gathered, ensuring only they could hear. "Yes," she spoke softly. Her warm breath brushed against Shen Yihua's ear, sending an indescribable tingling sensation through him. This sudden warmth felt like a jolt of electricity striking Shen Yihua's heart, causing his pulse to race. In that moment, time seemed to freeze. The world narrowed down to Jiang Songning's gentle words and her breath so close. Shen Yihua struggled to suppress the unusual emotions stirring within him, fully concentrating on the information Jiang Songning conveyed. Once she finished, Jiang Songning looked at Shen Yihua with an inquiring gaze. He nodded, indicating his understanding. With a sigh of relief, she turned only to find Su Lin observing her with a curious expression. Jiang Songning felt a flush creeping to her cheeks as their eyes met. Noticing her embarrassment, Su Lin offered a reassuring smile, his expression conveying an understanding that left her puzzled. When she silently inquired with her eyes, Su Lin turned away, leaving her to ponder his meaning for the moment. Zhang Heng also scrutinized Zhang Songning, pondering why a spatial ability user, seemingly lacking in combat capability, was always included in Shun Yihua's missions. This made him think. He could not shake the feeling that Zhang Songning was more than she appeared. His instincts had always been sharp, and thus he had not opposed Shin Yihua's decision to bring her along for reconnaissance. Although he hadn't heard what she had just said, the expression on Shun Yihua's face suggested that Zhang Songning might possess some insider knowledge. The atmosphere in the car turned tense as everyone fell into silence, each contemplating their next steps. Shun Yihua furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed on the desolate scenery outside, his mind racing to reassess the imminent operation. They had been exceedingly cautious, yet they still inadvertently attracted the attention of the zombies. This indicated that a significant number of high-tier zombies were likely present within the Medical Technology Building. It seemed that successfully entering the Medical Technology Building and completing their mission tonight would present formidable challenges. I believe splitting up might be the most viable strategy for success, Shin Yihua stated with a serious expression. Su Lin, sitting beside him, nodded without hesitation, adding, "Indeed, and the critical issue is that we are unaware of which floors the medical equipment is located on. This certainly complicates our search." At that moment, Zhang Songning, who had been listening intently, spoke up. "In that case, once Su Lin reaches the Medical Technology Building, he can head directly to the 4th floor window to prepare for our rendezvous. Meanwhile, we can take advantage of the dawn to sneak up to the 4th floor and meet with the soldiers who have been stationed there. Given the time they've spent there, they should have gained some understanding of the Medical Technology Building's layout. If we coordinate a detailed action plan with them, we can better respond to any situations that may arise. Of course, the most troublesome factor is that 4th-tier lightning ability zombie. At that time, Brother Huai can find a way to divert its attention while I search for the necessary medical equipment. The rest can handle the remaining zombies. As for the medications, I believe your team can take care of that. How does that sound?" After saying this, Zhang Songning turned her gaze towards Zhang Heng, seemingly awaiting his opinion. Zhang Heng was well aware of the task's difficulty, particularly considering the greater danger posed by the Medical Technology Building compared to the outpatient building. Hence, he had no objections to Zhang Songning's proposal and simply nodded in agreement. Zhang Songning's approach was not intended to put Zhang Heng and the others in a difficult position. She had assessed that the outpatient building mostly contained low-tier zombies, with only one 3rd-tier zombie present. If Zhang Heng and his team could not handle that, it would be evident that they were not the strongest in the base. Chen Xuan quietly reminded the group, "Aren't we overlooking the mutated plant?" Shin Yihua contemplated for a moment. "We can assign 3 people to deal with the mutated plant while the 5 soldiers in the Medical Technology Building are all 3rd-tier abilities. Their presence will be a significant advantage." Zhang Heng, seeing this, had no further objections. Since Shun Yihua had addressed the 2 most significant challenges, he was more than willing to take it easy. He had to admit that their team's strength was incomparable to Shun Yihua's group. And since they were benefiting from the arrangement, he had nothing more to say. "Since you've resolved the 2 major obstacles, we certainly have no objections." With everyone in agreement, Shin Yihua chose not to elaborate further. The situation within the hospital was inherently unpredictable. He merely needed to allocate tasks and adapt as circumstances evolved. In that case, Su Lin will escort you to the 4th floor. Once you reach the climbing rope, we must depart immediately. Otherwise, if the zombies emerge, it will be difficult for us to escape. So please ensure your safety." Su Lin nodded. "I understand. You can leave it to me." Shin Yihua reiterated, "All right, let's aim to start our operation at 7 o'clock tonight. Be sure to assist us." Su Lin raised his hand to signal an okay. Known for his carefulness, Su Lin did not require further instructions. Once arrangements were finalized, the group drove back to their previous position. The individuals upstairs had already opened the window. Zhang Songning retrieved the climbing rope from her spatial pocket, while Zhang Heng swiftly exited the vehicle, tossing the climbing claw toward the railing of the 4th floor window. The people above immediately secured the climbing claw to the railing and gestured to Zhang Heng. Noticing this, Zhang Heng waved to Su Lin, who then exited the vehicle with his backpack. Zhang Songning reminded him to be cautious. Su Lin acknowledged her and swiftly climbed up the rope. As the zombies within the Medical Technology Building grew increasingly agitated, Shin Yihua observed that Su Lin had reached the 2nd floor and promptly drove away. Chapter 166. Reunion. Upon exiting the hospital, the 4 returned directly to the office building. Fang Jingyuan and his group had been closely monitoring the hospital's developments. When Shun Yihua's vehicle appeared, Zhou Lin immediately opened the back door of the office building. Once inside, Shen Yihua briefed everyone on the hospital situation and their plans. Ultimately, it was decided that Fang Jingyuan, Lu Chun, and Wei Zhe would handle the mutated plant, while the Eagle Squad would procure the medications. Shen Yihua, Zhang Songning, Zhou Lin, Wang Chao, Song Hao, and Tuanzi would head to the medical technology building. Arranging into 3 groups, the individuals seized the opportunity to rest. Zhang Songning's consciousness delved into her spatial realm, first ensuring that the Tangyuan and Tuanzi were well fed before she closed her eyes to rest. By 6 o'clock, everyone had awakened, partaking in a light meal before starting to gather their belongings for departure. Zhang Songning retrieved a walkie-talkie from her space and handed it to Zhang Heng. Although the 2 buildings were merely a few meters apart, having a walkie-talkie would significantly enhance their convenience. She also distributed a box of heat relief medicine to each person, knowing that in such sweltering weather, without these remedies, they would succumb to heat stroke within moments. Despite their enhanced physiques as ability users compared to ordinary individuals, they were still vulnerable to the oppressive heat. Upon their arrival at the hospital, the clock's hands pointed precisely to 6:50. The outside world seemed ensconced in a colossal furnace, with temperatures soaring to nearly 60 degrees. The relentless sun scorched the earth, rendering the air thick and stifling. Each person's condition appeared quite dire, as the sweltering heat clutched at their throats like an invisible hand, inducing feelings of breathlessness and discomfort. Shen Yihua drove the vehicle directly to the morning's location, where Su Lin awaited at the window. As the vehicle arrived, several individuals swiftly ascended using climbing ropes. Observing their actions, Zhang Heng and his group also began to ascend towards the 2nd floor of the outpatient building, where the required medication lay on the 1st floor, which was teeming with zombies. Their plan was to first take refuge on the 2nd floor and wait until nightfall, when the zombies would disperse, before attempting to retrieve the medication from the 1st floor. Thus, the 2 teams diverged. As they had yet to ascertain the location of the mutated plants, Fang Jingyuan and his companions chose to accompany the medical technology building for the time being. The group quickly ascended to the 4th floor, where they were welcomed by 5 bloodied individuals clad in military uniforms, though their injuries had evidently healed. Su Lin promptly introduced everyone. Captain Li, allow me to explain. These individuals are our teammates. Fang Jingyuan stepped forward first, extending his hand politely. Captain Li, greetings. My name is Fang Jingyuan, and I am the team leader. I possess a 3rd-tier ice ability. Captain Li, a burly man in his 30s, wore a solemn expression but smiled upon seeing them. Captain Fang, it's a pleasure to meet you. I am Li Liang, a 3rd-tier gold ability user. At that moment, a man beside Captain Li stepped forward. Greetings, everyone. My name is Zhou Cheng, a 3rd-tier spatial ability user. Through these introductions, they all became acquainted. The military team comprised 5 individuals, 3 men and 2 women. Among them was a man appearing to be around 30, named Peng Zhiyong, an earth ability user of the 3rd tier. The 2 women were both slightly over 21. A short-haired girl named Zhao Yanan wielded a 3rd-tier fire ability, while the other, a sweet-looking girl named He Yuan, possessed a 3rd-tier water ability. Their words were few. Perhaps the sacrifice of their teammates had rendered them somewhat taciturn. However, when the topic of their mission arose, their expressions turned grave. Li Liang shared their circumstances with the group. They had come to the hospital specifically for a batch of instruments and medications, never anticipating that a 4th-tier zombie and a 4th-tier mutated plant would be lurking within. Their team's healer had initially fallen victim to the mutated plant. Otherwise, their situation would not be so dire. Last night, they had originally planned to deal with the 4th-tier zombie first before attempting to break out, but upon hearing gunfire, they retreated to this ultrasound room, where Li Liang had fortified the door with his abilities, preventing the zombie from breaching their sanctuary. Zhang Songning surveyed the ultrasound room, noting that they had already collected the instruments within. Captain Li, what of the instruments in the other rooms? Li Liang, his face etched with shame, replied. We collected all the instruments on the 4th floor, but we encountered the zombie before we could gather those on the 1st and 2nd floors. Are there any instruments on the other floors? Li Liang shook his head. The upper 3 floors belong to the ENT department. We haven't had the chance to investigate them yet, as we've been trapped on the 4th floor for days. Zhang Songning recalled the few times she had visited a hospital. Typically, the ENT department housed only basic equipment, yet any instruments they could salvage would be invaluable resources in the apocalypse. She used her mental abilities to scan the 5th, 6th, and 7th floors, discovering that the number of zombies was limited, primarily consisting of 1st and 2nd-tier zombies. Retrieving instruments from the upper floors would not pose a significant challenge. The real difficulty lay on the first floor, where the most crucial equipment resided. There are not many zombies on the upper floors. We can first gather the instruments there before devising a plan for the first floor. Just then, a loud clattering echoed from the aluminum door at the entrance. Upon hearing the sound, Li Liang and the others rose in alarm. It's coming again. Jiang Songning's gaze sharpened as she swiftly unleashed her formidable mental energy, surging forth like a torrential flood toward the snarling zombie. In an instant, her mental force struck the defenseless creature like a razor-sharp sword. The zombie, caught off guard by such a fierce assault, trembled violently and emitted a chilling, agonizing howl that reverberated throughout the room, sending shivers down their spines. Elated at the effectiveness of her attack, Jiang Songning concentrated her energy, channeling even more mental force as if it were a bomb, directly targeting the zombie's brain. However, this audacious action enraged the already frenzied zombie. Like a provoked beast, it bared its blood-soaked maw, exposing its jagged fangs, and lunged madly at the tightly shut door. Simultaneously, bolts of dazzling lightning erupted from its hands, mercilessly striking the aluminum door. With each deafening crash, the seemingly sturdy door began to tremble precariously. Every bolt of lightning's impact caused the door to shudder violently, fine cracks appearing on its surface, as if it would soon be shattered completely. Observing this, Li Liang quickly concentrated his abilities to reinforce the door while Zhou Linze stepped forward to assist. Jiang Songning hastily withdrew her mental force. They had yet to formulate a coherent strategy and could not confront the creature directly at this moment. As her mental energy retracted, the zombie gradually calmed, ceasing its assault on the door. Perhaps sensing danger, it retreated to the elevator area on the fourth floor. With numerous zombies lurking on the fourth floor, primarily second and third tier types, it seemed that Li Liang and his team had drawn the attention of those high-tier zombies due to their scent. Jiang Songning retrieved several sets of clothing from her space. "Captain Li, please change out of your current clothes." Li Liang glanced at the bloodstains on his garments and did not hesitate to accept the clothing, smiling as he said, "Thank you, Xiao Jiang." Jiang Songning waved her hand dismissively. "No need for thanks." The group changed behind a curtain, wiping away the blood before Jiang Songning sprayed some mosquito repellent onto their clothes, gradually dissipating the scent of blood. Li Liang generously praised Jiang Songning. "Xiao Jiang, you truly think ahead." Jiang Songning smiled, accepting his commendation. Her motivations were rooted in her own safety. The higher the tier of the zombie, the more acute their sense of smell. The strong scent of blood emanating from them had already attracted several high-tier zombies. During their nighttime operation, they would undoubtedly be together. If they carried the scent of blood, it would render them glaring targets. She could not afford to be careless. Once everyone had changed, Shen Yihua began discussing the subsequent course of action. The mutated plant was situated beneath the west window. It was cunning, ready to ambush as soon as they engaged the zombies. The collaboration between these two entities rendered them nearly defenseless. As Zhou Cheng spoke, the group's expressions darkened with frustration. Witnessing their faces filled with indignation, Fang Jingyuan offered a plan. Li Liang regarded the three, speaking gravely, "Jingyuan, it's not that I doubt your capabilities, but that mutated plant is formidable. It's dangerous for the three of you to confront it." Shen Yihua, too, fell into contemplation. Such an arrangement was indeed perilous. With 9 individuals on their side, alongside Li Liang's 5, totaling 14, excluding Su Lin and Zhou Cheng, the remaining members all possessed considerable combat prowess. However, the fourth floor was not solely home to that fourth-tier zombie. There were also several third-tier and a dozen second-tier zombies, which would not be easy to contend with. Later, a Yuan, Wei Zhe, and Song Hao will handle the mutated plant. You three need only to hold it off. Once we devise a means to deal with the fourth-tier zombie, we will immediately come to your aid." Fang Jingyuan pondered briefly before agreeing. Although Song Hao's combat strength was lacking, his defense was commendable, making it considerably easier for him to stall the mutated plant for a time. "All right." Shen Yihua continued to outline the next steps, instructing Zhou Cheng and Wang Chao to seize the opportunity to collect the instruments upstairs while he and Jiang Songning would tackle the fourth-tier zombie. The remaining team members were to first eliminate the zombies outside before seeking opportunities to access the first and second floors. They needed to act swiftly. Excessive noise would attract more zombies, and if they could not reach the first floor tonight, they would find a way to ascend, resolving the situation by dawn. Li Liang, observing Shen Yihua's meticulously organized approach to the plan, felt a growing admiration for him. His arrangements were indeed the most rational, allowing each individual to maximize their potential. Yet, he could not fathom why Jiang Songning had been paired with Shen Yihua to confront the fourth-tier zombie. Captain Li, rest assured, my skills are quite impressive, and I share a remarkable synergy with Brother Huai. I shall not falter. Upon hearing Jiang Songning's words, Li Liang chose to refrain from further remarks, expressing only that as long as you are aware. That suffices. The time has come. Let us prepare to act. With that, Li Liang's words prompted everyone to ready their weapons. Jiang Songning retrieved a crossbow and a tang knife from her space, with the cooperation of Tuanzi and Shen Yihua. Her sole task was to disrupt the zombie using her mental power. Taking a deep breath, Li Liang slowly grasped the doorknob. As he finally opened the door, the previously tranquil zombies outside seemed to catch a whiff of fresh flesh, unleashing a chorus of roars as they surged toward the entrance. Without hesitation, Li Liang and his companions charged at the oncoming horde of clawing zombies, their movements swift and agile, weapons slicing through the air with deadly precision. Striking true with each blow, in an instant, blood splattered, and severed limbs flew in every direction. Jiang Songning calmly instructed Su Lin to remain vigilant as she and Shen Yihua approached the formidable fourth-tier zombie, which awaited at the staircase, biding its time for the ants to annihilate each other before it struck. To their surprise, two fearless souls approached it directly. Tuanzi's eyes sparkled with excitement upon spotting the fourth-tier zombie, its fur bristling in anticipation. It swiftly transformed, muscles taut, sharp claws glinting menacingly, and let out a low growl before pouncing on its foe. Having been confined to the space for days, Tuanzi was eager to engage in battle. Meanwhile, the zombie reacted quickly, conjuring bolts of lightning that crackled through the air like vicious silver serpents, hissing toward Tuanzi. However, Tuanzi was as swift as lightning itself, effortlessly evading the attack. The two adversaries found themselves in a stalemate. Although Tuanzi was fast, its offensive capabilities were lacking, especially against a lightning-powered FOE AT that moment. Noticing Tuanzi's inability to get close, Shen Yihua furrowed his brow and raised his hand, launching a powerful bolt of lightning toward the zombie. The zombie, undeterred, retaliated with a counterattack. The two bolts collided in midair, erupting in a cacophony of crackling sounds and dazzling sparks. Jiang Songning, momentarily blinded by the sudden light, blinked and found Shen Yihua locked in fierce combat with the zombie, each exchanging relentless blows. Despite Tuanzi's assistance, Shen Yihua struggled against such a formidable opponent. Just then, three more zombies closed in. Su Lin swiftly drew his crossbow and shot at the approaching zombies, while Jiang Songning discreetly gathered her mental power, controlling the nearby zombies before raising her tang knife to strike at the creatures' heads in a flash. Jiang Songning danced through the fray, her blade moving with impenetrable precision, swiftly dispatching the three grotesque, stench-filled zombies that had encircled her. Just as she caught her breath, a sudden turn revealed a blinding bolt of lightning striking Shen Yihua. The shocking turn of events tightened Jiang Songning's heart. There was no time to ponder anything else. Gritting her teeth and suppressing her panic, she summoned her immense mental power, unleashing it like a torrent toward the zombies charging at Shen Yihua. As the zombies attempted to pursue their advantage, they suddenly found their movements faltering. Shen Yihua felt a sharp pain in his chest, as if an invisible hand were gripping his heart. Stifling a groan, he instinctively clutched his chest, staggering backward, each step a monumental effort as he fought to maintain his balance. At that moment, the previously frenzied zombies lost their coherence, their movements becoming erratic. A glimmer of hope ignited within Shen Yihua. He realized Jiang Songning was aiding him. Without hesitation, he raised his hand, channeling a powerful surge of energy that coalesced into a brilliant bolt of lightning, striking the zombie with fierce intent. With a piercing scream, the zombie was hit squarely by the lightning, its grotesque features contorting in agony as it emitted a plume of black smoke, its body convulsing violently. Before the zombie could catch its breath, Tuanzi seized the opportunity, launching itself forward with the force of a released arrow. It slammed the zombie to the ground and, with merciless claws, tore into its flesh. Simultaneously, Jiang Songning channeled her energy, unleashing a relentless assault on the zombie's brain. Invisible threads of power descended upon the creature's head like a torrential downpour, causing it to writhe in agony, emitting tortured howls. Sensing the threat from Jiang Songning, the zombie struggled to retaliate, weakly raising an arm to strike at her. However, Shen Yihui, keenly observing the unfolding chaos, would not grant it such an opportunity. He unleashed his full power, releasing a torrent of energy that filled the skies with thunderous roars, weaving a vast network of violet lightning that cascaded down upon the zombie. Just as the lightning was about to strike, Tuanzi nimbly dodged aside, allowing the raging bolts to unleash their fury upon the zombie in an instant. The air crackled with electricity, and sparks erupted, creating a scene that felt apocalyptic. Jiang Songning and Su Lin watched in awe as the zombie lay motionless. Charred and lifeless, Su Lin swiftly raised his bow, firing a precise shot that struck the zombie's head. Tuanzi rushed forward, opening its jaws wide, revealing rows of sharp fangs, before sinking its teeth into the zombie's neck. With a resounding crack, the zombie's head fell away, rolling to the ground. As the zombie fell silent, Shen Yihui swayed unsteadily, collapsing to one knee. Jiang Songning rushed to his side, calling out, "Huai Gu." Shen Yihui managed a pained smile, assuring her he was unharmed. Yet, he appeared utterly disheveled, his once fair complexion now pale as a corpse. Beads of sweat rolled down his forehead like glistening pearls, relentlessly striking the ground. His clothes were singed black, barely recognizable, particularly the area around his chest, where the flesh had been charred and mangled, filling the air with a suffocating stench. Su Lin hurried over, grasping Shen Yihui's wrist to channel his energy and heal his wounds. Just then, two more zombies approached rapidly. Tuanzi leaped at them, swiftly dispatching the pair, drawn by the scent of blood emanating from Shen Yihui. Jiang Songning, relieved to see his wounds visibly healing, took a moment to breathe. With the horde of zombies growing, she first harvested the crystal nuclei from the recently defeated zombies before releasing her powers to control their movements. Tuanzi agilely took down one after another, severing their necks with ease. Soon, the ground was littered with headless corpses. At that moment, Wang Chao and Zhou Cheng seized their opportunity to reach the elevator. Spotting the fourth-tier zombie defeated, they sprinted toward the fifth floor. Jiang Songning once again wielded her crossbow, simultaneously manipulating the surrounding zombies while shooting at their heads. In no time, several second-tier zombies fell. Turning to see Shen Yihui's chest wounds nearly healed, she retrieved a garment from her space and tossed it to him. Bang! Gunfire erupted. Jiang Songning dashed toward the source of the sound, and upon reaching the window, she gasped in horror. There, in the corridor, Jingyuan and several others found themselves in dire straits. Thick vines, akin to giant serpents, coiled tightly around their bodies, threatening to suffocate them in the air. Slender vines danced like serpentine tongues, swiftly probing toward their veins in the blink of an eye. These tiny tendrils pierced through their skin like sharp needles. What followed was truly chilling. Crimson blood gushed from their wounds, flowing along the vines, resembling small red streams converging toward the large tree outside the window. From a distance, the towering tree resembled a grotesque monster, greedily siphoning the continuous stream of blood that flowed towards it. Chapter 169. Resolving the Fourth-Order Mutated Plant. Jiang Songning's eyes widened in horror as she fixated on the chilling scene before her, her anger erupting like a volcano. Without a moment's hesitation to conceal her dual-element abilities, she unleashed her full power, sending forth her vines like agile, venomous serpents, striking fiercely at the tendrils that were voraciously drinking in the blood. However, the sheer number of vines was overwhelming. Despite Jiang Songning's desperate efforts, her fists struggled to fend off the multitude of attacking vines from all directions. Seeing Fang Jingyuan and another person's faces growing increasingly pale, their life force dwindling, she felt an urgent pang of anxiety, beads of sweat rolling down her forehead. "Huai Gu, hurry!" Jiang Songning called out, her voice ringing with desperation. At that moment, she felt like a solitary boat tossed amidst a tempest, on the brink of capsizing. Meanwhile, Shen Yihui, having recovered from his injuries in a brief span, was alerted by Jiang Songning's heart-wrenching cry. Without a second thought, he sprang into action, racing towards her with the speed of an arrow released from its bow. In the blink of an eye, Shen Yihui arrived at the chaotic scene. Observing the perilous situation unfolding before him, he hesitated not for an instant. Darting to the window, he raised his hands, channeling the energy within him into his palms. As the energy surged, a powerful beam of light shot forth from his hands, crashing directly into the massive tree trunk. With a resounding boom, the struck area of the trunk turned black, emitting wisps of acrid smoke. Simultaneously, the entire tree began to tremble violently, countless emerald leaves swirling down like disturbed butterflies, creating a cascade of green rain. The once menacing tree, bristling with wrath, suddenly recoiled in fear, retracting its multitude of outstretched vines with astonishing speed. In an instant, the vines lunged towards Jiang Songning and Shen Yihui like ferocious serpents, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind. "Huai Gu, cover me!" Jiang Songning cried out, her form darting like a swift swallow. Deftly evading the onslaught of vines, with renewed vigor, she leapt onto the nearby window ledge, her agile movements akin to a dancer's grace, gliding swiftly down the thick vines towards the ground. Perhaps this was the domain of the giant tree. For no zombies dared to approach this vicinity. As Jiang Songning's feet touched the ground, she immediately lifted her gaze, locking her eyes on the great tree before her, with a subtle motion of her hands. The vine she had once held sprang to life, swirling in the air and burrowing into the earth at an astonishing speed towards the roots of the tree. The tree, sensing Jiang Songning's intent, hastily turned its focus from Shan Yihui, frantically summoned its branches, which transformed into menacing vines, sweeping towards Jiang Songning with overwhelming force. Yet, Jiang Songning remained unfazed. While meticulously searching for the hidden core of the tree, she methodically directed her mental energy to launch a fierce assault. In that instant, a breathtakingly intense clash unfolded between the two forces. Observing this, Shen Yihui swiftly concentrated his abilities, each strike delivering thunderous power against the tree's trunk. Before long, the once formidable branches were charred black, billowing thick smoke. Meanwhile, Fang Jingyuan and Wei Zhe, positioned on the upper floor, gradually began to regain their senses. Without a moment's delay, they retrieved their climbing ropes and leapt from the window. Wei Zhe, like a gust of wind, descended rapidly as his feet met the ground. He quickly raised his hands, conjuring fiery orbs that hurtled towards the towering tree with astonishing speed. These fireballs streaked through the air like meteors, ablaze with fierce flames and inexorable force, crashing into the tree. In an instant, flames soared skyward, waves of heat engulfing the scene in a spectacular display. At that moment, the pressure that had weighed heavily on Jiang Songning lightened considerably. Having expended considerable mental energy, she struggled to maintain her offense against the tree. With someone covering her, she focused her remaining mental strength on locating the core within the tree. As seconds ticked by, beads of sweat began to form on her forehead, yet she remained resolute in her search. Finally, after much effort, she successfully pinpointed the source of the energy fluctuations, the core hidden deep within the tree. A smile of triumph graced Jiang Songning's face as she deftly manipulated her vines. The green tendrils, reminiscent of agile snakes, swiftly burrowed underground, navigating the intricate network of roots, accurately extending towards the core. In the blink of an eye, the vines ensnared the pulsating core, radiating immense energy. At that moment, the tree sensed its core was under attack. Struck by a profound sense of panic and fury, it began to shake its massive trunk violently, each tremor resonating with formidable force, stirring the air around it. Simultaneously, the tree summoned all its vines, launching a fierce assault towards Jiang Songning with blinding speed. They interwove in the air, forming an impenetrable net, determined to capture Jiang Songning. Yet, Jiang Songning would not allow the tree to prevail easily. Unfazed by the aggressive onslaught of vines, she swiftly concentrated her energy, skillfully maneuvering her vines like agile serpents to evade each ferocious strike. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Songning exerted her strength, pulling her vines back with great force. A sharp crack echoed through the air as the core was forcefully separated from the tree's body. The tree, bereft of its core, collapsed like a deflated balloon, its once ferocious and thrashing vines now limp and lifeless, falling helplessly to the ground. Chapter 170. Fainting. The colossal tree crashed down, and Jiang Songning felt as if she were a punctured balloon. The world spinning around her, her legs giving way like limp noodles. Expecting a painful fall, she instead landed in a warm embrace. Glancing up, she saw Shen Yihui's anxious face, his mouth moving as if speaking. Yet Jiang Songning felt overwhelmingly fatigued and slowly closed her eyes. With the tree down, the commotion had attracted the nearby zombies, who began to converge. Fang Jingyuan urgently called out to Shen Yihui, "Huai Go, Take Jiang Shuejia upstairs first. The zombies are coming. Shen Yihui, seeing the horde of zombies approaching, quickly scooped up Jiang Songning and ascended the climbing rope. On the upper floor, Su Lin and Li Liang anxiously watched from below. Relieved as they saw them arrived, as soon as Shen Yihui reached the floor, he placed Jiang Songning on a nearby bed. Su Lin, equally anxious, grasped Jiang Songning's hand, noting only superficial injuries from the vines. He swiftly used his abilities to heal her wounds. Observing this, Shen Yihui furrowed his brow. Why isn't she waking up? Huaigu, Jiang Jie is just exhausted from overusing her powers. She will be fine after some rest. With Jiang Songning out of danger, everyone silently breathed a sigh of relief. Li Liang opened his mouth as if to speak, but then fell silent. Fang Jingyuan recalled how Jiang Songning had revealed her dual-element abilities to save them, and approached Li Liang, gesturing towards the window. The two moved closer, and Fang Jingyuan shared his concerns and requests openly. Li Liang nodded, indicating he would keep the matter confidential and would warn others to do the same. Shen Yihui did not intervene in Fang Jingyuan's actions. He trusted that no one at the L City base would dare to harm Jiang Songning openly. However, until they reached the A City base, it was best to avoid other bases unless absolutely necessary. Should she reveal her dual-element abilities elsewhere, endless trouble would ensue. Satisfied with Jiang Songning's recovery, Shen Yihui carried her to a doctor's office, gently laying her on the bed. Once Jiang Songning was settled, Li Liang spoke up. Yihui, we shouldn't go to the first floor tonight. I'll take a team to clear out the zombies on the third floor. You stay here with Xiao Jiang. Having dealt with the fourth-order zombies and mutated plants, he felt confident in managing the situation below. He was reluctant to entrust Jiang Songning to anyone else. So he nodded in agreement. Be careful. Call for me if anything happens. Li Liang patted Shen Yihui's shoulder. All right, you've had a long day too. Get some rest. After the others gradually departed, the previously bustling fourth floor fell silent. Shrouded in a tranquil stillness, the entire floor seemed enveloped in a soft veil of serenity. Shen Yihui sat silently before the pristine, snow-white hospital bed, resembling a statue, utterly motionless. His eyes, deep and profound like serene waters, never once strayed from Jiang Songning's tranquil sleeping visage. The girl on the bed possessed skin as fair as snow, delicate and smooth, akin to mutton-fat jade. Her slightly pouting lips displayed a tender, alluring hue, reminiscent of peach blossoms unfurling in the early days of spring. Due to the excessive use of her powers, her lips appeared somewhat pallid, evoking an instinctive sense of pity. At this moment, she was immersed in a deep slumber, shedding the defenses and facades she usually wore, emanating an aura of pure innocence. Her exquisite face resembled a beautiful doll displayed in an opulent showcase. And compared to the aloofness she exhibited while awake, her current sleeping form exuded an added fragility that was utterly endearing. Shen Yihui's gaze, as if drawn by an unseen magnet, unconsciously lingered on Jiang Songning's rosy lips. His throat constricted, and within him stirred a restless creature, yearning to break free from its constraints. Yet, he fought valiantly against the surging tide of desire within him, repeatedly admonishing himself to remain composed. He picked up a nearby bottle of water, consuming half of it in an attempt to quell the tumult in his heart, and dared not gaze at Jiang Songning's face any longer, opting instead to close his eyes and feign rest. When Jiang Songning awoke, it was nearly 3 o'clock in the morning. Glancing around at the unfamiliar environment, she found herself momentarily disoriented. You're awake? Upon hearing the voice, she turned her head slightly to see Shen Yihui, his face fraught with concern. Only then did she feel her spirit returning to her body, recalling that she had apparently fainted. How long have I been asleep? First, drink some water. Shen Yihui quickly retrieved a bottle of mineral water, helping her sit up from the hospital bed and carefully feeding her. After Jiang Songning drank, her parched throat felt somewhat relieved. She surveyed the room, noting only she and Shen Yihui were present. Where is everyone? Shen Yihui looked at Jiang Songning's still pale complexion and replied, the others went to the third floor to deal with the zombies. You fainted from excessive use of your powers. The ward is quiet now. You should absorb a crystal core to restore your abilities. Jiang Songning indeed felt her powers severely depleted and said nothing further. Retrieving a crystal core from her space to absorb it, as the energy flowed into her body, her complexion visibly improved, and the core in her hand gradually turned to powder. After absorbing the core, Jiang Songning moved her body slightly, recalling the two fourth-tier crystal cores they had obtained. Huai Gu, how should we handle the two fourth-tier crystal cores? These are from our hard-fought battle against the zombies. You can keep them. Jiang Songning remembered that in her past life, some bases required ability users to surrender a portion of their crystal cores. However, since Shen Yihua had already spoken, she felt no need to be polite. After all, these were fourth-tier cores. She took out the lightning-type core and handed it to Shen Yihua. Here you go. Shen Yihua accepted the core with a smile, not bothering to refuse Li Liang, and the others already know about your dual abilities. You no longer need to hide it from them. Jiang Songning's previously cheerful mood began to darken. Li Liang and the others are not talkative, and even if others know, no one in the L City base would dare to act against you. You need not worry. Shen Yihua wanted to assure her that he would protect her, but felt he lacked the standing to utter those words, so he swallowed them instead. Jiang Songning did not fear anyone acting against her. She merely disliked trouble. How long do you plan to stay in L City? Shen Yihua understood her implication. Once we bring this batch of medical supplies back, you can leave at any time you wish. Jiang Songning naturally hoped for a swift departure. Let me exchange the food and base supplies first, and then I will leave. Without hesitation, Shen Yihua nodded in agreement. All right. Chapter 171. Seeking an answer, Jiang Songning had expected Shen Yihua to remain at the base for a while longer, but was surprised by his quick agreement. She gazed at him in astonishment and noticed his complexion was somewhat pale as well. Realizing he had been caring for her upon her awakening, she felt a pang of guilt for having forgotten to thank him. Thank you for taking care of me. I'm fine now. You should rest as well. Shen Yihua gazed at the slight guilt on Jiang Songning's face, a smile involuntarily curling at the corners of his mouth. I truly am fine. Jiang Songning, however, appeared unconvinced and furrowed her brow. How could you possibly be fine? Just look at your complexion. It's frighteningly pale. Upon hearing her words, Shen Yihua felt a stir within him and teasingly asked in a light-hearted tone, Are you concerned about me? Though he seemed to be joking on the surface, deep within, his emotions churned like a tempest, difficult to quell. Jiang Songning lifted her gaze to meet Shen Yihua's intense stare. She distinctly perceived a subtle glimmer of hope in his eyes. She was not entirely oblivious to Shen Yihua's concern for her, and even she had to admit that she harbored a flicker of affection for him. However, the current circumstances made it challenging for her to accept such feelings easily in this apocalyptic world. They were not on the same path. If she carelessly responded to Shen Yihua's affections, the inevitable separation in the future would plunge them both into an abyss of sorrow. This was no longer the era of convenient transportation, where distance posed no issue. Even lovers separated by great distances could reunite with just a plane ticket. In this world ravaged by disaster, once they parted ways, they might never meet again in this lifetime. Thus, she chose to evade, striving to avoid entangling herself too deeply with Shen Yihua emotionally. Feigning nonchalance, Jiang Songning smiled and replied, Of course. We are teammates after all, haha. Upon hearing this, Shen Yihua's expression dimmed instantly. He sighed, realizing that his feelings for Jiang Songning were becoming increasingly difficult to control. Songning, do you truly feel nothing for me? His voice lowered, tinged with a hint of helplessness and reluctance. Faced with Shen Yihua's blunt inquiry, Jiang Songning felt somewhat flustered. She couldn't bear to meet his expectant gaze, forcing a strained smile and attempting to lighten the mood. Haha, Huai Gu, you've sustained quite an injury. You should rest well for a bit. I need to hurry to the third floor to assist Senior Fong and the others. With that, Jiang Songning lifted her foot, preparing to exit. Shen Yihua would not easily allow her to escape. He swiftly reached out, firmly grasping her slender arm. Jiang Songning felt a powerful force binding her, and instinctively tried to break free, yet no matter how hard she struggled, his grip was as unyielding as iron. You? Jiang Songning glared at Shen Yihua, a mix of embarrassment and anger flooding her. In that moment, she was at a loss for how to respond to this unexpected situation. Shen Yihua's deep-set eyes bore into her own, unabashedly searching for the depths of her thoughts. His voice was low and magnetic, laced with an undeniable authority. Just tell me that you feel not even the slightest affection for me, and I will let you go immediately. Jiang Songning felt the weight of his fervent gaze, her heart racing in confusion, her once resolute demeanor beginning to waver. She sought to avert her eyes, but found herself frozen, as if under a spell. Taking a deep breath, she stammered, I for you, However, before she could finish, Shen Yihua's sudden action interrupted her. Seeing Jiang Songning's conflicted, flustered expression stirred a softness within him. But it was quickly eclipsed by the anger she incited. He found it laughable, thinking he could predict her unspoken words without needing her to articulate them. Therefore, he refused to grant her any further opportunity to speak, lowering his head decisively and capturing those soft lips he had long desired with an unerring kiss. Jiang Songning could hardly believe that Shen Yihua would take such an initiative. The icy sensation on her lips struck her like a bolt of lightning, causing her heart to leap into her throat, while Shen Yihua's overpowering presence enveloped her completely. Her mind seemed to freeze at that moment, as if under a spell. Shen Yihua relentlessly pressed against her lips, his actions both rough and urgent, as though he intended to consume her entirely. Initially, Jiang Songning was in a daze, but the sharp sting on her lips jolted her back to reality. Instinctively, she attempted to struggle, only to find herself firmly held in Shen Yihua's embrace, unable to move. The two of them breathed in unison, the temperature in the room rising rapidly, and Jiang Songning felt as though she might melt away. It felt like an eternity before Shen Yihua finally released her. The sound of his rapid breaths filled her ears, and Jiang Songning felt her cheeks flush. She pushed against him, but he only tightened his hold, his low voice resonating in her ear. "Don't move." Even Jiang Songning, usually slow to catch on, realized what was happening. Gritting her teeth, she retorted, "Shen Yihua, you scoundrel, let me go." Shen Yihua, having regained his composure, chuckled in a magnetic tone. "Where am I being a scoundrel? This is merely a natural response for every man when faced with a girl he likes. Sweet talker, let me go." At this moment, Jiang Songning found herself reminiscing about the aloof and taciturn Shen Yihua from their first encounter. "I won't let go. You must give me an answer today." Shen Yihua, unashamed, could have taken his time, but upon witnessing her faint earlier that night, his heart felt as though it had abruptly stopped. He could no longer afford to wait. In this apocalyptic world, with today possibly being their last, he was determined to bind Jiang Songning to him, even if it meant resorting to force. "I won't." Before she could finish her protest, Shen Yihua kissed her fervently once more. Jiang Songning struck his chest in desperation, struggling to catch her breath. Instead of releasing her, Shen Yihua tightened his embrace. Sensing her lack of resistance, he finally let her go. As he met her furious gaze, he softly coaxed, "I'm sorry." Chapter 172. Consideration. A flicker of inner turmoil crossed Jiang Songning's eyes. She understood her own disposition. She was not one to take things lightly, especially when it came to matters of the heart. She could grasp hold yet struggle to let go. If she were aware of the outcome, it would be best not to embark on the journey at all. Shen Yihua seemed to see through her conflict, persistently enticing her. "Songning, I comprehend your concerns. Your destination is not city. However, life is long and unpredictable. How can you be certain of where you will eventually rest? How can you be sure I won't accompany you to the place you desire? With calamities and zombies ravaging the world outside, human civilization might vanish from history by tomorrow. Humanity is remarkable, capable of creating countless wonders, yet we are also insignificant. Perhaps we may not even escape this hospital today. When I saw you collapse earlier, a wave of panic and despair engulfed me, and the thought of losing you left me with a lifetime of regret. I can no longer afford to wait. You have feelings for me too, don't you?" Jiang Songning was indeed moved by his words. She opened her mouth to refuse but found herself unable to summon the resolve. "Give me some time. I need to think." Shen Yihua noticed her hesitation, a triumphant smile gracing his face. "All right, but don't keep me waiting too long." Jiang Songning sighed. "You should rest for a while." "I'll go check downstairs. No need," he replied. "There aren't too many zombies on the third floor. The highest level is only second tier. They can handle it. You've overexerted your abilities. Rest a bit longer." "All right, I'll assess the situation outside." The two approached the window, frowning upon seeing the mass of zombies below. The earlier commotion had drawn the undead from the vicinity. Jiang Songning unleashed her mental powers to survey the third floor, noting around 10 second-tier zombies, manageable for Feng Jingyuan and his team. However, the situation on the first and second floors was dire, with zombies eager to enter. If they didn't disperse, their escape would be exceedingly difficult. Shen Yihua remained vigilant, waiting for the area to quiet down, hoping the lower-tier zombies would eventually leave. The higher-tier zombies would likely be a more formidable challenge. How are Zhang Hong and the others faring? Jiang Soning could sense that Jiang Heng and his group were all right, though she was unsure if they had completed their task. We attracted all the zombies from the outpatient building, and they successfully acquired the supplies. But they, too, are unable to leave. Jiang Soning gazed at the throng of zombies below, her expression troubled. It's nearing dawn. It seems we won't be leaving today. Shin Yihua chuckled softly, don't fret. Once the sun rises and the surrounding zombies disperse, we can tackle those on the first floor, retrieve the equipment, and then devise a plan to escape. Jiang Soning contemplated, realizing the strategy was indeed feasible. After dawn, the first floor would only have a few hundred zombies, most of which would be low tier. With their numbers, it shouldn't be too difficult to handle, and even if the surrounding zombies were drawn by the weather outside, there shouldn't be too many. What do you plan to do? I've studied the layout of this building. The first floor lobby is suspended. We'll first deal with the zombies on the second floor. Then some of us will take care of the zombies on the second floor platform, while others guard the stairways on either side to handle those attempting to ascend. While this plan was indeed workable, one must remember that zombies lacked reason. Have you considered what would happen if too many zombies surged up at once? Shin Yihua smiled at Jiang Soning. We can retreat to the third floor. You haven't yet surveyed the lower levels. The layout of this hospital is partially suspended on the second and third floors, with staircases on either side of the suspended sections, making retreat relatively easy in case of danger. Jiang Soning realized she was unfamiliar with the building's layout. Then I'll go take a look at the third floor. Let us go together. They exited the office and headed towards the third floor, where Fang Jingyuan and his team had nearly cleared the area of zombies. Upon descending, they found Wang Chao and Wei Zhe sitting at the stairwell, munching on snacks while playfully teasing Tang Yuan and Tuanzi. Upon spotting Jiang Soning and Shen Yihua, they immediately inquired, Sister Jiang, you're awake. Is your health all right? Seeing their concerned expressions, Jiang Soning quickly waved her hand. I'm fine. It was merely overexertion of my abilities. I just needed some rest. You needn't worry, Wei Zhe, noticing Shen Yihua's good spirits, lamented. As long as you're okay. You wouldn't know. But Brother Hua looked terrifyingly grim. We didn't dare approach you. Jiang Soning glanced at the otherwise calm Shen Yihua, forcing a smile to shift the subject. How are your injuries? We only have minor scrapes. Su Lin treated us, and we're back to bouncing around. Then you all continue eating. I'll go check the second and third floors with Brother Hua. Let us go together. We happen to have nothing to do. As Wei Zhe spoke, he suddenly felt a chill. Turning to see Shen Yihua glaring at him. Glancing at Jiang Soning, who walked ahead, he slapped his forehead and quickly offered a sycophantic smile to Shen Yihua. Haha, look at me. I forgot there were zombies over there. I won't accompany you any longer. Wang Chao looked at Wei Zhe in confusion. Aren't the zombies being handled by Brother Yuan and the others? Ignoring Wang Chao's question, Wei Zhe dragged him towards Fang Jingyuan's direction. What are you doing? I need to tell Sister Jiang something. Are you stupid? Wei Zhe shot Wang Chao a disdainful glare. Incensed, Wang Chao retorted, You're the stupid one. Your whole family is stupid, Wei Zhe. Exasperated, replied, Can't you see Brother Hua doesn't want us following? Why wouldn't he want us with him? Seeing the utter confusion in Wang Chao's eyes, Wei Zhe generously divulged, Brother Hua is pursuing Sister Jiang. So he obviously wouldn't want us to be a nuisance. If I hadn't pulled you away, you might not see tomorrow's sun. Wang Chao pondered Shen Yihua's fierce demeanor, his body instinctively shivering, and then looked at Wei Zhe with gratitude. Thanks for saving my life, buddy. Wei Zhe waved dismissively. Next time, be more perceptive. Now, let us see what is going on with my cousin. Jiang Soning watched as Wei Zhe and Wang Chao headed down another corridor, puzzled by their detour. Where are they going? Shen Yihua, pleased with their departure, thought to treat Wei Zhe better in the future. Let us head to the platform now. You should familiarize yourself with the layout below. Chapter 173. Adaptation. The two arrived at the third floor platform, which was spacious with glass railings. Jiang Soning approached the edge and gazed down at the throng of zombies on the first floor, where the lower-tier undead were restlessly milling about the stairwell. Some higher-tier zombies had already reached the second floor, eager to ascend further. The stairway leading to the third floor was barricaded by desks, reinforced by Zhou Lin's abilities, preventing the zombies from breaching it for the time being. However, the number of zombies outside was steadily increasing. This sight filled Jiang Soning with a sense of foreboding. We need to devise a plan to obtain the equipment and leave quickly. With so many zombies congregating here, a tidal wave of undead could easily form. Shen Yihua, from this vantage point, had a clearer view of the situation outside. The third-tier zombies were highly sensitive to scent. With so many living beings in the building, they would not easily relent. If they launched an attack using their abilities, everyone would be in grave danger. After dawn, once the surrounding zombies disperse, we will make our move. All right, let us have everyone rest for now. A hard battle awaits us at dawn. Yes, when they found Fang Jinyuan and the others, the group was gathered in an office. Enjoying instant noodles. Li Liang, upon seeing Jiang Songning, inquired with concern, Xiao Jiang, how are you feeling? Jiang Songning smiled and replied, thank you for your concern, Captain Li. I'm feeling much better now. That's good to hear. Overexerting one's abilities is no trivial matter. Next time, be more cautious. Once your powers are depleted, make sure to find an opportunity to replenish them. This was Jiang Songning's first experience with overexertion, and she hadn't anticipated that it would lead to her fainting. Thank you for the reminder, Captain Li. I understand now. Fang Jinyuan also felt a twinge of fear, relieved that there had been no zombies near the large tree at the time. The consequences of Jiang Songning's sudden collapse were too dreadful to contemplate. Jiang Shuimei has once again reminded us, we have never encountered the phenomenon of ability exhaustion before. Moving forward, everyone must remain vigilant, as this serves as a valuable lesson. Once Li Liang and the others have finished their meal, Shen Yihuai will discuss the timing of our actions. At dawn, once the zombies outside have dispersed, we will spring into action immediately. Li Liang nodded in agreement, stating that there were no zombies left on the third floor, and suggested everyone find a place to rest for a while. Convening in the fourth floor hall at 8 o'clock, understood. After setting the time, Jiang Songning stored Tang Yuan and Tuanzi in her space, then returned to the office with Shen Yihuai. You rest? I'll be next door. Just call me if you need anything. I'll come over as soon as I hear you. Jiang Songning nodded. All right, you take care of yourself too. After Shen Yihuai left, Jiang Songning locked the office door and immediately entered her space. Inside, the two companions rushed over to her as soon as they saw her. Jiang Songning patted their heads and took out 2 roasted chickens and 2 roasted ducks, one for each, today's reward. Tang Yuan barked happily a couple of times, while Tuanzi nuzzled Jiang Songning's face with its large head. All right, I'm going to rest now. You two can play by yourselves. After sending them off, Jiang Songning lay down, intending to replenish her energy. However, it seemed that after having slept earlier, as soon as she closed her eyes, the passionate kiss from Shen Yihuai replayed like a scene from a movie in her mind. Her heart began to race uncontrollably, and her cheeks flushed with heat, as if the intense sensation still lingered on her lips. Jiang Songning tossed and turned in bed, trying to shake off this vexatious thought. But the more she attempted to forget, the more vividly that moment surfaced in her mind. She tightly shut her eyes, furrowing her brows, softly murmuring, "Stop thinking about it. Just go to sleep." Yet, no matter how hard she tried, those tangled thoughts remained stubbornly in her mind, refusing to dissipate. Resolutely, she sat up, shaking her head vigorously, as if that might rid her mind of Shen Yihuai's image. But the outcome was still unsatisfactory. She sighed helplessly and lay back down, continuing her internal struggle with the uncontainable emotions. After about an hour of restless pondering, Jiang Songning finally drifted off to sleep. When the alarm rang, it was already 7:30. She quickly took a shower, changed her clothes, had a hamburger, and exited her space. The cool temperature inside her space contrasted sharply with the sweltering heat outside, where the sun blazed high in the sky, and the temperature had nearly reached 50 degrees. Jiang Songning first checked the situation outside the window. There were still some zombies lingering outside the hospital. The scorching sun beat down on those low-tier zombies, further deteriorating their already decaying bodies. As they moved, pieces of rotten flesh began to fall away. Feeling a wave of nausea, Jiang Songning withdrew her gaze. Just as she extended her mental energy, she heard a knock at the door. Songning, opening the door, she found Shen Yihuai waiting outside, holding a can of beef. I know you don't like instant noodles. Have this instead. Upon seeing the beef can, Jiang Songning recalled the gruesome sight she just witnessed, causing her stomach to churn, and she quickly refused. No, no, no. I just ate, and I can't manage a can right now. Noticing her strong aversion, Shen Yihuai returned the can to his backpack. All right, they are already waiting for us. Let us head over. When they arrived in the hall, everyone was present. Li Liang, seeing that everyone had gathered, spoke up, "Let us rest a bit longer. I don't know what's going on today, but the zombies still haven't dispersed at this time. We'll wait a bit longer before acting." Jiang Songning then walked over to the window, taking out binoculars to observe the area outside the hospital, where approximately 100 zombies were still wandering near the entrance. She lowered the binoculars with a grave expression and looked at Shen Yihui, asking, "Do you think the zombies are starting to adapt to the heat?" Shen Yihui scrutinized the zombies outside. "No. Look at how their state of decay has worsened after being exposed to the sun. Then how do you explain their continued presence outside? These zombies likely came to the hospital after hearing noises last night. Perhaps they couldn't find a hiding place in time and ended up lingering here." Jiang Songning, initially puzzled, found Shen Yihui's explanation quite reasonable. However, considering the significant changes between this life and the last, she could not draw direct comparisons. Let us hope that that's the case, if zombies can adapt to this heat. Human survival will become even more challenging. It's only a matter of time. Haven't you noticed that we've also been becoming more accustomed to the heat lately? Chapter 174. Collecting equipment. Jiang Songning was momentarily taken aback. Shen Yihui was correct. She had not previously noticed this change, but it seemed she was indeed growing more accustomed to the heat. At first, under such conditions, if they did not take cooling medicine, everyone would feel anxious, breathless, and suffocated. Yet now, although they were sweating profusely and felt uncomfortable, that sense of panic had dissipated. She distinctly remembered that such a phenomenon had not occurred in her past life, and the thought left her feeling increasingly uneasy. Was this change good or bad? If humans could acclimatize to the heat, then so could the zombies, and even more so, the mutated animals. Noticing Jiang Songning's unease, Shen Yihui gently patted her head, his gaze steadied. "Don't overthink it. Regardless of how the zombies change, we humans are also evolving. I believe that in the end, it will be humanity that triumphs in this battle." Shen Yihui's resolute words seemed to possess a magical quality, swiftly reaching the depths of Jiang Songning's heart. The anxiety and fear that had once plagued her became as fleeting as a warm spring breeze, dissipating all negative emotions in an instant, replaced by a surge of courage and confidence. Yes. After about half an hour, the low-tier zombies outside the hospital had vanished from sight. Li Liang, seeing the coast clear, reminded everyone, "Prepare to move out." Everyone armed themselves, and Li Liang turned to Shen Yihui. "Yihui, our team will take the left staircase. You handle the right side and the platform." Shen Yihui nodded. "Songning and I will deal with the zombies on the platform while you tackle the right staircase. Let us be swift and decisive. Once we acquire the equipment, we'll leave the hospital before nightfall." With that, everyone headed towards the third floor. The daytime zombies were eerily quiet, unlike their restless behavior at night. However, as they sensed the presence of the group, they began to growl lowly. Upon reaching the platform, Shen Yihui immediately spotted a third-tier zombie among the horde and, without hesitation, launched an attack at it. The zombies below, caught off guard, fell before they could react. Jiang Songning released Tang Yuan and Tuanzi, instructing them to assist Li Liang and the others. There were only 2 third-tier zombies on the first floor and 3 on the second. Jiang Songning extended her mental energy to attack the third-tier zombies on the second floor, immobilizing them temporarily, and then took out her crossbow to shoot at the motionless zombies. With a sharp sound, one third-tier zombie was instantly dispatched. Seeing Shen Yihui and Jiang Songning taking action, Li Liang and Fang Jinyuan ceased their hesitation, moved the desk blocking the staircase, and began attacking the zombies attempting to ascend. The entire technology building resonated with the sounds of various abilities clashing. Shen Yihui unleashed his lightning ability, causing a wave of low-tier zombies to collapse below. After immobilizing another third-tier zombie, Jiang Songning took aim with her crossbow again. With the 2 third-tier zombies eliminated, the pressure on Li Liang and his team significantly eased, and the second-tier zombies began to fall one after another. Soon, the number of zombies on the second floor dwindled, and the group grew bolder. Jiang Songning subdued the last third-tier zombie using the same method, shooting it down with her crossbow. With no third-tier zombies remaining on the second floor, Fang Jinyuan and his team rushed down to engage in close combat. Shen Yihui frowned, noticing that a third-tier zombie was still hiding on the first floor. Jiang Songning released her mental energy, attempting to locate the concealed third-tier zombie. What ability does it possess? Speed-type ability. We'll send Tang Yuan to deal with it shortly. Su Lin took the intercom to alert everyone about the hidden zombie. Let us head down too. Shen Yihui led the way, while Jiang Songning continued her search for the hidden third-tier zombie but was unable to locate it after a while and had to momentarily give up. Upon arriving on the second floor, she let her vines dance, with the tips of the vines plunging into a zombie's skull. simultaneously extracting its crystal core. The zombie collapsed instantly. He witnessing this from a distance, was stunned, unable to close her mouth. Her impression of wood-type ability users had been that they lacked combat prowess, but upon witnessing Jiang Songning's display, she instantly held her in high regard. No wonder the researchers in City A were so fervent about dual-type ability users. Jiang Songning caught sight of He and still in shock and raised her hand, directing her vines towards her. He pupils dilated as she swiftly dodged the approaching vines. With a splat, she felt something spray onto herself and turned her head to see a zombie that had just fallen in the spot she had occupied moments before. She had just assumed that Jiang Songning intended to attack her. Feeling an overwhelming sense of frustration within her, she had momentarily lost focus and failed to notice a zombie creeping up behind her. In that instant, she witnessed Jiang Songning, expressionless, extracting the crystal core from the zombie's skull. He looked gratefully at Jiang Songning. Songning, thank you. It's nothing. Do not lose focus at such a time. He feeling somewhat embarrassed, rubbed her nose. Seeing Jiang Songning launch another assault, she too gathered her thoughts and joined the fray. The group swiftly dispatched the zombies on the second floor, but those on the first floor began to surge upward. Liang guarded the left staircase while Fang Jinyuan led his team to the right. Jiang Songning and Shen Yihua ascended directly to the second floor platform, launching their attacks against the zombies below. Confronting the low-tier zombies, Jiang Songning unleashed a mental attack, strands of psychic energy penetrating the brains of the low-tier zombies. In less than 3 seconds, several heads exploded, collapsing to the ground. Their teamwork was seamless, and soon they had eliminated over 100 low-tier zombies. The second-tier zombies below sensed the impending danger and began to frantically assault the few individuals at the staircase. Jiang Songning, focusing on the most aggressive zombies, controlled them with her mental power before dispatching them with her crossbow. Before long, the number of zombies downstairs dwindled, most having surged towards the staircases on either side. Jiang Songning exchanged a glance with Shen Yihua, who nodded in understanding. Jiang Songning raised her hand, vines extending to entwine the railing, allowing her to slide down. After she descended, Shen Yihua grasped the vines and followed suit. Nearby, several low-tier zombies howled as they charged towards the two, but Jiang Songning refrained from engaging, instead using her psychic energy to crush their skulls. Without pausing, they pressed forward towards the interior, their objective being the equipment. Passing through the hall, they entered various instrument rooms. The first few rooms were filled with imaging devices, X-ray machines, CT scanners, MRI machines, and ultrasound diagnostic machines. Jiang Songning collected all of these instruments into her space. Chapter 175. Collecting Medical Equipment. There were still some devices that Jiang Songning had never seen before. Although she did not recognize them, she collected everything, as long as it was equipment. Shen Yihua reminded Jiang Songning that there were experimental examination devices on the second floor, which Zhou Chang could collect. Jiang Songning nodded, indicating her understanding. Since Shen Yihua did not expose her, she feigned ignorance. After collecting all the equipment on the first floor, they proceeded towards the hall. The staircases on both sides were still surrounded by numerous zombies, who were howling wildly, eager to ascend to the second floor. Given that they had already secured the equipment from the first floor, there was no need to eliminate all the zombies there. Jiang Songning raised her hand, and vines spread out, wrapping around the railing on the second floor. She first ascended along the vines, then assisted Shen Yihua from below. Once they were upstairs, they went to the left staircase, advising Zhou Chang to collect the experimental equipment first, as there were no zombies remaining on the second floor, hence Jiang Songning did not follow. After Zhou Chang departed, the two rejoined Li Liang and the others. Captain Li, we have collected all the equipment from the first floor. Once Zhou Chang finishes with the second floor, we will retreat upstairs. Li Liang nodded in acknowledgement. Zhou Chang worked quickly, and roughly half an hour later, he had gathered all the equipment from the second floor into his space. Retreat. With Li Liang's command, everyone ceased their struggle with the zombies and gradually made their way back up to the fourth floor. Upon reaching the fourth floor, everyone took out their crystal cores to replenish their energy. Once re-energized, Li Liang looked at everyone with joy. We have successfully completed the mission. It is now 11 o'clock. Let us meet back here at 6 in the evening to prepare for departure. No sooner had Li Liang finished speaking than He Yuanyuan, who had been bravely holding back tears, suddenly burst forth. Her tears gushing like a dam that had broken. Her eyes turned red almost instantly. Meanwhile, Zhou Chang, despite his efforts to restrain himself, also found his eyes glistening with tears, tinged with a heart-wrenching hue. Heroine trembled, unable to contain the sorrow and fear within her, and cried out loudly, as if releasing all her grievances, despair, and sorrow. Li Liang silently observed the two, feeling a pang of sadness in his heart. His own eyes unwittingly began to redden as he reminisced about the time they had set out together, when their team had consisted of 15 members. Yet now, after enduring countless hardships, only 5 of them remained alive and standing. On the other side, Zhao Yanan bit her lip, desperately trying to hold back her tears, but the droplets continued to slip down, betraying her. She slowly lowered her head, not wishing for others to witness her vulnerability. Peng Zhiyong stood silently, not uttering a word, but his downcast eyes shimmered with unshed tears. He clenched his fists tightly, as if attempting to suppress the tidal wave of grief surging within him. Jiang Songning was at a loss as to how to console them. They were all respectable soldiers, and beneath their military uniforms, they were just ordinary people with flesh and blood. Seeing Heroine so distressed, she awkwardly grasped her hand, hoping to convey a modicum of warmth and strength through this simple gesture. Wang Chao, with reddened eyes, patted Peng Zhiyong on the shoulder. "Brother, don't be sad, it will pass." Everyone was engulfed in sorrow, but as the team leader, Li Liang quickly reined in his emotions. "Let us not dwell on sadness. We've accomplished this mission splendidly. Let us cheer up." Observing the somber atmosphere, Jiang Songning retrieved 10 large watermelons from her space, inviting everyone to enjoy them as a celebration of their successful mission. Upon seeing the luscious watermelons, everyone instinctively swallowed hard. Fresh vegetables were a rarity in the apocalypse, let alone such refreshing fruits, and their melancholy was momentarily lifted. Li Liang, with great effort, shifted his gaze from the watermelons. "Xiao Jiang, it's not easy for you to gather these fruits. Keep them for yourself." "It's all right. I encountered a fruit shop earlier that still had plenty of good fruits. Enjoy yourselves. I have enough in my space to last me for a while," Jiang Songning replied with undeniable conviction. Li Liang ceased to be hesitant, producing a knife to begin slicing the watermelon. "Everyone, eat up. We don't know when we might enjoy such fresh fruits again." Heroine, witnessing this, felt her previous sorrow evaporate as she joyfully accepted the watermelon that Li Liang had cut. "Songning, thank you." Jiang Songning smiled at Heroine. "No need to be polite." Others began expressing their gratitude to Jiang Songning, which she graciously accepted. She was not inherently generous. Had it been anyone else, she might not have reacted at all. However, she felt a deep sympathy for these lovable soldiers, and since she lacked for resources, she was willing to share some watermelon to bring them joy. The watermelons in her space were ripe, and she could not consume them all alone, so taking a few out was effortless for her. With immense delight, Jiang Songning picked up a slice of watermelon and carefully took a bite. In that moment, a wave of refreshing sweetness spread throughout her mouth. This was her first time tasting watermelon that she had personally cultivated in her space. With each bite, she could feel the juicy flesh shattering between her teeth, the sweet juice bursting forth like a spring, flowing down her throat and bringing a wave of relief and comfort. The more she ate, the more she craved it, and soon the watermelon in her hand was reduced to a mere thin layer of green rind. Yet, still unsatisfied, she could not help but reach for another piece, continuing to relish this rare delicacy. Seeing this, the others also began to devour the watermelons eagerly. In no time, the 10 watermelons were entirely consumed. Wei Zhe clutched his stomach and let out a satisfied burp. "I've never had such sweet watermelon before." Peng Zhiyong carefully collected the seeds, grinning. "Hey, I'm saving the seeds. When we return to the base, I'll give them to a wood-type ability user and see if he can grow more watermelons." Wei Zhe's eyes lit up with realization as he turned to Jiang Songning. "Right, Sister Jiang? Can't you also grow some watermelons?" Jiang Songning felt a bit awkward. "My wood-type ability doesn't allow me to accelerate the growth of plants." Zhao Yanan was not surprised. There's a wood-type ability user at the A city base who can't grow plants either, but he can understand and communicate with them. Jiang Songning's interest was piqued. He can communicate with plants? Such an incredible ability for a wood-type user? Zhao Yanan waved her hand, chuckling. "Don't envy him too much. He says listening to plants argue and chat every day drives him nearly to madness." Jiang Songning felt a tinge of disappointment. "Once I arrive in a city, I must meet this person." "All right, I'll call him when I get back, and when you all arrive in a city, I'll have him come to meet you." "Sounds great." Thank you, Sister Yanin. Chapter 176, Friends. The friendship between girls is quite peculiar. A trivial matter can spark a conversation that deepens their bond. Others found it hard to interject and eventually drifted off to rest, leaving only the three girls in the hall. Shin Yihua observed Jiang Songning enjoying herself and quietly listened from the side. He Yuanyuan joyfully grasped Jiang Songning's hand, reluctant to let go. Ha ha ha, Songning, I never expected you to be so knowledgeable about skincare at such a young age. No wonder your skin is so beautiful. When we return to the base, I must consult you thoroughly. Jiang Songning felt equally delighted. He Yuanyuan's vivacious and cheerful demeanor, along with Zhao Yanin, who, while appearing somewhat aloof, was nurturing and attentive, made her feel relaxed in their company. All right, Yuanyuan, Sister Yanin, you should go rest. Everyone has had a long day. We can chat more when we return to the base. He Yuanyuan initially intended to invite Jiang Songning and the others to a room to rest. But when her gaze inadvertently fell upon Shen Yihua, who was watching them intently from the side, she swallowed her words. She blinked, her eyes revealing a hint of ambiguous emotions, shifting her gaze back and forth between Jiang Songning and Shen Yihua. Subsequently, a sly and somewhat profound smile graced her lips as she softly exclaimed, "Oh dear, youth is truly a wonderful thing." Upon hearing this, Jiang Songning's face instantly flushed a deep crimson, reminiscent of a ripe apple. A wave of warmth surged from her ears, swiftly enveloping her entire face, leaving her with a scorching sensation. Standing not far away, Zhao Yanin witnessed the entire scene and couldn't help but chuckle at Jiang Songning's bashful demeanor. She then hurriedly approached He Yuanyuan, gently tugging at her collar and pulling her towards the office at the back, exclaiming, "Songning, we'll take our leave first." He Yuanyuan, clearly reluctant to part ways, followed Zhao Yanin while frequently glancing back and waving at Jiang Songning. Muttering ahem, "Zhao Yanin, be gentle. Don't pull my collar so hard." Jiang Songning, observing this, couldn't he help but smile faintly, returning their farewell wave. Once the two figures gradually disappeared from sight, Jiang Songning finally let out a sigh of relief. However, the next moment, she abruptly remembered Shen Yihua's presence beside her, instantly retracting her smile and glaring at him with indignation, complaining, "It's all your fault. You've made me feel so embarrassed." With that, she turned on her heel and strode towards the adjacent office without a backward glance. Shen Yihua shook his head in annoyance. He wasn't particularly interested in eavesdropping on their conversation. Being so close to the stairwell was unsafe. Should a high-level zombie appear, he needed to be ready to act. His intentions were noble, yet this ungrateful person failed to appreciate it, back in the office. Noticing Jiang Songning's sour expression, Shen Yihua began to explain, "You were all chatting right at the stairwell, and that speedy zombie hasn't been located yet. I was worried it might suddenly come in." Now it was Jiang Songning's turn to feel embarrassed, realizing she had misunderstood him, her ears instantly burning with shame. "Thank you." Shen Yihua wore a wounded expression, making Jiang Songning feel like a heartless villain. "You just glared at me, and now a mere thank you suffices?" Jiang Songning felt even more mortified, wishing she could find a crack in the ground to hide in forever. Her face flushed crimson as she stammered, "Why yes, I'm sorry. I misjudged you." Seeing her like this, Shen Yihua's expression grew even more pitiful. After a long sigh, he replied resignedly, "Well, all right." Observing Shen Yihua's demeanor, Jiang Songning felt a wave of regret wash over her. Secretly chastising herself for being so ungrateful and mistaking his good intentions for something malicious. After much hesitation, she finally mustered the courage to tentatively propose, "How about I treat you to steak?" Consider it an apology. The steak was from a French restaurant she had packed before the apocalypse. It was an expensive place, requiring reservations, and she had only managed to take a few servings, which she usually refrained from indulging in. This time, however, it felt like a splurge. Shen Yihua, fully aware of her intentions, beamed with a radiant smile. "Great." Jiang Songning, feeling hungry herself, retrieved 2 portions of steak from her space and placed them on the desk. Shen Yihua picked up a knife and fork, cutting a small piece of steak to savor. After chewing thoughtfully, he raised an eyebrow, pondering to himself. From what he knew about Jiang Songning, although she rarely cooked, there was no way her culinary skills could produce such delectable steak. Unfazed by Shen Yihua's thoughts, Jiang Songning began eating, unbothered by revealing the truth, as if to say it was her own creation. The two finished their steak in silence, and suddenly, Jiang Soning remembered that Jiang Hong and the others were still in the outpatient building. Had she informed them about their departure time? Shen Yihua's gaze was fixed intently on Jiang Soning. A Yuan is aware of this. You needn't worry. Jiang Soning, feeling uneasy under Shen Yihua's stare, replied, Well, it's getting late. You should head back to rest. Shen Yihua smirked. All right. After Shen Yihua departed, Jiang Soning finally breathed a sigh of relief, feeling somewhat intimidated by his assertive demeanor. The once feasible solution now seemed to require more careful navigation, and she decided not to overthink it, stepping directly into her space. Unable to sleep, she ventured to the orchard. Noting that the watermelons and strawberries had ripened completely, while the grapes would be ready to eat in a couple of days. Using her thoughts, she gathered the ripe watermelons to a nearby empty spot. She then proceeded to collect all the eggs from the chicken coop into a basket. Looking at the dozens of pristine white eggs, she felt a headache coming on. Fortunately, her space was vast. Once she returned to the base, she planned to inquire with the base leader about exchanging for more supplies. She also harvested the ripe rice, wheat, and corn, replanting a new batch afterward. The matured vegetables also needed to be collected and replanted. This time, she decided to plant more scallions, ginger, garlic, and cilantro. She intended to set up a stove in her space once she had some spare time, allowing her to cook meals during the extreme cold weather. When that time came, she could comfortably endure the harsh winter months in her space. If she successfully located her brother, she could visit City H after the spring to reunite with Shihi. Thinking of Mu Shihi, she wondered how she was faring now in this lifetime. Mu Shihi had returned to her family early and made so many preparations, so she certainly wouldn't sacrifice her life for Jiang Soning as she had in the past. Chapter 177. Future plans. Reflecting on the impending harsh winter, Jiang Soning felt a sense of urgency replace her earlier relaxation. The coal in her space was shared community resources. Once they reached City A, she would need to divide it when they parted ways. Although the amount of coal was not considerable, she wouldn't need it herself, but her brother would undoubtedly require it for warmth and cooking. She had to find a way to stockpile more coal. Even if coal was insufficient, she needed to gather additional wood. With 80% of the plants outside already withered, she could find ways to accumulate more wood in her space. City L was mountainous, and after leaving the base, she could collect more dead trees along the way. With her plans solidified, Jiang Soning stopped overthinking, set her alarm clock, and lay down to sleep. When the alarm rang, Jiang Soning groggily turned it off and rubbed her tousled hair before getting up to wash up. The assembly was at 6 o'clock, and she leisurely ate a bowl of seafood porridge in her space. Once the time was right, she donned her sun protection gear and exited her space. Upon opening the door, she was greeted by Shen Yihua's tall figure standing at the entrance, his hands still poised mid-knock. Jiang Soning was momentarily taken aback before her face broke into a smile. Good morning, good morning. Did you eat anything after waking up? Jiang Soning tilted her head slightly, casting a sidelong glance at Shen Yihua. Her eyes tinged with playful teasing. Do I look like someone who would starve myself? As she spoke, she elegantly tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear. Shen Yihua's face instantly lit up with a radiant smile. Reminiscent of the warm sun in spring, you're not, but I was worried you'd oversleep. Hearing this, Jiang Soning couldn't help but mutter softly, Isn't that you who overslept? To her surprise, Shen Yihua unabashedly nodded. Smiling as he admitted, I indeed accidentally overslept today. Did you eat anything? Not yet. I came over to wake you up, fearing you'd sleep too long. Jiang Soning replied, There's still time. You should eat something first. All right. Shen Yihua, realizing time was short, pulled out a pack of biscuits from his backpack. Seeing him only eat a bag of biscuits, Jiang Soning took out a box of milk from her space. Shen Yihua naturally accepted the milk. Thank you. After Shen Yihua finished his biscuits, the two proceeded towards the hall. He Yuan spotted Jiang Soning and rushed over, linking her arm. Soning, you finally came out. Yuan, Yanin, why are you up so early? Zhao Yanin, fanning herself with a hand fan, replied, It's too hot to sleep, so we got up early. The group chatted for a while before others began to appear one by one. Noticing that time was running out, Wang Chao remarked that Song Hao and Wei Zhe had yet to emerge. Oh, you think those two overslept? Wang Chao inquired, glancing down the left corridor. Fang Jingyuan checked his watch. Wang Chao, go call them. Time is almost up. Jiang Soning, fearing an accident, expanded her mental reach, instantly covering the entire fourth floor. As soon as her mental energy spread, she located Song Hao and Wei Zhe, discovering a zombie lurking within 2 meters of them. Jiang Soning quickly called out to Wang Chao. Wang Chao, wait. Wang Chao halted, looking at Jiang Soning with confusion. What's wrong, Sister Jiang? Jiang Soning urgently asked. Which office are Song Hao and Wei Zhe in? Oh, they're in the office at the end of the left corridor. Jiang Soning's expression changed. They were roughly 200 meters from Wei Zhe's position, and she wasn't sure they would make it in time. Why did they wander so far? Brother Yihua, let us go check it out. Shin Yihua's expression also turned serious as he strode down the left corridor. Jiang Soning quickly caught up, not forgetting to call out to Tuanzi. Tuanzi, hurry and check on Wei Zhe and the others. Upon hearing Jiang Soning's command, Tuanzi dashed out with remarkable speed, swiftly surpassing Shin Yihua. The others, uncertain of the unfolding situation, cautiously followed suit. What on earth is happening? Wang Chao asked in confusion, glancing at Su Lin. Su Lin's expression began to shift to one of vigilance. Every time Jiang Soning wore that look, it signaled trouble. Something might have gone wrong. We need to be careful. Wang Chao nodded, shielding Su Lin as they ran towards the left corridor. Before they could reach their destination, the chilling roars of zombies echoed through the the sound. Everyone quickened their pace. Shin Yihua led the way, his figure vanishing around the corner in an instant. Soon after, Jiang Soning heard the crackle of lightning strikes. As she rounded the corner, she saw Shin Yihua had already extracted the crystalline core from a zombie's brain. Wei Zhe and Song Hao stood at the doorway, dumbfounded. Fang Jingyuan stormed up to them, glaring fiercely at Wei Zhe. Are you out of your mind? Knowing that zombies are everywhere, you dared to venture to such a remote location. Wei Zhe, rarely witness to Fang Jingyuan's wrath, realized his folly. Just moments before, had it not been for Tuanzi's timely arrival, he and Song Hao would have nearly been bitten by that zombie. A wave of dread washed over him. Brother, I was wrong. I didn't expect a zombie to show up. Zhou Lin clearly reinforced the door, so we let our guard down. At that moment, Song Hao also regained his composure. I'm sorry, Yuan Gu. Shin Yihua shot a cold glare at the two. There are countless things you failed to anticipate. After all this time in the apocalypse, you still act so recklessly. If you lose your life one day, will you also say you didn't see it coming? Wei Zhe, chastised by Shin Yihua's reprimand, lowered his head in fear, muttering, I know I was wrong. I won't let it happen again. Fang Jingyuan looked at Wei Zhe with disappointment, clearly frustrated. Yu Chan stepped in to mediate. All right, Yuan, Huai, let us leave the scolding for later. Our priority now is to investigate how that zombie got in. We patrolled the 4th floor before resting and found no zombies. The appearance of this one is suspicious. As Lu Chun finished speaking, Li Liang directed everyone to split into pairs for a search. Fang Jingyuan shot Wei Zhe a fierce glare before following Lu Chun out. Wei Zhe and Song Hao stood frozen in front of Shin Yihua and Jiang Soning. Unable to move, Shin Yihua coldly remarked, What are you two doing standing there? Do you need me to invite you? Upon hearing this, Wei Zhe took off in the direction of the hall, with Song Hao cautiously trailing behind. Once the two left, Shin Yihua let out a deep breath. Had Tuanzi not run quickly, Wei Zhe would have been lost. Jiang Soning patted Tuanzi's head and took out a large chicken leg from her space. This is a reward for you. Chapter 178. Return to base. Upon seeing the chicken leg, Tuanzi nuzzled against Jiang Soning before swallowing it whole. Seizing the moment, Jiang Soning stored Tuanzi back in her space. It was then that she noticed Shin Yihua's grim demeanor. Don't be too upset. They are fine, after all. This incident can serve as a lesson for them. Shin Yihua, concerned about alarming Jiang Soning, suppressed his emotions. I'm not angry. I just feel a bit uneasy thinking back to what just happened. If something had happened to Zhe, I wouldn't know how to face Aunt and Grandpa. Don't overthink it. Let's first find out how that zombie got in. Shin Yihua handed the crystalline core to Jiang Soning. All right, please keep the core safe for Tuanzi. Jiang Soning accepted the core and stored it in her space. Only then did the two make their way to the hall, where the expressions of everyone present were far from cheerful. Shin Yihua directly inquired of Fang Jingyuan, What happened? Fang Jingyuan replied solemnly. There are no signs of disturbance at the stairway. This zombie appeared from nowhere. We thoroughly checked all the rooms before sleeping and didn't see it. Liang looked at Shin Yihua. Yihua, what kind of ability does this zombie possess, and what is its level? It's a Tier 3 speed type ability. Li Liang was baffled. That shouldn't be possible. No matter how fast it is, it can't just appear out of thin air. Right? Su Lin looked outside and suggested, Has anyone considered that it might have climbed up through the window? As Su Lin's words fell, The others' faces paled further. They were on the 4th floor, nearly 11 meters high. And if zombies evolved to the point of climbing and leaping through windows, their safety within buildings would no longer be guaranteed. Everyone, let's check the windows for any irregularities. The group dispersed once more to inspect the windows of each room. After a thorough search, no one found anything amiss. Jiang Songning and Su Lin exchanged glances and headed directly for the window of the mutated plant. They noticed several withered vines extending down to the 1st floor. Stained with blood, Su Lin forcefully yanked the vines up and tossed them to the ground. Jiang Songning focused closely and saw remnants of rotting flesh on the vines. Seems this is how it climbed up. Peering out the window, they saw nothing below except for the withered vines and branches. Let's head back to the hall. Upon their return, Li Liang eagerly inquired, "What did you find?" Su Lin tossed the vines onto the ground. It climbed up through those vines. Understanding that the zombie did not just materialize out of nowhere brought a collective sigh of relief, but it was enough to keep everyone on edge. With a rigid body, even low-tier zombies struggled to climb stairs, yet this Tier 3 zombie managed to ascend from the 1st floor to the 4th using the vines. They couldn't help but wonder what other surprises these zombies might have in store. Fang Jinyuan glanced at his watch. It's already 6:30. Now that we know how the zombie appeared, let us leave this place. It's getting late, and Zhang Heng and his team are waiting. Li Liang nodded. All right, everyone prepare. We'll head back to the base. Once everyone confirmed their readiness, they began to descend to the 1st floor using the climbing ropes by the windows. Zhang Heng's team was already waiting below. As soon as Jiang Songning reached the ground floor, she felt the scorching sunlight and quickly made her way to a shaded area. After everyone had gathered, Li Liang took Wei Zhe, Wang Chao, and Song Hao to the outpatient building, where they had parked 3 military jeeps. They needed to drive the vehicles back. Zhang Heng's team had updated Fang Jinyuan about the situation through the intercom. And since it wasn't time for idle chit-chat, they exchanged greetings before heading to their respective vehicles to regroup with Li Liang. Due to time constraints and the absence of zombies outside, their journey went smoothly. They returned to the base just as night fell. According to the base rules, everyone was required to quarantine in the entry isolation room for 2 hours. However, since they were on a mission, they didn't need to go through the usual registration and checks. Inside the isolation room, everyone remained silent. After 3 exhausting days, they simply wished to return home and rest. Upon exiting the isolation room, Yuanyuan waved reluctantly at Jiang Songning. "Songning, we'll come find you when we have time." Jiang Songning waved back. "All right, you and Sister Yanan come over when you're done." Both Yuanyuan and Zhao Yanan were soldiers, and the military's strict discipline made it challenging for them to step out. As the group reached the villa's entrance, Kersin, hearing the commotion from inside, rushed out with tear-filled eyes and threw herself into Fang Jinyuan's embrace. "Yuri finally back. I was so worried." Fang Jinyuan held Kersin, soothingly stroking her hair. "Sure, don't cry. We're back safe and sound." The others, not wanting to witness their display of affection, simply bypassed the two and returned to the villa. As Lu Chan stepped through the villa's door, he detected a pungent smell of something burnt in the air. His heart sank, and he quickly scanned the surroundings, anxiously searching for any signs of flames. "What on earth is going on here? How could there be such a strong burnt odor?" murmured Lu Chan, hastening his steps to check each room meticulously. Su Lin, catching the scent, dashed into the kitchen. Upon entering, he was startled to see flames roaring on the stove. Without hesitation, he rushed forward and decisively turned off the heat source. The kitchen almost caught fire. "It's all right now." Realizing the kitchen was the source of the problem, Lu Qian did not head upstairs at that moment. Fang Jinyuan led Kersin, whose eyes were slightly red and looked somewhat aggrieved, into the living room. Wei Zhe, noticing this, wore a teasing smile and mockingly remarked, "Sister Kersin, did you forget that you were cooking something in the kitchen?" Prompted by Wei Zhe's reminder, Kersin snapped back to reality. She slapped her forehead in realization and exclaimed, "Oh no, this is bad. I was just frying vegetables." With that, she swiftly pulled away from Fang Jinyuan's grasp and dashed towards the kitchen like a startled rabbit. "Oh no, my food must be burnt," Kersin fretted, stamping her feet. Seeing her in such a hurry, Su Lin quickly intervened. "I've already turned off the fire. There's no need to panic." Jiang Songning smiled at Kersin's frantic demeanor. Noting that everyone else had nothing further to discuss, she decided to head upstairs, stating, "I'm going to rest for a bit. I'm so tired." Shen Yihuai glanced at the time. noting it was still not quite 11 o'clock. Go ahead and rest. I'll meet with the base leader and then we can hold a meeting when I return. Jiang Songning waved her hand in acknowledgement and made her way back to her room upstairs. Upon returning to her room, she entered the space. After a couple of days without rest, having set her alarm for 1 o'clock in the morning, she lay on the bed and quickly fell into a deep slumber. Chapter 179. Daily life at the base. When the alarm rang, Jiang Songning stirred awake. After splashing her face with water, she exited the space. By the time she reached downstairs, Shin Yihua had already returned. Engaged in a serious discussion with Feng Jinyuan, their voices hushed. Upon noticing Jiang Songning, they both tacitly refrained from continuing their previous topic. Jiang Songning, observing this, chose not to pry further. Brother Hua, where do we need to go to hand over the supplies? Shin Yihua had returned for this very matter. Let us go. I'll take you there. The two stepped out of the door, Shin Yihua leading her toward the center of the base. I've already discussed your desire to exchange supplies with the base leader, and he requested that you visit tomorrow. However, are you certain you only want vehicles and firearms? Jiang Songning pondered briefly, uncertain if the base had coal. If they do, I'd like to exchange for some coal as well. And ideally, it would be great to acquire a few cows and sheep. Shin Yihua, realizing that her space could hold living creatures, began to grasp her intentions. While the base did not raise livestock, they did have a store of coal. How much do you wish to exchange? Jiang Songning contemplated. Indeed, the base had been established only recently, and resources were scarce. Besides, with so many people struggling to survive, it was unlikely they could sustain livestock. Would 10 tons be acceptable? After weighing the quantity of coal, she settled on 10 tons. The grain she offered in exchange could sustain many people, and 10 tons of coal would not be a loss for the base. Shin Yihua had expected her to request more, surprised that she only asked for this amount. You could certainly request more. After all, food is not easily come by these days. Jiang Songning was not in need of additional food. Exchanging her grain for necessary supplies was a mutually beneficial arrangement. Although she held no lofty ideals, she was willing to do what she could. 10 tons is sufficient. I wouldn't have space for more. Shin Yihua recognized her untruth but chose not to confront her. All right, then I will strive to secure a few more bullets for you. Upon hearing that she could acquire additional ammunition, Jiang Songning's smile broadened. The items she obtained in exchange for food were hers, and the more bullets, the better. Great, thank you, let us go. Jiang Heng and the others have already submitted the supplies. Shin Yihua took Jiang Songning to the base's temporary hospital, where an exceptionally dignified elder was in charge of receiving items. Upon learning they were there to deliver medical equipment, his serious demeanor transformed into a broad smile. Young friends, come with me. They placed the items in an unoccupied villa, and the elder nodded in approval upon seeing the multitude of devices. Wonderful, with these instruments, it will be much easier for ordinary people to receive medical attention in the future. Jiang Songning casually inquired. Elder, are there many sick individuals at the base? The elder sighed. Indeed, there are many, mostly suffering from heat stroke. Our base lacks sufficient medicine. Many items are unavailable. Ordinary people often have to rely on healers with healing abilities. Yet some of those healers are proud and reluctant to assist. Moreover, healers are already quite rare. Even those willing to help cannot attend to everyone. Don't be disheartened, elder. Now that the base has been established, any shortages will surely be addressed by the base leader. Things will undoubtedly improve. The elder, gazing at the instruments in the villa, nodded repeatedly. Yes, things will get better. After counting the equipment, the elder handed Jiang Songning a note. Here, take this. With it, you can go to the logistics department to exchange for the supplies you desire. Jiang Songning accepted the note, which detailed the task level and the points earned upon completion, marked with a red seal indicating the task's completion. Thank you, elder. After bidding farewell to the elder, the two returned to the villa. With the task successfully completed, Shin Yihua allowed everyone to rest for the day, planning to collect the rewards that evening. Once they received their items, they could prepare to depart. Having just awakened from a nap, Jiang Songning felt refreshed. Back in her space, she began organizing the supplies to be exchanged the following day. She did not intend to trade any vegetables or fruits. 5 tons of grain was already quite noticeable. It could be attributed to good fortune. However, producing a large quantity of fruits and vegetables would raise suspicions. She planned to keep the fruits for personal consumption or trade a small portion later, while the vegetables would be used to feed the chickens and ducks. Once wood-type ability users could produce vegetables and fruits in abundance, it would no longer seem out of place for her to bring them forth. Being a wood-type ability user, others would not find it strange that she possessed such items. After organizing everything for the exchange, Jiang Songning felt her stomach growling with hunger. She grabbed a quick bite to eat, took a shower, and by the time her hair dried naturally, it was nearly 6 o'clock. With some free time on her hands, she decided to find a facial mask to apply. Since the apocalypse began, she had neglected her skincare routine, and her skin had become somewhat rough. Every girl has an innate desire to look beautiful, and she was not keen on resembling her past self. Furthermore, she wore a mask whenever she went out, concealing her face from others. Having completed her skincare routine, an hour had passed. Noticing that it was already bright outside, she prepared to sleep. Upon waking, Jiang Songning had a light meal before stepping out of her space. The downstairs area was silent, devoid of anyone. Seeing that the sun had yet to set, she retrieved her tablet from the space and began watching a drama she had downloaded before the apocalypse. Just as she opened a particularly melodramatic series, footsteps echoed from the stairs, and she looked up to see Shen Yihua descending. "Why are you up so early?" Shen Yihua approached the refrigerator and took out a bottle of mineral water. "I woke up when I heard you open the door. Did I wake you?" "No, I wasn't sleeping deeply anyway." "What are you watching?" Feeling embarrassed, Jiang Songning chuckled lightly. "Just a little web series. Mind if I join you?" Jiang Songning wanted to refuse vehemently. She could hardly imagine Shen Yihua's expression upon encountering the absurd lines in the show. Yet, seeing his earnest demeanor, she found it difficult to decline. "Well, all right," with her reluctant consent. Shen Yihua settled beside Jiang Songning, taking the earphones from her and began to watch intently. "I'll give you $1 billion. Leave my son." The female lead stammered. "Auntie, I want to leave Ouyang Haoshuan. I love him as a person, not for his money." Hearing the dialogue through the earphones, Jiang Songning felt her toes curling in embarrassment. Watching this kind of ridiculous plot alone was bearable. But with someone who had genuinely been a domineering CEO, it felt rather awkward. She glanced at Shen Yihua, only to find him engrossed in the show, his expression unchanged. Jiang Songning inwardly scoffed. No wonder he could become a CEO. He had certainly seen a lot of the world. Chapter 180. Brazen and shameless. Noticing Jiang Songning's scrutinizing gaze, Shen Yihua raised an eyebrow. "What's wrong?" Jiang Songning's face flushed. "Nothing, just watching TV." "Woman, you are mine. You can't escape, Haoshuan. Please let me go. I love you, but your mother doesn't like me. I don't want to ruin your relationship with her." "No, woman, if you dare to escape, I will bury the entire Wang group with you." Shen Yihua, observing the male lead's domineering and greasy declarations, inquired with confusion, "Do young girls nowadays really like this type of guy?" Jiang Songning was at a loss for words, her toes nearly digging into the floor. Well, who wouldn't like a wealthy and handsome domineering CEO? Shen Yihua expressed his bewilderment, clearly shocked. His voice unconsciously grew louder. "You like this kind of guy?" Jiang Songning quickly waved her hands in denial at Shen Yihua's astonishment. No, no. I'm just watching the show to pass the time. I don't like this type of guy." She chuckled to herself. Having encountered Zhou Yangfan's numerous greasy remarks in her past life, she held no affection for such men. Shen Yihua, seeing Jiang Songning's aversion, sighed in relief. He could never utter such oily phrases. "Then what kind of boyfriend do you hope for in the future?" Jiang Songning hesitated. "Brother Hua, when shall we meet with the base leader?" Seeing her change the subject, Shen Yihua's eyes flickered with disappointment. "IVE arranged to meet the base leader at 10 o'clock tonight. I haven't informed Yuan and the others about this. The base leader will also keep your supply exchange confidential." Jiang Songning was taken aback by Shen Yihua's meticulousness and felt increasingly grateful. This matter was indeed her own, and she did not wish for too many people to know. "Thank you. You don't need to thank me. Your grain has resolved the essential survival issues at the base. It is the base personnel who should be grateful to you." Before Jiang Songning could respond, a knocking sound echoed at the door. "Knock, knock, knock. Who's out this early?" The sun hasn't even fully risen. Jiang Songning rose and approached the door. As she opened it, she was greeted by an unexpected visitor. She raised an eyebrow at the newcomer, internally cursing her luck. "What brings you here?" He Nanchong, noticing Jiang Songning's impatience, initially felt anger rise within him. However, recalling He Sini's words, he forced himself to suppress his irritation. "What? Is this the attitude you have when you see your biological father? Where is your upbringing?" Jiang Songning furrowed her brows. uncertain of the purpose behind his untimely visit. Why manners only manifest in the presence of those who possess refinement. He Nanchang felt an urge to unleash a torrent of curses, yet he ultimately restrained himself. I have matters to discuss with you. Let us converse inside. Although Jiang Songning was reluctant to encounter He Nanchang, his arrival piqued her curiosity regarding the tricks he intended to play. He Nanchang strode into the villa, and upon reaching the living room, he spotted Shin Yihua seated on the sofa, engrossed in his tablet. Having once been young himself, He Nanchang recognized Shin Yihua's interest in Jiang Songning. Initially intimidated by Shin Yihua, the knowledge of his intentions dispelled any lingering trepidation, replaced instead by a subtle sense of triumph. Upon hearing the commotion, Shin Yihua detached his gaze from the screen, only to frown upon seeing who had arrived. He cast a questioning glance at Jiang Songning, silently asking whether action was required. Jiang Songning gently shook her head. Observing Shin Yihua's dismissive demeanor, He Nanchang sat down with an air of arrogance, his face marred by disdain. What? As an elder, I come here as a guest, and I am not even worthy of a cup of tea. Jiang Songning shot a scornful glance at He Nanchang. Mr. He, if you have come here to stir trouble, then I must insist that you leave. He Nanchang, feeling a loss of face due to Jiang Songning's blatant disregard, invoked his father's authority. I am your father. This young dandy fails to even greet me. Such a lack of upbringing is unacceptable. I cannot permit your association. Jiang Songning was taken aback by He Nanchang's insult towards Shin Yihua. Glancing at Shin Yihua's face. Well, that visage does possess the qualifications of a dandy, cough cough. Shin Yihua sensed Jiang Songning's scrutiny and felt a pang of helplessness. As Shin Yihua returned her gaze. Jiang Songning, feeling somewhat guilty, spoke up. What nonsense are you spouting? If you have nothing of significance to discuss, kindly take your leave. Jiang Songning hesitated to confront him physically, considering he had, after all, granted her a second chance at life. I am your father, and your lifelong matters must receive my approval. What merit is there in a dandy such as him? I shall never consent to your union. Shin Yihua, experiencing the sting of being labeled a dandy for the first time, felt as though he had swallowed a fly. Mr. He, my relationship with Songning is not subject to your interference. Jiang Songning regarded He Nanchang with a puzzled expression. Recognizing that He Nanchang was a man who valued his pride above all else, she discerned that he was merely being obstinate, and thus continued with his line of questioning. Oh? What would it take for you to agree to our relationship? He Nanchang's heart leapt with joy. As Ing Yi had suggested, this rebellious daughter was indeed attempting to draw their attention. He scoffed internally, his expression swelling with pride. I have heard that the reward for your recent mission includes 10 firearms. If you hand over this reward to me, I shall grant my consent for your union. It is not impossible for you to return. After all, we are family. Jiang Songning had anticipated that he would not come without a motive and could not suppress a laugh at his audacity. Ha ha ha! As she laughed, tears of mirth glistened at the corners of her eyes. Shin Yihua, witnessing such shamelessness for the first time, felt an increasing sense of pity for Jiang Songning. He Nanchang, taken aback by Jiang Songning's reaction, found himself bewildered by her change. Ever since she sold her shares in the company, leaving them with a significant loss, she had transformed into a stranger. Since you both seem to have agreed, then lead me to the mission hall. Jiang Songning repressed her amusement, regarding him with derision. Mr. He, from whence do you derive the audacity to speak so boldly before me? He Nanchang, realizing the mockery in Jiang Songning's gaze, reconsidered his previous judgments. What do you mean by that? He, I have been courteous to you, yet you truly believe yourself to be of great significance. Even if you lack a mirror, one would hope you could recognize your own visage. How dare you speak so brazenly? Jiang Songning's face was a canvas of scorn, for she understood that the He family's nature required her words to be blunt for them to comprehend. He Nanchang, for the first time, experienced such public humiliation. Trembling, he pointed a finger at Jiang Songning. You wretched daughter! I should have suffocated you at birth. Chapter 181. The leak. He Nanchang's words were undeniably venomous. Shin Yihua cast a worried glance at Jiang Songning, relieved to see no sorrow etched upon her face. Mr. He, please take your leave. He Nanchang glared at Jiang Songning through clenched teeth. Little Ning, do not overact. With such an attitude, do not blame your father for refusing to welcome you back. Shin Yihua fixed a cold gaze upon He Nanchang. resembling a predator poised to strike. Mr. He, Songning refrains from acting against you out of filial piety. Given your status as an elder, I wish to avoid conflict. However, should you persist in your presence, do not expect my restraint to endure. He Nanchang felt a flicker of fear in the face of Shen Yihua's intimidating aura. Yet the allure of firearms was too great to dismiss easily. Coupled with He Sini's brainwashing, he convinced himself that Jiang Songning was merely playing hard to get, thus softening his demeanor. Little Ning, do not be so willful. I have raised Sini for 20 years. Our bond cannot be so easily severed. You are my biological daughter. I promise that if you agree to hand over the rewards from this mission, I will make efforts to compensate you in the future. Bang. Before He Nanchang could finish his sentence, he was sent flying by a kick from Shan Yihua. By the time he regained his senses, pain coursed through his body. His expression was one of disbelief. For years, the He family had held a prominent position in S-City, and few dared to challenge him, let alone strike him. You dare to hit me? Little did he know that the praises he had received were merely a reflection of his association with He Sini. Shin Yihua's face was as cold as ice. Get out! He Nanchang, initially intent on retaliation, was deterred by Xian Yihua's menacing presence. Clutching his chest, he hastily retreated, leaving behind a threat. You will regret this. Shin Yihua watched as He Nanchang fled in humiliation, his expression shifting to one of regret. After all, this man was her father. He worried that Jiang Songning might be unsettled by the encounter. Did I act too impulsively? Jiang Songning had not anticipated Shan Yihua's sudden aggression, but upon witnessing the concern and worry etched across his face, she hastened to clarify, Huaigu, thank you for standing up for me. Even if you had not acted, I had no intention of letting him off the hook. Her words eased Shin Yihua's anxious heart. Reflecting on He Nanchang's earlier provocations, his eyes darkened with resolve. Indeed, do not waste your emotions on such an individual. He is unworthy. Jiang Songning, who had initially felt burdened, found her spirits lifted by Shen Yihua's fervent words. Unable to suppress a soft giggle, her bright, star-like eyes met Shen Yihua's, and with a playful wink, she replied, I am not so fragile. A person like him is hardly deserving of a single tear from me. Shen Yihua's face broke into a tender smile, instinctively reaching out to gently tousle her silky hair. Indeed, they are not worth it. At that moment, an air of palpable intimacy enveloped them, like a delicate veil that slowly wrapped around Jiang Songning and Shen Yihua. Their gazes locked, and his adoring eyes shimmered like a tranquil pool, deep and gentle, as if intending to envelop her entirely. In that instant, time seemed to stand still, and the world around them faded into insignificance, leaving only the brilliance in Shen Yihua's eyes that captivated Jiang Songning. This sensation was profoundly intricate for Jiang Songning. Shen Yihua's gaze acted as a key, gently unlocking a door deep within her heart that had long remained shut. As that door creaked open, her previously tumultuous emotions grew increasingly restless. Uncertain of how to navigate this emotional upheaval, she felt both a thrill of joy and sweetness, intertwined with a hint of confusion and trepidation. The amalgamation of these complex feelings left her somewhat bewildered. At that moment, the commotion attracted the attention of others, who rushed outside. Wang Chao emerged, his clothes hastily put on. What happened? Upon hearing the noise, the two withdrew their gazes. Shin Yihua composed himself and recounted the events that had transpired. Liu Qian immediately grasped the crux of the matter. This reward for firearms from the mission should have been confidential. Correct? Who leaked the information? Wei Zhe quickly denied any wrongdoing. I didn't say a word. I haven't gone out since I returned. Wang Chao also chimed in, exactly. We're not foolish enough to disclose such matters. The others shook their heads, asserting that they had not revealed anything to anyone, let alone the He family. Jiang Songning, equally perplexed, noted the uncanny timing of He Nanchang's arrival. The reward for the firearms had been a private agreement with the base commander and could not have been disclosed. The members of their team had no incentive to share such information, as it would only serve to harm their own interests. At that moment, Hu Kersen realized that she had inadvertently caused a scandal. Her face pale as she struggled to maintain her balance. Beside her, Fang Jingyuan perceived the unusual demeanor of Hu Kersen and reached out to support her. Noticing her pallor, he gazed at her with concern. Kersen, what's wrong? Are you unwell? Hu Kersen, frightened, burst into tears. Wu, I'm so sorry. I was the one who told He Sini about this. You all have been absent, and every day I waited for you at the base entrance. Who would have thought I would run into Hisini? I never intended to acknowledge her, but I was so scared alone. She has come to chat and comfort me these past 2 days. I didn't expect her visit to the villa was a deliberate attempt to get close to me and extract information. I thought it was no secret, so I told her. Everyone present looked at Hu Kursin in disbelief. Wei Zhe was particularly furious. Sister Kursin, you are well aware of the poor relationship between Sister Jiang and that Hisini, yet you still allowed her to enter and divulged such crucial information to her? Hu Kursin wept even louder. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Jiang Songning felt a gnawing sense of foreboding, her tone growing harsher. What else did you tell her? Terrified by Jiang Songning's voice, Hu Kursin momentarily forgot her tears. I didn't say much. She merely inquired about everyone's abilities and levels. That isn't a secret, so I shared. Fool. Su Lin scolded bluntly. Fang Jingyuan frowned. Although he understood it was Hu Kursin's fault, she was ultimately his girlfriend, and he couldn't bear to see her berated. Su Lin, mind your language. Chapter 182. Remedial actions. After all our efforts to gather supplies at the hospital, it seems we may end up with nothing. Su Lin's tone dripped with sarcasm. The expressions of the others were also grim, yet out of deference to Fang Jingyuan, they refrained from voicing their concerns. Although they possessed firearms, bullets were a scarce resource, and they were reluctant to expend them. Having finally obtained a legitimate supply, it now appeared it might all be in vain. The base would not reward abilities users with guns and ammunition. And if this incident were to reach the ears of other abilities users, they would all demand similar rewards. What then would the base do? The atmosphere in the living room grew tense. This was no trivial matter, as it impacted everyone's interests. Fang Jingyuan's expression soured. Jiang Songning continued to scrutinize Hu Kursin. Did she ask you anything else? Hu Kursin, feeling lost, gazed at Fang Jingyuan. He sighed, urging her to be honest. She asked about your spatial abilities and everyone's levels. Jiang Songning was certain that Hisini may have merely speculated about her acquiring that spatial ability, but now she likely had confirmation. It seemed troubles ahead would be plentiful, unless Hisini and her entire team were eliminated. However, as the protagonist, Hisini would not be easily disposed of. Inflicting serious harm upon her would be fraught with difficulties. Jiang Songning cast a deep glance at Hu Kursin before falling silent. Whether intentional or not, Hu Kursin owed everyone an explanation, as her actions had compromised their interests. Wang Chao held nothing back, launching into a tirade. Knowing those people are Sister Jiang's enemies, you still divulged your team's situation to her? What were you thinking? Hu Kursin hung her head in tears. I'm sorry, I just felt that Sini wasn't bad. There's a misunderstanding between her and Zongning. After all, you are family, and I thought she wanted to make amends with you by inquiring about you. Jiang Songning had no intention of hurling insults, but at that moment, she felt an overwhelming urge to curse. She had previously thought Hu Kursin was simply naive and a bit spoiled. A girl indulged too much. To her astonishment, Hu Kursin exhibited such foolishness and naivety, ignorant of the struggles of others. Did Miss Hu not grasp the simplest of truths? My personal matters are not for you, an acquaintance, to meddle in. Hu Kursin felt utterly aggrieved. Wu War. I'm sorry, I never anticipated Hisini would be so malicious. Wang Chao could not abide Hu Kursin's weeping demeanor. He had no understanding of compassion. Is sorry sufficient? Can an apology retrieve our guns and ammunition? You have contributed nothing to the team and have only dragged us down while creating such a colossal mess. As Wang Chao's words grew increasingly harsh, Fang Jingyuan interjected sharply. Enough. Seeing Fang Jingyuan's anger, Wang Chao's ire flared as well. What? She caused such a disaster, and I can't voice my opinion. Fang Jingyuan was aware that Hu Kursin was in the wrong. Yet he could only look at Jiang Songning in resignation, hoping she would temper Wang Chao's outrage. Jiang Songning felt a flicker of misplaced anger towards Fang Jingyuan. Due to Hu Kursin's indiscretion, they faced significant losses. She could only imagine the multitude of troubles awaiting her. Hisini already harbored malice against her. What had once been mere annoyance would now escalate. Once Hisini revealed the information about the spatial ability, those with ill intentions would swarm like wolves. Had Hu Kursin not been a girl, Jiang Songning would have undoubtedly expressed her displeasure more openly. However, if Fang Jingyuan failed to handle this situation properly, she might have to consider parting ways with them. Wang Chao refrained from speaking so harshly. Wang Chao glared at Fang Jingyuan. He did not seek to make things difficult for Hu Kursin, but considering the arduous journey they had endured, the prospect of not receiving a reward was intolerable. Sister Jiang, I can refrain from scolding her, but how do we address this loss? Fang Jingyuan also desired to make amends, but found no feasible means to procure guns and ammunition. Ultimately, he turned to Shin Yihua for assistance. Brother Huai, can you devise a way to remedy this? Shin Yihua merely cast a detached glance at Fang Jingyuan. This was not his fault. Yet since they were in a romantic relationship, he would inevitably be subject to misplaced ire. He Nanchang would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to publicize their loss of firearms and ammunition, and the matter may have already spread like wildfire outside. Uncle could no longer provide them with weapons and bullets, so they would have to settle for acquiring necessities instead. Everyone understood this logic. Guns and bullets were rewards given to them privately by the base chief, and they only needed to keep their heads down and prosper. Who would have known Hu Kursin would act so foolishly? Shin Yihua surveyed the expressions of everyone before speaking. But rest assured, when we arrive at the A City base, I will find a way to compensate for this loss. Upon hearing that Shin Yihua would make amends, Wang Chao's expression softened. Jiang Songning felt increasingly agitated. She could have discreetly devised a plan to deal with Hisini, but now she faced a plethora of complications. This lack of control was the most distressing. Noticing that Shin Yihua had already conceived a solution, the others ceased their bickering and promptly left for the task hall to collect their mission rewards. Chapter 183. A mind in turmoil after a whirlwind of thoughts, Jiang Songning's mood soured even further. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking interrupted her reverie. She opened the door to find Su Lin and Wang Chao waiting at her doorstep. What brings you here? Come in and speak. Jiang Songning welcomed them into her room. And once Su Lin closed the door, he began, I noticed you seemed upset, so I came to check on you. Jiang Songning twitched her lips. Are you here to probe my feelings? Su Lin nodded. Indeed. While this incident may seem trivial, merely a blunder by Hu Kursin, the losses we incurred are substantial. Although Brother Huai promised compensation, I can't shake the feeling that Hisini is trying to uncover your secrets. The greatest loss falls upon you. Jiang Songning's spatial ability was inherently distinct from that of other abilities users, prompting his concerns. You need not test me. I have indeed contemplated the idea of parting ways. As our team grows, so do the complications. Since this turmoil stems from Hu Kursin's folly, I see no reason to shoulder the burden alone. Su Lin chuckled and raised his hands in surrender. I had no intention of testing you. I simply wish to offer some advice. It appears my counsel is unnecessary. Rest assured, I am not the impulsive type, especially given the current circumstances. All right, we shall take our leave then. We must head to the task hall to collect our rewards. After Su Lin and Wang Chao departed, a knock echoed at the door once more. Jiang Songning opened the door to find Fang Jingyuan and Hu Kursin standing at the threshold. What brings you here? Jiang Songning inquired, her expression devoid of warmth, impatience evident on her face. Fang Jingyuan, sensing Jiang Songning's demeanor, felt a twinge of discomfort. However, acknowledging that this predicament was indeed Hu Kursin's fault, he suppressed his displeasure. Jiang, I brought Kursin here to apologize. Hu Kursin gazed earnestly at Jiang Songning. Songning, I am truly sorry I acted impulsively, but I just thought family was of utmost importance, so why did I apologize in truth? Jiang Songning was reluctant to dwell on the matter further. Though Hu Kursin had caused a mess, Shin Yihua had already taken measures to rectify it. Moreover, Fang Jingyuan had consistently behaved commendably, and during their time together, no conflicts had arisen. With their impending journey to City A, there was little need to let such a trivial issue strain their relationship. Contemplating this, Jiang Songning slightly nodded, signifying her acceptance of Hu Kursin's apology. Very well, I accept your apology. Upon hearing Jiang Songning's words, the tension that had gripped Fang Jingyuan's heart began to ease. He exhaled a breath of relief. Then we won't disturb your rest any longer. With that, he and Hu Kursin took their leave. Once they were gone, Jiang Songning closed the door and returned to her room. Just as she was about to enter her space, another knock resounded at the door. Jiang Songning rubbed her temples, uncertain of who it might be this time. Upon opening the door, she was met by Shin Yihua. Is it time already? Jiang Songning glanced at her watch. It was only 8 in the evening, while their appointment was set for 10. Not yet, I came to talk to you. Come in. The two entered the room. Shin Yihua observed Jiang Songning's expression, noting that it had softened from its earlier severity. Are you still angry? I'm not angry anymore, it's just that the road to City A won't be smooth, and if trouble arises, You all better not place the blame on me. Sensing the sharpness in Jiang Songning's tone, Shin Yihuai realized she still harbored some resentment. This was the first time he had witnessed her anger, and it intrigued him. What kind of trouble are we talking about? Noticing Shin Yihuai's calm demeanor, Jiang Songning casually remarked, well, unless we find a way to eliminate Hisini and the informants, the trouble could be significant. All right, Jiang Songning did not grasp Shin Yihuai's implication. Once we leave the base, I will find a way to deal with Hisini and her associates. Shin Yihuai could tell that Jiang Songning was merely speaking offhandedly, yet he instinctively felt she would devise a plan of action. Since he had already committed to Jiang Songning, he would not remain idle. Following today's events, Jiang Songning felt an even stronger desire to distance herself from Shin Yihuai. Haha, you misunderstood, I was just venting. Shin Yihuai, resigned, anticipated this outcome. She wished to sever ties with him once more. Songning, whether as your admirer or as a teammate, this matter concerns me as well as long as you are part of this team. The troubles will not be yours alone to bear. Furthermore, this situation was initiated by Hu Kursin, and even if it were not for you, for the sake of our team's stability, I cannot stand by idly. Jiang Songning slightly lowered her gaze. After a moment of silence, she slowly raised her head. When her eyes met Shin Yihuai's deep, fervent gaze, her heart fluttered, causing her to instinctively divert her gaze elsewhere. Huaigu, we are not suited for each other. Upon hearing this, Shin Yihuai furrowed his brow. What do you mean we are not suited? Songning, can you honestly claim that you feel nothing for me? Are you truly going to draw a line between us over such a trivial matter? Faced with Shin Yihuai's barrage of questions, she kept her head bowed, unable to confront his gaze filled with fervor. There are many things that make us unsuitable. However, Shin Yihuai was not about to relent. He gently reached out, tenderly grasping Jiang Songning's frail shoulders, applying just enough pressure to compel her to face him. At that moment, his gaze softened, and he quietly observed the woman before him, who had captured his heart. Songning, I like you and admire you. This is the first time in 26 years that I have felt this way about a girl. Please, grant me a chance. Confronted with Shin Yihuai's passionate and sincere confession, Jiang Songning felt her heart race uncontrollably, leaving her at a loss for how to respond. She widened her eyes, her lips slightly parted. After what felt like an eternity, she finally stammered, even if we ultimately part ways, you won't regret this, will you? Shin Yihuai's gaze did not waver. Instead, it grew more resolute. He fixed his eyes upon Jiang Songning, solemnly nodding as he replied, you have your own aspirations, and I too bear my own responsibilities. Regardless of where you may go in the future, even if the day comes when we must face separation, I firmly believe I will find you again. Hearing Shin Yihuai's heartfelt declaration, Jiang Songning felt as though her heart had been struck with a heavy blow, beating furiously in response. In that moment, as she gazed upon the man before her, she perceived him as radiating an extraordinary brilliance. Chapter 184. Exchange of supplies. Jiang Songning nearly succumbed to the allure of Shin Yihuai's gaze. Turning her head away and murmuring softly, let's deal with the current troubles first, a flicker of disappointment crossed Shin Yihuai's eyes. All right. After Shin Yihuai departed, Jiang Songning took a deep breath and entered her space. Surveying the array of vegetables and fruits, she finally disentangled herself from her chaotic thoughts. The provisions within this space brought her a sense of tranquility. As she wandered around, her gaze fell upon a languid little flower swaying in the breeze. Remembering the flower's unique abilities, Jiang Songning suddenly had an epiphany, a mischievous smile gracing her lips. She believed she knew how to handle Hisini. With this plan in mind, the weight on Jiang Songning's heart lifted. At 9:30, Shin Yihuai knocked on the door once more. Observing Jiang Songning's relaxed demeanor, he inquired curiously, you seem to be in good spirits, indeed. Receiving a shipment of supplies certainly lifts one's mood. Jiang Songning refrained from divulging her plans to Shin Yihuai. Noticing her reluctance to share, Shin Yihuai did not press further. Let's go. The base leader is waiting. The two made their way to the agreed-upon location, which appeared to be the warehouse designated for supplies. Several armed ability users stood guard outside. Upon spotting Shin Yihuai and Jiang Songning approaching, the guards allowed them entry. Inside the warehouse, only Shin Qi was present. Upon seeing the two enter, he greeted them with a smile and a wave. Uve arrived. Uncle Shin, Songning, Huai has informed me about the supply exchanged. I won't beat around the bush. This box contains 5 sniper rifles, and these 3 boxes hold ammunition. Please check them. Shin-Chi opened the 4 boxes. Jiang Soning's face brightened with a smile upon seeing the contents. She was eager to secure the supplies. Uncle Shin, where would you like me to place the provisions? Shin-Chi was taken aback. He had expected Jiang Soning to haggle over the rewards but was pleasantly surprised by her straightforwardness. His admiration for her grew. The adjacent room has been cleared out. Follow me. Shin-Chi's smile was impossible to conceal. After arriving in the neighboring room, Jiang Soning retrieved the prepared supplies from her space. Upon seeing the golden grains of rice, wheat, and baskets of eggs on the floor, Shin-Chi's excitement was palpable. Excellent. With these provisions, the base can weather the next 2 months. Soning, I thank you on behalf of the base. Uncle Shin, this is a fair trade. You have dedicated yourself to the base, and the true people to thank are you. Jiang Soning's eyes reflected her respect for Shin-Chi. Everyone enjoys hearing pleasant words, and Shin-Chi was no exception. He had endured countless hardships while establishing the base in L City. Haha, serving the people is our mission. Come, let me take you to collect some coal. Seeing the radiant smile on Shin-Chi's face, Jiang Soning couldn't help but feel uplifted. Thank you, Uncle Shin. Upon reaching the location, Jiang Soning was greeted by a warehouse brimming with coal, with at least 1,000 tons inside. She admired Shin-Chi's foresight even more. With this coal, the base would not have to worry during the extreme cold. Jiang Soning stored the coal in her space. And Shin-Chi also provided her with military coats and down jackets. Don't be deceived by the current heat. Experts at the A City base predict that once this heat passes, we may face extreme cold. These jackets might come in handy. Jiang Soning graciously accepted Shin-Chi's kindness, smiling as she expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Uncle Shin. I haven't stocked up on many down jackets, that's great. Once you're ready, make sure to leave the base promptly. Shin-Chi did not spell out his intentions explicitly, but Jiang Soning understood the underlying message. It seemed that He-Sini had already spread the word about her dual abilities, which could lead to persistent troubles within the base. After bidding farewell to Shin-Chi, Shin Yihui spoke up. The vice leader of the base was once a renowned biology professor in L City. He has been seeking ability users for research, and upon learning about your dual abilities, he has become quite interested. Why Uncle has been suppressing him, but he won't dare to act recklessly for now. Therefore, we must leave here swiftly. Jiang Soning furrowed her brow, questioning whether he truly had the power to coerce her. Moreover, did Uncle Shin truly acquiesce to such reckless behavior? Shin Yihui sighed, explaining that those in authority had long desired to develop a vaccine for the zombie virus. Thus, as long as their actions did not stray too far into excess, the higher-ups would turn a blind eye. Jiang Soning was perplexed. They could easily conduct research on animals, yet they chose to experiment on humans, even engaging in underhanded dealings, all without interference from above. Her dual abilities bore no relevance to the zombie virus, and it was evident that the deputy base commander was intent on studying her. With a global outbreak of the virus, the primary focus of those in power was to salvage resources, restore infrastructure, and re-establish order. Consequently, these individuals found an opportunity to exploit the situation. Rest assured, once time passes and the higher-ups regain their composure, they will not allow such transgressions to continue unchallenged. What of the individuals in City A? Given that it is the capital, there is no need for concern. The order there is well established, and those individuals dare not act impulsively. Furthermore, should they venture to City A, they would surely weigh their actions carefully. Jiang Soning said nothing further. Her lack of trust in Shin Yihui was not the issue, but rather the unpredictability of human nature. Shin Yihui's views did not necessarily reflect those of his family, who wielded significant influence within the City A base. For the sake of humanity's future, sacrificing a small number of individuals would not raise eyebrows, especially since the sacrifices would not be their own. Besides, who would not desire additional powers? If the patterns of dual ability users could be discerned, it was conceivable that in the future, everyone might possess multiple abilities, thus providing humanity with an extra layer of security. When shall we depart? Tomorrow evening. Jiang Soning thought of He Yuan and Zhao Yanan, stating, I must bid farewell to Yuan and Yanan. Do you know where they are? Let us go. I shall accompany you. He Yuan and Zhao Yanan had just returned from a mission and were currently training at the base. Upon arriving at the training ground, the guards instructed them to register before waiting in the reception area while they notified the two. Approximately 20 minutes later, He Yuan and Zhao Yanan, clad in camouflage, appeared at the entrance of the reception area, clearly still glistening with sweat from their training. Soning, what brings you here? He Yuanyuan exclaimed excitedly as she approached. Upon noticing the two's arrival, Shen Yihua nodded in acknowledgement before stepping outside, allowing the three to converse in privacy. Jiang Soning retrieved some wet wipes from her space and offered them to the two. Yuanyuan, Yanin, you've just returned and already must resume training. Chapter 185 Farewell. They wiped the sweat from their foreheads. Indeed, we have grown accustomed to it. A day without training feels unnatural. What about you? Why are you here at this hour? Jiang Soning gazed at the two with reluctance. I have come to say my goodbyes. Our team must leave the base tomorrow evening. He Yuanyuan grasped Jiang Soning's hand. Her eyes filled with reluctance. Why not stay a few more days? I had planned to visit you for a few days of relaxation. The news of my dual abilities has been leaked, and thus I must depart swiftly. He Yuanyuan slammed her palm on the table, exclaiming, What? Who leaked it? I shall confront them. Zhao Yanin shook her head in resignation. Yuanyuan, calm down. Let us hear what Songning has to say first. Jiang Songning then recounted her grievances with He Sini. The two gasped in astonishment, unable to fathom that such melodramatic events could occur in real life. Zhao Yanin's eyes brimmed with sympathy. Songning, do not be disheartened. You are too good. Losing you would be their loss. He Yuanyuan and then realized her reaction had been excessive and quickly concurred. Yes, indeed. It is their loss. You are truly the best. Jiang Songning chuckled at their reactions, saying, You need not comfort me. I have no regard for them. To me, they are merely strangers. Zhao Yanin, pleased, took Jiang Soning's hand, affirming, It is right that you think this way. The more they bully you, the more splendid your life will become. Thank you, Yanin. By the way, I have prepared something for you. Jiang Soning retrieved a basket of fruit and 2 watermelons from her space. Please take these fruits back with you, along with 4 boxes of self-heating hot pot. I do not have many of those. Take them back to indulge your cravings. Also, this box of instant noodles is for you to keep just in case. And inside are some commonly used medicines. Jiang Soning had an abundance of these supplies and was more than willing to share with those she cherished, though she could not afford to give too much. Lest she attract trouble, Zhao Yanin quickly waved her hands in refusal. No, you must keep these. We cannot accept them. He Yuanyuan and shook her head vigorously. Yes, Songning, you have worked hard to gather these supplies. Keep them for yourself. We are not lacking in food, and the base will not neglect us. Furthermore, we often gather food during our missions. Just keep them for yourself. Jiang Soning grasped both their hands. Yuanyuan, Yanin, I consider you friends, which is why I wish to give you these items. They are my personal collection, unrelated to the team. Who knows when we will meet again? This is but a small token of my affection. Please do not decline. Zhao Yanin, seeing Jiang Soning's determination, relented. Very well, Songning, we shall accept the medicines, but you must keep the rest. You have worked hard to gather these. We cannot take them. Yuanyuan Yanin, do you not regard me as a friend? Jiang Soning feigned sorrow as she gazed at them. They were well aware of her intentions. All right, we shall accept them. Upon seeing Zhao Yanin agree, Jiang Soning's spirits lifted. Yanin, Yuanyuan, you must take care of yourselves. When the opportunity arises, I will come to see you again. He Yuanyuan's eyes glistened with tears as she buried her head in Jiang Soning's shoulder. Songning, I cannot bear to part with you. Songning, you must take care as well. When we have the chance to visit City A, we will certainly seek you out very well. After spring arrives next year, I should be heading to City H. If you are going there, remember to look for me. He Yuanyuan and Zhao Yanin had taken a leave of absence, and before long, time slipped away. The two watched Jiang Songning leave the training ground. Reluctant to return to their training, Shen Yihua, noticing Jiang Soning's sorrow, offered words of comfort. Do not be disheartened. Once at the City A base, you can still reach out to them via satellite phone. Jiang Songning was not one to speak much. Having encountered 2 kindred spirits was a rare blessing, and now they were to part so swiftly. Yes, let us return. Su Lin and the others should have received their mission rewards by now. Upon returning to the villa, they were greeted by a brand new military jeep parked at the entrance, indicating that Su Lin and the others had indeed returned with their rewards. Everyone sat in the living room, the atmosphere heavy with unspoken tension. Upon their return, Fang Jingyuan finally broke the silence. These are the rewards from this mission. Jiang Songning curiously approached to inspect the items, finding a bag of crystal cores containing approximately 50 pieces, including several Tier 3 cores of various attributes, alongside some Tier 1 and Tier 2 cores. Another bag held 50 low-tier cores, and there were also 2 boxes of instant noodles, with nothing else to be found. Puzzled, Jiang Soning looked at Su Lin, who explained, the mission rewards consist mainly of instant noodles and snacks, items we already possess. The individuals in charge mentioned that if we did not want the supplies, we could exchange them for points, which can also be used at other bases. Therefore, we discussed it and decided against taking the supplies, opting instead for points. The total reward from this mission amounts to 20,000 points. In addition to the 30,000 points we received for not taking the supplies, making a total of 50,000 points. Jiang Soning nodded in understanding. They had no need for the supplies, and converting them into points was indeed a wiser choice. Shen Yihua glanced at the group before speaking again. Everyone, tidy up and distribute the crystal cores. We leave the base tomorrow. Fang Jingyuan began distributing the crystal cores, while each person took some instant noodles to stow in their backpacks. Jiang Soning declined the noodles, greeted everyone, and returned upstairs. Su Lin and Wang Chao followed suit, trailing behind her. Shen Yihua observed the 3 departing figures, a flicker of jealousy crossing his gaze. Unaware of Shen Yihua's inner turmoil, Jiang Soning recognized that Su Lin had something to discuss as he followed closely behind. Once in her room, with the door closed, Su Lin finally spoke. Wang Chao just went out for a stroll. The commotion surrounding the mission rewards has stirred quite a reaction. After we obtained our rewards, those who were curious left when they didn't see what they wanted. Wang Chao, grinding his teeth in frustration, added, those from the He family have no shame. They cannot stand to see others succeed. Moreover, your dual abilities have become common knowledge outside. Jiang Soning was not particularly surprised. It was only natural that He Sini would leak such information. Enough of that. Do not dwell on it. We depart tomorrow, and this matter will not simply fade away. Mentioning the He family caused a look of disdain to cross Jiang Soning's features. Su Lin, realizing her intent, asked, when do you plan to take action? What do you and Wang Chao need to do? At dawn, you both should help me arrange a meeting with He Sini. I will handle the rest. Su Lin did not inquire about her plans but simply nodded in agreement. Chapter 186 Level 4 Wood Ability. After Su Lin and Wang Chao departed, Jiang Soning entered her space to have a light snack before retrieving the Level 4 Wood Ability Crystal Core. Since her Wood Ability was only at Level 3, she intended to use this Crystal Core for herself. With 5 hours remaining until dawn, she took out the Crystal Core and began her upgrade. Time passed swiftly, and when the Crystal Core in her hand had turned to powder, Jiang Soning finally opened her eyes. She endeavored to summon her extraordinary abilities, and in an instant, tendrils sprang forth from her hand. Elongating with the surge of her powers, satisfied, Jiang Soning retracted the vines, noting the time was already 5 o'clock. After hastily consuming a bite to eat, she promptly exited the space. The villa was enveloped in tranquility. At this hour, everyone was at rest. She ascended to the 2nd floor and gently tapped on Su Lin's door, who emerged upon hearing the noise. Are you ready? Su Lin nodded, and the 3 of them stealthily departed the villa, making their way toward the residence of the He family. Outside, the sky was brightening, and the villa district was nearly devoid of pedestrians. Upstairs, Shen Yihua, upon seeing the trio leave, discreetly followed behind. The villa where the He family resided was not too far from their own. Approximately a 10-minute walk. Wang Chao raised his hand, pointing toward a distant villa. Sister Jiang, that house is where the He family's ruffians reside. We have investigated, and the occupants of both houses have gone out on assignments. So they are temporarily absent, making our task easier. Well done. When we return, I shall reward you with meat. Upon hearing the prospect of meat, Wang Chao's expression became even more sycophantic. Thank you, Sister Jiang. Su Lin couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth, finding Wang Chao's tone reminiscent of how he teased Tang Yuan during her childhood. Have you devised a plan to lure He Sini out? Wang Chao confidently patted his chest. Fear not. Leave it to us. You can await our return here. Jiang Soning cast a smile at Wang Chao, yet her words were as cold as ice. If you fail, you shall be relegated to a diet of instant noodles henceforth. No, Sister Jiang, can you bear to see your brother eat instant noodles every day? Wang Chao lamented dramatically. Get lost, Jiang Soning retorted, unwilling to tolerate his antics. Su Lin raised his hand and delivered a light smack to Wang Chao. Let's go. Jiang Soning stepped into a nearby alley, releasing her mental energy. The nearby houses were empty, and her mental force promptly locked onto the villa inhabited by the He family. Inside, Chu Xian had just reclined when he sensed an unsettling feeling as though someone was spying on him. However, this sensation was fleeting. When he attempted to investigate, he found nothing amiss. Jiang Songning hadn't anticipated Chu Xian's sensitivity, and fortunately, she retracted her mental energy in time. Otherwise, their plans might have been thwarted. Just as she had released her mental energy, she detected the presence of someone nearby, but being in a residential area, she did not pay it much heed. Fearing to alert the enemy, she refrained from using her mental powers again, leaning against the wall with her arms crossed, awaiting He Sini's arrival. After approximately 10 minutes, footsteps approached, and upon opening her eyes, she beheld Su Lin and Wang Chao escorting He Sini, with He Sun and Chu Xian trailing 100 meters behind. Her brows arched in surprise. She hadn't expected Su Lin to be so reliable. He Sini, upon observing Jiang Songning languidly leaning against the wall, realized she had been ensnared. Attempting to flee, Jiang Songning lazily remarked, "Sister, do you no longer desire the jade pendant?" The mention of the jade pendant caused He Sini to halt abruptly, her demeanor shifting to one of anxiety. "Sister, what are you talking about? I don't understand." Noting He Sini's reaction, Jiang Songning inferred that she had kept the matter of the jade pendant concealed. Not only that, but had also sought to bury it entirely. Jiang Songning offered a knowing smile. "He Sini, you don't wish to snatch away the empty." "Shut up," He Sini interjected, agitated, before Jiang Songning could finish her statement. Jiang Songning raised an eyebrow, sensing victory in her gamble, and coolly inquired, "Why are you standing so far from me? Are you that afraid of me?" Jiang Songning felt a certain talent for villainy. Such words seemed fitting only for a foe, yet being a villain was far superior to being a mere pawn. He Sini furiously approached Jiang Songning, gritting her teeth as she demanded, "What do you intend to do? Aren't you afraid of losing everything?" Jiang Songning was seeing He Sini in a state of distress for the first time, and her delight grew. "Shouldn't I be the one asking you? Do you truly believe that after you have inflicted significant losses upon us, I would let you off so easily? Then what do you propose?" He Sini dropped the pretense, glaring fiercely at Jiang Songning. Jiang Songning glanced at a small flower in the corner and stated, "All you need to do is eliminate Zhou Yangfan, and I shall not pursue the matter further." He Sini's eyes began to waver. "Fine, I will kill Zhou Yangfan." At that moment, Chu Xian rushed toward them, and Jiang Songning mocked inwardly, "Go ahead. I shall await your good news here." "All right." He Sini turned and exited the alley. Chu Xian and He Sun scrutinized He Sini with concern, fearing for her safety. "Sini, are you all right?" He Sini's face bore no signs of distress. "Big brother, Xian Gu, it's so hot. Let us head back." Seeing that He Sini was indeed unharmed, He Sun finally relaxed. "All right, let us return." He Sun cautiously supported He Sini as they made their way back, treating her as if she were a fragile porcelain doll. Chu Xian regarded Jiang Songning with confusion, realizing that his mental energy had failed to detect their conversation. His suspicions about Jiang Songning being a psychic ability user intensified, yet considering she possessed dual abilities, uncertainty lingered. Could there truly be triple abilities in this world? He glanced at Su Lin, pondering if he too might be a dual ability user. Jiang Songning looked at Chu Xian with derision. Chu Xian harbored thoughts of teaching Jiang Songning a lesson, yet he felt too intimidated to act rashly, aware that his abilities were far inferior to theirs. Ultimately, he could only cast a dark glare at Jiang Songning, his expression akin to that of a venomous snake, sending a chill down one's spine, before turning to catch up with He Sini. Once everyone had departed, Su Lin and Wang Chao approached. Wang Chao, agitated, exclaimed, "Sister Jiang, what is your plan? Please tell me." Jiang Songning flashed a radiant smile. "You shall find out very soon." With Jiang Songning's refusal to divulge her plan, Wang Chao could only pout in frustration. Jiang Songning mentally counted the seconds. After 5 minutes, she released her mental energy once more. This time, Chu Xian distinctly sensed the feeling of being watched. He was certain that one of the 3 individuals had psychic abilities, and their level surpassed his own. Just as he was about to rise and seek out others, a searing pain surged through his head, and he recognized that someone was attacking him with mental energy. Chapter 187. The death of Zhou Yangfan. His complexion turned ashen, and he clutched his head tightly as if thousands of ants were gnawing at his brain. The agony was unbearable. He curled into a ball, rolling back and forth on the cold, hard ground, emitting low, hoarse whimpers that were drowned out by the relentless suffering, rendering them inaudible. At that moment, he desperately wished for someone to hear his cries for help. However, reality was cruel and unyielding, and no matter how fervently he struggled and shouted, the outside world remained oblivious to his torment. Despair gradually enveloped his heart, yet the instinct for survival propelled him to continue his futile attempts at self-rescue. Finally, summoning the last vestiges of his strength, he awkwardly lifted his arm and forcefully smashed the glass cup resting on his desk onto the floor. The loud crash shattered the cup, sending shards flying, some even cutting into his exposed skin, blood seeping slowly from the wounds. Yet, compared to the searing pain in his head, this minor injury felt trivial. The commotion in the villa escalated. Zhou Yongfen clutched his chest in agony, incredulously staring at Hsini, who, with a blank expression, plunged a knife into his heart. Why? Upon hearing Zhou Yongfan's cry, others rushed out, and upon entering, they were astonished to witness Hsini stabbing Zhou Yongfan in the heart. Jian Sheng, witnessing the scene, hurriedly supported Zhou Yongfan. "Miss He, what are you doing? Quickly, treat our boss. Hsini, hurry and help Yongfan. Even if you two are indulging in some couple's quarrel, there must be limits." He Nanchang, adopting a paternal tone, began to chastise Hsini. Others felt a pang of jealousy at the mention of couple, but seeing Zhou Yongfan's dire condition, they refrained from speaking further. Hsini, noticing Zhou Yongfan still breathed, slowly approached and withdrew the knife from his heart. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, believing Hsini intended to treat Zhou Yongfan. However, in a flash, Hsini seized the dagger once more and stabbed it into Zhou Yongfan's heart again. The crowd could not react in time, watching in horror as Hsini's dagger plunged into Zhou Yongfan's heart once more. Jian Sheng, the quickest to respond, struck Hsini, sending her crashing against the bookshelf. She let out a muffled groan. "Hsini!" The villa descended into chaos. Jian Sheng desperately cradled Zhou Yongfan's faltering body, his heart racing with urgency, wishing to rush him to the hospital for treatment. Yet at this moment, Zhou Yongfan could distinctly feel his vitality ebbing away like floodwaters breaching a dam, his body growing increasingly heavy and frail. Struggling to turn his gaze, his once bright eyes faded into dullness and disarray. Nevertheless, he summoned the last of his strength to fixate on Hsini, as if to ask her, why? Time ticked by, and Zhou Yongfan's breaths grew weaker and slower, until finally, with a barely perceptible sigh, he slowly closed his eyes and ceased to breathe. "Boss," with Jian Sheng's anguished cry, the others stood in shock. Zhou Yongfan was dead, and it was at that moment that Hsini regained her senses. Upon awakening, she was met with a chaotic scene, particularly the sight of Zhou Yongfan sprawled in a pool of blood. She raised her hands, stained crimson, and panic surged within her. She had killed Zhou Yongfan. Her eyes widened in disbelief. "No, it wasn't me. It wasn't me." Hsini's mind was a tumultuous mess. Jian Sheng watched helplessly as Zhou Yongfan breathed his last in his arms, still unable to fathom that his leader had perished, especially at the hands of the woman he trusted most. Gently, Jian Sheng laid Zhou Yongfan's lifeless body down, his bloodshot eyes fixed intently on Hsini as he picked up the dagger from the ground and approached her step by step. At that moment, the others began to regain their senses. He soon positioned himself protectively in front of Hsini, imploring Jian Sheng, "There must be a misunderstanding. Please, do not act impulsively. Step aside. I will ensure she pays for the death of our leader." Jian Sheng's gaze was dark as he glared at Hsun, who stood resolute. "Jian Sheng, do not act rashly. There is something amiss here. Surely you do not wish to let the true murderer escape." Hsun, embodying the keen insight expected of a CEO of a publicly listed company, quickly discerned the discrepancies at play. The once panicked Hsini gradually composed herself, realizing it was Jiang Songning who must have orchestrated this. She had been in a daze and had no idea what had transpired. "Zhou Yongfan was my boyfriend. How could I possibly harm him? It must have been Jiang Songning who manipulated me." He Chen also remembered Jiang Songning, gritting his teeth as he declared, "It must be her." Before the incident, Hsini met with that viper. "I will go and kill her." He Chen attempted to rush towards the exit, but he soon blocked him. "Elder brother, why are you stopping me? Can't you see Jiang Songning's true nature? She is a heartless serpent, surely seeking revenge against us. Xiao Chun, do not act rashly. We lack evidence. And moreover, fighting is prohibited within the base." Jian Sheng interjected. Having calmed down, Hsini indeed bore no motive to harm their leader, and her recent behavior had been bizarre. Regardless of whether the murderer is Hsini or Jiang Songning, They are both daughters of the He family. If you do not provide me with an explanation, do not blame me for my ruthlessness, Jin Sheng warned, his eyes dark and menacing as they bore into He Sun. He Sun frowned, discontented with Jin Sheng's demeanor, yet he suppressed his displeasure, realizing the gravity of Zhou Yangfan's death. Until the truth is unveiled, I will not rest until I find the true culprit. He Sun suspected that someone had manipulated He Sini using mental abilities, but as he scanned the room, he noticed the absence of Chu Xian. Chenbo, where is Chu Xian? Chenbo suddenly recalled. I haven't seen Chu Xian at all. She must be resting in her room. He Nanchong, dissatisfied, barked orders, given the magnitude of this incident. How can she not show her face? Xiaobo, go fetch her. Though Chenbo loathed He Nanchong's commanding tone, he concealed his disdain, knowing he was He Sini's father. After Chenbo departed, He Sini, now sobbing, approached Zhou Yangfan's body, crying out, Yangfan, brother. Jin Sheng immediately obstructed her. Miss He, you should not approach our leader, as your suspicions remain unaddressed. Chapter 188. Chu Xian rendered useless, He Sini could only stand by, weeping pathetically. He soon comforted her. Sini, do not be afraid. I will surely uncover the identity of the true murderer. As her tears flowed more freely, He Sun's shirt became drenched, and a flicker of malice crossed He Sini's eyes, unnoticed by anyone. She could not comprehend how she had fallen victim. The thought of Zhou Yangfan's death filled her with frustration. This worthless fool had died by her own hand. What would she do upon arriving at the A City base? In her previous life, Zhou Yangfan had lived well. Yes, He Sini had been reborn. But she had done so a moment too late. The jade pendant had been shattered by Jiang Songning. At that time, she was uncertain if Jiang Songning possessed a contract space, and she had reluctantly abandoned the idea. To her dismay, Jiang Songning ultimately did possess the contract. She had initially believed Jiang Songning, the fool, would return to the He family after contracting space, as she knew all that had transpired in her previous life. At that point, Jiang Songning would have been unable to escape her grasp. Little did she know, this fool preferred to fight alone rather than return home. In her previous life, Jiang Songning had contracted space and chosen to return to the He family, leading them to level up together while rescuing Zhou Yangfan and Chu Xian along the way. Upon reaching the A City base, the base leader, grateful for the life-saving favor, treated her with utmost care. She thrived at the base, basking in glory, receiving respect from all, while even her two brothers and parents doted on her, vying for her favor. And what of her? Originally the center of attention, she had ultimately married a minor leader at the base. A perverse individual. Even with her healing abilities, her body had been severely damaged, leading to her demise during a mission due to a momentary lapse in focus, resulting in her being devoured by mutated creatures. Meanwhile, Jiang Songning had married Zhou Yangfan, enjoying the life of a wealthy wife, even on days without missions. She could not accept this. Filled with regret, she had perished. Yet fate intervened, granting her rebirth. Everything seemed to proceed smoothly. She had saved Zhou Yangfan and Chu Xian, who were of great importance. Zhou Yangfan was the son of the A City base leader, and Chu Xian was a future magnate. But Jiang Songning had not followed the trajectory of her previous life. With this variable, many events diverged from how they had unfolded before, and moreover, the group surrounding Jiang Songning had not existed in her past life. She was baffled by where things had gone awry. Unless Jiang Songning had also been reborn. The chilling thought caused He Sini to shudder, but if Jiang Songning had indeed been reborn, why had she not come to rescue Zhou Yangfan and Chu Xian? In her previous life, Chu Xian had been Jiang Songning's most loyal companion. He Sini clenched her fists, her eyes betraying an uncontrollable hatred. Regardless of whether Jiang Songning had been reborn, she could not allow her to live. Now that it was confirmed Jiang Songning had bound the space, once she found a way to seize it, she would ensure Jiang Songning met her demise, with Zhou Yangfan dead by her own hand. Whether or not someone had been pulling strings behind the scenes, the base leader would not let her go once they reached the A City base. Zhou Yangfan was the only blood relative of the base leader, and at this very moment, he should have already dispatched someone to search for him. The only relief was that, for now, no one knew Zhou Yangfan's true identity. She could not allow anyone to discover Zhou Yangfan's real identity. That was her sole focus. He Sini glanced at Jin Sheng, who was Zhou Yangfan's loyal subordinate. If he were to learn of Zhou Yangfan's identity, the base leader would undoubtedly wish to tear her apart. Jin Sheng remained preoccupied with tending to Zhou Yangfan's body, oblivious to the murderous intent flickering in He-Sini's eyes. "Chu Gu, what has happened to you?" Qinbo's terrified voice echoed throughout the villa. A sense of foreboding washed over He-Sini, and upon hearing the commotion, He-Sun pushed He-Sini away and rushed upstairs. Upon reaching the second floor, they found Chu Xian drooling and clinging to Qinbo's leg. "Ah, I just want candy, candy." He-Sun exchanged a questioning glance with Qinbo, who helplessly gestured. "She hasn't let go of my leg since I arrived. This is how she is now." He-Sini could hardly believe her eyes as she pushed He-Sun aside, anxiously grasping Chu Xian's hand, eager to provide treatment. However, Chu Xian resisted, frantically slapping He-Sini's hands away, shouting, "Let go of me, bad woman! You better let me go." He-Sini attempted to soften her tone. "Chu Xian, please be good. I am here to help you." Upon hearing the word help, Chu Xian grew even more agitated. "Oh no, don't poke me with needles, bad woman. Get away. Don't come near me." Chu Xian's screams reverberated through the villa, driving He-Chan to exclaim, "Shut up!" Seeing He-Chan's fierce demeanor, Chu Xian clutched Qinbo's leg tightly, frightened into silence, only managing to whimper softly. As He-Sini noticed her quieting down, she attempted to approach again. But Chu Xian erupted once more, filling He-Sini with exasperation. "Elder brother, bind her up and gag her." Seeing Chu Xian's commotion escalate, He-Sun had no choice but to instruct Qinbo to restrain her. Once bound, Chu Xian found herself unable to move, trembling in fear. He-Sini reached for Chu Xian's hand, trying to administer treatment, but her abilities failed to penetrate Chu Xian's body, leaving her terrified and desperate to escape He-Sini's touch. Yet, no matter how hard she struggled, she could not break free. He-Sun watched anxiously as He-Sini relinquished her hold, finally speaking, "Sini, what is going on?" "Elder brother, I am unsure." Chu Xian shows no signs of injury. He soon fell silent, reflecting on the events of the day. If he could not see that someone was manipulating them, he would truly be a fool. They had only been at the base for 3 days and had not offended anyone there. Except for Jiang Songning and her group. Chan, you and Qinbo take Chu Xian to the base hospital for examination. Understood. In the alley, Jiang Songning, having witnessed the unfolding drama, felt a sense of satisfaction. Indeed, while she could not kill the male lead, the female lead could. As for Chu Xian, she had initially intended to render him powerless, but when she attempted to act, her mental power spiraled out of control. No matter how hard she tried, she could not nullify his abilities, so she opted for a secondary approach, to turn him into a fool. She believed that if she had chosen to kill Chu Xian, the heavens would have surely intervened. Jiang Songning gazed up at the cloudless sky, a provocative smile gracing her lips. Chu Xian and Zhou Yangfan are no more. It is time to seek an opportunity to deal with He-Sun and He-Chen. No, perhaps she should first incapacitate Qinbo, although he did not appear in her previous life. Since he is a sycophant of He-Sini, he is not blameless. Once Qinbo is rendered a fool, the resources within his space will be entirely inaccessible to them. At that point, it remains uncertain whether He-Sini will still lead a life free from worries. Chapter 189. Departing the base beside her, Wang Chao felt a shiver run down his spine at the smile on Jiang Songning's face. It was utterly terrifying. Sister Jiang's smile was far too fearsome. In high spirits, Jiang Songning declared, "Let us head back. I'll treat you all to a grand feast." "Sister Jiang, is it time to talk? What exactly did you do?" Jiang Songning gently caressed the petals of the small flower, which had the power to beguile the mind. Not finishing her thought, she saw that Su Lin understood her implication. She had merely dealt with one of their team members. They would soon learn the details. The trio made their way towards the villa, stopping momentarily in front of a building, where Jiang Songning peered inside before turning to leave. Watching the three depart, Shin Yihua's gaze grew profound as he stepped away from the scene. Upon returning to the villa, all was quiet, suggesting that everyone had likely retired for the night. The trio headed straight to Jiang Songning's room, where she retrieved a serving of boiled pork slices, spicy crab, steamed yellow flower fish, and 2 vegetables, accompanied by 3 bowls of rice. Wang Chao, upon seeing such a delectable spread, eagerly picked up his chopsticks and began to feast. The 2 spicy dishes had the 3 of them sweating profusely, prompting Jiang Songning to produce several cans of cold beer from her space. Raising a can, Jiang Songning toasted, "To tomorrow, to tomorrow," they echoed. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, Su Lin and Wang Chao returned downstairs. while Jiang Songning retreated to her space for slumber. Upon awakening, she took a shower and tidied herself before descending. Shen Yihua, upon seeing her, had his eyelashes lowered, lost in thought. The others had gathered downstairs, ready to depart, as Jiang Songning stored her belongings in her space. After a thorough check inside and out, they prepared to leave. Zhou Lin approached Jiang Songning, saying, "Songning, could you see about storing a small truck in your space? 4 vehicles seem rather conspicuous." Jiang Songning nodded, "Certainly." Once everything was packed, the group boarded their vehicles, with Shen Yihua and Jiang Songning leading the way, while the others followed closely behind as they made their way towards the base's entrance. As they neared the gate, Jiang Songning spotted 2 familiar figures in the distance. Shen Yihua halted the vehicle in front of He Yuan and Zhao Yanan. Jiang Songning opened the door, her face lighting up with surprise as she exclaimed, Yuan, Sister Yanan, what are you doing here?" He Yuan replied, "We knew you were leaving, so we came to bid you farewell." Zhao Yanan handed Jiang Songning a backpack, stating, "We don't have much to give you, but this contains some wood type and spatial ability crystals we exchanged. Please take care of it." Jiang Songning accepted the bag graciously. Inside were about 10 crystals, each of 2nd or 3rd ranked. It was evident that the two had expended considerable effort to obtain them. "Thank you, Yuan, Sister Yanan." Zhao Yanan offered a few more words of encouragement, but seeing others waiting, she refrained from further chatter. "All right, we want to take up more of your time. Safe travels." Jiang Songning felt a lump in her throat. "Sister Yanan, Yuan, please take care. I'll come to see you again when I have the chance." He Yuan's eyes glimmered with unshed tears as she feigned nonchalance, waving her hand, "Hurry along. We have training to return to." "Sister Yanan, Yuan, goodbye." Jiang Songning climbed into the vehicle, glancing back multiple times until they drove out of the base, where the 2 figures remained standing in the distance. Once they turned left after exiting the gate and the 2 were no longer visible, Jiang Songning finally withdrew her gaze. Shen Yihua glanced at her from the corner of his eye. "Are you all right?" Jiang Songning composed herself. "I'm fine, just feeling a bit reluctant to part with them. I visited the hospital this morning. Chu Xian is completely daft now, exhibiting symptoms similar to Qiu Yuxian." Jiang Songning suspected Shen Yihua was testing her, so she wiped the smile off her face. Responding and then, realizing her misunderstanding, Shen Yihua sighed. "I sought out He Sini yesterday with the intention to eliminate her, but no matter how I struck, I could not harm her vital points. She only sustained superficial injuries. In the end, I inadvertently alerted her. So do you have anything to share with me?" After Jiang Songning and the others had left, Shen Yihua had stealthily infiltrated the villa where He Sini resided. When he snuck into her room, he took advantage of her moment of inattention to deliver a swift blow to her neck, yet, when he intended to finish her off with a dagger, an inexplicable resistance gripped him, as if a voice within warned him against harming He Sini. Had it not been for his strong will, he might have succumbed to that temptation. Moreover, he aimed for her vital points but missed, not once, but thrice. He had trained in military boxing since childhood and later learned Sanda and Muay Thai. He could easily take on 50 ordinary individuals at once. Yet, even after stabbing He Sini 3 times, she merely suffered minor wounds. Eventually, she awoke from the pain, forcing him to retreat temporarily. He suspected something was amiss with her, perhaps an extraordinary ability. Indeed, Shen Yihua could only think this way. Otherwise, it would be inexplicable. Jiang Songning was aware that Shen Yihua had been tailing them yesterday, but she hadn't anticipated that he would take action against He Sini. Knowing that this female lead was not to be trifled with, she feared that Shen Yihua might be dragged into danger, prompting her to dissuade him from pursuing that course. "Leave He Sini to me. I will handle it myself. Songning, we are in this together. Regardless of your past grievances with He Sini, she will not spare you, and we will be implicated as well. Therefore, you may attempt to trust me, if you truly do not wish to speak. Simply inform me of how to resolve the matter with He Sini and her peculiarities. Regardless of your intentions, I will fully cooperate with you that I believe I can be more reliable than Wang Chao and Su Lin." Shen Yihua harbored discontent towards Su Lin and Wang Chao, feeling that Jiang Songning evidently trusted them more, thus subtly undermining their credibility. Shen Yihua's reasoning was indeed sound, yet she struggled to explain her position. "Do you read novels often?" Uncertain why Jiang Songning posed such a question, Shen Yihua could only shake his head honestly. "Do you watch dramas?" "I catch the news daily, including financial updates, but I rarely watch dramas." Jiang Songning found it surprising to realize how mundane the life of a domineering CEO could be. Take the drama we watched yesterday, for instance. Every show only features one female lead, who becomes the center of the universe within that narrative.